Welcome to Fiction Audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, like and subscribing would be greatly appreciated. If you have any recommendations for novels, comment below.
Please join my Patreon at https://www.patreon.com/fictionaudiobook.
Chapter 221, Chapter 212. What do you mean, adopted you? Scat-Hack questioned. Reiko listened along with rapt attention. Just exactly as it sounds, I replied. Apparently, she adopts all the Campioni and takes them as her stepchildren. For some reason, they don't really remember her all that much due to the process. She was very nice to me, so I wanted to say goodbye before we left. Master. Reiko quietly tugged on my sleeve. Hey. I realized I touched something sensitive for her. Reaching my hand out, I cupped her cheek. Please don't misunderstand. You're invaluable to me and no one can take that away. She's not a replacement, nor is she going to steal any kind of position from you. You're mine, Reiko. You're my Reiko and my servant, and I never want to give you up. She made a little noise of happiness, and her cheeks turned a little red. Ah, you're making your mother so happy. She looked down in embarrassment. Thank whatever gods that she wasn't still under the effects of mad enhancement, or I'd never bring her around Pandora. Well, one of the things she desired was complete acceptance. I suppose I wanted to make sure she knew where I stood. Even if I said it before, sometimes some people needed it to be repeated from time to time. I was worried that you were stretching yourself too thin by grabbing so many women to your side. Not giving any of them the attention they deserved. But I see I am merely worried for no true reason. Scat-Hack walked up and locked her arm with Reiku's, making me raise an eyebrow at the closeness they had apparently formed. Make no mistake, if you had not properly relayed such words, I would have given you a thorough beating. I refuse to be the woman of a horned dog who cannot look after the ones he had already stolen something precious from. Reiko looked so happy to have Scat-Hack acting like a sort of friend to her. I don't know if they truly bonded in these past few days, but it was at least a step in the right direction. I think Scat-Hack also wanted to perhaps reach out herself. The loneliness she suffered in life had certainly done her no favors. He's gotten very good at his honeyed words, has he not? Scat-Hack looked at Reiko. He sure has. We should be wary of any more approaching women, lest they also fall to his seductive words. Reiko nodded, seemingly adopting an amused smile that was mimicked by my teacher. An endeavor that may be beyond my far from insignificant abilities. Scat-Hack pursed her lips. Would killing a god be an easier labor, I wonder? Era, I'm sure if you just exude that bloodlust of yours, no one will dare approach. Phew, or we can just keep you around. Scat-Hack snorted. With these large udders of yours, who would think to usurp your position, Yes, I'm sure jealousy is a powerful deterrent. You think this Scat-Hack is jealous? Scat-Hack puffed up her own chest. Shall we have my student pick his target of desire? She let go and instead went to drape herself over my arm. Tell me, my student, for whom do your eyes linger on the most? Master, your mother wants your attention. Reiko grabbed my other arm. Tell this old hag who you really prefer. She took my other side. I glanced at both of them, who held a gaze of expectancy. This is a trap, I said without any hesitation. They both started giggling at my expense. He has learned well. Scat-Hack grinned. My son has good sense. She pushed her cheek against mine. They were teasing me. Gods, they were practically acting like sisters at this point. See how I give you both a spanking later. How bold of you, my student. Is that a promise? Scat-Hack laughed, unperturbed. Be gentle on your mother, Reiko smiled brightly. I could only shake my head at their antics. Words couldn't describe how happy it made me that they were both getting along like this. Shall we head over? I do want to go home soon. I really miss my other girls as well. Let's go meet your goddess. Scat-Hack's expression turned neutral. Yes, let's go meet your new mother. Reiko said dryly. I guess she's still annoyed, for lack of a better word. Though as it was not the product of her cursed mindset, I didn't dwell on it. People were allowed to have their own opinions, their own dislikes and whatnot. With another thought, I opened a portal to the place I had calculated before. The strange place, the room I had been in, had changed slightly. I saw the familiar goddess. She was laying on the ground as she lazily watched a TV playing in front of her, and a bowl of snacks she was munching from. There was silence as she stopped what she was doing, staring at us incredulously. Hi Mom, I'm back, I stated. Ah. She threw the bowl at me. I blinked as it bounced off my aura. There was silence for another moment. Are you going to throw your shoe again? And no, who would do something like that? She quickly jumped to her feet. Maybe a lowly god. A shoe smacked me in the face, somehow bypassing my aura. I'm a mature and beautiful goddess. She huffed before she settled down. Her eyes roamed all over us, as if inspecting us individually. As happy I am to see you again. You have questions? Yes. First question. She cleared her throat. What? Second question. Second question. She nodded. What? I think I can guess your third question. I snorted. Explain. She appeared in front of me, eyes practically bugging out of her head. Introductions first. I offered. She looked at my companions around. Introductions. She quickly repeated. I've never had any other proper guests before. It's usually some stupid god that comes to try and make trouble or one of my children. What am I supposed to do? Oh no, it's all a mess. She started to whine, and immediately ran around the room throwing stuff every which way to make it look tidier. She moved like a whirlwind, and soon the place looked much cleaner when she jumped back in front of us. Welcome to my nice, clean home. I am Pandora, the all-giving mother. I noticed Scathach and Reika glance at each other. I am Scathach. My teacher simply introduced. Scathach who isn't Scathach. Pandora repeated. Strange, strange. Who are you really? She narrowed her eyes. I'm this fool's woman. She jabbed her thumb towards me, ignoring the obvious meaning in her words. Kaya. Pandora let out a small squeal, erasing the tension she previously introduced. Call me mother. Scathach blinked at how easily Pandora changed her attitude. What a strange goddess you are. I'm the best goddess. She puffed up proudly before turning back to Reiku, waiting expectantly. I am Minamoto no Reiku. I'm Master's mother. She looked rather smug at her declaration. She's also my woman. I added. Ah, my son is so sweet. She smiled brightly. Mother is also your woman. She repeated. It was Pandora's turn to give a blank look. I don't even know where to begin with that. She pursed her lips. However, grandbabies. I'm going to have so many. She threw her hands up excitedly. See children. Reika blurted out. My son wants to have children with me. She seemed to go off in her own little world. I actually think I blushed at that. And I believed Scathach noticed because the corners of her lips curled up. Fufu, Wilhelm, my precious student. Could it be that you wish to have me bear your children? She looked towards me with clear humor in her eyes. Do you wish to impregnate this Scathach, She moved her mouth close to my ear, and spoke with a whisper. Do you desire to see me with a large and round belly? I just groaned at her teasing, covering my face. Having you all meet was a terrible idea. I never really had the proper talk about children with any of my girls except Meridia, and that wasn't really a full talk. For some reason it was making me flustered now that it was brought up. Pandora started giggling to herself. I like them. She seemed to approve. Not like those stuffy old fogies from the realm of immortality. I don't know where they came from, but your mother approves. You really can't tell what they are. I questioned. I was curious about how much insight a goddess would have. She gave them another look over. They both have divinity, which is strange because they are neither campioni nor gods. I can understand where it comes from for both of them, yet they don't appear to be match what I know. They are also not normal humans, and now that I look closely, they don't seem to be properly living. It's frighteningly close to how us gods exist, yet at the same time, extremely different. Not bad. Scathach nodded. For being able to glean such information, your insight is commendable. However. She turned to me. Is it wise to discuss such things here? Well. I scratched my cheek. No being in this world can peer into my realm right now. I made sure of that as soon as you three entered. She waved Scathach off. If you're speaking about telling me things, I won't pry. She gave a small smile. Your mother will wait for you to tell her when you're ready. You are a strange goddess. Scathach muttered. I'll take that as a compliment. Pandora smiled brightly. However, I will need to know how you entered here. It's not something even a god can accomplish unless some drastic measures were taken under some intricate circumstances. Magic. She smacked me on the head. Ow wow. I rubbed my head where she bopped me. I saw nothing. Reiku hummed. You deserved that. Scathach said dryly. If she didn't do it, I would have. Yeah. I huffed. To be more specific, I have a very unique magic available to me that allows me some control and operation over dimensions and space. There are very few places I can't actually go to. Pandora was silent as she apparently mulled over my words. It's how you entered the netherworld before. She muttered. I see. She nodded to herself. Tell me, are you able to enter the realm of immortality? Technically. I can if I wanted to. Never go there. She quickly followed up. Promise me you will never enter the realm of immortality. She grabbed my shirt and looked at me intently. I promise. I said without any fanfare. I never had the intention of doing so anyways. Good. She nodded. I fear what would happen to you if you went there. The gods would tear you apart and there's nothing I could do. Yeah, I wouldn't want to fight every god in existence at the same time. Why are you such an enigma? Pandora got right in my face. I can't understand your origins at all, nor that of your companions. It's both infuriating and interesting. I've never been so clueless before, it's a new experience. I'll explain properly at another point. I said quietly. I suppose that's the best I can get. I can't expect you to trust me so soon after just meeting me. She sighed. Thank you for telling me this much at least. I couldn't help but reach out and hug her. Hee, my son came back home and gave me a hug. This is the best day. Is it okay if I come back in the future? I asked. I have other girls I want to introduce you to. Is it weird that I already felt a connection to her? I am really a sucker for this kind of thing. Especially when she holds no kind of deceit in her actions. Pandora let out a laugh. More. My, you are such a Casanova. She gave my chest a little poke. And I can't forbid you from coming. She gave an exaggerated little shrug. Though I felt it was accompanied by a wink-wink kind of feeling. But if you happen to drop by, I would be extremely happy. Of course, he will return. Reiku confirmed. A son should not be away from their mother for too long. She nodded to herself. And I had to do a double take as she practically did a 180 on her previous feelings. Was it the comment about children that won her over? Well, it was pretty hard to dislike Pandora, she came off as very sincere and genuine. You understand. Pandora flew over, grabbing Reiku's hands. As expected of my daughter-in-law. Mother. Reiku was practically giddy in response. Scathack turned to me. You surround yourself with strange people. I can't deny that. But it's nice. She added. I wouldn't trade it for anything. Well, they should be heading off next chapter and the follow one is an interlude before DXD starts proper. If you want to read 7 chapters ahead or support me, visit my pat.rayon.com/AsteriaForone. Chapter 222, Chapter 213. No. Pandora whined. Don't go. She grabbed onto my shirt with a pitiful look on her face. It made me feel bad seeing her like this. It's not like I won't ever come back. I reassured her. Wah, I never get people visiting me. Pandora pouted. You're the first one to even call me mom. At least stay for a few more hours, you only stopped by for a couple minutes. I just wanted to see you before I go on a little adventure. I smiled wryly. I promise to come back when I'm done with my business. I'll even see if Gado wants to come around. Oh. Her eyes widened. Yes, yes. Bring my youngest here too. He needs a firm hand, that boy. She huffed. I already met him. I replied. Already made sure to give him a kick on the rear to get him into gear. Though whether he starts taking the appropriate steps is up to him. Thank you. She reached out, wrapping her arms around me. I'd hate to see such a nice boy like him die early. Of course. I reassured her again. I felt bad at the trouble he was having. She let out a sigh. I can't convince you to stay a little longer. I really do need to head out. Fine. She huffed. But you better come back safe and healthy next time. You hear me, mister? She poked my chest. Don't worry. Scathack spoke up. I will make sure he doesn't die before he returns. What a good daughter-in-law I have. Pandora perked up. I too will make sure he stays out of as much trouble as possible. Reiku added. Pandora let out a little giggle. Campiones can't help but get into trouble. Please keep him safe. She said with a small smile. Reiku wrapped up the smaller woman in her arms. It was pretty cute to see. You better come back soon. Pandora let go, giving me one last look. Now that I know you can come back whenever you want. I expect visits. I don't know why seeing her acting like this made me smile so much. We'll be back soon. I said one last time. Again, I felt bad about having to leave so soon, but this was more of a test than anything else. I just wanted to make sure nothing unfortunate would happen if I just popped in. With Scathack and Reiku at my side, I had been confident in dealing with most potential consequences if there had been any. Pandora seemed ecstatic about me being here and returning in the future, so I took that as confirmation that I could come and go as I please. I wanted to give her a chance. I know it was strange to have this thought, but I wanted to see if there could be sort of bond that could form between us. I had no romantic interest in her, but maybe we could be more than strangers. Without dragging things out, I created a new portal and sort of slingshot a few more over the planet to disrupt any attempts at tracking me. I didn't know what methods were available here, and I didn't fear anyone following us, but simply seeing how we left could raise some questions that I didn't wish to answer. With one last look, Pandora smiled and waved towards me. I gave my own little smile and one last wave before my companions/women/girls and I all walked through my portal. The myriad colors flashed around us as we entered a familiar room. Home sweet home. I let out a long breath. It had been a very long few days. Oh, you're back. I saw a head poke over the nearby couch. Hello, Lucretia. I gave a wave. Hello, Wilhelm. She giggled. It's good to be back. I'm a little sweaty, I shall take a shower and clean myself. Scat walked by, brushing her hand against my shoulder. It's good to see you, Lucretia Zola. And you, Scat. She sort of half-heartedly waved her hand. Have you eaten, Lucretia? Reiku asked. I haven't, she shook her head. Then shall I prepare something to eat? She offered. That would be lovely. The old witch smiled. And you, master? I'll love whatever you make. Something to eat sounded great right now. Then I shall get started. She nodded, walking towards the kitchen. I reached out and grabbed her hand before she could get too far away. She made a cute little surprised sound as I pulled her back towards me. Before she could speak, I placed my lips to hers. She was being too cute earlier, I just had to. Shall we give you some privacy? I blinked, hearing Zelrich's voice as he stood in the doorway. Reiku gave a cute, bashful look as we pulled away. I will go prepare a meal, she said quickly, scurrying off towards the kitchen with a healthy shade of red adorning her neck. Oh, to be young again. Lucretia laughed. To do such things so boldly in front of your grandfather. Zelrich shared her amusement. Oh, so you want to play, huh? So, is it safe to touch anything? I looked around. Did you make sure to wipe everything down? Zelrich blinked and Lucretia threw herself backwards on the couch and started laughing. Oh, so you have jokes. Zelrich gave a dry look. I do have jokes, wanna hear another? I offered. I'm all ears. It's called, I Killed a God. I deadpanned. Imagine that. A whole process to kill gods and usurp their power. Sure would have been nice to learn that before I stepped into that world. I'm pretty sure he could take the hint with the sarcasm in my voice. Perhaps we should have a chat in my office. Zelrich sort of gained a thoughtful look which quickly turned into something more serious. Go have your boy talk. Lucretia waved at us, flopping back down on the couch. I just gestured for him to lead the way. You know, this is practically a tradition now. I took the glass of whiskey he poured me. Do you dislike it? No. I shook my head. I enjoy these talks. It helps me unwind and something I just need to vent or have someone offer their opinion who isn't a romantic partner. Zelrich hummed, taking a sip of his own drink. Should we get into the heavy stuff or? So, what's up with you and Lucretia? I wanted to get this out of the way. Zelrich let out a long-winded sigh. We're something. He muttered. I'm still debating if I should thank you or throttle you for helping her bulldoze her way into my home. Please, like you wouldn't have done the exact same thing in my position. I can't deny that. He nodded. We are so much alike in some ways, due to the obvious. Perhaps if you hadn't just taken the most direct approach, I would have fumbled around this whole thing for who knows how long. She deserved better than what you gave her, Gramps. Brat. He snorted with a sad smile on his face. I'm well aware of that. He thumbed the rim of his glass. It's gotten so much more noisy around here these days. It's a fear of mine that things will become quiet once more. Well, you don't have to worry. I'll be here to keep annoying you for the rest of my life, or yours. Is that supposed to reassure me? It reassures me. I replied with a cheeky smile. So, do I call her grandmother yet? Zelrich let out another snort. I'm sure she'd love that. But we're taking things slow. Taking things slow, huh? You're aware that I saw her pack her bags. One thing you should learn about Lucretia. She loves to make people uncomfortable. Zelrich laughed. Well, tell her she succeeded. A thought I didn't want to have about her and the old man. So, I killed a god. I might as well pull this band-aid off. You're doing a remarkable job keeping everything contained and not leaking out. I noticed something wrong, but until you said it, I couldn't quite put my finger on it. But now that I take a better look, you certainly are bursting with more power. I ran a hand through my hair. I didn't think it would be wise to let my divine power seep out in this place. A good choice. He nodded in approval. As long as you don't cause any issues, I do not believe the counterforce would waste energy to move against you. Yeah, it's very unwilling to waste any effort needlessly, so I didn't think a counter-guardian would be sitting here waiting for me when I came back. Why didn't you tell me about this? I should have. He admitted. I think I was just worried you would go do something foolish. He shook his head. Not that I think you are a foolish person. I don't think you would fight a god without confidence in winning. I understand. I sighed. I'm like that too, I guess I got it from you. I worry about those I care about even when I know I shouldn't. Just, please don't keep something like that from me. I promise I won't do that again in the future. He said without hesitation. But I have to ask, why did you fight a god, Wilhelm? Well, he didn't leave me with much of a choice. He started throwing fists at me, so I responded. So you couldn't have removed yourself from the situation? Or perhaps not put yourself in front of a god so that they would be willing to start attacking you? He raised an eyebrow. Well, no. But I think we should have a talk about your attitude. He cut me off. My attitude? I questioned. You went looking for a fight, didn't you? He looked at me. I didn't start anything. I denied. It's not a matter of starting it. It's a matter of you willingly putting yourself into those situations where a fight is inevitable. And I don't think you realize that you're doing it yourself. What do you mean? Do I need to spell it out for you? He replied. When you first came to me, how willing were you to start waving your sword at people? I mean, I fought with someone as soon as I came here. I fought quite a few things in Skyrim as well. Yes, but from what I understand, those were calculated bouts. Fighting undead in dungeons to secure the treasure. Fighting one of those young mages to help Rin with her reputation and establish your own. Why did you fight a god, Wilhelm? I blinked at his words. Because you were looking for a fight. He finished for me. It's becoming clearer as time goes on. You've been steadily escalating, and it's all culminated into this point. Various undead, some low-level mages. Then dragons, and other monstrous creatures. Then you entered a Grail war and decide to start fighting servants. And now you killed a god. Don't get me wrong. He continued, not allowing me a moment to retort. I'm not admonishing you for your behavior, well, mostly. I believe you could take a better approach to such endeavors. But I want you to be aware of your own behavior. You are a young man who is objectively powerful. I would not be surprised in the least if you wanted to test yourself. It's something we all go through. I had a streak of such things in my youth where I left many bodies in my wake. Now, adding on your devil heritage, we have a recipe for something a bit more noticeable. And then there's the dragon living in your soul who is no doubt influencing you to some degree. I was silent as I digested his words. I couldn't refute the logic behind them as I thought back at my past fights. Am I a battle maniac? I don't believe so. He shook his head. Enjoying a fight, and even seeking them out doesn't make you a battle maniac. You don't throw caution to the wind, most of the time, and ignore everything else to fulfill these desires. Tell me, did you fight this god without a second thought? I mean, kinda. I was prepared. My aura was full, I had a good supply of mystic codes, talismans, and such, even if they wouldn't be really effective. I was in perfect condition, and I had a good idea of what I was walking into and even had Reiku on standby if needed with Scathach nearby. And I had escape routes already planned in my head for emergencies. Then it sounds like I can't fault you. You're young, being impulsive is fine if you are prepared to deal with the consequences, which it sounds like you did an adequate job of doing. What more could you have done than what you already did? You simply enjoy fighting and like to test yourself. You are entering higher stages, and I can't fault you for wanting to seek opponents who can match you. Is it that simple then? I guess I do enjoy fighting, and I have met some powerful opponents in a fight even when I could have taken other approaches. I remembered what Shakespeare's noble phantasm said about me wanting to prove myself. I guess he was correct in that sense. But maybe I just wanted to prove my own strength. It's a very dragon mindset to have. Drake spoke up. It doesn't necessarily mean betting your life every time. I've fought many opponents in my life where death was not a factor and we simply had fun pushing ourselves in our duels. Fighting is in our blood, and yours too. I have a lot to think about now. That's all I ask. For you to acknowledge your own actions. Zelrich gave a happy nod. I think I just need to take a few days and rest. Maybe try and put my sword up in the meantime and get some other work done, I think that's a wonderful idea. You have plenty to keep you preoccupied in the meantime. Gods. I ran a hand through my hair again. It feels like forever since I've seen the others. Jin stopped by the other day, asking when you would be back. Zelrich mentioned. I blinked. She did. Why didn't she call me? She has a kaleidophone. I don't think she wanted to be a bother. That. I let out a sigh. I need to take her out on a date. She deserves that at the very least. Seeing Jin with a sad expression would honestly give me heartache. I didn't want my genie to feel that way. Now that I think about it, we all barely use the kaleidophones. I can understand why. Several of us were sometimes in situations where it could have been a distraction. At the risk of sounding like I'm trying to change the subject. Want to hear about how everything went? I'd love to. He nodded enthusiastically. Tell me all about this authority you acquired and how you defeated a god. Oh make, how to devil. I don't understand how I got roped into this. I sighed, leaning back in my chair. This makes no sense. You don't know how to behave like a devil. I sat up a little straighter, staring at the origin of the voice as she sat behind her desk. Sona Citri stared back at me, her annoying look as she tried to look stern and mature. Honestly, it just came off as needlessly haughty. You've been at this how long? I haven't. Because there's no need, this is stupid. The contracts. I already analyzed the concepts intertwined in the contracts. They're a medium to extract desire based on the payment received of our client. It's absorbed by the inherent sinful concepts of our nature, converting it into demonic power, albeit in a minuscule amount. What? I questioned. How did you figure that you? It's not exactly public knowledge. Isn't it obvious? It took me like 30 minutes to analyze it. You even gave me a perfect sample, how could I see what's going on? I blinked. Be that as it may. Wait, how long did it take you to figure out? Not important. She huffed. Now, moving on. I'm going to teach you how to complete contracts. I already know how. I'm going to teach you properly. How to read. Because that's literally all there is to this. I don't know why you lot make such a big deal out of this nonsense. Take contract, get summoned, complete request, receive payment. Should I make a PowerPoint presentation and start hosting a TED Talk to the devils on how to not be idiots? Sona let out a little growl. There's more to it than that. Like that. I leaned back crossing my arms. What if you can't complete the contract? She shot back. Then you say, I'm sorry this is beyond my ability to complete. Would you like something else? I said very dryly. It's not like they're hard to complete anyways. You want to bet on that? Oh, do you actually have something worth betting? One command. She raised her finger up. Loser has to listen to one command of the winner. No ridiculous requests obviously. A gentleman's agreement then. I hummed. Fine, whatever. I guess I can get you to dress up as something fun for a single day at school. She scowled, shifting through her drawers before slamming a contract in front of me. Complete this one. I stared at her, standing up and slapping my hand on the paper, activating the summoning magics. I didn't blink as it overtook me, and she looked at me with an arrogant smile. With a flash of light, I was in the living room of a house I didn't recognize. Are you the one who answered my request, Nyo? I turned to look at the very deep voice that spoke. A very large man, covered in muscles with a very skimpy magical girl outfit that barely covered him. Oh, that bitch. With a flash of light, I appeared back in Sona's office, sliding back into my chair. What should I do with my command? Sona looked rather smug. I raised an eyebrow. What's wrong? No more retorts. She smiled. Nothing to say. No more smartass remarks? Are you going to accept that I can properly teach you how to be a devil? I didn't respond but flicked my hand, separating the curtains at the window. She turned to look at my action with confusion only before she noticed something strange and her eyes were transfixed on the figure flying around the school. Never fear, magical girl Kaleida Miltan is here. A very deep voice boomed all around. And Kaleidostic Opal. The wand in his hand spoke as well. Sona's mouth hung open as she slowly turned towards me. I stood up. What did you do? What does it look like? I snorted. By the way, I sent a video to your sister. Why you didn't? She looked horrified. And I think I'll be using my command. You still have a pawn piece that you haven't used yet. I think Miltan would be a wonderful addition to your peerage. No, you wouldn't. She gasped. That's the difference between us, Sona. I straightened my tie. When someone asks me to turn them into a magical girl, I turn them into a goddamn magical girl. I flicked a peace sign as I walked out of her office. How's that for being a devil? Author's note. Well, interlude next, then entering DxD proper as I said last chapter. The interlude is actually 4 disconnected POVs that I've had trouble fitting in, so I just decided to clump them all together in one large interlude. If you want to read 7 chapters ahead or support me, visit mypat.rayon.com/asteriaforone. Chapter 223, Interlude 9. Akatosh, Dragon God of Time. POV, Skyrim. Strange. The flow of the world had shifted ever so slightly. The river of time moved in a way that I was unfamiliar with. Something occurred, something I did not foresee. Branching paths that no longer all reached towards the end that I had perceived. They were small ripples, but they were becoming more noticeable as the world progressed. I looked towards my youngest. The one destined to battle my oldest for the fate of the world. I could see the same ripples surrounding him as he had been, changed. His soul shining brighter and enveloping him as a protective shield in the form of the dragon aspect, as the mortals called it. Something he should not have learned to do for many moons. Nor did he learn to do it, but the ripples surrounded him and it had been done by accident. I exhaled. Time froze. Reaching through the river, I retrieved the strange sword my youngest wielded. I lowered my head, staring at the sword that was impaled in the ground. My wing reached out to tap it. An inconspicuous action, yet the sword reacted violently. I allowed it its little tantrum as I was curious about the sword that had no presence in the world until recently. The years rolled off the blade, centuries upon centuries of existence held within, yet this is the first time it has ever existed within the flow of history. I attempted to unravel the memories of its existence. To view the years it has lived and witness its birth, but my attempts ended in failure. As if a large void superseded my authority, the world's timeline held no bearing over this sword until the moment I plucked it. Once more, I looked back towards my youngest. He was stronger than he should have been at this particular point. Yes, the ripples had been beneficial so far as my oldest had been passive. The declaration of a child not of mine sent him into confusion. Amusing. My eldest thought some trap laid by me, so he was cautious. I reached out to my other child in his divine realm. Curiosity. I sent towards him my intent, wanting to know what he found about the anomaly. Confusion. He boomed back towards me, relaying everything he had discovered thus far. Even he is unsure of what's going on. I took a moment to filter through the information I received. Interesting. With a thought, I returned the sword to my youngest at the exact moment it was taken. It seems that Meridnunda and this mortal are rather close. Had a mortal managed to sway her heart enough to invoke such emotions? The thought was almost too absurd to believe, yet the information I was given had supported such a conclusion. My gaze turned towards the colored rooms, the realm that Meridnunda resided in. The vessel Meridnunda created opened its eyes, staring at my intrusion. Explain. She demanded to know my reason for coming, defensive in her statement, but she allowed me entry when she sensed my presence. Meridnunda was one of the ones we had the least conflict with. I suppose our relationship could be construed as tolerant. Anomaly. Questions. I asked her about the strange person that appeared around my youngest. And I asked her for clarification on certain matters. Mine. She all but shouted back her claim over him and that I will not harm him. I paused at the emotion behind her exclamation. It was very uncharacteristic of her. Relationship. I wanted to know if there truly was something more going on. Private. Her vessel huffed in annoyance and seemingly turned a little red at my question. Amusement. I sent my laughter back as I retreated from her realm lest she blasts me away out of embarrassment. I had never seen this side of Meridnunda before. Our interactions in the past had been minimal even before the creation of Mundus. After speaking with her, my thoughts about what to do with the anomaly had changed. Consideration for removing it from existence had been my initial priority, but now I see it has caused no intentional troubles. On the contrary, it has moved forward my own plans by its own desire. To use another term, the mortals would call it good. Morality, a concept derived from a minuscule understanding of creation, yet, is it wrong for them to come to those conclusions based on their own fleeting lives? His actions bring consequences they cannot perceive, yet they will hail him as a hero. And I cannot fault their decision based on their own interpretation. Lastly, I peer through the river of time and gaze upon the other anomalous figures that appeared around him. A strange girl with an interesting perspective on the world. Watching her learn the more esoteric arts. How mortals wield magic was an amusing sight of its own. A strange system inside her body that allowed her to process the magica coming from Aetherius. As interesting as she was, my attention was taken by her companion. The girl who was a dragon. Another that is not one of mine. I rewound the river of time until the point I desired. A point that I found something strange about her that caught my interest, more than it had previously. Reaching out towards her, I paused when my hold on time shattered. Meridnunda glaring at me. Protection, she declared, stopping my actions. Though she was exerting enough power to strain against the protections on Nirn. If she pushed any further, she would be expelled, and I could quite easily continue my investigations. But she declared the mortal girl under her protection and was being oddly sentimental once more. I did not wish a feud with her if I did not need one, even if she was unable to threaten me as she is now. Peace, I sent back, relaying that I would not harm the girl in any capacity. She stared at me as the eons passed and the river of time began to flow again. Acquiescence, she replied, accepting my promise. A promise between beings of our level was more than just mere words on the wind that mortals convey. Though she accepted my action, she still did not move and watched me intently. I was curious to see how the others would react if they saw the usual stoic and unwavering Meridnunda act in such a way. Reaching out, I did not take hold of the girl, but instead sought out an item in her bag that space folded around. A strange spear that pulsed with a feeling that no mortal could mimic. I gave one last look at Meridnunda and gave her a thankful nod. She appeared appeased in my actions and didn't meander any longer. Withdrawing my focus on the dragon that is not a dragon, my attention was once more back to my main form. The strange spear now floating in front of me. The spear itself was an interesting weapon. I could only think of a handful of others currently in the mortal world that could surpass it. And it was in no way created by mortal hands, yet I did not recognize which being had created such a thing. It appeared wholly foreign to my senses. But what took my attention the most was a small presence inside the spear. It appeared as if it would be snuffed out by a passing gust of wind if not careful. I grabbed hold of the river of time and focused on the spear. On the small presence that so tightly clung to its continued existence. The presence didn't change, even after thousands of years of time that I tried to reverse its origin. With a small bit of annoyance, I put forth more and more power into my actions. The spear trembled and a bright light erupted from it. My realm shuddered under the burst of power as the light began to conglomerate and form into a mass in the form of a man. The figure looked confused. It looked around at the surroundings and down at itself. Staring at this new presence, the confusion I had about the anomaly began to clear and I could guess some of its origin. Hello there. I spoke my words as I would towards a mortal. I feared that this form I forced into cohesion would disperse if I were not careful. The figure's form settled down, the bright light slowly simmering down. He took the form of a man in his later years with white hair and a beard. An interesting form for a divine being such as him to take. Where? He appeared lost as I was but a moment ago. You are a long way from home, my friend. I gave a mirthful chuckle. Yes, I replied slowly. It appears that I am. My memories are foggy, but I can remember my time as I took in the surroundings while bound to the true Longinus. Careful, I said as he attempted to draw upon power. I can barely hold you together in this form as is. If you attempt to do any more, I'm afraid my tenuous hold on your existence may unravel. I apologize. I appear to have been getting ahead of myself. I did not think I would be alive once more. He looked down at himself again. I'm afraid that what I did could not be counted as a second life. I am merely staving off the time of death from your existence. Indeed. Your control on time is something I've never had the pleasure of experiencing before. I can see that my existence is still fleeting and will disperse with a thought on your end. I am dead, I died and I am still dead. A remnant of my previous self that could remember a time when I was alive. A mere dying will. The body he appeared in smiled happily. Did I take this form because the idea of this look was so ingrained on those who worshipped me? He muttered to himself. You allowed me this gift, I am forever grateful for this. Gift? I mused. It's nothing worth noting. I was just curious about the one who brought you to my world. He shook his head with a smile. I died. But now I have lived after my supposed death, the concept of existing beyond my death is now attached to this piece of me even if only for a brief moment and through a trick on time. Thanks to you, I may be able to use this as a catalyst for my rebirth if the correct conditions are met. You have given me a small bit of hope to see my children again. A fascinating idea. I understood his words well enough. I wish to converse with you, if you don't mind. I have not experienced something new in quite some time. I let out a small chuckle at my own joke. I would be delighted to exchange knowledge. He replied without hesitation. But I do have a question. And please forgive me manners, but I never asked your name. Oh yes, I have forgotten such things as most know of my existence in this universe. Dealing with an outsider, the idea had never crossed my name before this moment. I go by many names, but I believe Akatosh is the one most spoken of by mortals in this era. Akatosh. Your name will forever be ingrained in my mind. The divine being spoke. As you have said, I also have been given many names over my existence. but I believe my most popular one is Yahweh. Amakusa POV, Campioni. Elders, per your summons, I present myself to you. I bowed towards the four shrouded figures who stood at the top of the history compilation committee. Amakusa Toma. The first elder spoke. As the others, his form was shrouded, only a number depicting his difference from the others. Report. Yes, elder. I stood up straighter. As per my orders. I attempted to retrieve the Gorgonian that was revealed through our high Micus after it left the Lord Campioni's hands. It was an abrupt mission, so certain information was unavailable at time of deployment. Understandable. You worked well with what little you had been provided. The second elder praised. We aren't here to speak ill of your actions. We just wish to hear everything in your own words. Please continue. Yes, elder. I bowed again, thankful that this was not a disciplinary hearing. I made contact with the individual who acquired it and he refused to hand it over. It was during our negotiations that Athena appeared. As I have been informed now, she was under the status of a divine ancestor, which we were ignorant of before. The third elder snorted. Only a divine ancestor. As if we could do much to her to being with. Third, don't interrupt. The fourth said lightly. We asked for his words, not your opinions on the matter. Again, please continue, young Toma. I bowed once more. It was one of the companions to the one who held the Gorgonian that engaged Athena in battle. She was revealed to be the legendary Scathach from the Ulster cycle. There were whispers between them as they conversed. I held my tongue as I dared not interrupt them. And what have our high Micus said? The first elder asked. They are unable to divine anything about the group. We are working under the assumption that they are able to block all attempts at gathering their information. I explained. Yes, that makes sense. Scathach is a powerful witch in her legends, it wouldn't be far-fetched to assume she can block such things. The first nodded. But even so, we have no knowledge of a new heretic god descending. Even if she hid herself, her presence should have alerted everyone when she came to the mortal world. That, I cannot answer, elder. I replied hesitantly. I can only make some uneducated guesses that perhaps she has sealed herself away here some centuries ago and only recently awoken. Not an impossible explanation. The fourth muttered. But nearly just as impossible. The third dismissed outright. What was the outcome of the fight, beyond the obvious? Scathach defeated Athena without any noticeable wounds to herself. According to her own words, when politely asked. She is quoted as saying, I cleared my throat. The little loss ran away after suffering my spear. If she lives, call it a miracle. Legends state that her spear is cursed. This could line up with what she said. The second spoke up. Do we have any proof that this is indeed Scathach? Nothing beyond her own words. And at this point, elder, I am inclined to believe her. Why would someone capable of defeating a divine ancestor so easily lie about their name? I offered. A valid point. The second elder accepted. Shall we move on to the others? There were grunts of acknowledgement, so I continued on. The next person I wish to bring up is the other woman that accompanied the newest eighth king. She called herself Minamoto no Reiku. Again there were murmurs around the room as they all whispered and discussed this amongst themselves. Any evidence for her claims? The first asked. None, elder. But with her attending to the new king and being with Scathach, I hesitate to dismiss her as well. Agreed. Take her words as fact. The fourth stated. Even if it's a lie, it's not a good idea to anger the new king. Your report says that she was approachable and willing to negotiate. Do you think she will be amenable to working with our organization? The second elder asked. If asked for assistance, she seemed like the type of person to lend aid. Knowing her identity now, legend reveals her as one that protect the common people. So I would assume she to be a hero of the masses if disaster struck. I gave my opinion once more. Good, good. The third elder nodded. See if we can approach her when she reappeared, but don't anger the others around her. Especially the new king, their relationship doesn't seem simple. That's one way to put it. They didn't see the way she looked at him and him at her. That was clearly the relationship between a man and woman. Not that I could blame him, she was certainly a beautiful woman. Both of them were. Well then. Let us move on to the main focus of this meeting. The fourth elder spoke. The eighth king, born on our land. I took that as my K. Yes, we have compiled some information thus far. Wilhelm Henry Schweinorg. He appears to be mixed race with Japanese being half and we suspect the other to be German. We have discovered that he fought and defeated the god of storms, Susanoo. Yes, I'm pretty sure half the country is aware of that. The third elder said sarcastically. A massive tree appears off the coast of Japan along with storms that defy logic. He snorted. These campioni, always making a damn mess of things. How many other organizations are contacting us on behest of the other kings? What are we supposed to say to them? For once, I agree with third. The fourth elder spoke up. Does he have any idea how much we had to put into making sure the world didn't turn into a mess because of his actions? According to our Heimicus, he somehow summoned the world tree from Norse legends right off the coast of Japan. And now we lost one of our greatest protectors. The third scoffed. Without Lord Susanoo, who's going to stop other heretic gods from making a mess of things here? His mere presence dissuaded the many gods of our country from descending. I have started taking measures since I've learned of what happened. The first elder replied. I set into motion many cultural repair projects focusing on various shrines and older temples for various gods. I have many of my people scouring the more rural parts of the country to make sure any shrines they come across are given proper care. Well done, first. The second replied. It's not a perfect solution, but it should buy us some time. Indeed. This should mitigate some backlash from the more popular deities. We should take a second look at the records regarding any sealed gods on our land and make sure they're still holding. The third replied. It's been a long time, I'm unsure of which seals were being supported by Lord Susanoo. Another good idea. Second gave praise. But we should focus our attention back on the main point of the meeting. Agreed. Fourth nodded. Tell us your opinion on the eighth king, Toma. Yes, elder. I nodded as they stopped their own conversation. He's a confident individual. I would almost call him the opposite of the seventh. He is thoroughly knowledgeable of our world, as evidenced by his battle with Susanoo being a true fight. But he was also acknowledging the issues caused by his actions when I spoke of Lord Susanoo. Interesting, were you able to gain his agreement to our cause? The first asked. Yes, though it was not a partnership. I replied. He agreed to lend a hand while he was around, but he was adamant that he wouldn't be around much. Typical. Why did I expect any different from one of their kind? Skirting responsibilities after causing such a mess. The third elder growled. He didn't leave me without giving something valuable. I spoke up. Oh. The first elder questioned. There was nothing in your report about him leaving you anything, Toma. Yes, elder. I intentionally left it out of my report. He gave me instructions on how to approach Lord Kusanagi Gado and how to acquire his trust and aid in his place. I feared that such information might make it to the wrong ears, and thus wanted to report it directly. Oh. The fourth elder stated. You have good foresight, young man. Indeed. The third elder nodded. A wise course of action. The first elder cleared his throat. I believe Toma here is perfect for approaching the seventh king. He has a good head on his shoulders and has shown to be able to navigate around this sort without causing issues. All in favor? I agree. Same. As do I. They all continued. The first elder spoke up again. Good. Amakusa Toma, you are hereby ordered to approach Kusanagi Gado and attempt to liaison between our organization and him. Use any methods you require to bring him to our side. We need someone to fill the spot of Lord Susanoo. I bowed towards them once more. I will listen to the elder's orders. This would be a difficult assignment, but I felt like I could handle it. I would need to gather a good team and start studying the seventh king and to make sure. Oh, and bring Aina with you. Fuck. Salem POV, RWBY. How dull these past few weeks had been. I was not usually so attentive to the quietness of my castle, yet, after that strange man appeared and then left, it felt so boring and empty. The only amusement I had found in this time was the book he had given me. This, Runecraft, as the title had displayed. The idea of magic interlaced into symbols was nothing new, but this particular method was foreign to me. I stared at myself in front of my mirror. My thoughts drifting slightly, a whimsy I usually don't indulge in. I ran my fingers through my hair, undoing my bindings, allowing it to fall to my shoulders. I reached for a brush and began to properly take care of it, perhaps indulging in the idea of keeping it like this. He did express a liking for it. I paused and tossed my brush to the side, scowling at myself for even harboring such an idiotic sentiment. What am I doing? I muttered as I glanced over myself. Wearing a dress I normally do not wear. One that emphasized my chest and hugged tight my rear. I looked at myself, the red veins that covered my body, the red eyes that looked back at me. The cursed markings that would never fade. I briefly recalled my beautiful blonde hair, and my unblemished skin, devoid of this disgusting curse. I hesitantly reached back for my brush and continued using it to clean up my hair, to make myself presentable. I snorted at the thought of prettying myself up for some man I barely knew. No, this was for my own enjoyment, I was merely feeling nostalgic and wished for a change in looks. Even if I chose to wear some lacy undergarments, it was because I felt the desire to. Setting my brush down, I ran a hand down the seam of my dress and gave my rear a little squeeze to see it bounce. Humph, some things never change, I said with a smug smile. I merely need to distract him the next time he comes around and it will be simple to retrieve the information I desire. He already expressed his inability to look away from my rear. I will be prepared for our next meeting. I pursed my lips remembering the embarrassment he forced upon me through the game we had played. Making me say something so humiliating such as finding him physically attractive just to inflate his own ego. Had it been any other person, I would have eviscerated them for the sheer audacity. Then he blatantly reveals that he has been undressing me with his eyes the entire time. Never had I ever met someone so bold to say that to my face. However, perhaps a compromise could be reached if he revealed what I wished to know. And he also revealed to have in his possession 2 of the relics with the others being known whereabouts. I'm sure I could loosen his lips. It has been a very long time and I am not against the idea, especially since it isn't one of those broken things masquerading as human in this era. The brief insight into magic he revealed was impressive. For someone who appeared so young, he had a thorough understanding of my own spells. Not to mention the show he put on while we displayed our own prowess with the little competition we held. I had not felt that amount of joy in many, many years. Playing around with my magic with someone who could match me. It was a feeling I had all but forgotten in the passing centuries. Yes, and it was only the proverbial tip of the iceberg. After he had left, I used the scroll device to look for information. What a surprise that was to see what transpired. I would admit that his antics brought me laughter. Seeing the ignorant masses not understanding how he ran circles around them using his magic. And then he destroyed one of my sea fei longs with a single, impressive, spell. One that bordered the title of ancient. I can only smile at the thought of Ozma going frantic trying to understand what occurred. As there is no doubt in my mind the old fool will recognize the usage of magic. For once, I'm the one knowing and he will be the one having to search out answers. Should I send a message to taunt him? To reveal that I am acquainted with Wilhelm? Perhaps send something a bit more intimate, such that I have claimed him in more ways than one. I cackled at the thought of Ozma finding out the first true magic user popping up had already been snatched up by me and taken to my bed. The humorous thoughts faded and a scowl returned to my face. It's too good to be true, I said to myself. When had I ever had something good happen to me? A magic user, not one of Ozma's maidens revealing themselves and showing an interest in me. Ridiculous. I pushed such trite thoughts away and refused to entertain them anymore. I had plans and they would not be stopped by some outsider. Speaking of, I believe I had made my minions wait long enough. I made sure my attire was properly fitted one last time and departed. I made my way to the room I usually hosted them outside of my throne room. The table already set up and my minions seated appropriately as I entered. They were silent, in reverence of my presence as I took my seat at the head of the table. One befitting my status over them. My goddess. Tyrion exclaimed. Your beauty shines brighter than the moon reflected in the blood I draw in your name. My most fanatic follower gave me a compliment in his own unique way. Thank you, Tyrion, I said evenly. I chose to ignore his usual ramblings and say just enough to keep him quiet. As competent as he was in his duties, his personality was one I had to force myself to bear with. Cinder, Hazel. I acknowledged their presence. Mistress. Cinder replied with a respectful tone while Hazel gave a grunt. I assumed the mission was a success then. They were not cowering before me, so they were no doubt successful. Yes, mistress. Cinder spoke up, never one for missing an opportunity to stand above the others. Arthur immediately went back to his lab to work on the project after we acquired the necessary components. Good. I nodded, not caring that he didn't appear. I only needed him to create the virus for the CCTV network for our oncoming plan. And the other parts? I spoke to Sienna. Hazel replied. She wasn't budging on our request, and I didn't see a point in pushing further. However, I heard of a certain faction within He White Fang that were more aggressive and might be open to talks. I see. I said evenly. I will give you a chance to seek them out then. A failed mission, but not one of his own faults. And he sought another opportunity. It is an acceptable outcome. Goddess. Tyrion excitedly spoke up. I also killed all the people you told me to. Well done, Tyrion. I nodded towards him. If there is one thing I can rely on him for. The Vale underworld should be softened up then. That means it's your turn to make a move, Cinder. I won't fail you, mistress. She said quickly. But. Yes. Would it not be easier if you used the Grim too? No. I cut her off. I will not be making any overt moves with the Grim in the foreseeable future. I denied. I had made a promise and I will not make myself a liar to him. A situation came up, that is all you need to know. As you wish, mistress. Cinder lowered her head slightly as I sent her a look. Good. Everything was still going according to plan. The only thought left was one that had been refusing to leave me for days now. The anticipation of when he would return refused to leave me alone. It has been a very long time since I've felt excitement and anticipation for something. Vanilana POV, DXD. Oh Graphia, what brings you here? I noticed my daughter-in-law step through the door. I tilt my head at her dress. She wasn't in her normal maid attire, which meant only one thing. Is it your day off? Yes. She replied evenly. And I was wondering if you could. Oh dear, of course. I said without a second thought. By all means, follow me. I offered as we walked through the house. It was a room that was all mine. Not to say that no one was allowed in, but they were respectful of my space. Step into my office. I said with a giggle. Thank you, Vanilana. Graphia said with a smile herself as she pushed the door open. I followed in as she kicked off her shoes and took a seat at the bar I had set up. I couldn't go out, otherwise I'd probably say something I wasn't supposed to. She let out a sigh. Don't worry. I reassured her. I enjoy doing this. I walked behind the counter. I do enjoy putting my degree to use. You're the only devil I know that takes time to get degrees and certifications from the human world. Graphia said with a laugh. Well, I like to keep myself occupied. And I enjoy learning new things. I answered, reaching under the bar and taking out the items for mixing cocktails. I think I would go crazy if I didn't take the time to pursue my hobbies like this. I can't see how you can do your jobs day in and day out with only the occasional day off once a month. She let out a long-winded sigh. I questioned that myself at times like this. Trouble with my son? I questioned, already knowing the answer. This wasn't the first time she's complained to me at my little bar. Nor do I believe it will be the last. As she said, it's difficult for her to go out and enjoy herself with such a high political position. What isn't a problem these days? It seems like every other hour I'm talking him out of doing something stupid. Just yesterday he got it into his head to go over to Kyoto, in person. She threw her arms up. Why would he think that's a good idea after everything that's happened? My son has always been hard-headed. Once he gets an idea in him, it's difficult to talk him out of it. I'm sure it's even worse now that barely any people in the world can tell him no with a reasonable expectation that he can't retaliate. I shook the container in my hand a few times before pouring it into a glass and garnishing with a piece of lemon. Here you go, sweetie. It's something I came up with last month. I pushed it towards her. She took a sip, blinked, then downed it all in a single motion. I take it back. I think it should be mandatory for all devils to get certified on cocktail mixing. I'll take that as a compliment. I said with a smile. I take it you've been successful in keeping my son from doing anything foolish. With great effort. She snorted. Well, I had to distract him a few times by going on my knees. Oh, boys. I rolled my eyes. I swear, they either think with the thing between their legs, or get led around by it. I'm not complaining. Graphia replied with a little smirk. And can I get another? She asked. Coming right up. I turned around, looking at my selection of alcohol to decide what I want to make. How's the talks with the other factions going? Good, relatively speaking. She replied. While it was a political issue that I shouldn't be knowing about, I had certain privileges being the Lucifer's mom. Not that I would break the confidence in what I hear. Time and place for certain things. It's one of the reasons I think he hasn't tried something else again. Good, he knows his priorities. I nodded in agreement. Getting a true peace agreement with the angels and the Grigori would be wonderful. Funnily enough, this whole mess might have accelerated everything. Azazel apparently noticed the movements and reached out. He's usually the one trying to bridge heaven and us together. I commented. I think he wants this peace the most. The Grigori are in a bad position and it's just getting worse. I don't think it'll stay a faction in another century if things continued. Graphia spoke. But in particular, he reached out and asked if there was anything he could help with. He put two and two together and even said he'd reach out to Michael. He is a sly one. I acknowledged. It's sometimes easy to forget that Azazel is older than all of us with how he acts. Maybe he feels responsible since he's the one who started this whole mess. Graphia scoffed. Took my husband to an escort service while they were having talks and got drunk together. I hurriedly finished the next drink and set it down. She was going to need it if she was going down this road. Satan's, if this continues, I don't know if I can keep this up. I love him, but he just keeps pushing me away. She took another sip. The more he hears about Wilhelm, the more he just becomes distant. It's like some weird combination of shame, guilt, and anger. Yes, well, my son will have to come to terms with his decisions and realize he can't control everything around him. I can only say that it might get worse before it gets better. I offered some advice. I'm just venting. She sighed. I don't think it's going to be like me and Zeoticus. I finished. I didn't mean it like that. There's no harm done. I assured her. I still don't understand how Serzex and Rias haven't noticed. She grumbled. I gave a little shrug. They're all busy with their own issues. But Serzex should have noticed by now. Graphia shook her head. How long has it been and he still didn't think it was strange that you both never show affection anymore in public? My son can be rather dense. I said dryly. But I don't fault him. I've said it before, he wishes to view the world through his perfect lens. The idea that his parents fell out of love doesn't fit into that picturesque view. If he figures it out, that's okay, I'll give him a proper talk. If not, he'll probably find out in the future. Oh, have you found a new lover? She asked. I admittedly haven't searched very hard. It's difficult to find someone to fit my tastes and won't try to use it as some kind of political tool. Not to mention I don't want to become a burden to Serzex due to his position. I shook my head. Even if I was upset with him, I loved him dearly and wouldn't jeopardize his position. Vanilana. Graphia looked surprised. How long has it been exactly? I let out a laugh. Since Rias was born. Really, she blinked in surprise. I don't understand how you could go that long without getting laid. Well, I'm a little worried on how Rias would take it as well. I admitted. She's a bit different than us. We lived through wars, and she's been living in the human world for so long, I don't think she'd take it well. Rias has adopted many human sentiments over the years. I wanted to wait a little bit longer until she was more mature to broach the subject. Rias is almost grown. You need to worry about your own happiness and needs. Graphia retorted. It's not rare for devils to fall out of love. Or even divorce in some cases. Zeoticus has his harem, so it's not like he's going to complain. Oh, that man was very supportive. Even if we no longer love each other that way, he'll always be my best friend. He even subtly asked around when we talked about it. Looking for someone I could enjoy my time with. Even more a reason. You have nothing holding you back. Find a young man somewhere and teach him everything yourself. She said with a little smirk. Get myself a little boy toy. I laughed. I don't think anyone in the underworld would be brave enough to be my lover with my son as Lucifer. Another point of difficulty. I can't exactly go around and date. You could always answer some of those summons from some horny kids on the surface. Oh, shush you. I'm not that desperate. I huffed with a little smile. Says the woman on an almost 20-year dry spell. All right. I giggled. Enough with my love life. We're here about you. Maybe I should be the one serving you drinks. She snorted, finishing her latest glass. I didn't have much I wanted to get off my chest. It's just been the same thing the past few weeks and I didn't want to be seen in public like this. Well, I had a thought then. A thought. It's about my grandson. I see. Oh, none of that. I huffed. This needs to get dealt with appropriately. The longer it drags out, the more it's going to cause a mess if it ends up exploding. If you have a method to resolve everything, I'm open to listening. Though her scowl seemed to portray otherwise. I knew she didn't particularly hate my wayward grandson, but it was still a sore spot for her. I was thinking about just sending a letter. Sending a letter? Yes. It's become somewhat public knowledge that Wilhelm and Yasaka are close. So what would be wrong with delivering a letter to Yasaka in a polite and respectful manner? Ask for it to be delivered to Wilhelm, explain myself and request a meeting. That's it. She questioned. Yes. I nodded. No outlandish scheme, no destroying years of political goodwill. No making our allies even angrier with us and potentially making new enemies. No disrupting plans that have been decades in the making. She began to list. Just send a letter. That is my thought, yes. That just might be crazy enough to work. We shared a look and broke out into a fit of giggles. Fair warning, my beta hadn't looked over this chapter, so yeah, mistakes are probably more abundant. And a few perspectives that opening some things that will be happening or did happen. Anyways, if you want to read 7 chapters ahead or support me, visit mypat.rayon.com/AstriaForone. Chapter 224, Chapter 214. Scat-hack, carry me, I put my head on my teacher's shoulder. I'll drag you. She said evenly. It is your fault for working into the late hours of the morning. You had 2 beauties to share a bed with, yet you decided to coop yourself up in your workshop. I let out a yawn. I wanted to test some things with Gramps. And I didn't get any coffee this morning. Truly a crime. Have you settled your new state? Reiku asked, wrapping her arms around me from behind. He has a better control of his power. His new divinity is no longer leaking out like a faucet, but instead it comes out more as small drips. Scathach replied to my servant. Gramps helped me direct some things better and make sure I wasn't just broadcasting my new status everywhere I went. I responded. Especially back home. I don't think the counterforce would appreciate it if I walked around with my full power for the world to feel. Just existing wasn't usually a reason for the counterforce to start purging. Their modus operandi for it is to use as little energy as possible in all its actions. If the counterforce sees that I'm doing nothing across the timeline, it'll most likely leave me alone and deal with other issues. That and the fact that I had a good amount of leeway with my actions due to my usage of the kaleidoscope. If Zelrich could claim to have some administrative privileges, I could be called a moderator. With another yawn, I pointed over in the distance. That should be the plot of land the old man told me to use. We casually walked through the streets of Fuyuki City in the early morning hours. You said a powerful witch lives here. Scathach spoke up. Is this her? My teacher jabbed her thumb to the side. Yup. I nodded. Hey Medea. I waved. She tilted her head. Not the greeting I expect. But good morning. She perched herself atop a nearby building, opting to step off and glide down. Felt some servants nearby and had to investigate. She pulled her hood off. Though I would much rather be in bed with my husband right now. Fiancé. I corrected her. I refuse to acknowledge him as your husband until I see a wedding invitation in my hand. I gave a little grin. You're ridiculous. She snorted, a small smile on her face. I think she was warming up to me. What brings you around, boyo? And some new faces. Scathach. My teacher said simply. Medea. The caster servant replied as they shared a nod, not caring to deal with certain formalities. Reiku. My servant also spoke up. It's nice to meet you. She added with a smile. A pleasure. Medea responded, not usually one for much conversation with strangers. Since I'm already up, what has you up and about in my city? Your city? I questioned. Yes, my city. She puffed up. And you can even tell the brat I said that. Ah, always looking for an opportunity to antagonize Rin. Well, have I told you about my house? She blinked. No, and I am assuming there is a reason you brought it up other than to rub it in my face. I had forgotten she's still living at the temple. They should have a good amount of savings now, unless she spent everything on her clothes. I paused, staring at her. You spend all your money on your clothes, don't you? Gah. She made a weird noise. Oh, of course not. She looked away. Aha. I didn't believe her. Anyways. So, I connected my home to anchor over multiple world lines. I wanted to set it up here in Fuyuki to make it easier. Easier for what? Are you really going to be obtuse? I questioned. Obviously I wanted it to be easier to come and see you and for you to come see us if you want. Besides, Atlanta has probably been anxious about seeing you again too. Besides the obvious situation with Atlanta, I wanted to be better friends with her. I felt like she needed it and I enjoyed her company. She opened her mouth then closed it again. She looked rather lost if I were to be honest. Do what you want. She teleported away. I let out a sigh as I felt her presence disappear. What a pitiful woman. She refuses to be honest with herself. Scathach spoke up. Oh well. I shrugged. Not much I can do except keep doing the same thing I always do. I walked up to the empty lot and stabbed Mirage into the ground. Can you set up some bounded fields? I asked Scathach. It will be no issue. She nodded, going around the perimeter and drew up runic sentences. I let out another yawn as I leaned against Reiku who was still by my side. Is there anything I can help with, Master? Reiku asked. Yes, I have a very important task for you. Yes. I need you to keep being amazing. I gave her a cheeky grin, even if it was a cheesy line. She puffed up with a cute little embarrassed smile. Don't tease your mother. She lightly poked me. Yes, please forget I am here and continue your flirtations. Scathach snorted, walking by as she set up some more runes. If you insist. I replied. You will receive a beating in the future. When you do, I hope you recall this moment. She retorted. Master. Reiku giggled at our banter. I believe she is serious. She is. I am. Both Scathach and I replied at the same time. She enjoys stepping on people. I stated. He enjoys being stepped on. Scat retorted without missing a beat. Oof, still a sharp tongue you have. I clutched my heart. Reiku, my heart is hurt. Will you give me some healing? I looked up at her expectantly. Let your mother kiss it all better, she giggled, pressing her lips to mine. I placed a hand on her cheek, deepening the kiss, enjoying the taste I'd come to associate with her. It's done if you are also finished being foolish. Scat looked at us, crossing her arms with a huff. Teasing Scat was fun. Reluctantly, I had to remove myself from Reika's grasp as I walked over to where my sword was stabbed into the ground. Thankfully I've done this enough times so it won't take too long. I began running the calculations through it. Only having to change a few variables for it all to process. Unfortunately, it becomes a bit longer the more times I do it. The obvious new variables I have to account for. How long will this require? Reiku asked. About an hour or so. I shrugged, reaching out for a patch of earth just outside the bounded fields. I clutched my hand, forcing the ground to rise up and take the form of a bench. May as well get a little comfy as the calculations run their course. I happily plopped myself down. Reika didn't seem perturbed as she took a seat to my left, scooting in and leaned on me. I looked at Scat who looked back, her expression turning into a scowl. I returned it with a warm smile. She huffed again and plopped down to my right without a word. My Scat is too cute. I laughed. You're Scat, am I? She raised an eyebrow. Yup, all mine. I reached over, my hand sliding towards hers. She paused for a moment, but her fingers became interlocked with mine. I suppose I am. She said quietly, trying to force the growing smile on her face back down. I briefly wondered if I should drag this out a little more. To have an excuse to spend time with them, and only them, before realizing the folly in that line of thinking. It's been several days since I've seen my other girls, and I had a responsibility to all of them since they accepted this relationship with me. If there were circumstances that I found myself with only one or two, I felt it my duty to devote a lot of time to make them feel loved during that period. Not that I wouldn't do so in any other situation. But I suppose I didn't want to make it seem like I was prioritizing any one of them over the other. Managing time with each of the girls in my harem was an important task. Not that I saw it as a burden. I just wanted to do my best to make them all as happy as they make me. I know that when we returned, Scat and Reiku would receive less of my time. None of us are children that can't handle some kind of separation at points, and they have their own lives to live. It's just. Maybe I'm overthinking it. I tend to do that a lot. I don't actually have any real experience to draw upon for a situation like this. Maybe I should find someone knowledgeable and ask for tips on how to handle a harem. Regardless, I was content to spend this last bit of time with just the two of them. We all stood and watched intently as the colorful array of colors filled the bounded field and the house started to solidify its existence into the empty lot. Your magic is always interesting to see. Scat commented. I often wonder how it operates and if I could copy it. I tilted my head at that question. While the peculiars of true magic are something that came about during the Age of Men, it's not something entirely divorced from magic of the Age of Gods. It is, however, something incompatible with their entire system of usage. That being said, true magic manipulates certain phenomena that will one day be overcome by humanity's ingenuity. So who's to say she couldn't replicate the effects through her own knowledge and her access to her brand of magic? I'd love to talk shop with you at some point. I said with all sincerity. Perhaps add Jin to the conversation. She's very knowledgeable about her own corner of magic and has only increased her repertoire in our time apart. The artifact spirit you told me about. Scat muttered. Yes, I believe it will be a good way to get acquainted with her. She chose her words with some thought. I couldn't help but smile that she was considering how to bond with my other girls. Jin's going to immediately hug you and call you sister. I deadpanned. The corners of Scat lips quirked up. I do like that forwardness. She admitted. I looked over to Reiku, who appeared a little nervous. It'll be all right. They're all going to love you. I gave her a little nudge, offering her my arm. Reiku made a little noise and grabbed onto me for emotional support. I'm happy, she said. And if they like my son so much, they will no doubt be wonderful people. And it's moments like this that make my heart flutter at her genuine words. I didn't dwell on it for much longer as the house fully solidified, sitting in all its glory right in front of us. Shall we? I gestured. We shall. Scat smiled, walking forward without an ounce of hesitation. I couldn't help but laugh as I followed along, Reiku on my arm still. Passing through the bounded fields, she didn't pause as she grabbed the door and pushed it open. There was a beat of silence before I entered, with Reiku right behind me as everyone looked at each other. Eyes then landed on me. Arttoria, Jin, and even Yasaka were sitting around chatting as we walked in. Will. Jin jumped up and practically dived into my arms. This excitable girl. Jin. I squeezed her tight, earning a little giggle from her as I spun her around. I missed you. Aw, I missed you too. We all did. She smiled brightly, before letting go. I looked at Arttoria, who also got up from her seat. Miss Pendragon. I eyed her. Mr. Schweinorg. She quirked a smile as we stared at one another for a moment. She let out her own giggle, opening her arms up. I quickly snatched her up in my arms. It's been way too long. It's only been a few days. Every moment I'm away from any of you is way too long. I kissed her on the forehead. Jin was correct. I sorely missed your presence these past several days. It's been a trying time running around Skyrim with Rin. She sighed. I wish to tell you of our time apart when everything has settled down. Of course. I brushed the bangs out of her face. I want to know what all of you have been up to. Ooh, I can't wait to show you some of the things I uncovered. Jin happily replied. Oh my, do I also get such a greeting? Yasaka flicked her tails as she stood up and walked towards us. She eyed both my companions that came inside with me. Scathach, it's a pleasure to see you again. I hope this time we can spend some more time chatting. Yasaka. Scathach smiled. Of course, I'll be sure to come around often. I wanted to take a look regardless. Wonderful, I'll make sure that everyone knows to let you go about where you like. She nodded and turned towards my servant. Reiku, it's good to see you as well. Yasaka's tone was very neutral. Reiku seemed to hesitate slightly before answering. Yasaka, I'm happy to see you well. I also wish to speak to you more when you have time. She genuinely smiled. Yasaka blinked, as if caught off guard, but seemed happy at the response she received. Of course. She clapped happily. My, we should make a thing out of it. Perhaps have a bit of girl talk by ourselves, yes. She swept her gaze around the room. Oh, that sounds fun. Jin looked excited at the notion. Indeed. I believe we will have much to discuss when everyone has gathered. Arttoria nodded. Should I be worried? I reached out for her as she let me guide her into my arms. That depends, do you have anything to be worried about? She had a little mischievous smile on her face as her tail wiggled in front of me. Don't worry, my student. I shall keep your more embarrassing stories to myself. Scathach teased. Are you sure? I have a story or two of my own. Jin replied. It appears I've been swayed. Scathach chuckled. Joy. I drawled as Yasaka and I moved away. Though I reached for a fluffy tail, giving it a little stroke. I think she knew how much I adored her tails, as she didn't even bat an eye as I started playing with it. Though we're missing one crucial person. I spoke up, noticing the fluctuations at the perimeter of my house. The steps that the person took, and how all eyes turned to her as she crossed the threshold. Yasaka's fluffy tail slipped out of my hand as I stared at her, a longing flashed across my face. Meridia. I greeted her, taking a few steps forward. Wilhelm. She replied, almost emotionlessly as she eyed the people she didn't recognize. There are many new faces. She stated. Yup, an introduction are important, but first. I quickly swept her up. So suddenly. She squeaked out, breaking that emotionless mask. P put me down, everyone is looking. She muttered under her breath, cheeks flushing. Can't help it. I laughed. Your reactions are too cute. She huffed. You are ruining my image for these new women. Well, if you want me to stop, I don't mind. I quickly let go. I just thought you missed me as much as I missed you. I feigned sadness. You. She huffed again. Your teasing is ruthless. She turned her tone down to a whisper. I did miss you. Her head turned to the side, not making eye contact. You make me count the days until our reunion every time you leave. She scowled. There, are you happy? Her face betrayed the anger she was expressing. I'm always happy when you're here with me. I reached for her hand and gave it a squeeze. The goddess tried her best to hide her embarrassment but failed in such a cute way. I hope you're pleased with yourself. You have destroyed any chance I had at presenting myself with any kind of dignity. She snorted, but refused to let me go. She turned towards the people she recognized. Jin, Arttoria. She gave them a polite acknowledgement, even if they probably saw each other not very long ago. Her gaze turned towards my other girls that she had yet to properly meet. I am Meridia. I suppose you can think of me as a goddess in your own terms. It was their first meeting. The first time I had all my girls in a single room since they all became a part of my harem. For the first time, I had no responsibilities in the immediate future and I had all of them together. This was certainly one of the best days of my life. Getting back into DxD first up was all his harem finally meeting. So, early chapter woo. Had some free time at work so I managed to get a good chunk of the chapter out with some notes on how to finish. Anyways, if you want to read 7 chapters ahead or support me, visit mypat.rayon.com/AsteriaForone. We have a Discord, JBWKDNDT7F. Chapter 225, Chapter 215. Alright, this one is for Scat. I used telekinesis to float a cup of coffee over to her. Meridia, Yasaka, Reiku. I floated them over as well. So this is coffee. Scat seemed to savor the taste. I enjoy it. There are also many things you can add to alter the taste as well. I spoke up. I shall experiment with this beverage at a later time. She nodded happily, going back to her chat with Meridia. Honestly, I thought they would butt heads, which they kind of did initially, but they seemed to have found some common ground. Scat was telling of her time in the Land of Shadows while Meridia listened aptly. Reika seemed to have hit it off with Yasaka on the second go-around, swapping stories from each of their times in their respective Kyoto. I was surprised by how much Reika was opening up, as she usually didn't like to talk about her past. And tea for Jin and Arttoria. I floated them over to my last 2 girls who were also having an animated conversation. Thanks. Jin winked at me. Thank you, Wilhelm. Arttoria smiled. Arttoria wasn't really into bitter things, and Jin's preferences seemed to change with her mood. Well, I'm glad that some people appreciate my effort. I very obviously looked over at the other 4 who practically ignored me. Though I wasn't truly upset, I was very happy they were all getting along. I would appreciate you more if you retrieved me a second. Scat shook her cup. Oh, I have another around here. I started patting my pockets, as if looking all around. Somewhere. Oh, here we are. I reached into my pocket and took my hand out a moment later with my middle finger extended. Oh no, where did this come from? I flipped her off. Scat just snorted, holding back a small laugh. Gods, I love that woman. I kinda didn't want to interfere that much and just let them keep going. So I turned towards Arttoria and Jin, who were sharing a little laugh to the side. They noticed me as I snuck up and wrapped Arttoria up from behind, resting my chin on her head. She was definitely the shortest of my girls, though it in no ways detracted from her beauty. Am I interrupting? I asked. We were just speaking about, Arttoria began to talk, but Jin cut off her. No. She quickly interrupted. I wanna show him everything myself. Interesting. Regardless, I always enjoy spending time with her, and she apparently wanted to show me something she'd been working on. My apologies. Arttoria nodded with a smile, tilting her head up to see at me. Do you require our assistance with something? She asked as her hands grabbed at mine, though she didn't pull me away but instead rested hers atop. Well, it's more something I want to speak with you about, I replied. But before that, how have you been? And is Rin around? I haven't seen her in a while too. I have been very well, Arttoria stated. We had been exploring Skyrim's wilderness and diving into some very bleak catacombs, but that has its own excitement. I am however glad to be taking a break from such adventures. As for Rin, she relayed the words, I'm going to sleep for the next 10 years, don't wake me up, before collapsing on her bed. Dungeon diving is fun, lots of loot to take. Yes, I believe that is what drives Rin to continue this endeavor, Arttoria said dryly. Though we have yet to find the bow we had been searching for. She cast a glance at Jin. Oh fine, I'll give some spoilers. I found something interesting, and I want to show you when you had time. Jin huffed. I would love to see what you've been working on. And how have you been, Jin? No one been bullying you at the college, have they? I questioned. Jin let out a giggle. The Archmage made sure everyone treats me well. And an angry orc is apparently also a good deterrent for most people. Oh yeah, the librarian was pretty intimidating. Though Enkano did approach me, demanding answers to certain questions and tried to intimidate me with his status. She snorted. I paused, remembering that arrogant ass. I guess he's tired of living. Oh, stop being so dramatic. Jin laughed. He was annoying but didn't do anything else. I told him off and Urag kicked him out of the library, permanently. Alright. I accepted her little hint to not overreact. If he just wants to skulk around and play at being important, it doesn't matter to me. Though if he touches one of my girls, not even his gods will be able to protect him. That reminds me. Rin and I did encounter a contingent of those Thalmor on our adventure. Arttoria interjected. They tried to act as if it were a chance encounter, but I could see through their deceptions. They were interested in both Rin and I and tried to seek some answers regarding you. I know you can handle yourself fine. but as your boyfriend, I feel I'm obligated to ask. Need a hand to deal with anything? She smiled brightly. I appreciate your sentiment and intent. And I am happy you acknowledge I can handle the situation. I feel as though it has not spiraled into something messy just yet, and I shall be on guard for now, so there is no need. I know I'm defensive of what's close to me. I just don't want to overstep and make them feel like I'm smothering them. And Arttoria is good at talking about things she dislikes and what she wants, even if certain romantic nuances are new to her. Communication is key. Besides, Meridia is also watching over them, and I trusted her absolutely. Speaking of, it's been way too long since I've seen those amazing legs of her. Almost as if reading my mind, Meridia looked over and quirked an eyebrow. I grinned at her and mouthed something back. She flushed. All right, stop getting distracted. I suppose I don't need to say it, but I'm always here, for anything. Both of you, even if you want to just talk about the inanest of things, I'm always happy to hear from you. I spoke to both Jin and Arttoria. They shared a look before smiling. We know, and we appreciate it. Jin walked forward, wrapping up Arttoria from the front. Arttoria looked a little flustered, but in a good way. There is no need to worry, Wilhelm. We are aware that you have your own responsibilities and your own matters that take you far away. Just as we have things to focus our attention on. Good. I nodded. I just want to make sure I talk about stuff like this more and don't make assumptions. Managing a harem is looking to be a bit more daunting now that I had all 6 of my girls in one room. You are doing a fine job. Arttoria replied. Now, speak what you wish to truly talk about. We have danced around the matter long enough. Fine. I sighed. They always seemed to know when I had something heavier to talk about. I suppose we should talk about the elephant, or rather, small dragon that popped up recently. She realized what I was speaking of immediately. Yes, Mordred. If you want to go somewhere private. Jin offered. No. Arttoria said firmly. I do not wish to hide anything from those who will be part of my life, even if I have yet to truly connect with some. It seemed that the others were looking over now. I have to handle this appropriately, and I refuse to put this off any longer. She's the one who wanted Mordred to become a more permanent mainstay when I called her up during the Grail War. I'm proud of you. I whispered. It was an honest sentiment, her confronting something that had no doubt been carried in her heart for a long time now. It was just one of the many things I admired about her. Do you have a way you want to handle this? I've spent some time with Mordred and her temperament seems to have evened out. To be honest, I have a good impression of her. And I enjoyed teasing her very much. I do not. She furrowed her brow. Do you have any suggestions? Well, she seems to share your ridiculous appetite. Maybe we can fill her up first, fatten her up so to speak. I grinned. I do not have a ridiculous appetite. She went red pretty quick. I eat just enough to fill myself up. She huffed cutely. Well, some of her tension seemed to evaporate. You're overthinking it. I said plainly. Take it from someone who overthinks things constantly. Just ask to meet up and have a proper talk. You don't need to find closure or anything immediately. Just talk to her. Is it really that simple? She asked quietly. It can be if you wanted to. I replied. I can promise you one thing. As much as you're stressing over it right now, she will be just as much. Especially since both of them actually want this in some way. Honestly, I think that made her feel a little better. Will you go with me? She grabbed my hand. Of course. I said without hesitation. I would always be any kind of support she needed. I doubted I would be involved in their intimate conversation, but just being nearby would probably give her a confidence boost. Would you like Rin to come as well? Yes. She nodded. I know for a fact that Rin wouldn't hesitate to agree, so I didn't really feel bad about sort of volunteering her for this. No rush. This was a very important matter to her and Mordred both. It would do neither any good if they just rushed into it. Let's just sit down and figure out how you want everything to go, yeah. Yes, I would like that very much. Well, I wanted to talk to Mordred anyways. I can ask her what she's been up to and pass on any message you want. I greatly appreciate your help, Wilhelm. She made sure to express her gratitude. Of course. I gave her a smile. With that, I slowly separated from her. I would give her a little bit to settle her thoughts before bringing it up again in conversation. Instead, I walked over to my foxy mistress. Before I could even reach out, a fluffy tail rose up to greet me. Wilhelm, you didn't forget about me until now, did you? Yasaka turned to look at me with a smirk. Or are you here to play with my tail some more? Her fluffy appendage waved in front of my face. Well, I can't deny that I adore your tails. I reached out for it, something I tended to do whenever we're together. But I think she enjoys the attention. But I also wanted your company. Master. Reiku smiled. You seem much more relaxed since we came here. I am. I blinked. I suppose I am. I nodded at her statement. Well, seeing all my girls together, how could I not be? Am I getting counted among them then? Yasaka questioned. Do you even have to ask at this point? I chuckled. Oh my, it seems this poor old fox has been claimed. She feigned indignance. I'm pretty sure Kunu claimed me first, so it's only fair. You make a good point. She laughed. And you will hear no complaints from me. My fluffy tails. It's strange. I don't have any particular objective in the immediate future as I focused on preparing for Scat Hack's revival, and now that I finished that, I find myself with quite a bit of free time. Granted, I hadn't stressed over it and gathered some things on the side. But it had always in my sight and something I was building towards. Obviously I have some very important things to do much further down the line. But nothing that demanded my attention right now. So you find yourself without anything to do? Yasaka asked. From what I've heard so far, it must be a strange feeling indeed. All this time we've been together, we've been moving from place to place. I believe it will be beneficial for you to settle down for a little bit. Reiku stated. You're right. I agreed. I should settle down. I do have some things I want to take care of to keep myself occupied and such. I ran my fingers through Yasaka's fur. It's indeed strange, but I don't mind too much. Obviously I wanted to spend time with you all. That's something of a priority on my list. But Kunu as well, I want to take her out, do some dad things and truly spend time with her and bond. I would like that very much. Yasaka's expression turned very gentle. Kunu needs some time with her daddy. She smiled softly. And I would love to spend time with my man. She settled on, perhaps finding a term that felt right to her. And I was going to see Izzy soon too. I feel like it's been way too long and she's a good friend. Oh dear, how long has it been? Yasaka questioned. I don't think it's been that long since she got back. I heard some murmurs about death gods and a vacation or something, so I think she should be back by now. I am still unsure about you meeting her, Master. Reiku stated. You don't need to worry. Yasaka tried to reassure her. Izanami has been nothing short of wonderful in the time I've known her. My Kunu adores her as well. I see, perhaps I am just biased due to my own circumstances. Reiku relented. I've heard quite a few things about your world. I can't blame you for thinking that way. But you should meet her and get to know her. Yasaka responded. Izzy would love more friends. I added. I suppose I should meet her. Be prepared for when she becomes more than that. Reiku hummed. What? I questioned. That's a good point. Yasaka nodded. We're just friends. I huffed. I believe you, Master. She smiled innocently. I sighed, knowing this wasn't a fight I would win. We were only friends, why did no one believe me? I mean, she's beautiful, yes. And we share many hobbies, and generally have a lot of fun together. But, she hasn't expressed any kind of feelings like that towards me. And I haven't really flirted with her or anything. Whatever. Anyways. I changed the subject. How have the little group of misfits been? I distinctly noticed that the city isn't on fire. I'm guessing that's a good sign. Yasaka let out a laugh. You say misfits, is Kunu added to that? You tell me. Yasaka snorted in response. Our little Kunu is getting more and more mischievous. And it's only going to get worse as she gets to that age. She tried to get me to let her skip classes today so she could come with me. Isn't it normal for kids to look for any excuse to skip school? Yes, but normal children aren't yokai who can cast certain spells in an attempt to get out of it. Oh geez, what did she do this time? I'll let her tell you. She said dryly. Maybe hearing her daddy give her a talking to might make her settle down. Though, I am happy she's been more expressive lately. I'm hoping it evens out soon once she realizing you are a mainstay in our lives. I could understand. Kunu didn't have a real father before, so it's sort of a switch in dynamic for the younger girl and she's acting out in this way in response. It's not necessarily bad, but it should be something we talk to her about. It makes me really happy that you're talking to me about parenting problems, even if I have no idea what I'm doing here. I smiled. Oh honey, you make it sound like any parent knows what they're doing. She reached for my hand, taking it in hers. Right, Reiku. Fufu, of course. With my Kentoki I, to this day, didn't know what I was doing and just tried my best to raise him appropriately. Reiku agreed. And you are her parent now. You accepted that role, and you accepted both of us just as we have you. She playfully poked me in the chest. So, I expect you to behave as such, mister. That means helping me reign in our little hellion. And believe me, that will be a trial in and of itself. I look forward to everything that entails. I took her hand and squeezed it. She softened her expression again. I really did luck out with you, didn't I? That genuine smile on her face was one I always loved to see. But I got a little off topic. Mordred hasn't been doing much, I haven't gotten any real reports. They're just enjoying my city from what I've seen. Achilles and Atlanta have taken a job to hunt down some vampires causing issues in the human Kyoto. We had some reports about several dozen humans drained of their blood and such. And the serial killer hasn't caused any issues yet. Well, it seems like everything is going well. About as well as can be. She nodded. We're still dealing with the after effects of the attack, but we're going to feel this for several more years before it's done. Do you require any aid? I may not be much help, but I am adept with my sword. Reiku offered in a show of concern. I wouldn't say no to any help. Gods above, we're seeing an abnormal number of strays from dozens of different species and factions, and they're all causing trouble. Yasaka let out a sigh. And our resources are not very good right now. So it's difficult to pay for outside assistance in dealing with these things since my own people are already running ragged. Hey. I squeezed her hand again. It's not just Reiku. Tell me what you need and I'll do it. I can get a hold of many things, even the most mundane, in large quantities if needed. Or if you want me to bring my sword to bear against someone. I want to alleviate some of your burden. You're sweet. She smiled brightly. Both of you. She turned towards Reiku. Give me a couple days, let me see what's the biggest priority and I'll figure something out. I heard the last bit of the conversation. Scathach stepped over. My spear will be available if you require aid, as well. Scathach offered. I'm pretty good at magic. Jin spoke up. I can also help move things back and forth if you need anything. Rin and I were taking a break from exploring the wilderness. I can offer whatever aid I'm able. I have my pride as a knight, do not hesitate to call upon me. Arttoria joined in. I do not believe it is wise for me to show myself in any blatant manner. But, I can call upon my followers if it's merely resources you require. Meridia spoke up in a rare show of concern. Both her and Scathach seemed to be really trying to build bridges here. You all. Yasaka looked like she was about to burst into tears. Thank you, it's been hard dealing with all these messes. I didn't realize how hard she's had it since then, I needed to be more attentive in the future. Well, I have something to work towards now. Help Arttoria and Mordred figure things out. Go visit Izzy in the next few days, and help Yasaka clean up the messes from the attack. Shall we speak of the changes our shared interest has gone through, now? Meridia spoke up. Pardon. Do you think you could hide the changes to your existence from me? She put her hands on her hips. You are very different and have things you shouldn't have. Now you will speak. Why do you possess divinity? And keep in mind that I am able to retrieve such information easily. She pointed towards the piece of fabric binding my hair. And I recalled that she did something to it so she could see what I've been up to. I believe that is a wonderful idea. Arttoria turned to look at me with a blank expression. Divinity. Yasaka also stared at me intently. How could you possibly obtain divinity? I don't understand either. Jin muttered. What could have happened for such a thing to happen? Yes, Wilhelm. Please regale us with the tale of how you acquired this. Meridia snorted. It's a funny story actually. And I completely forgot I had to explain how I decided to fight a god to my significant others. Do speak, I will fact-check for them. Scathach looked all too amused. It's not good to lie, master. Reika seemed to join in as well. I blame Zelrich. No. Try again. Meridia immediately denied. Crap, that usually works. Taking the intro a little bit slow for now, but things will begin picking up. And I feel like I need to clarify, because too many people asked about this. On the interlude, when Akatosh took the spear, people kept saying I need to fix it because Wilhelm had the spear. Did y'all miss the fact that Akatosh is the god of time? I literally wrote about him messing with the timeline like right before he retrieved it. Anyways, if you want to read 7 chapters ahead or support me, visit mypat.rayon.com/astriaforone. Chapter 226, Chapter 216. A silence fell across the room as I finished my story. Yasaka was the newest one here in knowing what I got up to, crossing world lines and all that. I think she was also the most surprised or horrified at what happened. To her, Susanoo was a nearly untouchable existence, and even one she peripherally worshipped, what with being a Miko for Amaterasu. Please don't kill the Susanoo here. My fluffy fox finally spoke up. I don't have plans to. I reassured her. Good. She nodded, still with a blank face. And you can have fun explaining everything to Izanami. Yeah. I sighed. Accept the consequences to your actions. Arttoria said evenly. I will not get upset with you for doing such things. But I will not allow you to skirt your responsibilities. As Meridia stated, your existence changed, and it will be difficult to hide that from her, so you best prepare appropriately. I had no plans to. I was actually going to fully talk to her about everything. I stated. I am pleased. Arttoria smiled. It's difficult to find time between my responsibilities to go and see her again. I would not mind her coming here when she desired as well. You're acquainted with her as well? Reiku asked. Indeed. Our first meeting was not quite ideal. But I would call her a friend at this point. Arttoria explained. I can understand your skepticism, but I support Yasaka and Will's opinions in this matter. It would not be fair to judge her based on our home world's depictions. I understand. I suppose I do have some bias. Reiku acknowledged her own sentiments. I am upset that you took the risk. Meridia still looked annoyed with me. But I am also happy that you can further protect yourself. She crossed her arms with a little glare. I am conflicted. I wish you would first consult with me, us on such things beforehand. But I can also understand that it was not possible to do so in your situation. Scathach seemed to keep quiet, allowing the others to express their thoughts on the matter. I don't want to see you get hurt. Jin said quietly. It doesn't sound like he was as strong as the gods I'm familiar with, but please be careful. Are your gods strong, lass? Scathach perked up with a bit of interest. It was funny that Jin still sort of accepted the role of the younger one even when she was probably the second oldest here. Jin nodded. Using the terms of this world, I think you could say they would be in the top 10. Though that's just my speculations, I couldn't even really gauge their strength. They were my creators and I didn't even harbor any kind of motivations like that back then. But I do recall the scene of the god of darkness sundering the moon on a whim. Yeah, that's something to think about. Though, the moon on Remnant looked a tad smaller than what I was used to. Impressive. Scathach acknowledged. I do not understand these kinds of rankings. How are they even measured? Meridia scoffed at the notion. Not everyone can smack stars out of the sky when they're at their best. I pointed out. So it's easier to look at certain beings and gauge their power. Well, the corners of her lips curled up at my offhand compliment. She seemed happy that I wasn't putting her in the same category as these gods. Kind of amusing that she's so much stronger than them, yet at the same time, so much more restricted. This her that was here right now, it probably wouldn't be able to fight any of the top 10 strongest in this world without being dispersed. But this was just a small part of her, so it wasn't a fair assessment to make. The real her would slap around the top 10 without any real issue. The pride of the strong, I suppose. That's both a scary and comforting thought. Yasaka said dryly. Knowing that she's so strong. Yup, and she's my woman. I said with clear pride. Meridia let out a huff. You have no shame. She pursed her lips, trying to hide that little flush that seemed to always creep up. Teasing her is always fun. You should solve any issues with Izanami soon. Yasaka spoke up again. If nothing else, it would be wise to have her on your side in the event that one of the other Shinto gods discovers your existence. I don't wish to see the consequences if Lady Amaterasu sees you walking around. Would she be able to deduce anything about him? Arttoria tilted her head with the question. Most likely. Scathach spoke up. Divinity is something that is rather unique to feel. It's difficult for those who have not encountered it before to sense, but once you get accustomed to it, it becomes rather noticeable to your senses. It's as she says. Reiku also added. I was born with my divinity, and I could tell those at a glance who also possessed a certain amount of it. It's possible to hide such things, but if the one looking is a god, it's unlikely for divinity to remain hidden if they truly wish to inspect you. I'm still getting a hang of mine. I scratched my head. It's a different power than I'm used to. The best I can do at the moment is suppress it so it's not broadcasting everything for the world to see. If a god glanced at me, I don't think they'd immediately notice, but if they stopped for a second look it would be easily given away. A passing glance may not raise any suspicious, someone actually looking at me intently, yeah, I don't think I could hide it. My patron would be sensitive to your origin. Yasaka bit her lip. I could leave if it's inconvenient for you. I don't want to. Absolutely not. Yasaka cut me off. I refuse your suggestion. You are someone important to me and I won't allow some self-imposed exile for something that may not even occur. Almost to accentuate her point, her tail found itself wrapped around me once more. Don't take my concerns to heart. I'm stressing over the worst-case scenario and I don't believe anything would truly happen. I haven't even spoken to Lady Amaterasu in years, so we need not worry. Her tone didn't really leave any room for argument. I put my arms up in surrender. All right, I won't bring it up again. It's good that you understand. She nodded happily. Regardless, you should speak with Izanami as I have said. I will, don't worry. Even without this whole mess. I wanted to catch up, she's someone I care about too. I actually have several friends I wanted to visit since I wasn't working on anything in particular for the foreseeable future. But I digress, is there anything you need immediately done to alleviate some pressure? I should pop over to Remnant soon, see if some of the heat had died down. I'd admit to wanting to see Salem again, but I also wanted to see Milsha and Pyrrha as well, among a few others I had a good impression of. Maybe Jin would like to visit her home as well. Though it may be something of a sore spot for her, so I shouldn't just assume. I trust you to handle everything well. Yasaka smiled. As for things I need done as soon as possible, I do have a few things. Spending time with everyone had been nice. I don't know how hard it would be to get all my girls together at once in the future would be, so I had taken the opportunity to enjoy it while it lasted. It was great that everyone seemed to get along. While I didn't expect everyone to become best friends, my hope is that there wasn't any unnecessary drama between them. But they're all grown women, I don't think they would start anything petty and or let any kind of negativity simmer. Kind of funny to think how I'm the youngest one out of all of them. Yasaka was elated at the offers of help. And I felt like absolute crap at not realizing earlier how many problems she was dealing with. Everyone sort of went about their own business and separated. Scathach had dragged off Reiku to go have a chat with a mountain god that was causing issues around a few important mines. According to Yasaka, it was kicking up a huge fuss and even causing the mundane people to start asking questions. Something that could cause disturbances and possibly reveal things the greater supernatural world didn't want revealed. That took a very high priority, as many other factions would get upset if they had to step in to conceal things on a large scale. Meridia of course went back to her world. Though she was apparently muttering about gathering some supplies and having it delivered. I knew she couldn't stay long, so I was happy for any time she took to come and spend with us. Raw resources were probably at a premium for the yokai at the moment. Even just mundane stuff to start rebuilding all their damaged city. It would take a couple days to truly know what was needed as Yasaka gathered everything together. She had only been working within the idea that she had to try and gather what she could while not bankrupting the faction. Knowing she could acquire things from different sources and such, it would take a little time to redo her plans. I couldn't even begin to describe how complicated the process of running a faction this large was. Hell, I thought lending a hand to the Igmalenia faction was going to be a pain in the ass in the long run. But she was keeping together this many forces under her heel and making sure it didn't implode on itself while sustaining everything. Jin went back to Skyrim to do something or other. She was a bit vague on the details and I didn't want to pry, as I thought she was doing something in secret to show me. Arttoria of course accompanied her as she felt it her duty to. Skyrim was a bit dangerous right now, and I guess I'm not the only one to worry. And just like that, I'm all alone again. But I at least had something to do. Walking through the streets of Kyoto was peaceful. Even though it was early in the morning still, people were up and about. Now that I think about it, I guess many yokai would be nocturnal. An interesting thought that I wanted to ask Yasaka about in the future. It didn't take long for me to come up on my desired destination. Walking up to the door, I knocked on it. I heard stomping, and some mild shouting as a familiar blonde opened up to greet me. "Oh, it's you. What? Hey there, Emo-chan." I greeted. She slammed the door in my face. I knocked again. She opened with a scowl. "Hey there, Emo. I will cut you," she threatened. "Modred. Death it is." She summoned her sword. "Oh, stop being so melodramatic." I rolled my eyes with a grin. "How have you been, my dear son?" She let out a long sigh, dismissing her sword. I learned with the flowery bastard not to react. He wanted a reaction, the best thing to do is to ignore it. "Something wrong?" I asked. "You seem to be in bad mood." I enjoy teasing Mordred, but not when she's actually feeling like shit. "It's nothin'." She snorted. "What do you want?" "Just wanted to check up on you. If you're not willing, I'll get out of your hair." I didn't want to talk about the heavy stuffy if she was upset about anything. "I didn't say you weren't welcomed." She huffed. I couldn't help but smile. "Your master around?" "He's sleeping off a hangover, we went drinking last night," she stated. "They got surprisingly good booze here, but the old necromancer's a lightweight." She flashed a grin. "Well, you are a servant. I'm mostly guessing you just drank him under the table. Wanna get breakfast then?" She perked up immediately, almost the same exact reaction that Arttoria had. "Shit, if you're paying." Of course. I nodded. Fuck yes. She did a little fist pump. The food in this place is great. I think she meant this era opposed to specifically here. There was something pleasant about the genuineness behind everything Mordred did or said. Granted, she tried to hide her actual feelings sometimes, but if she's pissed off, she lets you know. If she's excited about something, it's plainly obvious. Wanted to talk to you about some things too. I stated. Yeah, what? She slipped on that red jacket I saw her wearing previously before closing the door behind her and walking down the street with me. I ain't causing any issues. No, it's nothing like that. I waved off her concerns. I just got back from seeing Arttoria. There was a strange look that flashed across her face before she settled down. How's father? Artoria's doing well. She just met Scathach and Reika for the first time, and it looks like they're getting along. Mordred let out a snort. Surprised the cow didn't do anything. Her mad enhancement is gone, so it shouldn't be an issue anything. I chose to ignore what she called Reiku. Honestly, it didn't really feel as insulting as it seemed on the surface. But I digress. Arttoria is around now, back from the world she was in and is taking a little break. I spoke to her about you and she's on board for meeting up when it's convenient. Really? Father wants to see me. She asked quietly. Ah, she was still having doubts. Yup. I nodded. There's still some stuff going on, but I guess you can expect to hear from her sometime soonish. While I wouldn't get in between them while they tried to settle the issues they had, I felt like it was okay for me to do this much. I always worried about overstepping certain boundaries, but I was just making sure Mordred was kept abreast of the situation. Thanks. She mumbled. For everything, letting me come here and helping with father. It's entirely likely that Arttoria and I will take the next step in our relationship at some point down the road. I glanced at her. So to say your family, it wouldn't be wrong. I do want to get along with you, Mordred. And I want to make sure you're happy just as Arttoria is. Well, I don't think she knew how to react to what I just said. She looked surprised and unsure of herself, which was a little amusing to see. Thanks. She managed to whisper before ducking her head. The rest of the walk was in pleasant silence. Been dealing with some personal stuff all day, so chapter was delayed. Entirely possible this extends into tomorrow and I won't get the chance to write anything. Anyways, if you want to read 7 chapters ahead or support me, visit my pat.rayon.com/astriaforone. Chapter 227, Chapter 217. Wilhelm. Yasaka perked up, looking at me from behind her desk. There were stacks of paper all about in an almost comical way as she went through documents and reports. It was the first time I'd been in her office. I was going to ask if you were busy. Did the stacks of paper tip you off? She snorted with a laugh, almost deprecating in nature. She let out a sigh, setting her pen down. This is actually a good day. Really, this is a good day. I blinked in surprise as I took a seat. At least I don't have to deal with a court setting today. She waved it off. I'd much rather deal with them complaining on official documents than hear whining in person. I swear, it's like they don't realize everyone had been hit hard in the attack. She groaned, laying her head on the desk. Something happened? She asked, her head still laid down as she stared at me. No, why? I didn't expect you to come by and see me so soon. Maybe when I went to go pick up Kunu from school. She replied, lifting her head up and propped it up with her arm. Not that I'm complaining. She finished with a smile. There's no issue, I just wanted to see you. I returned the smile. I did see Mordred and we had breakfast together. It was nice. That's sweet. Yasaka cooed. I hope Arttoria and her can settle everything. Did she talk to you? Yes, we spoke a bit. She told me of her origins. Though, I had suspected as much with all the clues I had been given as well as what you get up to. She shook her head with a laugh. First Minamoto no Reiku, and now Arthur Pendragon. Is it strange that your world's version of these figures are female, or is it my world strange that they're male? Huh, I never thought of it that way. I shrugged, not dwelling on it too much. History recorded them as male in our world as well, so probably my world. I laugh. Besides, you forgot to mention Mordred. That doesn't count. Mordred apparently likes male pronouns, so it's not weird that specific historical fact was muddled. Honestly, I don't know if she does or not and just went with it because she was told to. I've been using female pronouns and she hasn't really gotten upset. I think it's more the intent than anything. Though, I should probably ask her at some point. It would be the polite thing to do. Oh. Yasaka suddenly shot up straight. Before I forget. She started rummaging through the drawers on her desk. Ah, here it is. She presented an envelope with a noble-like insignia stamped over wax. I didn't really know what to say as I accepted it. Is this what I think it is? Yes, the Gremory family insignia. I doubt anyone would actually pretend to be them and do this. Yasaka replied. Interesting. I looked it over. So, where do you shred things at? Or should I just turn it into ash? I won't tell you what to do with it. She stated. But you should hear everything that accompanied it before you make your decision. I let out a sigh. Fine, let me hear it. The person who dropped it off was very specific that it was at the behest of Vanilana Gremory, or rather Lady Gremory. Yasaka said calmly. They were waiting outside the gate for hours until I got back, and they were very polite with their approach. My grandmother. I pursed my lips. I admit I haven't given her any real thought since she was mentioned by Okita Tsuji. You're under no obligation to respond, nor even read it. If you want to discard it and never mention it again, I'll happily go along with it. No love for devils. I don't think any faction in the world actually likes them. She deadpanned. Unfortunately, they seem to have a stranglehold on certain products and technologies that make it so we have to interact with them in some capacity. Products. Remind me again which ones are so important. I knew a lot of things, but I wasn't omnipotent. Well, I could list certain technologies. Hell, I use the DevielNet more than I should. But if we're talking about strategic resources, Phoenix Tears are something that's hard to come by, off the top of my head. Ah, I recall those. Something about requiring a ritual for the Phoenix family member to shed a tear and whatnot. It's supposed to have some insane healing properties, but doesn't do much for missing limbs. That's more or less correct. It also helps with diseases as well. It's impressive and all, but are healing magics and potions/regents really in short supply here? Short supply? I can't say they're short, but mostly faction-specific. Good healing is hard to come by unless you're part of the Heaven faction or important in some pantheon. To us immortals and such, finding someone proficient in healing that can do something close to the ability of a Phoenix Tear is difficult. We of course have many in our number, but compared to our entire population, it's only a small fraction. Most holy-type healing-based magics are not compatible with yokai due to our origins. While we don't suffer the same backlash for such things from true, sinful species like devils, it's still less than desirable. That's something I can help with. Really? She blinked. If you could supply a large amount of healing supplies, it would be very beneficial. We would have to stop paying outrageous amounts for the small amount of Phoenix Tears we can get our hands on. If they can be used in the middle of a battle, they would be worth their weight in gold. Ah, I seem to understand. It's not that healing is unheard of. It's that most healing is not compatible with every species around, and it's almost like a magic doctor, not a consumable like a healing potion. I guess it isn't so surprising. I can't compare the modern world to somewhere like Tamriel. Tamriel hadn't been polluted so to speak like Earth had, and as such hadn't lost the majority of its magical nature on the surface. And Phoenix Tears apparently don't discriminate at all, making them even more valuable even ignoring the strength of their healing. Yeah, I can see why Phoenix Tears are so valuable after giving it a bit of thought. They're no apples from Aiden's tree, or peaches of immortality, but they're probably the best us mortals can get our hands on. She sighed. I took a healing potion out of my ring and set it on the table. I have some things going on that should begin a steady supply of these. They're fairly decent healing items, aptly named healing potions. The ingredients come from Meridia's world, but I also have some people under me starting research on growing them from where Mordred and Co. came from. Interesting. She picked it up, examining the bottle. She didn't even hesitate to pop it open and take a drink. She paused for a moment, deep in thought. I felt a warmness wash over me. I've used a Phoenix Tears before, and this is much lower than one, but if they're mass-producible. They are, to an extent obviously. I would offer to go buy up large quantities in Skyrim, but they're currently having their own difficulties and supplies are hard to come by. No, this is fine as is. It's not an emergency but something to look forward to down the line. It would free up a lot of money and resources on our end from having to outsource. She set the healing potion down. Oh, that's a surprise. She mumbled. It doesn't seem to overdraw the body's vitality like most Senjutsu healing does. There are other things. I'll give you a list of sorts when I start up production on my end. You're so good to me. She smiled. And the others already are doing things. Scathach and Reika went to deal with the biggest pain right now. I don't know what I'd have done without you all. I flicked the letter in my hand into my ring for now, deciding to think about it more later. It's not like you haven't helped us either. Accepting my requests without a second thought, and even helping get everyone settled. That's nowhere near the same. She huffed. I just had to snap my fingers to make that happen. Yeah, and how easy do you think it is for Scathach and Reika to handle a mountain god? I snorted. Hell, Scathach will probably have fun doing it. She blinked. That's a fair point. She looked rather excited when I mentioned it. She's a bit of a sadist. And she's also in your harem. Yup. Should I be made aware of certain interests of yours, she said with a little smirk. If you want to start talking about my interests, then you're not going to get any work done. I didn't back down from her teasing. I guess I already accepted her as someone important to me, so it didn't really feel off anymore. She let out a groan, head dropping to her desk again. This stupid paperwork. She let out an uncharacteristic whine. At least, I don't think she'd show this side of herself to her subordinates. She really is cute. I picked up my chair and moved it around her desk, sitting next to her. All right, let me help. Really? She perked up. Of course, I'll help you get this done quicker and we can go pick up our daughter together. Kunu was still at school, so we should have time to knock this out. She looked at me, then at the stacks of paper and happily pushed about half of it in my direction. If you don't think you can do anything with the documents, put them in a separate pile, I'll look them over later. Okay. I nodded, taking a pen. I paused for a moment. So, a random thought. Is it weird that I sort of expected you to be using a traditional brush? Do you think we're that backwards? Well, no. But it's just. I'm messing with you. We actually used them when pens first came around, then I nipped that in the butt right away. Had some elders kick up a fuss about it too, spouting all that nonsense about tradition. Oh, what happened? We don't talk about them anymore. I think you're doing this on purpose. I stated. I don't know what you're talking about. Yasaka hummed, holding my arm with her tail wrapped around me in the way I've come to enjoy. I'm not complaining, mind you. But you're definitely doing this on purpose. Am I not allowed to be affectionate with the father of my daughter? Yasaka grinned. I grumbled but didn't dwell on it any longer. She was definitely doing this on purpose. We were talking the long way towards Kunu school, as in walking through a very populated part of the city. It was actually very roundabout and added probably an extra 20 minutes to reach our destination. People were watching us very intently. Yasaka was a very well-known figure to all of them. To call her a celebrity wouldn't be wrong either. While I'd been on the internet here, there were plenty of forums and websites dedicated to Yasaka, and not entirely in a wholesome way. So, yeah. People were watching us, taking pictures and such. Even her guards were keeping their distance, making this look like a romantic outing, which it was. And not that our relationship wasn't kind of known already, but it hadn't been made this blatantly public before. I just want everyone to know that you're my man. She said sweetly. I suppose it doesn't hurt that it also distracts people. Gives them something to talk about other than the attack and the subsequent mess that's still being dealt with. Weaponizing celebrity gossip. Yes, it's quite the coincidence. You're lucky you're so fluffy. I ran a hand through her fluffy tail. I honestly didn't mind. I actually liked that everyone knew that Yasaka was now mine. The possessive side of me reared its head. You know, most men would be obsessed with other parts of my body. She visibly bounced her chest, drawing me eyes with a smirk. Yet you can't ever resist it when my tails are within reach. Should I give other parts of you equal amounts of attention then? I raised an eyebrow. Don't make promises you can't keep. Another of her tails wagged in my face. I reached for it and she moved it away with a little giggle. Just wait until we're alone. I hummed. Oh my, I fear for my chastity. She continued to tease. This old fox will be completely at your mercy. If we weren't in public. Yeah. I grumbled at her flirtations. She knew I couldn't do anything at the moment. Regardless, we finally made it to the school. It looked like the defenses had been further enhanced since the last time I'd been here. Well, I was already registered here, so it didn't really matter. As soon as we stepped inside though, I expected a little fox to come bolting towards us. And, well, that's exactly what happened, but I was expecting my Kunu, not a literal fox running on 4 legs. The little fox made some yips as it ran at high speeds and jumped towards me, but Yasaka plucked it from the air, holding it up by the scruff of its neck, bringing it to her eye level. Kunu. She said sternly. What have I told you about transforming without supervision? With a puff of smoke, the little fox turned into my daughter. It was an accident. She said hesitantly. And now you're lying to me. Yasaka still held her by her collar. That's 2 strikes. You know what happens on the 3rd. I'm sorry. She said quietly. Sorry for what? Lying. And transforming. Yasaka snorted, setting Kunu down. We'll be having a talk when we get back home, young lady. Yasaka didn't waver in her tone. But go say hi to your daddy. Kunu immediately perked up and turned to hug me. Daddy. She said happily, almost completely forgetting the little scolding she just got. My little fox. I wrapped her up. I glanced up to Yasaka, who looked exasperated and couldn't help but chuckle. So well behaved when Daddy is around, isn't she? Yasaka snorted again. Well, we're a team here, I should help out too. Kunu, sweetie. I broke away, looking into her eyes. Remember what we talked about before? Yes. So why didn't you listen to your mom? I just wanted to show you. Her ears flattened on her head. Even Yasaka softened her expression at that. I was certainly surprised. I pat her head. But you know your mom told you no for a reason, right? I looked up at Yasaka, not knowing the reason, but she must have had one. We went over this, sweetie. Remember you just started learning how to transform properly, and you still get stuck sometimes. If neither I nor your teacher is around, it could be dangerous. Yasaka knelt down next to me. I'll make you a deal. If you can go through your next 5 lessons without any problems, I will let you do it whenever you want, provided that it isn't causing problems. Really? Kunu perked up excitedly. But you're still going to be in trouble for lying to me this time. Yasaka returned to her stern tone. I'm sorry, Mama. She replied. Good. I accept your apology. Yasaka nodded happily. Before turning back to me. You see what I have to deal with here? This little bundle of fur that can't sit still and always gets in trouble. Mum, I don't always get in trouble. She pouted indignantly. Can I show Daddy my fox form again? Yasaka let out an exasperated sigh. Fine, you can show your daddy. Immediately, Kunu transformed, a puff of smoke surrounding a little 9-tailed fox, looking up at me and yipping. I couldn't help but pick her up as her little legs wiggled in my arms. This is ridiculously cute, I'm having trouble wanting to let go. Yes, that's how she ropes you in, the cuteness. Next thing you know, she's stealing snacks from the kitchen and hiding them in her room. Yasaka eyed her daughter. I rubbed her head and she made some very happy noises. This was my daughter, and I'm okay with this. So why can't she transform? I can't claim to be overly familiar with your species. But shouldn't it be something that comes natural? In normal situations, yes. Yasaka nodded. But Kunu is slightly different. Are you aware that the first child of every 9-tailed fox will also be a 9-tailed fox? I think I heard that before. It sounds familiar. I admitted. Yes, well. It mostly doesn't matter what race, our first child will always be a 9-tailed fox. I say mostly, because there are exceptions, like in the case of deities or maybe dragons. Something that can overpower our bloodlines. I get what you're saying. I continue to nod along. My mother was a 9-tailed fox, and my father was a 1-tailed that she fell in love with. Such, I am fully kitsune. Kunu's father was a human, so even if she is still a full-fledged 9-tailed fox, her origin is partly that of a normal human. Yasaka reached over, scratching behind Kunu's little ears. That doesn't mean anything is wrong, she simply has a little bit of trouble coming into her bloodline. It will come, but it's not as instinctual as it was for me. She's not the first one over the centuries, so we do have some knowledge on this stuff. So she was having trouble changing into her fox form. We began walking back home. The first few times she couldn't change back and she got so excited that she ran around, got lost, and we couldn't find her. Yasaka let out a laugh. It was the most ridiculous series of events. But eventually it got settled, but we've been making sure she's had an eye on her when practicing. Will she get as big as you? I asked. Are you calling me fat? She grinned a little, her teasing nature coming out. Oh, stop you evil woman. I nudged her. That is a landmine I will never step on. She laughed. Kunu should get around my size. It also depends on how far she takes her training with Senjutsu and Tuki. But I'm surprised, have you seen my full form? I have. I nodded, picking up Kunu. Sweetie, you want to play with Sir Wiggles? She yipped, nodding at me happily. I reached into my ring and into my hat to take out my little companion. Sir Wiggles hopped out with a small burst of lightning, and I immediately noticed something different about him. Though he happily started playing with Kunu so I would deal with it later. But yeah, I saw it before. When I first came to Kyoto, you were stomping on some people. Oh, I remember now. Some idiots thought just flooding me with the weakest trash they could find would be a good strategy. So, I just transformed and stepped on them. Well, I guess that's one way to go about it. Don't worry. She brushed up against me, whispering in my ear. You're the only one I'll step on from now on. I resisted the urge to facepalm. Jin told you, didn't she? Yasaka began to laugh. She does love to share some interesting stories. Well, someone's going to get a spanking. Though she'll probably enjoy it. I'm sure that isn't the only thing her cute little butt is going to get, is it? Oh geez, she told you that too. I was a little surprised by that. That girl of yours has absolutely no shame. Yasaka smiled. I look forward to when I get my turn. Well, she had the full extent of Rement's internet in her head, I can't really blame her there. With a shake of my head, I reached for Yasaka's hand, taking it into mine. Her tail quickly found my waist again, wrapping me up. Kunu and Sir Wiggles continued to run around and play as we walked back home. My eyes slowly opened as I felt something tickling my nose. A furry appendage rubbed against my face and I took a moment to remember where I was. A bed that wasn't mine, and a partially nude fox clinging to me. I couldn't help but run a hand through her closest tail. Lower. She mumbled. I raised an eyebrow as I let go of her tail, my hand trailing down her leg. I gave her but a little squeeze, admiring the softness in my hand. I stayed over with them last night, and was about to head home, but Yasaka convinced me to stay for the night. We didn't really do anything beyond some kissing and cuddling, but it was still nice. You can play with my tits too if you want. Yasaka turned over, giving me a smirk while my hand was still playing with her rear. Tempting. I snorted, looking at her chest that only had a thin white shirt covering them. I hummed out loud. Am I really going to have to convince you to touch my chest? What strange world have I woken up into? I rolled over, and pushed my face right between those large mounds, wrapping my arms around her. The perfect pillow. You are ridiculous. She giggled, running a hand through my hair. Did you sleep well? I always sleep good when I'm with someone I care about. I looked up at her. And it was true, I found I slept best with one of my girls in my arms. You're welcome here anytime. She smiled brightly. I don't expect to have you in my bed every night, but I hope you don't forget about me. I'm trying to make sure I give everyone enough attention. I reassured her. I don't want any of you to feel neglected. You're sweet. She said softly. I was hesitant to get involved in a harem early on. I joked about it, but I've seen enough harems implode over the years and I didn't want my daughter having to see something like that. And I didn't wish to have to experience it myself. I didn't set out to make a harem. To be honest, it just kind of happened. I admitted. Why did you change your mind? I've said it before. The way you handled Kunu, how happy she was with you around. I thought it was a risk worth taking. She explained. And you have been nothing short of wonderful. To both myself and Kunu, you do your best when you're with us. And your other women, they are great as well. I have no complaints about how I ended up. She paused for a moment before continuing. I didn't realize how much I missed having a partner until you became a part of our lives. To have someone to lean on again. Being a dad is strange, but equally something I never knew I wanted. I let out a long breath. Seeing Kunu look at me like that, it really brings up certain things that are hard to describe. You've been doing a wonderful job. She replied. And she actually listens to you. Give it time, she'll start being just as feisty with me as she is with you. Is that supposed to comfort me? No, but I will. I leaned up, giving her a quick kiss, earning that enchanting giggle from her. As much as I'd love to be comforted some more, Kunu is probably eating her weight in unhealthy breakfast right now. Yasaka leaned in, pressing her lips against mine briefly herself. I rolled off her. I always hate getting up. I groaned. Tell me about it. She sighed, slowly rising out of the bed. I admired her body again as she was wearing but a pair of purple panties and a tight white t-shirt. Her tail swayed lightly from side to side as she started going for a dresser before taking out a robe and wrapping it around herself. I followed suit, taking something appropriate out of my ring to dress in. Some shorts and a random shirt to be somewhat presentable. We walked out of the bedroom, towards the kitchen where Kunu was sitting at the table, a bowl of cereal in front of her. How many bowls have you had, Kunu? She stopped, then quickly took a spoonful and stuffed it in her mouth. PHH. Aha. Yasaka deadpanned, reaching for the box in front of the little fox. Funny, I just bought this for you a day ago and it's empty. I put a hand on Kunu's head. Sweetie, you should know better. Her ears went flat again. No cereal for the next week. Yasaka stated with a sigh. She begged me to get this for her after seeing it on TV. What is this? I picked up the box. Super Saiyan Rangers, really? I blinked at it. Kunu loves it. Yasaka said dryly. I opened my mouth then closed it. I feel like my childhood is ruined. I loved Super Sentai as a kid, I mean, who didn't? The English version obviously being Power Rangers, which this crap totally ripped off. What is it even about? Some devil propaganda with heaven sending down some monster or something and the Satans dealing with it like how you would expect based on its name. Yasaka started rummaging through the fridge. I'm morbidly curious now. We can watch it together. Kunu quickly said. I'll show you all my favorite episodes. Well, guess I'm stuck with this now. I'd love to do that with you. I smiled towards her. Even if I had no desire to actually watch this, it was something she wanted. But I have some things I have to go take care of today. You're going. Kunu pouted. Not leaving, just running some errands. I'm not leaving Kyoto. I reassured her. I didn't want her to think I was going away again. I'll be nearby helping your Auntie Arttoria with some problems she's had. Is she okay? Kunu asked. She's okay. But she has some things she needs to work out with her son. Auntie Arttoria has a son. Kunu seemed surprised. Yup, and I hope you can meet them soon. I patted her head again. If all goes well, that is. Yasaka walked up, tail rubbing against my arm. Thank you for staying around for so long. You never have to thank me for something like that. I replied. I'll always make time for you both. You promise to come back soon. Kunu tugged on my sleeve. I super promise. I knelt down next to her. Would you like Sir Wiggles to stay here with you? Yes. Kunu immediately agreed. With a laugh I took him out, letting Kunu hug him happily. Sir Wiggles definitely had a good impression of her if the feelings from the link between us were accurate. Okay, but you have to promise to be good for your mom. I promise. She nodded. Good girl. I rubbed her head again, standing up a moment later. Yes, let's see how long that lasts. Yasaka let out a laugh. Do I get a proper goodbye? I took a step forward, my hand cupping her cheek before I moved closer in. Our lips met as she leaned a little more into it, deepening the kiss. I'll see you soon. Yasaka spoke as we separated. Be back soon. I nodded at her before turning away. I didn't want to leave, but I did have things to take care of. With a wave of my hand, I opened up a portal left. Schweinorg. I recognized Rin's voice, turning towards her sitting down in char at the kitchen table. Hey Rin, it feels like it's been forever. God, I know. She agreed. Wilhelm, Arttoria, sitting across from her smiled at me happily. Arttoria. I couldn't help but smile back. You're back. Yes, Jin is in her workshop and we finished everything we needed to do last night. Arttoria replied. Did you spend the night at Yasaka's estate? She asked, not really in an accusatory way, but more in simple curiosity. I did. I didn't hide it. Reiku and Scathach back. Yes, they have both claimed rooms upstairs and I have not seen them since they retired for the evening. They returned rather late, so I assume they will still be resting. Oh well, let them sleep in. No idea what they did, but they certainly deserve a nice rest. I turned towards Rin again. So how's it been? Meh. Rin sighed. Still kinda exhausted. Really? It couldn't have been that bad traveling Skyrim. No, no. She waved me off. But I used a spell to push away my fatigue and tiredness for too long and it's caught up with me. How many days in a row did you use it? I blinked. 4 days. Arttoria answered. Against my wishes, she continued to push herself. We were doing important work. We were acquiring treasure from tombs filled with undead and monsters. Important work. Rin stated. Very important work. I nodded. See. Rin exclaimed. Important work. You both. Arttoria sighed. I never understood the obsession with material wealth. Sorry, the woman who had multiple divine weapons and a literal kingdom says what? Right. Rin snorted. Well, that's not quite the same. Arttoria stumbled. Aha. I call bullshit. Besides. I continued. I'm a devil and part dragon, being greedy is part of my nature. I feel like that's an excuse you'll use whenever it's convenient. Rin deadpanned. You have good instincts. I offered no argument. I walked over, giving Arttoria a quick kiss on the cheek, earning a happy little noise from her. You pick up any new tricks while in Skyrim, Rin? Yeah, they have an interesting system of magecraft. I added a few things to my jewelcraft arsenal and some of their own spells. Rin replied. Now that resources aren't much of an issue, I've been able to experiment a bit more to push my craft forward. I'm glad. I smiled. How about any progress on your kaleidoscope studies? Meh, had some ideas, but I need to test them out. Seeing what you did with the house and the doorway gave me some inspiration. Rin said lazily. And you need to take out Ruby for those. Yeah, that. She sighed. Well, I'd love to hear some of the stories from your adventures at some point. Yeah, sure. She yawned. When I'm not so tired. I only got up to help with the thing. I appreciate it, Rin. Arttoria stated. Of course. She puffed up proudly. Speaking of, how do you want to do this? I asked. I have resolved myself. Arttoria said firmly. I will meet with Mordred and we will discuss the problems between us. Don't make it sound like you're getting ready for battle. Arttoria immediately sort of deflated. I do not wish to come off that way. Mayhaps I should approach it from a different angle. Arttoria. I reached forward, taking her hand. You just need to be yourself. Meet Mordred as the woman you are now, let her see you fully without all the burdens you shouldered previously. I will take your advice. She seemed to accept my words. I am just nervous. Yeah, I would be too. But you're fine, we're here with you. Rin reassured her. Indeed. Arttoria smiled at that. I have nothing to fear, so I will not hesitate. Wilhelm, would you please send a message to Mordred for a time today and perhaps a location where we can have a conversation where you will not feel bothered? I'll head over now. I nodded towards her. I was glad that this was finally happening. They both needed to get some closure and move on in this second life of theirs. Even if they never saw each other again, it would be best if they had a proper talk. Long chapter today, want to get through some things without dragging it over several chapters. Also, sorry for missing yesterday, had to deal with some personal stuff that left me mentally drained. On a side note, 600k words, woo. Another milestone. If you want to read 7 chapters ahead or support me, visit my patreon.com/AsteriaForone. Chapter 228, Chapter 218. I finished getting ready, making sure I was presentable. I didn't change much of my usual wardrobe as I believe I already dressed above a certain degree on most occasions. I adjusted my tie and made sure there were no wrinkles anywhere. While I knew this wasn't a situation that demanded such high levels of preparation, at the same time, it would be the first time that really Mordred saw me as Arttoria's significant other. I wanted to look good in that light. Running a hand through my hair, I made sure everything was fine one last time before heading downstairs. How long does it take you to get ready? Rin glanced at me as I walked down the stairs. Perfection can't be rushed. I shot a smirk towards her. Rin snorted in response. God, you're so full of yourself. I'm surprised you can even walk straight with how big your head is. Sounds like jealously, I laughed, earning an eye roll from her. There was no actual hostility here. At this point, we usually bickered mindlessly about random things. Wilhelm. Arttoria smiled towards me. I walked up, taking her hand. You look absolutely stunning. I look no different than normal. She looked confused. Imagine that. I winked towards her, enjoying it as she turned a little red as she realized what I meant. Bleh. Rin exaggeratedly gagged. I couldn't help but laugh. Thank you. Arttoria regained a normal expression. Of course. I brought her hand up to kiss it. She was probably stressed, so I wanted to lighten the mood a little bit. I guess she saw through my intentions easily enough. You good? I am prepared as well as I am going to be. She nodded. It sounded a little morbid, that she was resolving herself for something horrible. But, coming from someone who also had unresolved issues, I could understand her sentiments. To others, it may seem like a silly thing, but she's probably feeling a lot of pressure right now. You're fine. It's all going to be okay. I squeezed her hand a little bit. Both Rin and I are here. Rin was probably a better pillar of support than I was at the moment. They had known each other longer and faced many life or death situations together. Calling them best friends might be too weak a term to use. He's right. Rin spoke up. It's not a big deal. We've dealt with worse situations before. You are correct. Arttoria nodded, easing up a little bit. Mayhaps I am just continuing to overthink it. I am happy to finally confront this. I do not wish for it to continue being a thorn in my heart. Well said. I swung her arm up, earning a little noise from her. You ready to go? Why yes, let us depart. I do not wish to be late after everything. Arttoria nodded, recovering quickly. Without another word, Arttoria led us out the door with a look of confidence on her face. This is the place you have chosen. Arttoria looked at it then at me. I kinda know the owner. It's where Izzy and I first met. He knows how to keep things to himself. I explained. Technically, it was a bit more than just keeping his mouth shut. Izzy supported the place, and there were certain restrictions that he had to adhere to that were backed by her power. It was simply a bar, but it wasn't the worst place to meet up. And it would be more to Mordred's liking if I were being honest. And the owner was obviously aware of Izzy. And he knew my face and knew I was friends with her, so I was confident based on everything I knew at this point. I'm pretty private person most of the time, so it should speak to my willingness to do this here. Very well. I appreciate the concern over privacy. Arttoria nodded in approval. Pushing the door open, she stopped after taking a few steps inside. Rin and I immediately followed as Arttoria and Mordred locked eyes. There was an instant hostility. I don't even think it was conscious on either part of them. Maybe something more ingrained on their Saint Graphs as they had each killed the other. The same way a dragon would react to an anti-dragon weapon. Mordred sat down with her master next to her. Kyrie seemed almost protective. If that was the right word to use. I couldn't admit to knowing the depths of their relationship beyond the obvious, but I assumed they had some kind of closeness due to the bond they shared. Mordred. Arttoria finally spoke up, seemingly taking a lot of effort on her part. Father. Mordred answered just as awkwardly. Well, they didn't start swinging swords, so I'd say this was a good start. I gently placed a hand on Artoria's shoulder to break her from her stupor. She tensed ever so slightly, but began moving towards the seat opposite of Mordred and Kyrie. Both Rin and I flanked her on both sides, sliding into our own seats. There was an awkward silence that followed. But it seemed that Arttoria took the initiative. I heard that you fought well in your Grail War. It was probably an easy subject to breach with. Mordred actually perked up a little. Yeah, I beat several servants all by myself. I see, well done. Arttoria didn't know how to respond again. I shared a look with Kyrie, who also felt stifled under the awkward atmosphere. It's weird seeing you without your armor. Mordred finally spoke again. Arttoria tilted her head. I no longer need to hide myself. Rin has helped me find clothing I enjoy wearing. She paused and blinked. Ah, I forgot to do introductions. She turned towards Rin. This is Rin, my master. Hello, I'm Rin Tosaka. I summoned Saber during my own war. I'm also a student of Zelrich. Rin did a polite greeting. Haven't heard the Tosaka name in a while. Kyrie decided to respond. Kyrie Sisigu, also the master. I'm just a freelancer with no important background. I've heard of you. A lot of magi say that you usually do good work and get things done well. Rin stated. Oh, those old stuffy people think so highly of me. Kyrie looked amused. Rin shrugged. Well, they aren't that nice about it. Kyrie snorted. Sounds about right. Should I introduce myself? I raised my hand. Screw off Schweinorg. Rin immediately denied me. Heh. Mordred let out a small laugh at her dismissal. Has anyone here not heard of you prancing around yet? I decided to ignore them. I'm Wilhelm Henry Schweinorg. I have several titles, but at this particular moment, I'm Artoria's boyfriend. I slowly reached out for her hand. She didn't deny me, her hand squeezing mine a little. There was just the tiniest hint of red on her cheeks. Probably declaring this in front of Mordred made her get a bit flustered. So you weren't lying, huh? Mordred's blunt words rang out. No. We have been in a relationship for a bit now. Arttoria decided to respond. How'd that happen? He doesn't seem like the type. Acts too much like the flowery bastard. Mordred asked. I guess it was an easier subject to broach for both of them. Arttoria actually smiled. Yes, he does remind me of Merlin sometimes. But he is also kind and treats me very well. His sincerity is what won me over when we met. Should I take it as a compliment that I'm compared to Merlin? I questioned. No. Fuck no. They both answered almost immediately, sharing an amused look before going silent again. Mordred began tapping on the table as the silence took hold again. Do you? Arttoria began to speak but was cut off. Why? Mordred finally asked with a heated look on her face. Pardon. Arttoria looked confused. Why didn't you accept me? Is it because who my mother is? Mordred looked down at the table. Was I not good enough for you? Arttoria took a deep breath. The circumstances of your birth, they are memories that haunt me. I did not wish for you to be born, you were a product of Morgan's schemes. Is that why you? Mordred. Arttoria said sternly. Please allow me to finish. She stated, waiting for Mordred to respond, but with no response she continued. I do not blame you for Morgan's machinations. Mayhaps at the time, I failed to see beyond that. Is that why you said I wasn't worthy of being king? Mordred asked, her voice quiet. Arttoria took a deep breath to settle herself. I thought I knew everything I needed to for ruling. During my life, I thought I was the only one who could take the true path to elevate Camelot into what I had envisioned. When my knights began to leave, I still held firm to my belief, even as I watched in pain at their departure. When, Lancelot, I still believed my path true and righteous and did not waver. Even as I was forced to sentence Guinevere for her crimes, I did not waver. It was only the moment that I had your blood on my hands and I looked around and saw all the familiar faces of my comrades on that field did I come to the conclusion that I was wrong. Arttoria took a deep breath again. At the moment you asked me, I had a very specific idea of what it meant to be a king. In my eyes, you were too brash, too impulsive and aggressive. You got into fights constantly and you never thought through your actions. She sighed and shook her head. But you were also kind. You helped those in need without fuss. You were never the one to throw the first punch in fights without honor. You never acted as a coward and performed your duties to the best of your ability. You were one of my finest knights. Mordred was silent as she processed that. Many intense emotions flashing across her face. Do you still despise and reject me? I never despised you, Mordred. I hated what you represented to the former me. A loss of control, a reminder of what had been done to me by Morgan. Even after dying, and remember your face in those final moments, I can't hate you. I realized that for all the grief I had, you were suffering just as much. So I would be a good king. If we were back in Camelot, would you tell me that I'm worthy? Mordred asked. Arttoria opened her mouth but went silent for a moment. Throughout my life, I thought I knew what I was doing. When I laid there dying I thought I was wrong about everything. When the world offered me a choice, I wished to participate in the Grail War and attain a wish. I again was so sure of myself that I eventually thought removing my existence from history would be the best option to remedy my failures. To make it so I had never existed in the first place. What fucking bullshit is that? Mordred slammed her hand on the table. Do you think we fought just to fight? We fought under your banner. If you weren't there, what was the point of everything we did? Arttoria didn't get upset at her outburst, instead let out a self-deprecating laugh. Yes, I have been made aware of my folly. I appear to have the habit of thinking myself correct on any path I take. It took me a long time to come to the understanding I have now. If you ask me if you are worthy, I can simply say I don't know. You don't know. I often think about what I could have done different, how I could have changed things for the better. But I simply do not know the answer to your question, Mordred. At the very least, I believe you would have done a better job than I did. I always looked up to you. Mordred said quietly. Even when the witch would tell me stories, I always admired you. I just wanted to help you shoulder your burdens. She clenched her fists. You never gave me a chance to prove myself. Arttoria's eyes softened. Was that your wish for the Grail? She asked, able to guess at this much. I wanted a chance to pull Caliban from the stone and prove my worthiness. Mordred actually looked a little sheepish. Compared to how proudly she declared it to me the last time it was brought up, it was an odd thing. Oh Mordred. Arttoria said softly. I think that's a wonderful wish. I do not believe it matters anymore, but I would have supported you fully in such an endeavor. I do possess the Caliban from this world, if you wish it, I think it would suit you more than me. Really? Mordred looked surprised. You would just give it to me after everything. Even if you don't hate me for being born the way I was, I still ended your kingdom. I ruined your perfect story and rebelled. Yes, you did. I cannot say that your actions did not bring me torment. However, they were not without cause themselves. And you were not alone in your actions either. There were plenty of others who were to blame and you should not be the only one to shoulder any perceived sins. Arttoria replied, a sad look on her face. I believe that many of my actions would have led to an inevitable conclusion even if you had not taken such a course. Once more, Arttoria took a deep breath, a small smile appearing on her face. If it would alleviate any of the guilt you feel, Mordred. I forgive you. The look on Mordred's face, it was like she was about to burst out in tears. Well, I believe I'm going to get a drink. I abruptly stood up. Kyrie, Rin, care to join me? I very smoothly made an opening to give them some privacy to themselves as I didn't believe our presence here was necessary anymore. Thankfully, they took the hint, and silently got up as well. As fucking subtle as a horse. Mordred snorted, running a hand across her eyes as she looked away. Is he seriously someone you're dating? He has his flaws, but I do not regret my decision. Arttoria smiled. Why is it so hard to believe? He probably didn't tell you about all the crap he pulled during the war. Mordred snickered. The details were vague. And I do believe there are stories to be had. Arttoria looked interested. Oh shit, yeah. I'll tell you everything he said when we met. Yeah, really going to need that drink now. Late release, Pat Rayon chapter took longer than I expected. It's another PHO interlude, so expect that in 7 chapters. If you want to read 7 chapters ahead or support me, visit my pat.rayon.com/Arttoria. Chapter 229, Chapter 219. So, Kyrie. I took a sip of my drink. How you doing? Kyrie turned to look at me before giving a grunt. Same old, same old. He downed his shot pretty smoothly. You want some juice, Rin? Screw off. She huffed. Hee hee. I nudged her shoulder even as she rolled her eyes, there was a little smile on her face. But for real. What VE you been up to, Kyrie? Is this really the place to talk about that sort of stuff? He glanced at the bartender who stood not too far away. I come here with Izanami to have drinks and talk about random things. I shared a look with the bartender who nodded at me. Do you really think this would be a place we wouldn't be comfortable in openly talking? Well, he is a magus, so I can't really fault him on his hesitation. But I can understand your sentiments. I gave the bartender another nod before dipping my finger in my drink and using the liquid to draw a couple runes, creating a makeshift bounded field around us. I'll just say that Izzy made sure there were protections in place and leave it at that. That seemed to pacify him slightly. Neat trick. Kyrie spun around in his stool, drink in hand. Saw Bazette do something like that once. You're seriously nonchalant about talking about this stuff in public when you're usually really private. Rin commented. Honestly, it's really not that big a deal. He's missing some, okay, a lot of context, but Arttoria is already known here and there's already some talk about her. She helped me defended this place from a bunch of terrorists. Who I might add are reincarnations, or descendants of heroes who tend to take the names of their ancestors. And that's completely ignoring all the other precautions that have already been taken. I pointed out. Really? Kyrie perked up. Reincarnation is a real thing over here. Kinda, sorta. More so impressions and memories of their ancestors than an actual reincarnation that you're probably thinking of. An inheritance of a spirit, if you will. It's still the age of gods, so the cycle of souls is a bit malleable. Everyone has their own realms of the dead still, so shuffling a soul through their own methods still is possible without disrupting the world's flow. Not to mention my own circumstances. I couldn't help but smile as I glanced over to see Arttoria and Mordred still talking. I got Gramps working on the delicate parts, but otherwise, I got your payment. I looked back towards Kyrie. Kyrie just grunted, taking a cigarette out of his pocket and lighted up. Shit, I probably made more just walking around here for a few days picking up knickknacks than the payment I'll get for the war. For real. Rin looked surprised. Is stuff here that valuable back home? Depends. I swiveled in my stool. It's not so much that things are strictly valuable by themselves, but there are many things that are just lost to time that are required for many different uses. Imagine not being able to cast a greater ritual because a certain flower is missing, but it still grows around here like a weed. Good point. Well, I don't think I have to worry anymore. With the loot I got from running around in those godforsaken dungeons, I'm probably set for life. Rin hummed. Yeah, she's amassed quite a fortune so far. You ready to head home at some point when this is all over, Kyrie? I asked. He was good sport and stuck around for a bit while everything got settled. Honestly, he was a good guy, I liked him. Surprisingly, Kyrie looked conflicted. I don't suppose you'd need a freelancer on a more permanent contract. Huh. I hadn't thought he would want to stay. As it so happens, I find myself in need of someone with your specific set of skills. Oh. Yes, you see, I believe my girlfriend has recently come into contact with a little lion that could do with a caretaker. Kyrie snorted, pushing his cigarette into a nearby ashtray. For something like that, my pay needs to match the difficulty. Don't worry, I'm not short on money. I waved it off. Well, you could always ask your sugar mama. Rin teased. Isn't that basically what you called Yasaka? Someone sounds jealous. I grinned. Bah, who'd be jealous of you? Fluffy tails, all mine. Rin huffed in response. For real though, money isn't really an issue. I turned back towards Kyrie. I also turned the Igmalenia family into my sorta subordinates. They're going to rise up after my help and I'll be raking in a lot of resources soon. Kyrie let out a sigh. Well, it's not like I had anything that really bound me back home. My family is pretty much gone, and what's left I haven't spoken to in years. If they get a little bit of goodwill like you said, I'll consider it even between us and cut my losses. Equivalent exchange, karma. Lots of names for the same thing even if understanding sometimes differs. Well, he has a good head on his shoulders, so he wasn't just jumping ship without settling things in his heart. You'll have more opportunities here too. People here aren't as guarded with their magecraft and you can probably pick up the local casting system relatively easily. I took a look at it already. Kyrie nodded. Didn't seem too complicated on the surface. You keep bringing people here, Schweinorg. You got some scheme going on? Rin asked. Not particularly. I shrugged. But if it helps Yasaka, I'd call that a win. This is more or less where I have set up my home, and I wanted to do well. I was too neglectful of her own worries and burdens. I want to help alleviate those when possible. While I won't try to coerce Mordred to do anything, I think she wouldn't mind working under Yasaka, especially if Arttoria's descendant is around. Meridia and Yasaka were the only ones that had firm foundations that couldn't be moved. Meridia didn't need my help and I doubted I could provide her with anything useful. Yasaka on the other hand, I hate to say it, but her faction wasn't very strong. So I would do my best to support her when I had time, like now. I'd fulfilled my desire to resurrect Scathach, now I had no immediate goal, so I would set this as my target. I should ask her how she dealt with those hero faction idiots. If she needed help extracting their sacred gears, that could also be a large boon to her faction. I should also ask her for her opinions as well. I don't want to start assuming anything. For all I know, she doesn't want to further expand her influence or to increase her faction's potential and is content on keep the status quo. I certainly don't want to step on her toes as her faction leader, that would be a big no-no as far as boundaries in our relationship go. Schweinorg. Rin poked me. Oh, sorry, got lost in thought. I pushed those to the side for now. But yeah, I'll always welcome you. Even if you want to retire and live a peaceful life here, I'm sure Mordred would love it. I can't claim to know how close you two are, but I don't think she's one to be so open to a stranger. You mind if I get some things from back home? Just got a few personal items I'd rather not part with. Sure, I can give you a lift when we've worked everything out. That was easy enough to do. Thanks. He nodded towards me in appreciation as his attention was forced back behind us. Arttoria and Mordred started walking over, showing a lot less awkwardness between them. With a little flick of my finger, I removed the bounded field. Yo. Mordred casually walked over. They got any good stuff here? She eyed the drinks on the shelves. I think they have a minimum age requirement. I replied. I'm older than you. She said without missing a beat. Height requirement. This supposed to be a fucking roller coaster. She snorted. How do you even know what that is? Random things, I don't know. Half the shit the Grail gave me I have like no context for. Like, the fuck is a Maserati? Huh, that really is just a random thing it told her. A type of car. I said idly. Well, Mordred seemed much more relaxed and back to her normal self, so that's good. Whatever. She shrugged. Oi, necromance, we're done. I want to go back to watching that thing on the TV. It's called a movie. Kyrie sighed, standing up. I'll catch you all later. I waved a casual goodbye as Mordred and him left. I'm guessing you've settled things for now. I turned towards Arttoria, who had been silent in these few moments. Yes, we have talked about several things. Even Arttoria seemed more peaceful. You look better now. Rin commented. Not like you're going to your execution. You good? I'm good. Arttoria nodded as we headed out ourselves. I set some money on the counter and followed along. Arttoria let out an uncharacteristic sigh. But I feel as though I am exhausted. She took the initiative and reached for my hand as we walked down the street. Thank you. She looked up at me. There is still a long ways to go before either of us truly moves on, but I feel as if a weight has been taken off my shoulders. I didn't do anything. You're the one who was willing to confront your own demons. Not that I was calling Mordred herself a demon, but I think she got my sentiment. I just brought her around. I'm happy for you. Rin spoke up. You going to be seeing more of her? Yes, I do believe I will. It had been rocky as a start and there were still some strong feelings, but I believe I will be trying to spend more time with Mordred. I wish to try and be a proper parent, as ridiculous as it sounds since we are both dead. That's going to be tough. She didn't seem like someone who needed a parent. But she also seemed to really look up to you. Rin shrugged. I don't really have any advice to give, so try not to force anything, I guess. Yes, your words do make sense. I will give time for our new and strange relationship to settle and go from there. As Wilhelm has told me on several occasions, we have plenty of time and we're in no rush. She smiled happily. Happy Arttoria was really heartwarming. Well, I'm fully awake now. You want to eat a few gallons of ice cream and watch some bad TV? That sounds wonderful. Arttoria responded immediately. Well, I'll give you to your girl time. I laughed. Wilhelm, I didn't mean to. I'm kidding. I gave her forehead a little poke. But I also won't get upset when you want to spend time away from me. You're taking a break from adventuring in Skyrim, go be lazy with Rin. You certainly deserve it after everything. Rin looked happy at my words even if she didn't say anything. I know they didn't mean anything by what they said, so I didn't take offense. And I want her to also understand I don't intend to come between the relationship they built. Besides, I'm definitely going to get her one of these nights. Thank you, she said quietly. You have been everything I hoped for in a boyfriend. Really? Well, some of the things I desired. She had a blank look, staring at me before a little smile formed on her face. I always have enjoyed her sense of humor. You're adorable. I leaned in and she welcomed me with a loving kiss. I didn't prolong it as I knew Rin was standing right next to us and I didn't want to make it too awkward on her. Go make Rin poor again with your appetite. Hey. Rin looked indignant. My appetite isn't that bad. Arttoria also squeaked out. I just laughed again at their reactions. I'll see you both later, I'm going to hop over and see Izzy. Oh, please give her my best and tell her to come visit. I wish for her to meet Rin and we can spend time together. Arttoria perked up at the mention of our mutual friend. Still weird to think about. Rin muttered. But what the hell, bring Japan's death goddess to come visit when you have time. I looked one last time at Artoria's beautiful smile before opening up a portal and headed to Yomi. Early chapter since I couldn't procrastinate today. Funny how that works. So, we got Izzy coming up right around the corner, should be fun. Anyways, if you want to read 7 chapters ahead or support me, visit mypat.rayon.com/AstriaForone. Also, we have a Discord, JBWKDNDT7F. Chapter 230, Chapter 220. Yomi hadn't noticeably changed in my absence, not that I believed it would. The eerie land of the dead still felt just as unwelcoming as the first time I had been here. Though I knew that nothing would actually harm me or even try as Izzy had a firm hand on what occurred here. Honestly, I don't even know if anything lived here besides her anymore. There were legends and myths about certain creatures and such, but I had encountered nothing in my, admittedly few, times being here. Well, I now had some free time, maybe I should explore in the future. Izzy's house was almost comical in how out of place it stood. Like someone just cut out a normal house and slapped it right inside her realm without doing anything else. I walked up the familiar steps and didn't even get to knock on the door before it opened before me. Wilhelm. Izzy looked surprised to see me. Izzy. I smiled as I saw her for the first time in too long. Would you like to come in? She moved to the side, gesturing into her home. That'd be lovely. I nodded, walking inside. Oh, I've had a long day. I flopped onto her couch. How've you been? It's been way too long. Yes, it has been quite a while. She nodded, closing the door, but stared at me with a scrutinizing gaze from a fair distance away. I looked back and felt weird with how awkward she was being. Oh. I realized. I guess you can feel it, huh? Are you referring to the feeling as if you will draw a weapon on me at any moment? She raised an eyebrow. Or perhaps are you referring to the aura of my son that seems to permeate your being? She added an extra dry tone. You are very different, and I don't know what to say. It makes me question if you are who I think you are. Wait. What? You think I might not be me, yet you let me into your home? Yes. Do we need to have a talk about stranger danger? I take it back, you are definitely Wilhelm. She snorted. I doubt anyone else would say something so ridiculous to me. Does my new feeling make you dislike me? I know that there was a strange relationship between Campioni and gods in that particular world line. An instinctual desire to fight each other even if they had no true dislike. No, it's difficult to explain. She shook her head. It was almost like an instinctual repulsion. Though I am over it now. Well, as long as our relationship didn't sour. But I wish to know why you feel so similar to my son. She added. Others may not be able to recognize it, but I would know my son's presence anywhere. So, that's a long story. I paused, letting out a sigh. You're my friend, Izzy. She blinked. I greatly appreciate you saying such a thing, but I don't understand the sudden admission. In fact, I am slightly worried now. You wondered about Arttoria, didn't you? And about other things around me that confused you. Like how I could come and go to Yomi without you being able to stop me. Yes, you being able to tear a hole into my realm without my input. And I am curious about Artoria's origin, but I don't want to press. Well, I scratched my head. It's a long story. Should I go get a bottle of wine? Probably. I nodded. Though it was more of a figure of speech. She merely flicked her hand and one appeared in her hand with a couple wine glasses. She didn't speak as she poured us both a glass, taking a seat, weirdly far from me. Izzy. What? She questioned me. Why are you being so distant? Did I do something wrong? I am not being distant, she said curtly. Bullshit. She let out a huff. I am not being distant. I gestured to the space between us. Hug. I held my arms out. What? Hug or I'm not telling my story. You are blackmailing me. Yup, now hug. I smiled. You know, without context, trying to blackmail a woman into being touched would make you a creep. She snorted again, getting up from her seat. But there was also a faint smile that wouldn't leave her. I think I'm legally still registered as a minor in Japan, I pointed out. A mature woman inviting a handsome young boy into her home. She opened her mouth. Are you implying that Izanami no Mikoto, goddess of death, mother of Japan, is a cougar? Hey, I didn't say it, you did. I should smack you. Bold talk for someone in hugging distance. I took a step forward, wrapping my arms around her. She didn't stiffen either, if anything she welcomed it wholeheartedly. I said it before, but you are infuriatingly kind sometimes, she said quietly. I'll take that as a compliment. It was about half and half. Still taking it as a compliment. She seemed to be more at ease. What's wrong, Izzy? I finally asked as we separated. She let out a sigh. It's nothing important. She waved me off. Go on with your story, I want to hear what you were about to tell me. She sat down next to me, sipping her wine. And I really wish to know why you feel so similar to my son. I'm trying to hold myself back from being aggressive about it, Wilhelm, but for some reason it's giving my anxiety. I let out a sigh. All right, but it'll take a bit to get to that part. That's fine, I have nothing else planned, ever. She leaned back. Thank you, by the way. I'm not used to having people care about me like this, it's nice. Well, you're stuck with me now. I grinned. Joy. She drawled. I suppose it could be worse. My life would be more boring were you not such a fool. Admittedly, I did have her go fight Godzilla light with me, however. Who's more foolish, the fool or the one who's friends with the fool? I smirked. She raised an eyebrow. So that's how it's going to be. Come at me. I did the little gesturing motion as an additional taunt. I'll remember this, don't you worry. She calmly set her wine glass down. But stop getting distracted. Explain what you were going to explain. Fine, fine. I huffed. All right, so I should talk about my origins. To be honest, I'm not exactly normal. Yes, you're a half-devil, she said dryly. I opened my mouth and closed it again. Okay, that's fair. I sighed. Let's try this again. My origin isn't really normal for this world, even considering the supernatural aspects. Are you an alien? She asked. I blinked at her sudden question. What? Her lips curled up. You're messing with me. Well, you are smart enough to catch on. Now who's getting distracted? Ugh, you're right. Seriously, keep going. Now I lost my place. How did you lose your place? You spoke like 2 sentences. She groaned. Maybe I'm not smart enough to remember. I hummed. Well, as you keep proving, being able to speak does not make one intelligent. She retorted with a little smirk. I just nodded, accepting it. I was expecting a more subtle remark. Honestly, I love how she's able to quote Star Wars with me. Please, like there's anything subtle about me, she said with an arrogant little smile. Definitely not a cougar. I'm sure she could sense my sarcasm. Why you? She slapped my shoulder. Just for that, you're punished with being confined to Yomi. Insulting a goddess like that. She huffed. For how long? I leaned over. At least another few hours. She looked away. Izzy, what's wrong? I didn't want to push her on it, but something clearly had her upset. With a sigh, I decided to not bring it up again for the moment. You know, it's funny, you're not the first person who asked if I was an alien. I laughed remembering my first time meeting Ruby on Remnant. She seemed to recover a little bit. Really? That's either a strange coincidence, or I'm closer to the mark than I thought. I'm not an alien. I rolled my eyes. Technically. Now that I think about it. I was joking, but your tone is making me question many things now. I was born on this planet, I offered. And that comment doesn't fill me with assurance. She pointed out. All right, I usually start this off with explaining my magic. The one with the colorful portals that lets you trespass into my home without my consent. Do you have to make it sound so creepy? I'm sorry, did this cougar hurt your feelings? You're never going to let that one go, are you? Nope. All right, moving on. I clapped my hands. So, my magic is known as the Kaleidoscope, which is the operation and manipulation of parallel worlds. I looked at her as she digested that information. Awkward silence. I see. She finally spoke after a couple minutes. You do. I tilt my head. It took a lot of explanation on my part when I told Yasaka. Wilhelm. She responded. I am a goddess. Nothing against Yasaka, but she does not have as much of an understanding about the world as I do. Fair point. Yes. She pursed her lips. Though I am still confused at a great many things. That's it, no other reactions. I'm processing. She snorted. I think some things are starting to make sense now. You said before that you traveled to the land of shadows and trained under Scathach, yet Scathach died centuries ago. I didn't question it before and merely wrote it off as something unimportant. Oh, she's dead in this world. I sort of voiced my thoughts. I didn't realize. And a comment like that answers many more questions. She said dryly. Parallel worlds, it's not an unfamiliar notion, but not one I thought a mortal would touch upon. So, yeah, I travel to other worlds frequently. I could have guessed as much. She replied. I have many questions regarding that. But I want to urge a response about what I mentioned earlier. Okay, but I'd like to preface this by asking you to listen until the end and not get mad. I have a feeling I won't like where this is going. It's not as bad as it sounds on the surface. I hesitantly accept your words for now, please continue. Okay, so I went to a certain variation of Earth. Rules there were a little different. Basically, I may have killed a god and usurped a bit of their authority. She paused, her gaze turning intent. Wilhelm. I would like to punctuate this by saying that I understand the concepts you are stating. Other worlds, variations, and whatnot. Even in popular media, the idea is rather common, so I'm not completely ignorant even if my nature was ignored. So, I would like to ask, did you kill my son and take his authority? He started it. She opened her mouth then closed it again, the little bit of tension seemed to evaporate. Please explain properly. So killing a god there isn't really killing in a normal sense. Basically, they just get banished back to the realm of immortality where they descend into the mortal world from. Okay, I feel as though I'm missing much context, but that alleviates many of my concerns. So, not mad. I'm not upset. Izzy replied. I was thrown off guard by your first admittance and I believe I just required a moment to think it through. The idea of my son getting killed, it is not one I can process easily. She let out a long breath, pouring herself another glass of wine. I should have asked first, but you believe me. I kind of glossed over that notion and just kept going. Yes, I do not believe you would lie to me. She replied honestly. I'm happy that she trusts me like that. All right, why don't I start from the beginning? She let out a sigh, curling up on the couch next to me. Sure, let me hear about your totally not an alien life. I could see the corners of her lips curl up in amusement. It starts as many stories do. I started to paint the picture. Why do I feel like this is going to be a Disney ESQ tale? Fuck that, it started when I got stabbed through the chest with a magic holy lightsaber. I am both horrified and intrigued. Well done. Izzy and Wilhelm meeting after too long. Anyways, if you want to read 7 chapters ahead or support me, visit mypat.rayon.com/Arttoria. We have a Discord, JBWKDNDT7F. Chapter 231, Chapter 221. Okay, I have many questions, but a few come to the forefront. Izzy leaned against my shoulder. Alright, hit me. I had pretty much told her my story, though I did keep a few things out due to the personal nature of other people or myself. It's not like I was going to go into detail with how I spent my first night with Meridia. But more or less she knew the broad strokes what I'd been up to since I had been stabbed by that psycho priest. Speaking of, maybe I should find him. Give him a taste of his own medicine. So, I just want to repeat, for clarity's sake. She cleared her throat. You saved a king of a large nation in another world. He was so grateful, he bestowed upon you a harem of 3,000 of his daughters. Uh-huh. I nodded along. Call me skeptical. She snorted. Then you supposedly saved a dragon that happened to turn into a beautiful woman who was so grateful she pledged herself to you, then you went on to defeat some demon king that was plaguing another world, cue more grateful women. Okay, I may have embellished 1 or 2 minor details. Honestly, what story doesn't? Don't give me that look. It's not that far-fetched. Okay, it's maybe a bit out there. It's plausible. Wanna try one more time? She asked with an eye roll. I let out a huff. Really? Those are the ones you take issue with? Not the story of Sir Wiggles leading an army of immortals to the demon realm to do battle. No, I believe that entirely. The corners of her lips curled up before she broke out into giggles. I couldn't help but smile seeing and hearing that laugh of hers. It was something I didn't realize I needed much more in my life. Not to mention how cute it was to witness. Alright, any questions on the real stuff? I wasn't really just making up stories. I did tell her everything I'd been through with some random things I thought up on the spot just to get a reaction out of her. I had made it painfully obvious which things were real and which weren't. Honestly, she was looking a bit sad and I wanted to cheer her up a bit. Besides the obvious embellishments, I do have a few questions. But first, where is Sir Wiggles? I missed that little furry bunny. She asked. Oh, Kunu has him. I answered. She was a little sad when I left this morning, and I wanted to cheer her up a bit and also try to keep her out of trouble while I was away. Apparently, she's been acting up a little bit for her mom. She's at that age. Izzy nodded, unsurprised. Testing the limits of what she's allowed to do. Pushing back against parental authority. I just let out a small laugh. I have no idea how I'm going to handle her when she's older. A sigh escaped my lips. I've been mostly following Yasaka's lead and helping where I can. I let out a long breath. But I digress, anything specific you want to know? I was curious about that me from your home world. She spoke up. You didn't really explain what happened other than they aren't around anymore. Oh boy. I could give a lecture on how the age of gods ended in my world. To make it simple, the gods were forced out of the world and into the reverse side where magic and such still holds weight. Otherwise they just faded from existence. Huh. She just blinked. I would like to touch on that later. But otherwise, you did a fair job of explaining everything. I will most likely have questions about things later when I have had time to consider everything carefully. That's fair. I probably upturned her perception of reality, but she's handling it extremely well. Now that I think about it, Yasaka did as well. Though, I guess they lived in a world where magic and such are common occurrences, this wasn't a too world-shattering reveal. Thank you. She added, tilting her head so her eyes met mine. You were willing to trust me with such an important and intimate secret of yours. Izzy. I said quietly. You're important to me, don't forget that. I put my arm around her shoulder, giving her another hug. Maybe we hadn't known each other for an extremely long time, but I felt strongly about the relationship we had developed. And I'd love for you to meet the other important people in my life. Your harem. She muttered. I've only met Arttoria at this point. Well, I have other people as well. But Arttoria also would love to spend more time with you. She just has responsibilities that take her far away and for indeterminate periods of time. Her oath to her master is one she takes very seriously. I'm even careful not to overstep as her boyfriend. Heroic spirits. She spoke aloud. It's strange, but it fits with what I felt. And you say she pledged herself to a magician, magus as they call themselves. Yup, Rin Tosaka. I nodded. She's something like a sister, I suppose. She's my gramps student as well. And she wouldn't be scared of me. She had expressed an interest in meeting you. I won't lie and say that certain myths and legends haven't precolored her perspective, but she's not going to be afraid of you at this point. I smiled. She didn't react, but I think she was happy. You know, some of their identities are probably going to cause issues if they come up. It was obvious she was speaking of my girls. Scat is dead, and she was not someone many could dismiss. You have Indra's son, daughter, at your side now. You have King Arthur, one of heaven's most powerful soldiers, walking around with her own Excalibur. She paused. Actually, I take it back. Please tell Indra in explicit detail everything you have done to his daughter. I would love to see the look on his face. I blinked at that. How would he even react? Bewildered, insulted, confused, then insulted some more. She laughed. He hasn't had a child in many years, so it would certainly be a surprise. Not to mention he's one of those types that would seek revenge if someone even accidentally bumped into one of his children. She rolled her eyes, the sarcasm was obvious. As amusing as it would be to see, Reiku had her own issues with her parentage. I wouldn't dream of using it just to mess with Indra like that. Besides, I would first need to actually do the deed before I could brag about it. And I feel like that's suddenly going to move up on my priority list. I can't deny that I would like to hear the sound she makes when she's below me, but that's something for later. No horny when I'm talking to Izzy. Well, it's probably best to leave that issue be for now. I shrugged. You think they will remain unknown forever? She questioned. No, I'm not that naive. Hell, Scat and Reiku already went out and are probably going to get noticed soon, but that's on their own prerogative. Personally, I'd rather they have time to settle down and develop some sense of normalcy before the world starts calling. I feel like all of them deserved some manner of peace and happiness, as most of them did not have very good lives. Though, I'm sure Scathach would disagree and go pick fights just to prove me wrong. Can't say I don't adore that side of her though. The kind of woman who wouldn't hesitate to punch me if I did something stupid, but then cradle my head in her lap with a smile. You've put thought into it then. She sighed almost longingly. You really care about them, it's sweet to see. Of course. I perked up, smiling wide. I wouldn't have them in my harem if I didn't care about each of them. Well, that and I don't trust myself to not develop attachment if I tried anything casual. I was more than aware that I latch onto people whom I found myself liking. So, what about you? I lightly poked her cheek. She puffed up, groaning. You want to know about my harem as well? Her lips curled up as she joked. Don't be obtuse. I rolled my eyes. How've you been? We've been talking about me for a while now. I don't want to make it sound like I only want to hear myself talk. Nothing important and not anything nearly as exciting as you adventuring through different universes. She shrugged, but I felt something was there. I have done what I have always done. I heard you went to a gathering of death gods, what was that about? And didn't you say that your son was coming around? Did that happen? How'd it go? I really did want to know what she's been up to, the going-ons in her life. I was going to keep going, but she tensed up and it made me pause. Izzy. I said softly. What's wrong? Nothing is wrong. She denied immediately. The gathering I went to was pleasant, and I was happy to see some familiar faces. I generally get along with the other death deities since they are also ignored by their pantheons. We're basically co-workers if you want to see it that way. That's nice and I'm glad you had a good time. I'll be asking for more details later. I nodded, before meeting her eyes. And what about your son? I raised an eyebrow. She went quiet, and that told me what I needed to know even without words spoken. Oh, Izzy. I pulled her into another hug and she didn't resist at all. If anything, I think she welcomed it more fervently than before. It's fine. I'm fine. She whispered. I have long been used to being abandoned. Once more will not do me any further harm, my tears have since dried up. Did he just not show up after saying he would? I felt a rage swelling up inside me before I pushed it back down. He made Izzy cry. I took a deep breath, calming down. She didn't need that from me right now. Can I? Please, just don't bring it up anymore. She cut me off, her voice very quiet. Just, let's talk about something else. She wanted a distraction. I paused for another moment before taking out the letter. I figured it would take her mind off her own problems at the moment. Apparently my grandmother sent me this. I set it on the table in front of us. She was quick to accept the change in subject. Did they not take the hint I gave them last time? I would have thought the body would be obvious enough. She deadpanned. Well, Yasaka told me that the person delivering it was very specific that it was just from Lady Gremory and no one else. I made sure to clarify. And I notice you haven't opened it yet. She eyed the latter suspiciously on the table. I haven't. I admitted. I almost just tossed it away as soon as Yasaka handed it to me. I ran a hand through my hair. Honestly, I don't even know if I want to humor the idea of opening it. Part of me just wants to tear it up and wipe my hands of this whole thing. To finally just move on and stop caring. Devils are nothing if not persistent. It is unlikely this would be dropped any time soon. It may just be better to deal with it directly and finally be done with it forever. She suggested. Besides, you don't even know what's written. Will you be my mail delivery service again if I write a response? I looked at her, giving a smile. That got a small reaction out of her as she appeared humored by the idea. Do you wish to give me another body to put on their doorstep? I let out a sigh. Would that make them leave me alone? Probably not. She said honestly. Devils are strange, they would probably consider it a challenge and try harder. Oi. I playfully swat her shoulder. Half devil. I pointed to myself. Half strange. She offered with a giggle. I snorted, nudging her as she nudged me back. Open it. She finally said. You will regret it and it's only going to hang over your head if you leave it as is. I groaned, picking it up. Fini. I huffed, flicking my finger and sliced off the side of it, letting the letter inside fall into my hand. You read it. I shoved it over to her. You big baby. She rolled her eyes, taking it from my hands. It says right here that a Nigerian prince needs your help. He's willing to send you part of his immense fortune, if you only give him your credit card information. Oh, come off it. I reached for it as she turned away. No, no. This is a good opportunity. She held it away from me. Don't you want to be a millionaire? She giggled. You're terrible. I huffed as she finally relented. Though, it cut away all the tension. Read it properly, she said gently, pushing herself up against me so she could look over my shoulder. Yeah. I held it up for both of us to see, reading over each line. It didn't take long to work through, as it was barely a page long. I set it down with a blank look. Well, that was significantly more mundane than I thought I would be. She basically apologized for how Okita acted, and asked about meeting up at some point. She offered several ways for me to get in touch with her if need, and even said she would not follow up and not bother me anymore if I didn't respond. It said a bit more than that, obfuscating the point a bit, but that was basically the summarization. True, I thought it would be much different. I felt her hand gently rub my back. You feel better? I let out a sigh. Yeah. I would admit it. I probably would have just left it and forced the anxiety on myself. I set it back down. Thanks. I smiled up at her. Of course. She smiled back. Will you respond? I don't know. I ran a hand through my hair again. I really don't want to, but at the same time, I feel like I should. I'll put it on the shelf for now, give myself a few days to think it through. Maybe talk it over with the others too, get their opinions. That is a mature way to handle it. She nodded in approval. Certainly better than your first impulse. Actually, my first impulse was to light it on fire. I pointed out. Fire solves every problem. What if your problem is your house on fire? Well, the fire can't burn your house down if you burn it down first. I smirked. Impeccable logic. She laughed. I love to see her like this, but knowing that she's actually upset still and just hiding it. I still don't have anywhere to be for a while, want to hear some more stories? I offered. I would love to. She settled back down, snuggling up close. All right, let me tell you the story of how I took down a bullhead, a type of flying machine like a helicopter, with a huge dildo. You're making that up, she said instantly. Nope. Okay, I need to hear this. I told her a brief version of my stint in Remnant previously, but I would go into more detail this time. It all started when I fell from the sky, and a girl thought I was an alien. Wilhelm. Yasaka looked up from her desk smiling at my entrance, but she paused and looked concerned when she noticed my expression. Is something the matter? Maybe, I said evenly. You should have an extensive information network all over Japan, right? I do, and my concerns are rising, she confirmed. And a god coming down to the mortal world from Takamagara would be something you keep track of, correct? Yes, she once again confirmed. Good. I nodded. Would you by chance know if Susanoo came down, and if so, where he is? I stopped myself from growling out his name as my fists balled up. I very much wish to have a word with him. Apparently, I need to teach him a lesson his father never did. So, I forgot to mention last chapter, these two were supposed to be one big chapter, but I was unable to finish it all together the night I had written it last week. Probably why it felt like it wasn't going anywhere, as it was supposed to lead up to this point. That was my bad, should have mentioned it or even put a part 1 or something as indication. Anyways, if you want to read 7 chapters ahead or support me, visit my pat.rayon.com/astriaforone. We also have a Discord, JBWKDNDT7F. Chapter 232, Chapter 222. Wilhelm. Yasaka said slowly. I would very much appreciate some context right now. I took a deep breath, calming myself down. He was supposed to meet with Izzy, I said simply. Yasaka blinked in realization. I see how that could have been. He made her cry. Yasaka paused at that. I didn't know the extent of any relations between them, but I knew that Izzy had an open invitation to come to Yasaka's place. Not to mention how Izzy saved Kunu, basically earning Yasaka's eternal gratitude. I see, she said again, her expression turning a bit stiffer. Susanoo is one of the pillars of the Shinto faction. While he's below most other lightning gods, he is still rather strong. I don't have plans on killing him. I was honest. This wasn't like the other Susanoo, this was Izzy's son, and I had absolutely no intentions of leaving any lasting damage nor killing him. Yasaka let out a relieved sigh. I can understand your anger. I have no good impressions of that god myself, she acknowledged. However, I have to think of my faction, Wilhelm. I know. I sighed. It's one of the reasons I came to you. I didn't want to immediately run off amidst my anger and be too impulsive and give no thought to the consequences. I wanted to be better about that with all of you. If it was just myself, I could afford to be more flippant, but when they're involved, I had to act more mature. I will try to be diplomatic. I gritted out. I'm willing to swallow my anger. I have no right to force him into anything, but his actions directly hurt Izzy. He made a promise, and his casual dismissal has brought her pain. That isn't something I can just let go without an explanation. Maybe I'm sticking my nose where it doesn't belong, but Izzy is someone important to me and she was hurt. I do know where he is. Yasaka spoke up again. It's as you said, I tend to keep track of any high-profile individuals that enter my territory. Currently, he's right about at the edge of my territory that borders the old man's. If I don't cause any trouble for either side, if no one but us are involved in whatever altercation that may or may not occur, will there be consequences? I asked. Though, I would honestly try the passive approach first, if only out of respect for Izzy. She pondered that. Nothing I can't brush off as not my concern. It's well known that you're with me in Kunu, but I can easily dismiss most things said my way. However, if my patron asks, are we not together? I smiled towards her. I don't want to get in the way of your responsibilities. If you tell her about me, besides the obvious personal things, I would be in no way upset. She smiled at that. I won't ask you not to do this, but just, please be careful. She got up and walked forward, wrapping me up in a hug. And thank you for telling me in advance. I'll be back soon. I kissed her on the forehead. I wanted to play with those tails, but I had a different priority right now. I have the general location of where he's at right now, do you need anything more specific? She offered. Just a general location is fine, I can go from there. She walked back to her desk, shifting through several things before pulling out a piece of parchment and handed it to me. On the off chance of a fight, if it's kept just between you and him, the others won't interfere. Don't escalate it beyond that or the consequences will be something I can't shoulder. As in, don't get other pantheons involved, and obviously don't kill him. Worse comes to worse and I beat him up, well, that's a private matter and at most, his siblings would probably make fun of him if the myths were close to accurate. The fact that I'm with Yasaka who was Amaterasu's Miko, well, it could be said I was somewhat involved with the Shinto faction if you squint. Regardless. My anger was not diminished. I waved my hand tunneling through space to the estimated location, giving Yasaka one last look before walking through. I don't know what I had expected, but this pretty much lined up with the mental image I had of the gods so far. There were yokai and other various supernatural species walking around. But the most eye-catching thing were the courtesans trying to catch the attention of every passersby. It was a red light district. This is what he blew off Izzy for. I obviously had nothing against women of this profession, my mother was a prostitute and I would not deny it. However, the fact that this was the reason Izzy was sitting alone at home and crying. I sucked in a deep breath as I eyed the building in front of me. It didn't look out of place, or rather significant in anywhere. There were many others on the same street down the road that I could see, almost as if it was merely chosen by happenstance. Reiku. I sent through the link. Master. Reiku sounded happy to hear from me. Is something the matter? She questioned. I'm going to do something a little bit foolish. I don't want you to worry too much. I see, and I suppose I can't talk you out of such actions. Sorry. I am thankful you told me before you did anything. I will not dismiss whatever reason you have for doing so, but I hope you will talk to me afterwards. She seemed to understand my sentiments well enough. Of course. I wouldn't hide anything from them. And I felt a bit better after telling both Yasaka and Reiku that I'd be getting into a small mess. With the link we shared, she should be kept abreast of my actions in cases like this. Yasaka could have dealt with some very real consequences had I not talked to her, and Reiku would worry through the link we shared. I straightened my tie before walking through the door. The smell of alcohol and smoke immediately entered my nose and I almost reeled back at the heaviness of it. Greetings, sir. Is this your first time? The woman at the front walked over sensually, her kimono barely covering her breasts and her legs were almost fully on display. Yet, I couldn't help but think she couldn't compare to any of my girls. I took out a pouch full of gold and tossed it into her arms. She looked at it, opening up and then back at me in confusion. I'm looking for someone. I said with a strained smile. In case of damages. I made sure to iterate. She blinked in realization and quickly made herself scarce. I wouldn't be surprised if fights and such broke out often with beings of higher strength walking around without a care in the world. Combined with attractive women and alcohol, it's just a recipe for disaster. There was no need to look around, I already found my target. Ha ha ha. A laugh bellowed out, like thunder. Lord Susanoo, a woman moaned seductively as she draped herself over the owner of the loud voice. A larger man sat with his back to me in a private booth surrounded by several women. I stopped for a moment, comparing him to the Susanoo I met in the other world. This one was still pretty big, but noticeably smaller than the one I killed. Though, he could still be called burly, with wild, untamed hair. I would be polite, for Izzy's sake. Something I had to remind myself of. I would not immediately go and start making a mess. Again, I reeled in my anger. I calmly walked over until I came upon him. Lord Susanoo, I began to speak but was interrupted. Just leave the drinks here. He shooed me away. I paused, taking another breath. Actually, I'm here to talk about something. Beat it, brat. He snorted, still not even turning towards me. Can't you see I'm busy? I'll sign an autograph or whatever later. He shooed me off again. I tried my best to not show off my disdain. Lord Susanoo, I just have something important to talk to you about. It won't be more than a few moments of your time. I'll even compensate your evening. Lord Susanoo, he's ruining the mood, one of the women whined. Make the kid go away, and we can have some real fun. Brat, you're ruining the atmosphere. He still didn't deem me worthy of even looking at. Beat it while I'm still in a good mood. I let out a sigh. Please, I just want to ask you about something involving your mother. I gritted my teeth, trying to ignore his attitude towards me. Though, a heavy air settled down around us. The atmosphere turned tense as Susanoo went rigid. I couldn't finish as he swatted his arm towards me and my vision was filled with lightning. I contemplated several things as I went flying through the wall and out the building. Perhaps I shouldn't have mentioned Izzy. I knew that the other Susanoo treated her as a taboo subject, not to mention Izzy called him a mama's boy that one time. I didn't outwardly react, even as I looked up at the darkening sky, wooden debris all around me as I had collided with the dumpster out back. With another deep breath, I stood up, brushing myself off. I was polite, was I not, Draig? I asked. I even called him Lord Susanoo, as a term of respect. You were very polite. I was nice. Indeed. I was respectful. Yes, I interrupted his playtime, but I believed my reason was justifiable. However, I offered to pay for his evening. Not to mention, he attacked me in response to very little provocation. You were surprisingly respectful. Good, good. I nodded, reaching for my tie as I undid it and tossed it to the side. And I was mature in my approach. I didn't get angry, I didn't intentionally start a fight. Nope, I was astonished how you held back. I grunted in acknowledgement. Well, there goes plan A. I started rolling up my sleeves. I pulled tight my ponytail, making sure it wouldn't come loose. Walking through the new entrance that Susanoo had made with my body, I looked back at the god who still didn't even bother to cast his gaze my way. He attacked me first, I no longer held any hesitation. That's your one free one. I said calmly, moving back towards him. This time, we're going to have a proper talk. I put a hand on his shoulder and he slowly turned towards me. You dare touch me, mortal. His voice wasn't very loud, but there was a certain weight to it. The girls all around him shuddered in fear. As if moving in habit, lightning began to crackle down his body as he swung his arm at me again, once more practically in dismissal, though the force was much more than the previous swat. Except, this time, I reached up and caught it, not allowing it to budge an inch. My own lightning flared up to meet his as his eyes widened. The first time he actually looked at me, and he looked confused and stunned, a realization dawned on him that something was seriously wrong. I felt my Campione nature start swelling to the surface and he continued to stare, dumbfounded. I waved my free hand, opening up a portal as I gripped him tight, pushed my feet against the ground, and threw him through it. His eyes completely widened at my sudden action, and possibly the utter absurdness of it all. With a thought, it closed right behind him as I swept my gaze around the girls who had egged him on. With a snort, I opened another portal, hoping through it. High above the ocean's waves, I slowly descended downwards, my wings out behind me. I crossed my arms as my gaze met the god I had previously thrown. He stood atop the waves, glaring up at me. The sky above seemed to grow dark, the furrow of his brow signaling thundering in the distance as clouds gathered around. The only reason I think he didn't immediately shout and yell was just the sheer surprise at what had just occurred. I didn't back down from his murderous gaze. My own lightning slowly began to crackle around my body. My divine power just begging to be brought to the surface to face him. I learned from the last Susanoo that it was best to get away from civilization for something like this, and the ocean was probably the best place. I clenched my fists hard enough to feel my knuckles crack. Now, we can have a proper conversation. So, Susanoo isn't a particularly nice fellow in his myths. Coming down to the mortal world, then getting sidetracked and blowing off Izzy to have fun. Yeah, a lot of gods are kind of assholes. Anyways, if you want to read 7 chapters ahead or support me, visit my pat.rayon.com/Arttoria. We have a Discord, JBWKDNDT7F. Chapter 233, Chapter 223. I floated down silently, touching the water and used a little spell to make sure I had an even platform to stand on. I'm getting some déjà vu here. Draig commented. It had been the simplest place to drag him to where there would be no collateral damage. Especially if I didn't want to make too large of a mess for Yasaka, the further away the better. And we're just a few miles off the coast of Japan, so not in anyone else's territory. Susanoo stared at me, there was clear anger in his gaze. The fact that he wasn't saying anything, I didn't know if anyone had ever dared to treat him this way. It probably threw him for a complete loop and he was still processing the last minute. I couldn't help but continuously compare this Susanoo to the other one. And based on first impressions, I feel like the one I killed had been a bit more mature. Then again, I found him while he lived in seclusion, he probably had his emotions tempered by his time alone. Devil. Susanoo finally spoke, but it felt more like a booming growl than actual spoken word. Oh, are my ears deceiving me? You're actually addressing me. I snorted. What's your game? He questioned, obviously confused at this whole thing. Do you think I won't go down to the underworld to raise hell after I scatter your remains across the ocean? First, not part of the devil faction, so by all means. Half devil over here. I shrugged. Second, I let everything loose. My aura flared up, my magical energy leaked out, I even let my divinity envelop me. Big talk for someone who has to pay for attention from women. His eyes widened once more as I looked on. Divinity. Whose bastard are you? Indra, no, that doesn't feel like him. Zeus wouldn't dare come this far out to fuck, Thor. He began speaking his mind aloud. No, why does it feel so similar to mine? I chose not to answer that question. So you're willing to actually talk now that I'm worth your time? I rolled my eyes. Devil. He interrupted me, clearly still lost in his own thoughts. Why do you have divinity so similar to mine? I have not laid with a devil in centuries, and I know for a fact that she did not carry my child. I'll answer your question if you answer my question. I offered. Speak. He relented with an annoyed look. Why didn't you go see your mother after saying you would? It was honestly the whole reason I was here, if this would solve things faster, so be it. His confusion and curiosity shifted into fury. You dare. He roared, shooting towards me. Oh well, I tried to keep this peaceful. More than I had to, even. Honestly, it lines up more with what Izzy said about him being a hothead and quick to come to blows at any perceived slight. I moved my head to the side, his fist encompassing the space I had just been a moment prior. I gathered aura into my right arm, forcing it into shape, molding, and condensing it. I had yet to have a chance to test my new strength, and I supposed he would be a good target. Not to mention, I had some anger to work through, and he just so happened to be the cause of it. With a shout, I swung my palm at his stomach, the aura I gathered burst out. A shockwave exploded in all directions at the sudden expulsion of force, and the god of storms was taken by surprise as his back arched and he was sent flying backwards and skipped across the ocean waves. It was probably his authority, his existence as the god of storm that allowed him to treat water like land. To the point where he probably couldn't even be drowned if I tried. Get up, that was nothing more than a love tap. I clenched my hand. His body was a bit more sturdy than I thought. That's far from the beating you deserve. He climbed to his feet, his eyes were blazing with fury, yet his expression remained even. Never have I been so disrespected by a mortal creature. The air around him began to manifest lightning, crackling as it came into existence. His mere breathing caused electricity to arc across the water. He moved again, but was several times faster. His movements were as if he was sliding across the water, and then he was upon me, his fist lashing out wreathed in his divine power. I raised my arms up and my aura protected me as I blocked. Even with my enhanced aura, I felt the blow through my body. The full weight behind his blow was a degree higher than the other Susanoo I faced, making me grit my teeth as I bore it head on. The water behind me was blown away like a tidal wave, the force of it made me shudder. I had used my reinforcement a moment prior, and I still felt it. But on the flip side, I didn't budge from the spot I was in. Disrespect. I glared at him. You're upset that I disrespected you? Mad that I interrupted your playtime, is that it? I taunted him. Pathetic. You dare judge me? He roared, a massive hand of lightning came slamming down from the sky, manifested by his authority. The rolling clouds that had been forced into existence above us started roaring with thunderous rage that matched his own. I didn't even look up, my sword flashed out of my ring and shot towards the sky to intercept the attack. Your anger right now, it pales in comparison to mine. I said with a surprising calm. He sneered, swinging his fist again, the power of a god condensed at his fingertips. It felt like a mountain was making its way towards my body. I had paused for the briefest of moments, to marvel at him being able to step up another level with just pure force. Was this what the gods here were capable of? I wondered if he had even reached his peak or if he was holding anything back. Regardless, I was different than I was before. I didn't move as his fist pierced through me. I didn't bat an eye as he stared in confusion, my body having partially turned into lightning, divine lightning. I felt my aura burn a bit quicker, compensating for the fact that my lightning had been elevated since the last time I had done this. You weren't there when she got so excited that her son responded to her letter. I whispered, summoning the boosted gear on my hand. Draig. Susanoo blurted out in surprise. Clench your teeth. It was the only warning I gave him. Well, there was one more. Boost. I roared, slamming my gauntlet-clad fist into his face. His body twisted, spinning in the air as he was knocked off his feet again. It was the first time I had boosted after becoming a campione, and boy was it an intoxicating feeling. I shot up into the air on my wings. She started counting the days until you came. I shot down at him. He raised his fist and swung as I rammed into him. His fist landed on my cheek as I slammed into his body, both of us tumbling across the water. I rose to my feet quickly, and swung again, meeting his own counter. I gritted my teeth as they got rattled, rolling with the blow, ignoring the sharp pain, even if I felt a little bit of blood in my mouth. Boost. I shouted again, my hand finding his chest, blood flying from his mouth. He growled, reaching out with both of his hands. One of them summoned down lightning from the heavens into the form of a sword. The other pulled water from the ocean, condensing into the shape of a spear. I held out my hand, mirage flew into my grasp. 1,000 birds. I swung my sword, noticing how much easier it was to use this level of the skill compared to before. Susanoo swung his lightning sword, an arc of lightning tore through the space between us, intercepting the vast majority of my sword phantoms, his spear shoot out, gracefully as it dispersed the remainder. With another motion, he slammed the tip of his spear into the water, thousands of imitations shot out from beneath me. I flew upwards into the air, only to be met by a torrential rain of lightning bolts, summoned by a gesture of his sword. My other swords flew around me, hacking away and piercing through any stray bits of his authority that tried to lash out at me from the surrounding storm. He looked even more pissed as I was unharmed by his attack. My swords floated around me protectively as I waited for him to make another move. I had to see the look on her face. I spoke up again. When she told me that her son, after everything, decided to blow her off. I raised my empty hand, and my sword of destruction adjusted itself, aiming towards the god of storms. With a thought, it burst towards him, my aura feeding into it as my power of destruction alighted along the blade. Once again, the changes were noticeable from my previous self. My sword covered the distance in a blink of an eye, the god of storms thrust his water spear towards it, the collision of his condensed power created from his authority as it met my power of destruction. And my destruction won out as it tore through his spear, leaving him shouting in utter surprise. The confidence he swaggered around with, it was slowly being chipped away with each blow I landed on him. Each time I overturned his expected results. He grabbed his lightning sword with both hands and managed to push my sword away with a bit of effort. A noticeable amount of power on his end went into diverting it to the side. I recalled it with a flick of my wrist, and it hovered near me once more. Holding my hand out, I opened up dozens of small portals around both of us. He looked at them, then at me in realization. My swords all flipped in different directions, and shot into a portal nearby, all coming out towards the storm god. I waved my hands, opening and closing new portals to change directions, to alter paths at each movement. These weren't weapons he could ignore, even as a deity. His body was enveloped in a protective layer of lighting as he tried to cover himself, lightning sword swinging, deflecting a sword here or there, but I merely caught it once more and sent it back through the use of the kaleidoscope. My 5 swords, with the help of my magic, it was as if he was being assailed by 1,000. I could see the small cuts forming on his body, each one of my swords capable of leaving a mark, even if some were not particularly strong enough to wound the god in a meaningful way. Whisper left runes as it sailed through the air, randomly dispatched as it weaved through the holes in space, spells actualized at random intervals. They didn't do anything beyond distracting and annoying him, but that allowed the other swords to break past his defenses. My sword of destruction was still coated in my bloodline, making the storm god have to be wary of it at each passing. Ascalon and Dawnbreaker were doing the most work, slicing him at opportune moments, or keeping him from retaliating with a well-timed stab to a vital area, forcing him to block. It was a mental drain controlling them all like this, while also pulling on my magic to support each attack. Enough. Susanoo finally reacted, his bottled anger truly exploding along with a massive surge of power and blowing away all my swords at once. I am Susanoo, I will not be made a fool of by a mortal. His voice bellowed out, the storm he conjured thundering in response as the sky became covered with divine lightning. This massive amount of power, it wasn't coming from me though, he shot into the air and merged with it. Or perhaps, this was a closer representation to his true self. A giant, clearly over 100 meters in height, slammed into the waters below, sending massive waves in every direction. Now this is what a real god should feel like. I felt the hairs on my arms stand up. This was him actually getting serious, not throwing around random punches because he was angry. Maybe in another situation, I would have been excited, my blood boiling at the prospect of fighting him, truly fighting this world's Susanoo, god of storms. However, at this moment, I could only remember the look that Izzy gave me when she told me what happened. The lightning sword he wielded before, it returned, manifesting to his new size and form. He swung it once, the world seemed to shudder at the movement, and the surrounding water was forced to move by the force behind the swing. I raised my hand and began to draw runes into the air. Primordial runes began to manifest the bulwark that was my strongest defense spell. Shield of Asgard. I actualized it around me, taking the mountain-cleaving attack head-on. The divine authority of Susanoo collided with the primordial runes passed down by Odin, the lightning shattered my spell, but the accumulated power in the single attack was spent. I felt the backlash, the brunt of his attack sent shockwaves through my body, my aura flickered defensively, but I felt some blood trickle from my nose before wiping it away. I refused to show any kind of weakness in front of him though. I held my hand out, I looked deep inside myself, finding the new aspect of me that I gained from Pandora. You made Izzy cry. Even in this maelstrom that the god of storm had created, it felt as if the world went silent when I began pulling on my authority. I raised my hand to the sky, and the clouds he conjured that rolled around and thundered at his every command, they began to wildly swirl at my motion. My words of power that caused the world to bend to my will. It was here at this place, that Susanoo led 1,000 unruly deities in rebellion. 1,000 swords standing upon the earth, used as city walls to defend against the enemies. Here. Namely, the Amano-Murakumo no Tsurugi. The steel that breaks 1,000 blades. Lightning divorced from his, carrying enough authority to make the god of storms hesitate. It descended from the heavens right into my hand. It took a form of a sword, a black blade and a golden guard and pommel. It was deceptively simple in its design, an elegance that spoke of its power. Impossible. The god of storms spoke, a whisper that boomed across the horizon. What are you? He exclaimed. Your storms. I raised my sword to the sky. Are mine. I declared, and with a swipe of my blade, they were usurped from his grasp, forcibly dispersed at my whims. Your authority is confiscated. I held my divine sword aloft, pointing right at the giant. I felt the power I had now multiply, temporarily, as I gained control of his authority in addition to mine own. He didn't have time to shout as it too was forcibly dismissed. The lightning weaved as it arced out uncontrollably, the divine authority of his that held it together unraveled at my command. Perhaps if it were another god, they could have fought my control. But I was probably his worst possible matchup. The concepts of my authority simply overrode his due to how I acquired mine by killing his counterpart. I was his absolute counter. And thus, the god fell from the sky, slamming down once more into the water. He scrambled to his feet, head jerking up to see my blade resting right in front of his face. That's impossible, how do you have that? How did that sword do that? He raised his voice. What did you do to me? I didn't answer him again, and against what might be construed as common sense, I dismissed it. My authority returned back inside of me. Again, he was utterly confused, standing back up to his feet, he opened his mouth to talk but was interrupted as my fist met his face again, knocking him up into the air. He landed on his feet, catching himself. Despite everything, the absurd advantage I held over him, he was still a god. Something of this level, it wouldn't keep him down for long. He roared, reeling his arm back and swung at me, shockwaves emanating out at the sheer force. I felt my aura flare up, taking a large portion of the blow. I didn't break eye contact as I spit out a mouthful of blood. That all you got? I smirked, following up by burying my fist into his chest. He let out a pained noise, taking a step back. You're one tough mortal bastard. He growled, coughing out some blood of his own, but that didn't stop him as he swung back at me without a second thought. There was no more techniques involved, no more authority, no magic, and no weapons. We simply started throwing punches at each other. It was more than just beating him in a fight. I wanted to destroy that inflated ego of his, to make him feel even a smidgen of what Izzy did. With an almost reckless abandon, even blocking was left to the wayside as we kept trying to knock the other down. Our fists began flying without pause, taking any opening to send another blow at the other. He would go for heavy punches, and I would hit him with several jabs in response. He stood there and took it, just so his heavy fist would connect. We continued trading like this what felt like an eternity. Both of us were starting to breath heavily after an indeterminable amount of time passed. My aura had long since shattered under the constant bombardment. But I gave much more than I got. His left eye was swollen, blood ran down his nose and covered his shirt. I am Susanoo. He roared again, steadying himself. I will not be beaten by a mere devil. I snorted, stepping in and dodged his attack, my fist finding his cheek once more. His head snapped to the side as he reeled back, his knees trembled but he steadied himself. What's wrong, old man? You're looking a bit winded there. I laughed between my own heavy breaths. Brat, I could do this all day. He snorted, coming at me again. You most certainly will not. A familiar voice interrupted us, a massive shadow overtook the surroundings, and an ominous presence descended. I don't know who was more scared as we both seemed to recognize who just spoke. Mother. Susanoo blurted out. Izzy. I said almost at the same time. The look she gave both of us, we both slammed our mouths shut, not daring to utter another word. Sorry for the late chapter, got home from work a bit later than normal. If you want to read 7 chapters ahead or support me, visit my pat.rayon.com/Arttoria. Got another PHO interlude up over here. Chapter 234, Chapter 224. Mother, you. Be silent. Izzy snapped at Susanoo, making him shut his mouth tight. Izzy. That goes for you as well. She glared my way. She raised her hand, and shadowy limbs rose from the darkness she seemed to conjure with her presence. Large arms crept up and grabbed us both, hoisting us into the air. I am very disappointed in both of you. She crossed her arms. What were you both thinking? We both spoke at the same time. That was rhetorical. She cut us off. Do you have any idea the mess that you have caused? Do you think the mortals aren't going to notice you both waving around your power in the middle of the ocean? It wasn't my fault. Susanoo shouted. Izzy slowly turned to me. You punched me through a building. I countered. I just tried to have a polite conversation. She then turned back to her son. He dared to. Izzy smacked him upside the head. I let out a snicker, but Izzy snapped her head back towards me. Don't you think I don't fault you in this as well, Wilhelm? She snorted. It takes 2 to tango, and I am more than aware of your ability to detach yourself from the situation had you wanted to. Mom, you know him. Susanoo looked surprised. The fuck you think I came looking for you, dumbass? I rolled my eyes. Did you think I was just annoying you for the sake of it? I knew he was fucking ignoring me the entire time. You dare. Susanoo roared as the sky thundered, but Izzy pushed his head under the water, only lifting him up after a few moments after it settled once more. Susanoo no Makoto. Izzy narrowed her eyes, a sarcastic undertone in her words. Raise your voice like that once more and I will let everyone currently watching see how I bend you over my knee. I do not care how old you are nor your status, you will be respectful in my presence, are we clear? Be but mother. This mortal. Izzy raised her hand up. I asked a question. Yes. Susanoo shrinked away. Izzy nodded, content, before she turned back to me and adopted a new frown. Wilhelm. She punctuated. Do not call my son a dumbass, even if it is well deserved. Mother. Susanoo looked shocked at her words again. At least in my presence. She added on. Fine. I huffed. Good. Izzy nodded once more. Mother, how do you know him? Why are you treating him so well? He's only one of those devils. I'm your son, a god. He exclaimed. She's my friend. I answered. What? Susanoo started to raise his voice but glanced at Izzy and lowered his voice back down. You overstep, my mother would not lower herself. Susanoo, who I am or am not friends with is not for you to decide. Izzy cut in once more. She turned to me with a softening expression. Wilhelm has been a wonderful addition to my life and I value the relationship we have. Even if I find myself upset with him right now. If I could, I'd hug you right now. I wiggled in the shadowy hand still holding me up. Susanoo just gaped at our conversation. I'm going to kill you. He stared at me with a hint of bloodlust in his eyes. What was that? Izzy narrowed her eyes. I said I love you. Susanoo looked at his mom with a scared look. No matter their status, moms are scary when they're angry. Is that why you decided to forget about me? Izzy snorted. I didn't forget, I just got sidetracked. He coughed. Besides, it's only a few days, what's the big deal? Just a few days. Izzy repeated with a blank look. You dumbass. I sighed. What was that? He began to crackle with lightning. Why don't you pull out your authority? I taunted. His eye twitched. I don't know what trick you pulled, mortal. But I shall tear the seal apart and rip you limb from limb when I get my hands on you. Honestly, it should be back any moment now. I had more or less shut it off with the help of my sword due to the overlapping nature and the conceptual advantage I had over him. Izzy huffed, waving her hand as the familiar entrance to Yomi opened up right on top the water. I honestly thought she had to be in Japan to be capable of this. Then again, the ocean here belonged to Susanoo in a way, and she was his mother. She didn't speak as she started walking inside, the shadowy hands pulling us along with her. How many centuries has it been since my children last visited? She began to speak. Then I finally get a response from my youngest. We walked up to her house, and I think Susanoo was surprised to see it right in the middle of this dreary place. She pushed the door open unceremoniously, practically tossing us onto the ground. Then he just doesn't show up and has the gall to say, "It's only a few days." She muttered, walking into the kitchen. And an awkward silence fell across us, ensued, etc. Susanoo blinked at that as if he was actually listening to her words. Mortal. He finally spoke, turning towards me. Was my mother truly saddened? Do you think I came and actually tried to bow my head and get an answer because she was happy? I looked at him incredulously. I don't give a shit about your status. If it weren't for you being Izzy's son, we would have finished that fight properly. And at this point, we both know how it would have ended, and it certainly wasn't me opting to just kick his ass like I did. He opened his mouth and closed it again. You aren't one of those Satans, who are you? He finally asked. Wilhelm Henry Schweinorg. I waved my hand flippantly. Half-devil bastard, you wouldn't have heard of me. You wield drag. He muttered. Yet no one knows of you. That's surprising. All of his wielders in the past became known very soon after awakening that blasted thing. Yet, you showed surprising competency that spoke of training and experience. Not to mention that power of destruction. I wonder if those devils know that you're running around outside of their authority. Why does it matter? I already said I'm not part of their faction. I snorted. I've never even been to hell. Was he trying to make conversation or just satiate his curiosity? It's weird how quickly his tone became less arrogant than before. Izzy walked back into the room, carrying a tray with teacups and some wash rags. She quietly set the tea in front of us as she scooted up next to Susanoo. Mom. Susanoo sighed as Izzy started wiping away the dried blood from his face. You may heal quickly enough, but you are still a mess. She huffed. I swear, I would ask what got into you, but you always get into fights for the simplest of reasons. Seeing her like that, I felt weirdly jealous. And I missed my mom a lot right now. You're next. Izzy stood up, moving towards me. I didn't even fight it as she got next to me and started rubbing away the blood that was still on my face. I expected you to be the more intelligent one, yet I find you just punching each other in the face in such an idiotic manner. Mom. Susanoo sounded indignant. She just ignored him, though a little smile made its way to her face. How did you know where to find us? I asked. How could I not know? She deadpanned. Do you think a god throwing around his power in the mortal world is something that goes unnoticed? I could immediately tell where to find you two idiots as soon as you came to blows. Not to mention, I have no doubts that my other children are also aware what you've been up to, Susanoo. She glanced at him from the corner of her eyes. Oh great, I'm never going to hear the end of it from that guy. Excuse me. Izzy turned to him fully. Susanoo cleared his throat. Amaterasu is going to nag me non-stop. Izzy snorted, turning back towards me. Lay in the bed you have made, my son. Susanoo grumbled. It wasn't my fault. I was minding my own business. When this freak of nature comes and messes with me. Seriously, how many more devils are going to pop up that we have to actually pay attention to? He even looks like that other freak of nature. He jabbed his finger at me. Susanoo, mind your tongue. Izzy chided. I'm not wrong. What else do you call a devil capable of fighting a god? Where did he even get my sword? Susanoo threw his hands up. Is it even my sword? 'Cause it was really different than the last time I saw it, and last I heard, it's broken. Wanna find out? I smirked. Don't goad him. Izzy swatted my shoulder. And it is not your sword, son. I am aware of its origin. Susanoo grumbled but seemed to accept that. Well, she's technically right. Which is the best kind of being right. What about his divinity? It's almost exactly like mine. He accused. Don't be ridiculous. Unless you think he somehow stole some of it from you. Izzy raised an eyebrow. Susanoo scoffed. Of course not, like that could ever happen. Me and Izzy shared a silent laugh, and I couldn't help but look at that gentle smile on her face. It was really cute. Stop flirting with my mom. Susanoo shouted angrily. What? I blinked. How was I flirting? Did her cheeks turn slightly pink? Bastard, like you'd ever be good enough for her. Keep your grubby devil hands away from her or else. He growled. Susanoo. Izzy said evenly. But, Mom, he's a devil. No one likes them. It was strange to see this usually arrogant god turn into a child in front of his mom. What would the other pantheons think? Izzy let out a long sigh. Stop making assumptions. She rubbed her forehead. We're just friend. I huffed. Besides, who'd take relationship advice from someone who has to pay for companionship? Why you? He stood up. Do I need to get some burn ointment, my son? Mother. Well, perhaps if you kept to your word instead of going out and finding courtesans, then you would not have suffered such verbal jabs. Izzy didn't even bat an eye. Ruthless. How did you know? I mean, I did no such thing. He quickly correctly. Do you really think I wouldn't know what you'd been up to after blowing me off? She harumphed. Just because I didn't make my voice heard does not mean I was unhurt by your actions. I had many thoughts about marching right up and dragging you home. Well, she kinda did in the end. Sorry. He said quietly. How meek he was in front of Izzy, well, I couldn't fault him. No matter how strong I get, I'd probably act the same in front of my own mom. But I digress, it felt like it was going to get heavy soon, so I was probably overstaying my welcome. I'll get out of your hair, let you spend some time with your son. I gave Izzy a smile. I shall walk you out. She stated, standing up with me. That was not so subtle, for she wanted to speak with me privately before I left. If I see any hands wandering, I'll cut them off. Susanoo hollered as we walked out the door. Susanoo. Izzy squeaked out, turning noticeably red. She quickly slammed the door behind us as we stood on her porch. That son of mine. She huffed, throwing her hands up. Though, it was still pretty cute. So, nice weather we're having. I smiled innocently. Wilhelm. She crossed her arms, giving me an unamused look. Sorry. I slumped my shoulder. Default reaction to being nervous. I'm upset with you right now. She said plainly. That's fair, I won't argue anything in my defense. Izzy looked at me again before letting out a sigh. I'm conflicted. I am upset, yet at the same time, I have this indescribable warmness in my chest. It's not hard to piece together what happened after you left earlier. She paused briefly. It has been a very long time since someone has gotten angry on my behalf. Izzy. I reached out as she accepted being pulled into a hug. Don't think that this removes any annoyance I have right now. She said quietly. Did you think I would be happy that you beat up my son? She lightly smacked my chest. If I said yes. She puffed up, smacking me again, though she was trying hard to hold back a laugh. Somehow, it turned out well in the end. I take full credit. I said shamelessly. And you undoubtedly caused a storm even if you can't yet see it. As I said before, many are aware of what transpired. Not to mention there were many that saw you before you took the fight to the ocean. It was all Susanoo, I'm innocent. As I told my son, lay in your bed. She reached up, lightly patting my cheek. Thank you, Wilhelm. I truly mean it. While I don't agree with the actions you took, I do appreciate the sentiment. I was going to just accept that he would never come and visit. I couldn't find the courage to confront him and thought it better to just let it be. Now, I have my son sitting in my house and he isn't anxious to run away. As long as you're happy, it was worth it. I said with sincerity. She huffed again. What was going through your head? My son is a god, you don't go picking a fight with a god just for this. She threw her arms up. How easily she shifted gear back to being exasperated. I know my son's strength, the weight behind his punches aren't anything to scoff at. Are you sure you're okay? She inspected me. It's fine. I waved her off. Just a bit ruffled. We didn't really go all out and kinda just settled on punching each other. She crossed her hands, grumbling. Stupid boys, always doing stupid things. I simply don't understand it, why go through such pain for such an asinine reason? Seeing how upset you were, it hurt more to see that look on your face than taking a few punches from him. She opened her mouth and quickly closed it again. Foolish. She muttered, looking away. Leave before I get it in my head to smack you. She shooed me away. I just smiled, about to walk away until I felt her hand grab my shirt. She quickly planted a kiss on my cheek before shuffling back into her home. I was left a bit stunned at what just happened. Only breaking from my thoughts as I heard Izzy start loudly scolding her son again. Though, there was a certain hint of fondness in her tone. I couldn't help but smile as I opened a portal and headed back. Late chapter against since I got off work late. PHO Interlude is up next. If you want to read 7 chapters ahead or support me, visit mypat.rayon.com/asteriaforone. Chapter 235, Interlude 10. Welcome to the Supernatural Online Message Boards. You are currently logged in, Nascent_Kaleidoscope. You are viewing threads you have replied to, and threads that have new replies, or private message conversations with new replies. Thread OP is displayed. Last 10 messages in private message history. Threads and private messages are ordered by user custom preference. Diamond suit topic, Godzilla in America. In, boards news events international news. Just underscore a underscore muffin, original poster, verified muffin, veteran member. Posted on April 3, 2009. Holy shit. So, my last big post basically started the same way, but here we go again. Basically, and I can't believe I'm typing this out, Godzilla appeared in America. I just don't even know anymore. So, people know, I got my sources. And they're all saying that yes, something resembling Godzilla appeared in off the coast of New York, very visible to the normal people out there. Got lots of pics to share. Link, 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 link. There are obviously more, considering, you know, giant monster, but these are the best I found. Showing page 1 of 1079. FBI _secret wizard. Replied on April 3, 2009. So, most of us ran for the hills when that thing came stomping over. We Americans over here have seen enough Japanese monster movies to know where this was going. Though I did see one guy take out his pistol and go try to square off against it. Not idea if he actually did, must have taken him too long to move over there with the massive balls he was dragging. But in all honesty, what the actual fuck? Still kind of in the dark after what happened. Human _magician 24, verified magician. Replied on April 3, 2009. Alright, so it apparently could breath fire. Turned a block into molten slag after getting pissed off at something. It was big enough that everyone and anyone took some pot shots at it when they could. It came stomping in downtown and causing a lot of damage in its wake. I fired a few spells at it, but it just kinda ignored me. When it kicked over a 5-story building like some discount Legos, I knew it was time to skedaddle. Arcane toilet, verified magician. Replied on April 3, 2009. Anyone else notice the idiots videotaping thinking it was a movie? And I'm talking about the obvious non-humans who just stood there and stared like idiots. WTF people. Y'all fucking grew up with this shit happening all the time. You seriously think the massive stomping lizard thing is fake? Fucking Darwin Awards up in here. Fucking ironic too considering they're not human. I_read_ backwards. Replied on April 3, 2009. And there goes my shitty house, thank God for insurance. Do you think I'm covered for Godzilla attacks? Fountain _of_ middleage. Replied on April 3, 2009. And here comes the giant robot, and no, I'm not kidding. In all seriousness, I'm super fucking glad that the government here actually keeps on top of this shit. They got some really cool toys for things like this. Orange _pineapple, verified pineapple. Replied on April 3, 2009. At fountain _of_ middleage. Our tax dollars hard at work. And seriously, I'll gladly pay my taxes if it means we get giant robots when shit like this happens. Crustacean _from Mars. Replied on April 3, 2009. How are you guys not freaking out? Little _straw big cup. Replied on April 3, 2009. At crustacean from Mars. Oh, you sweet summer child. Do you think this is the weirdest thing we've seen here? Hell, this isn't even the first giant monster attack I've seen this year. Pirate of the moon, verified pirate. Replied on April 3, 2009. At crustacean from Mars. There's a reason most supernatural powers pretend we don't exist. Think about it, you got the crazies that made their way into myth and legend. The really fucking weird shit, I'm talking Zeus and his fetish for being a swan. Now, I want you to understand, and no one wants to deal with us. Should tell you something. I'm not really privy to the higher-ups and their backdoor deals, but it's pretty common knowledge that there's an agreement to sort of babysit us when we cause a mess for the rest of the world. I wouldn't be surprised if a few gods drop by with some angel backup to smooth over everything once the fires go out. About to get MIB up in here. If you don't got decent mind protections, better hide in your closet. _a_centaur. Replied on April 3, 2009. Holy shit, did anyone see what just happened? Link. 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 Some dude with red hair came flying over and punched the Godzilla in the face, then some chick cloaked in shadows made a giant shadowy hand and slapped it across the face. I think it fucking just stood there, having no idea how to respond. Link. You can literally see the moment where it goes what the fuck, and just stands there like an idiot. Immortal _penguin, verified banned from Club Penguin. Replied on April 3, 2009. Ah, he looks kinda familiar. Wasn't there a lot of talk about Lucifer Jr. over in Japan? I read a few threads on it before. Interstellar _taco. Replied on April 3, 2009. At immortal _penguin. Holy shit, you're right. Hope the angels that inevitably show up don't go all smitey. Is that a word? Would be fucking weird if the war got kick-started in full due to Godzilla of all things. How would we even tell our grandkids that story? Little Taco, Granddaddy, can you tell me how the war started? Grandpappy Taco, well, Little Taco, it all started when Godzilla attacked. Dragons_r_sexy. Replied on April 3, 2009. So, do you think that thing is draconic in nature? Asking for a friend. Spellslinger 4 higher. Replied on April 3, 2009. At dragons_r_sexy. Are you fucking serious? I can handle the morbid humor in the situation, but this is crossing the line. Dragons_r_sexy, temp banned. Replied on April 3, 2009. Deleted. She_who_invites, I agree with the person above, you've crossed a line. This is no place for posting your very inappropriate fanfiction. Enjoy your 2-week ban. End of page. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 1293, 1294, 1295. Showing page 227 of 1295. Hooded_1, verified pervert. Replied on April 3, 2009. I was wondering who was throwing around divine power. Oh ho, I'd recognize those hips and angry, I'm going to step on you, looks anywhere. Izanami, what are you doing in the States? Deep State. Replied on April 3, 2009. At Hooded_1. As in Japan's creation goddess. Westside Bestside 24. Replied on April 3, 2009. At Hooded_1. Stop trolling, why the hell would a goddess from Japan come here to fight Godzilla? On a more important note, looks like we got a live stream going on, link. Hooded_1, verified pervert. Replied on April 3, 2009. Deleted. She_who_invites, this is your only warning, old man. Hooded_1, temp banned. Replied on April 3, 2009. Deleted. She_who_invites, and here's another 2-week ban, you old bastard. 21_and_still_hits. Replied on April 3, 2009. Anyone notice on the live stream how the woman just stopped multiple times and visibly took out a phone, then moments later, she_who_invites responds to someone who claims to recognize her as a goddess. She_who_invites, moderator, verified not Izanami. Replied on April 3, 2009. At 21_and_still_hits. You got something to say? 21_and_still_hits. Replied on March 18, 2009. I saw absolutely nothing. On a completely unrelated topic, I bow to our not goddess moderator over lady. Express_Kunu, verified boat. Replied on April 3, 2009. I didn't see anything. Praise be. Keyboard_with_a_sword. Replied on April 3, 2009. Praise be. I_read_ backwards. Replied on April 3, 2009. Praise be. Does this mean I can claim my house being destroyed as an act of God? Fuck it, I'm doing it anyways. Also, anyone else see Lucifer Jr. try to sneak away with the giant severed arm of the robot? Then proceed to beat Godzilla light over the head with it after getting discovered. Secret_magical girl. Replied on April 3, 2009. I was too busy watching Definitely Not Izanami rip out the spikes on the monster's back and make it cry. Am I allowed to feel sorry for the giant monster? End of page. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 1293, 1294, 1295. Welcome to the Supernatural Online Message Boards. You are currently logged in, Nascent_Kaleidoscope. You are viewing threads you have replied to, and threads that have new replies, or private message conversations with new replies. Thread OP is displayed. Last 10 messages in private message history. Threads and private messages are ordered by user custom preference. Diamond suit topic, Yasaka has a new lover. In Boards News Events Kyoto General Yasaka Fan Club. Just_a_muffin, original poster, verified muffin, veteran member. Posted on April 28, 2009. First again, better luck next time everyone, smiley face. Okay, for real though. So, as you all know, our faction is led by the wonderful and beautiful Lady Yasaka. The nine-tailed fox that stole the hearts of many young and old men and women. Just stop by the NSFW sections and you can see how loved she is. Well, looks like some of you are going to have a bad day today. Our lovely leader found herself a new lover. Link, 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 link. Believe me when I say, these are just the tip of the iceberg. And this one is my personal favorite, link. For those of you who can't access the link's ATM, it shows our beloved foxy mama with her tail wrapped around the waist of a young man while they hold hands, walking down the street. So, I'll be honest and say that this isn't exactly news, but it hasn't been so publicly confirmed until this point. Obviously, lots of people have been in denial and I have sources that have told me a bit more information. Kunu, our cute little princess, she even calls him daddy. Not to mention, the guards around the manor where they live refer to him as young lord. So, who's our mystery man? Who is the one that swayed the heart of our beloved foxy mama? Why, it's none other than Lucifer Jr. Yes, we know his name at this point, I just think this nickname is funny. And my super duper secret source confirms, he spent the night at her place rather recently. Obviously, no personal leaks of any kind are going to be spoken from my lips, hands, as I do honestly respect Lady Yasaka from the bottom of my heart. That being said, let the whining commence. Edit, who gave everyone the simp tags, LOL. Showing page 1 of 43. Fluffy_tail_fan, verified simp. Replied on April 28, 2009. Inhales. Nothing_personal_kid, verified simp. Replied on April 28, 2009. At Fluffy_tail_fan. If he didn't do it, I would have. SFW_nudes, verified simp. Replied on April 28, 2009. Pitchforks here, get your pitchforks. Yasaka Lover 278, verified simp. Replied on April 28, 2009. If you can't tell by my username, which now has simp next to it, which only pops up in this forum. And I can't even say it's inaccurate. Well, there goes my dream. I guess I'll go back to simping for Gabriel, since I know that's never going to go away. Broccoli_canon, verified simp. Replied on April 28, 2009. At SFW_nudes. Greetings to you, my good sir. Do you also happen to sell torches? Regal_Fox24, verified simp. Replied on April 28, 2009. Amaterasu above, you all are disgusting. I remember when this forum was actually respectful. It used to be about how wonderful Lady Yasaka was, now it's just you boys talking about her boobs or something else perverted. Just yesterday, I saw someone posting pictures of her feet. What's wrong with you all? Dark_idiot_god, verified simp. Replied on April 28, 2009. At Regal_Fox24. Don't kink shame. Banana_bandana, verified simp, verified guard. Replied on April 28, 2009. So, just felt like I should post here. It's nice to see the princess running around so happily again. Not to mention many of us catch Lady Yasaka with a smile more often as well. The young lord has been nothing but polite to us and even takes to chatting when he has some time. I admit I don't particularly like devils, but I have no complaints about him. It's common knowledge now that he helped when the fighting took place not that long ago. And I'm sure most people have heard the rumors about him helping to rescue the little princess. From what I've heard, he also brought along some friends to help out with some issues that have sprung up since we've been short-staffed. Honestly, everyone up here likes him and we're happy that Lady Yasaka found a good partner. Young_master_snake, verified simp, verified dumbass. Replied on April 28, 2009. At banana_bandana. How despicable. You're supposed to be one of Lady Yasaka's illustrious guards, yet you aren't even removing such an eyesore from her presence. Like anyone would actually believe this trite, I bet you're not even really one of her guards. A devil with Lady Yasaka. Ridiculous. I've sent her no less than 5 letters and invitations to procure an alliance with my noble lineage through marriage, and I have been turned down every time. There's no way that some bat could win her heart when even I was rejected. I suspect foul play, and I will be sending a letter in protest. And I will also be contacting my grandfather to officially declare ourselves opposed to this relationship of theirs. Bag_on_my_head, verified simp. Replied on April 28, 2009. Yasaka, Nuu. Dark_idiot_god, verified simp. Replied on April 28, 2009. At young_master_snake. If you really want to win her heart, you need to show her you're not willing to give up. Get some flowers, some chocolate, go to her manor, shout for all to hear about your feelings and how you're meant to be. If that despicable devil shows up, challenge him to a duel. You're one of our most noble lineages, there's no way some backwater creature like him could ever hope to match you. Once Lady Yasaka sees such a valorous battle on your part, she'll fall for you immediately. Young_master_snake, verified simp, verified dumbass. Replied on April 28, 2009. At dark_idiot_god. I misunderstood you, my friend. I saw your previous comment and thought you the mindless rabble that was not worth my time. This young lord admits his mistake. Your words have resonated with my heart. I will take your advice and prepare to fight for my rightful place. The mad lad, verified simp. Replied on April 28, 2009. At dark_idiot_god. So, just pinged him, he went offline. Didn't Lucifer Jr. fight Godzilla in America a few weeks ago? Like, literally punch a gigantic monster in the face and even fought Okita Tsuji. Dark_idiot_god, verified simp. Replied on April 28, 2009. At the mad lad. Yup. The mad lad, verified simp. Replied on April 28, 2009. And now I have a smile on my face. Almost makes it worth it for Yasaka to be off the market. Dark_idiot_god, verified simp. Replied on April 28, 2009. At the mad lad. Hey, aren't you that popular artist that draws Yasaka nudes in the NSFW section? The mad lad, temp banned. Replied on April 28, 2009. Deleted. She_who_invites, do I really have to say this? Don't post and try to sell your nude artwork outside of the NSFW section. I swear I've told you this 10 times already. 2-day bad since you're usually very polite about it. Don't do it again. Dark_idiot_god, temp banned. Replied on April 28, 2009. Deleted. She_who_invites, I am aware that feet aren't technically NSFW. Regardless, stop trying to solicit porn from him in this forum. I would ban you for 3 days for being cheeky, but I'll remove time for your earlier public service a few posts up. 1-day ban, stop being a pervert in public. End of page. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 41, 42, 43. Welcome to the Supernatural Online Message Boards. You are currently logged in, Nascent_Kaleidoscope. You are viewing threads you have replied to, and threads that have new replies, or private message conversations with new replies. Thread OP is displayed. Last 10 messages in private message history. Threads and private messages are ordered by user custom preference. Diamond suit topic, fighting off the coast of Japan. In, boards news events Kyoto breaking news. Just_a_muffin, original poster, verified muffin, veteran member. Posted on April 30, 2009. First on the scene, reporter Muffin here, and we got another doozy. Large waves rising of the coast of Japan, very public, and lots of normal people asking questions. At least when Godzilla attacked American, they had contingencies for that kind of thing. But a storm suddenly forming and raining lightning over here. Shit be going down. Honestly, I'm not privy to many details here. This happened like 20 minutes ago, and my people are running around themselves, trying to figure out what the hell is going on. All we know for sure is that some people, maybe multiple, are fighting off the coast of Japan right now. I guess we should be thankful they aren't on land. Thought, information, anything useful to add. Showing page 1 of 4022. Beach_junkie, verified surfer. Posted on April 30, 2009. Yo, beach bum here. I'm aquatic yokai, don't want to give away too much information. As some may not know, we have a sort of instinctual sense of the water. And right now I'm fucking terrified of even being near the ocean. Don't know what's going on, but it feels like if I tried to go out, I'd die. Take that for what you will. I_like_swords. Posted on April 30, 2009. I'm sort of locked up in my quarters right now. I'm working under some important people and don't have anything else to do. I'd just like to say that my boss is a bit worried, so I suggest everyone get somewhere safe. Abracadabra. Posted on April 30, 2009. Some massive storm started rolling in, this is getting freaky. I think I saw a massive geyser shoot towards the sky on the horizon. Notakoala, veteran member. Replied on April 30, 2009. So, don't know if this is related or not. But I was at a particular establishment in a adult part of town. And word on the street was that Susanoo Makoto was also in the building. There's a commotion downstairs, I peek and see a redhead start throwing hands with the supposed storm god and they disappear into a portal. Beauty_is_hard. Replied on April 30, 2009. At Notakoala. I'll confirm this. I work at that place as a waitress. Scared a lot of us when he came in, demanded everything, the best we had. Most of us tried to run away into the back until he left. What are you supposed to do when a god comes knocking? No_pain_no_fame. Replied on April 30, 2009. Holy fuck, a massive wave just crashed against the beach. There's a bunch of people there stopping the waves from doing any real damage. Magic being thrown, and I think I saw some Tuki user punch a big hole in the wave. Fucking crazy. Rewind_my_mind, verified magician. Replied on April 30, 2009. I'm part of a small magician's circle that lives in Kyoto. For those of you who don't quite understand, we didn't want to live under the thumb of the big organizations, so Kyoto was kind enough to house us. Basically, we tried to get a bird's eye view of the battle. My master is what you would call high class, so he's quite strong and knowledgeable. We were able to see a few images before his spell fizzled out at the sheer power being thrown around. My master said that a god is definitely involved. Sword Mage 41. Replied on April 30, 2009. Saw some pictures in other places. Guess who fucking popped up again? If you guessed Lucifer Jr., you win a prize. So, 2 + 2 = Lucifer Jr. and Lord Susanoo duking it out over the ocean. I'm confused. Mika_10. Replied on April 30, 2009. Tried my own spell to see what was going on since some of my divinations were getting thrown off due to the influx of power. Saw a devil and a god fighting, so I guess that also confirms some suspicions. At rewind_my_mind. PM your circle's details. I'm actually looking for a casual tower to set up in. If you're accepting, I have my resume ready to go. xxvoid_samurxx. Replied on April 30, 2009. Did you all see those lights? It's aliens, I knew it. Lord Susanoo is fighting off the alien invasion, we need to go help him. Kimchi Lover. Replied on April 30, 2009. At xxvoid_samurxx. Really, Void? Are you off your meds again? Seriously though, the fuck is going on? I've had this tense feeling since a bit ago, and it won't go away. Contract_with_a_devil. Replied on April 30, 2009. How interesting. I was able to procure a visual with a few spells that seems to withstand the power being thrown around. Some things aren't so clear, and it's a bit difficult to see from the distance I had to set up, but beggars cannot be choosers, I suppose. If anyone wishes to watch with me, link. Quality as you might expect is lacking due to recording a magical projection through my phone. But, it is a wonderful distraction if nothing else. Rewind_my_mind. Replied on April 30, 2009. At contract_with_a_devil. How did you stabilize your scrying spell? My master said that the divine power being released was enough to shatter his own spell sequence from just the residual pulsing of it. I can't fathom the amount of power you would need to sustain such a thing, and you are much closer than my master was able to get. Contract_with_a_devil. Replied on April 30, 2009. At rewind_my_mind. I've had many centuries to master my art, young man. I do so love your inquisitive mind though, feel free to message me, I wouldn't mind answering a few magic-based questions. Small_giant. Replied on April 30, 2009. Damn, each of their punches is creating a shockwave that send a small tsunami in every direction. And all that lightning, I can barely make out their figures, but the red hair on the devil makes it a little bit easier to see. He's tanking a lot of it and keeps going. At contract_with_a_devil. Thanks for the stream. End of page. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 4020, 4021, 4022. Showing page 188 of 4022. Red_princess. Replied on April 30, 2009. At holy_justice_night. And I'm telling you that he doesn't have the power of destruction. Holy_justice_night. Replied on April 30, 2009. At red_princess. Like anyone would believe a devil. Hellspawn will spout lies to distort all truths. I only pray that the heretics kill each other and accept the true Lord's mercy on their souls. Sword_maker_devil. Replied on April 30, 2009. At I_like_swords. That is an interesting theory. And did you see what he did with his swords and those portals? It gave me some ideas to work with myself. I feel like I've been hampering my own skill by thinking so straightforward. I_like_swords. Replied on April 30, 2009. At sword_maker_devil. Yes, it's always beneficial to view how others wield the same weapons as oneself. If nothing else, it can become inspiration on how to better your own techniques. Susanoo_worshipper 47. Replied on April 30, 2009. Devil scum. Lord Susanoo will wipe your kind from existence. We await your order, my lord. Our swords are ready to follow your lead and strike down these creatures and cast them from our lands. Yalfin. Replied on April 30, 2009. At Susanoo_worshipper47. Seriously, stop making alt accounts, everyone knows you're the same person. There's no legion waiting for him after the fight. Back on topic. Does anyone know what spell he's using to make those portals? It doesn't match any I know of. The sheer stability of them is in itself impressive when a god is right next to them and they never once waver in their stabilization. Enthusiastic_melon. Replied on April 30, 2009. At Yalfin. I have been wondering this myself. I witnessed his magic use some weeks ago during the mess that happened in Kyoto. My calculations are coming up, strange to say the least. At this point, I'm open to any theories, perhaps it will give me inspiration for a different approach. They couldn't possibly be worse than my last attempt sprouting an apple tree that somehow grew watermelons. Secret_magical girl. Replied on April 30, 2009. At enthusiastic_melon. Aren't you supposed to be working right now, Enthusiastic_melon. Replied on April 30, 2009. At secret_magical girl. Aren't you? Secret_magical girl. Replied on April 30, 2009. At enthusiastic_melon. Touché. Let's not tell Red about this. Snowy_rainforest. Replied on April 30, 2009. Sweet Christ vacationing in Valhalla. Is anyone watching what the fuck is happening? Did Susanoo just grow like 100 meters tall? Red_princess. Replied on April 30, 2009. Is this what happens when a god gets serious? How is Wilhelm able to fight something like this? How did he get so strong? He's not even that old. End of page. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 4020, 4021, 4022. Showing page 377 of 4022. Red_princess. Replied on April 30, 2009. Does anyone know what happened? He just summoned another sword or something and everything stopped. I could barely see it, that massive giant just fell over after he pointed his sword at him. Orange27. Replied on April 30, 2009. Been reading several pages now, anyone notice that red thing on his arm? Too blurry to make out, but it was taking hits from Susanoo. Maybe a sacred gear of some kind. xxvoid_samurixx. Replied on April 30, 2009. At red_princess. I've been saying this all along, he's an alien. He's not from this universe, so obviously he has powers from other worlds. He probably used something we don't understand to seal away Lord Susanoo's godly power. Red_princess. Replied on April 30, 2009. At xxvoid_samurixx. Would you stop already? I'm looking for serious answers, go troll somewhere else. At Orange27. He doesn't have a sacred gear, he was checked when he was younger. Llama_king, verified royalty. Replied on April 30, 2009. At red_princess. Ignore Void, he's famous around here for saying crazy things. He usually gets banned by now, but no idea where the moderators are. Hooded_1. Replied on April 30, 2009. That sword gives me a strange feeling. I tried to take a look at it with a divination, but something repulsed me. Whatever it is, it's dangerous enough that the Storm Kiddo was completely neutered at a gesture. Light_of_Ireland. Replied on April 30, 2009. At Hooded_1. If you are who I think you are, then that is an ominous statement. Should we look into it more? Hooded_1. Replied on April 30, 2009. At Light_of_Ireland. Bah, you can if you don't care about that old hag getting in your way. I like my balls where they are, thank you very much. Though I suspect some of the others won't take heed. Those old-fashioned foggies don't even keep up with modern technology, so they probably have no idea what's going on, huh? A_white_dragon. Replied on April 30, 2009. At Orange27. I think I know what that is. Now to book a flight over to Japan. Fists_over_bloodline. Replied on April 30, 2009. So manly, he withdrew his sword and started fighting with his fists. They just keep trading blows and wait until the other falls. Small Mountain. Replied on April 30, 2009. How the fuck did we go from fuck off Big Susanoo made of lightning and divine power, throwing fuck off mountain busting attacks, to them just beating the shit out of each other? I mean, not that it's not fucking awesome to watch a god and a devil just duke it out. But I can barely see what's going on, and I'm confused, and still a bit scared. And are going to talk about the fact that there's apparently another devil capable of fighting gods. How many more of those are there? Once_you_go_black. Replied on April 30, 2009. At A_white_dragon. Yeah, no. Your accounts are frozen, you aren't going anywhere. Stay here, things are already crazy, I don't want to throw you into the mix. Devil_destroyer. Replied on April 30th, 2009. At Small Mountain. Sorta known now that he's the bastard of Lucifer and hasn't actually ever been seen with our faction in any way. So, not part of us I guess. Don't know who dropped the ball there, or why he doesn't seem to want to be around us. But we apparently missed out on this. Well, I can't really blame him. Half-devils are looked down on. If I was in his shoes and that strong, why would I bother with our faction when he can basically do whatever he wants? The_green_pencil. Replied on April 30th, 2009. Fucking damn, how long have they been throwing punches? I know it's been mentioned, but wow, Devil here taking hits from the god Susanoo, can we please acknowledge how fucking metal that is? And it looks like he's getting as good as he's giving. I'm rooting for you, Devil dude. Holy_Avenger. Replied on April 30th, 2009. Are we just going to ignore another abomination getting this strong? What are the angels doing? Strike down this devil while he's weakened. We don't need another monster like Lucifer taking power. The_green_pestle. Replied on April 30th, 2009. At Holy_Avenger. Fuck off with this crap. If you want him to die so much, why don't you go over there and challenge him yourself, coward? Secret_magical girl. Replied on April 30th, 2009. Well, looks like everything ended. I think that's Izanami breaking up the fight. This has been eye-opening to say the least. Now comes the headache of the paperwork detailing everything that happened. Going to have to listen to a bunch of old guys argue back and forth about this mess for the next few days. End of page. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 4020, 4021, 4022. As promised, another interlude with this format. Sorry for late chapter, the one I did tonight took me a long while. Anyways, if you want to read 7 chapters ahead, visit my pat.rayon.com/Arttoria. Chapter 236, Chapter 225. I let out a long sigh as my shoulders slumped. I didn't regret my actions, but damn did I keep doing things that made me so exhausted. I was healed up after basically having a slugfest with a god, something I didn't think I would ever consider being a thought that would have crossed my mind several months ago. Taking out my kaleidophone, I looked at a missed message from Arttoria informing me that they would be waiting at home when I was finished. Well, at least it didn't have the same undertone as the last talk I had with everyone. No, it came off as more of a habitual worry than anything else. And honestly, I couldn't really fault them for that. On one hand, it's not like I ran off unprepared or with little thought. But at the same time, I would be just as worried if they got up to the same things I did. I was confident in Scathach when she faced Athena, that didn't mean I didn't have any worry in my heart. And I just looked a mess. Honestly, the only reason my clothes held up so well was because the dust that Jin had originally wove into them. It was basically all used up after the Grail War, but it made my clothes extra sturdy. However, I could see tears at the seams, not to mention scorch marks and rips from just the fight itself. And now I was just procrastinating. I cast a few spells to clean up most of the blood and made myself presentable before heading off. I waved my hand, creating a portal right to my living room, and right to the waiting figures of 2 of my girls. As always, it's nice to be home. But my attention was grabbed by both Arttoria and Reika waiting for me. They both gave a warm smile as I walked forward, closing the portal behind me. Master. Reika sounded relieved, even though she knew I had been okay. She immediately got up and pushed my head right between her breasts like she did often. I am happy that you're safe. Well, if I have something like this to come back to, how could I not be? I felt no shame as I took those massive boobs into my palms, earning a little surprised squeak from her when I squeezed them. Master, Reika playfully swatted at me with a little red on her cheeks. I couldn't help but laugh as I relinquished those heavenly mounds. Arttoria. I smiled towards my beautiful knight. Wilhelm. Arttoria greeted. I am also very relieved that you are unharmed. She looked at the sorry state of my current dress. Ha. I let out a long breath. Honestly, it's not as bad as it looks. I am aware. She responded. Yeah, I paused, blinking for a moment. What do you mean? I tilted my head in confusion. It is not a surprise you do not know yet. But, you have already become rather famous from your battle with Susanoo. Arttoria replied. I admit to not being too familiar with this era's technology, but from what Yasaka explained you are trending. I believe you should be familiar with the terminology. I opened my mouth and closed it again. Well, fuck. I sighed, understanding what she meant. Yasaka showed us how many people were speaking about you. It was quite impressive that so many could speak at such great distances. And there was much praise for you, fighting against Lord Susanoo like you had. Reiku tried to soothe me. I will always accept my ego being stroked. I snorted. But there goes my anonymity, and by extension, you all will probably be dragged into the spotlight. Had someone been scrying us? I doubted a god or the equivalent would have posted or streamed our fight. So it had to be a mortal magic user of some power and renown. I was understandably distracted, so it's possible it may have slipped past my detection. Or rather, perhaps it was far enough away that it didn't get picked up by my senses. Well, I can't claim to be omnipotent. I'm sure there are plenty of scrying methods I'm unaware of in this world. I should investigate the magics here to at the very least inform myself of anything that might be important. I would investigate the extent of everything available later. I am unafraid of being known. Arttoria stated. I was a king, Wilhelm. I do quite enjoy this life I have built, but I am not fazed by the masses looking upon me. She speaks the truth for me as well. I was quite famous as well. I had many admirers and many who looked up to me and my heavenly kings. Reiku sounded rather proud of herself. I just didn't want to drag you all into my messes. I slumped my shoulders. If I did not wish to get dragged into your messes as you say, then we would not be in a relationship. Arttoria lightly chided. We are together, Wilhelm. I have my own situation that has caused you unneeded burdens. How could I fault you for doing the same? Was she talking about Mordred? Reiku draped herself onto of me. I am your servant, she said firmly. I am your mother, and your woman. She poked my cheek. Do not forget any of these, for each one of them would mean I stand by your side regardless of the situation. I took her hand and squeezed it with a smile. Well, all's well that ends well, I suppose. I sighed. At least this time I'm not getting a talking to. I gave a wry smile. This time you took the appropriate actions. Arttoria huffed. You informed Reiku and Yasaka before you went off. You spoke with Yasaka about the ramifications of your actions and made a plan to reduce any potential liabilities. I find no fault in how you handled yourself. Good, so I wasn't in the doghouse. Who knew that acting mature would be so beneficial? I said dryly. Granted, I say that after I decided to fistfight a god. And it somehow worked out. Reiku sounded amused. I would have been more worried had Lady Izanami not dragged you both off at the end. Oh joy, so everyone even saw that. I face-palmed. And you feel better about Izzy now? I am willing to admit if my thoughts are wrong. I held a certain prejudice before and I have been since talked away from it. I will form my own opinion, but I do not think it will differ than the one both you and Arttoria hold. That's good, Izzy needs more friends. And I bet Reiku could do with more friends too. Actually, Reiku would love another friend outside of Yasaka. Now that I have seen you back safely, I shall retire for the night. She leaned down, kissing me on the cheek. I also didn't miss the wink she sent towards Arttoria before she disappeared upstairs. I raised an eyebrow at the bashful-looking Arttoria. So, what was that about? While Reiku wasn't as possessive anymore, she certainly would not miss out on an opportunity to be affectionate. Nothing. She denied, very poorly. I nodded, making me way over to the couch. I assume you wanted some time alone. She shifted her eyes to the side, looking even more embarrassed. I requested to have you to myself this evening. She admitted, walking over. She tucked her hair behind her ear, giving a cute smile as she slowly slid into my lap, our faces barely a few inches apart. It's been tough on you these past few days. I wrapped my arms around her. I could understand it, with the confrontation with Mordred happening, her emotions were still probably all over the place. She happily laid her head on my chest. Yes, but there is also a freeing feeling that came with it. She let out a long breath. I wish to have some time with my boyfriend, and the others agreed. Though, you should be prepared for them taking their own time. She giggled. That's fine, I didn't plan on doing anything big anytime soon. This whole thing's with Susanoo, it was not something I intended. I am aware. She stated. We all are. Yasaka explained to us when she came over. All of you were gathered? I asked. Meridia was unable to come over, she had something keeping her attention. Arttoria shook her head. But I was keeping her abreast of the situation. Yasaka had come over with Kunu after picking her up from school, only leaving when we saw that you were safe with Izanami afterwards. Rin had quickly went to bed after that, scat-hack as well as she said it was, expected of her student. Hey, yeah, that sounds just like her. I shook my head with a laugh. Jin too was worried, but she calmed down once Kunu came running over. Arttoria smiled. She is quite the energetic child. It's a shame Meridia didn't get to meet Kunu yet, but at the same time, I really want to be there when it happens. Do you think Meridia will be as warm towards her as you think? Arttoria questioned. I can see your thoughts. She is aloof and appears rather cold or indifferent, but honestly, she's a big softy at heart. I laughed. Yes, I have seen her facade break sometimes when you tease her. Arttoria quirked a smile. I couldn't resist any more. I leaned in and placed a light kiss on her lips. Have I ever mentioned how adorable your smile is? Mayhaps once or twice. She giggled, before taking a quick kiss herself. Before we indulge. She quickly broke it with a whisper. I have a question I wish to hear your opinion on. Oh. She looked unsure. I have the desire to bond with Mordred. Taking the first steps are always the hardest. Yes, I have raised an idea to the others, but I do not know if I am taking advantage of, well. She went quiet. Hey, no judgment here. I'm in your corner and I'll do my best to support you. Yes. She gave a small smile in thanks. I wish to bring Mordred over and meet Arthur. She said plainly. That's not a horrible idea now that I put some thought into it. I gave myself a moment to think it through. I believe I have been neglecting Arthur and have merely dropped him into Yasaka's lap. I took responsibility and I wish to make sure it is settled to a satisfactory end. He had spoken of a sister in a Pendragon family, something I desired to acquire more information about. She bit her lip. And I am nervous about being alone with Mordred thus far. I believe that Arthur would do well enough as a distraction that I may not make a fool of myself. Oh, Arttoria. I cupped her cheek. I don't think you're doing anything wrong. And besides, does Mordred also not have a link to Arthur just as much as you? Honestly, I think it would do Mordred good to see him, and it's a good opportunity for you both to spend time together without any awkward feelings being prevalent. It's a good distraction while also being a good idea regardless. And the Pendragon family is an interesting topic to pursue. I honestly don't know much about them outside of the common knowledge. Didn't that kid say his girlfriend or lover or something was being held to keep him in line? Oh yeah, he fell for his maid. I guess I'll let Arttoria handle things on that front. She wanted to shoulder the responsibility herself, it seemed. The others said much of the same thing. I suppose I am once again overthinking things. It seems we both do that. I grinned. It is not just Mordred and Arthur. Arttoria continued. While everyone was gathered, we had spoken on many different topics. Oh. Things other than your super secret girl talk. I laughed. Yes. She nodded. Yasaka is still in need of help, so we all wished to lend her aid. Things had been pushed back slightly due to abrupt circumstances. So I messed things up. I sighed. Cease. She poked me. Yasaka was not upset, so you will not make yourself take any perceived blame. She gave a stern look that didn't allow rebuttal. All right, all right. I held my hands up in surrender. I won't act all depressed, Your Highness. She pursed her lips. Good, as you shouldn't. Now, as I was saying, the others will be joining in going over to Yasaka's compound. I bring this up as it will coincide when I wish to bring Mordred to meet Arthur as he stays under her watch. Who all is going? I questioned. All but Meridia. Arttoria confirmed. Scathach said she would spend time with her guards to help train them. I will prepare incense and offerings for their graves. I said without hesitation. She is not taking them under her tutelage, merely training them in ways they already know. Arttoria explained. Okay, so some may survive. I said dryly. She is not that bad. On a mountain. I replied. No magic, magical cold wrapped around me, and a sealed corrupted divine spirit underneath. That mountain climbing during my time in the land of shadows was certainly not enjoyable. Mayhaps we should speak with her so none of them die. She said quietly before continuing. Jin offered to teach magic to any who desired, which was not an inconsequential amount. I believe most of Yasaka's forces were trained in this Tuki. Makes sense. I rubbed my chin. And Jin would make a wonderful teacher. She's probably more knowledgeable about magic here than I am at this point. Many people would be surprised how many breakthroughs can happen with a few pointers here or there. It's so easy to get wrapped up in one's own thinking that pointing out a slightly different approach could have amazing reactions. Yes, I felt the same way. Her knowledge was already extensive and it's spreading out to cover even more every day. Is it weird that I love having my girls be praised? And Reiku. I am not aware of the specifics, but they spoke of something. Arttoria shook her head. But we all planned on going to Yasaka's compound the coming day. We all hope you would come. But if you are unwell or recuperating, I would love to come with you. I wrapped my arms back around her. I knew she wanted more moral support, even if it was specifically from me. And I'm mostly fine now, just a bit exhausted after everything. Having my aura dried out just doubles the feeling. Which is probably the only downside to the ability. Wonderful, it makes me anticipate tomorrow. Arttoria smiled brightly. I have some things I want to talk about myself, but I'm honestly too tired to even broach them. So, instead, I let my hand slide down her back before resting right on that perky butt of hers. You and your insistence at holding my posterior. She let out a huff, cheeks reddening. Does it truly entice you that much? She muttered. I raised an eyebrow, giving her a noticeable squeeze. She let out another huff. I suppose that was a pointless question. If you mind it, I will respect your boundaries. We are in private, I do not mind you taking liberties. She looked away. I enjoy it when you touch me so desirably. Don't worry, I'll make sure you know just how much I desire you, I teased her. The little sound she made as she buried her face into my chest. Way too cute. Super late chapter because the Pat Rayon chapter for today was over 8k words. So, wrapping up what happened last chapter and moving forward, not much to say. If you want to read 7 chapters ahead or support me, visit my pat.rayon.com/asteriaforone. Chapter 237, Chapter 226. Getting up from bed without Arttoria in my arms made it a sad morning. I was groggy when she got up a couple hours ago by herself, wanting an early start to attempt her own crossroads with Mordred. Something I could not at all find issue with as it was a great step forward for both of them. I looked at the clock in my room, only sighing when I realized I could sleep for another few hours. However, I just couldn't bring myself to put my head back down. I was in that awkward state where I was now fully awake, even if I was still a bit tired and knew I couldn't fall back asleep for any meaningful time. Oh well. Thankfully I had a few spare outfits readily available, though I felt the need to place some more orders. I really need to find some sterner materials for Medea, so I stopped losing outfits. Hell, maybe I should extend my wardrobe a bit. I wonder if Yasaka would enjoy it if I wore a yukata, or rather a kimono, to be more traditional. Something to look into. Regardless, I hurriedly got ready with a quick shower and hastily dressed because there was something I wanted to do now that I had some hours before heading over to Yasaka's home. After making sure I felt I was presentable, I popped on over to find my Jin, buried in my workshop doing who knows what. The startled girl practically jumped when I placed a hand on her shoulder. Will. She squeaked out, looking a cute combination of annoyed and happy to see me. Jin. I smiled, wrapping her up immediately. Mao, she whined. Don't startle me like that. She let out a cute huff, accepting my hug almost eagerly. Did Arttoria leave already? She did, but did you not see her leave? I've been caught up in some things. She gestured to many different items, books and assortment of materials laid about. Is this related to the super secret thing you wanted to show me? I questioned. Nuha, that's over in the library. I already finished, but I'll show it to you later when we have time. She smiled brightly. I gently swayed back and forth, enjoying the feeling of her touch. How you been? I've been well. She said immediately. No, I should say I'm doing great. I've been having a lot of fun doing almost anything I want. She exclaimed. It's almost overwhelming to have so much to do at my fingertips and know that I have all the time in the world. She leaned into me just a bit more. However, I feel like I should be asking you that question. Mr. gets into fights with gods. She puffed up. Hey, I'm good. I replied. Look, no wounds, no lasting damage. And everything turned out well in the end. She huffed. Still don't like it. She added on quietly. I said I would take care of you, yes. I whispered. That means making sure I'm strong enough to do so. Being sweet like that is cheating. She huffed again. Well, I'm a cheating cheater who cheats. I kissed her cheek. I heard you're going to be doing some teaching on magic. You excited? Yes. She perked up. I could never be able to teach like this on Remnant with my restrictions. But I can share knowledge that I learned outside of that place as much as I want. She excitedly replied. I've discovered that if I relearned things that coincide with knowledge from Remnant, things that might not be common knowledge, I can then speak of them freely. Oh, that's interesting. I mulled that over as it made sense based on what I knew. How you given any thought on Meridia's offer to alter the lamp? It scares me. She said quietly. I know Meridia wouldn't harm me, but the idea of being changed. Hey, I understand. There's no push, no expectation. I brushed some hair out of her eyes. My Jin is perfect by just being herself. Happy Jin noises ensued, and it was just as cute as I would imagine. I've said it before, but seeing any of them happy really brought a smile to my face. Did you sort the materials around? I need some stuff and don't want to mess up anything you did. I booped on her the nose. She nodded. I have almost everything sorted appropriately. She tilted her head, silent for a moment. However, maybe it would be easier if you told me what you need and what you're doing. If you need any help, I'd love to be of assistance. I would absolutely love it if you helped me, I said with all sincerity. One of Jin's things was that she apparently wanted to be helpful. I don't know if that's just a holdover from the many years she spent in her lamp. The ideas and concepts engraved into her creation, or if she simply had that kind of personality. Let me show you what I wanted to make. I began to explain my intent to her. Good morning, my student. Scat looked up at me from the table. She had made herself what appeared to be a cup of coffee and was reading a newspaper. Scat. I smiled. I still felt my heart flutter, just seeing her in my life, even doing the most mundane of things. Her simply being her again, it made me feel at peace. I didn't realize that they had a newspaper in Kyoto. I mean, it made sense, but it's just one of those things you don't really consider. I happened upon it by chance. After your latest escapade, I wish to keep up to date on any news. She calmly sipped her drink, almost unconcerned about the whole thing. Though from what Arttoria told me, she looked just as concerned as the rest of them last night. Good morning, Scat. Jin walked right behind me. Hello, Jin. Scat smiled humorously towards the artifact spirit. You're looking very energetic this morning. Did he finally make you a proper woman? She teased. I just sighed. Honestly, I don't know what I expected. Nope, he still hasn't bent me over and taken me yet. Jin replied without hesitation. Scat paused, blinking at her. I suppose she wasn't used to the bluntness that Jin was willing to use. Though her expression quickly morphed into a grin. Fufu, what a boldness you have. Jin shot her a smirk but didn't respond. You're terrible, I said dryly, giving Scat a kiss on her cheek. My, and you made this terrible woman yours. What does that make you, Scat laughed. I never said I don't make foolish decisions. I shot back, stealing her coffee and taking a drink. She raised an eyebrow as I locked eyes with her. Just remember, we will be sparring at some point for you to hone your new abilities, she said calmly. That's future me's problem. I laughed, setting her cup back down. Would I regret it later? Definitely. But for the current me, it was too fun to see her reactions. Anything interesting in the news? I asked, going to the coffee pot, a little impressed that Scat figured out how to use the coffee machine properly. About what I had expected. Scat. I do like the idea of a centralized relay of important information like this. However, it seems they are speculating quite a bit based on few facts. There seems to be a consensus that you fought Susanoo because he made a move on Yasaka. She looked mildly amused by that piece of information. Huh. I blinked again. I mean, I would. But that's pretty far from the truth. I shrugged. Well, it's common to make sensational stories, and as long as they're technically true, or rather you can't say they lied or something. I waved it off. Well, it doesn't matter. Besides, I doubt Izzy would want her personal matters blasted for the world to see, and I'm sure Yasaka is going to enjoy teasing me later. Jin sat down with Scat. I can imagine that quite easily. Yes, that fox of yours seems quite prone to being mischievous. Scat added. That she is. I had no argument to the opposite. How was your mission? I asked. Oh, it went quite well. Scat perked up. It felt like the old days when I traveled the lands and sought out challenges. She had a nostalgic look on her face. You know, you're allowed to do that now, I pointed out. I'm not forcing you to stay here, by my side. You can go out, explore, have fun, etc. She gave a gentle smile. I am aware. I know you would not restrict me if I desired to embark on any adventure. Perhaps I may in the future, but for now, I merely wish to remain by your side. And it's moments like this that I have to force myself from not blushing. I took a sip to hide my growing embarrassment at her statement. I don't know why she can get to me so easily. Was the mountain god a good opponent? It was, not weak, I suppose. She replied. It's different than our own world, I knew that, but to see it obviously so. She paused, shaking her head. Such a thing should have been a terminal of the world, or maybe a nature spirit if not a true divine spirit. Yet, while it could be called a god by the strictest definition, it was lacking in many respects. A disappointment? I asked. No, I did not expect much, but my previous experience had caused me some manner of regret that it was not the same. I am merely being wistful about the past. It possessed an impressive brute strength, but it lacked any real finesse. I do not believe it had truly fought in more than a handful of fights. Ah, lots of power, no idea how to utilize it. It is as you say. She nodded. I noticed that with Susanoo. I stated. Not the lack of experience, mind you. But more the large amounts of just pure power but not really the more conceptual means of using it. Honestly, based on how the fight went, I think in pure strength the Susanoo here is a couple levels above the Susanoo back in the other world. Yet, I question if this one could match the previous one in a fight to the death. My sword certainly countered almost anything of substance for this Susanoo. But that's not really fair with how absurdly it can just shut off anything substantial he can do. I'm probably his perfect counter, conceptually aligned to defeating the being known as Susanoo. An interesting thought, one I had not fully considered. Her interest clearly looked piqued. I will examine this theory more closely when I go and spend time with Yasaka's warriors and see their skills. Please don't kill any of them. I will consider it. She grinned, clearly in jest. So, what exactly made the mountain god get all upset? Her smile quickly turned to a scowl. I believe I had a run-in with those evil pieces you had mentioned. Did someone try to force one into you? I said calmly, but I felt my anger start boiling up at the idea. No. She denied. But Yasaka called the creature Reiku and I killed a stray devil. She snorted. It was a druid. A druid. Jin was the one who spoke up, having been listening quietly before. I believe I read about them. Their magic is intertwined with the natural world. A manipulation of nature different than most mages. Yes, I could recognize the art it used for my homeland. It also took a lot of effort to converse with it after turning into that abomination. Can you explain it fully? I asked. Scathach let out a long breath. The creature had mindlessly been eating away at the mountain god's domain, enraging the mountain god. Due to its magics, it was able to somewhat corrupt the area. After subduing the mountain god, we learned of this corruption and sought out the source, and we found this devil. I recognized the magics it used immediately. They are something revered and almost sacred back home. They have long since been used for fighting and warfare, but their essence stems from harmonizing with the world. Druids are a profession to be respected. She said firmly. Druidism is almost antithetical to the nature of devils. Why was he turned? He was forced. Her scowl deepened. Even with my magics, engraving a primordial rune onto his soul to push away the mental pollution, he could only relay minimal thoughts before his body broke down. He was obviously not in his correct mind when he did what he did. But he spoke that a devil forced the evil piece into him at some point. The druid had escaped and over time, slowly morphed into the creature we had fought. I let out a sigh, running a hand down my face. I'm sorry you had to experience that. I know those evil pieces had been abused in the past and they're certainly going to continue to be abused. I have no love for them myself. Mimicking me, Scathach let out her own sigh, dropping the scowl. If I see such an act happening in front of me, I do believe I will be removing the heads of those responsible. I have no issue with the idea of intent behind them from what has been explained to me. If someone wishes to change themselves, it is not my place to voice my opinion. However, I vehemently despise what has happened here. If you want to hunt down devils who abuse them, by all means. I had no complaints. I'll pull up a chair and watch as you tear them apart. Phew. She let out a small laugh. You know the right things to say to me. Bloodthirsty Scathach is just as cute as bashful Scathach. So where did Reiku go? I finally asked, noticing she wasn't around. She volunteered to look after Kunu for the day at her school. As I offered to begin training Yasaka's people, some of which took to guarding the school her daughter went to. Since it was the first lesson, we came to the conclusion that having them all present would be most beneficial. Thus, Reiku suggested she take their duties over for the time being. That was really sweet of her. I couldn't help but comment. And it's sort of ironic that Reiku, known for slaying many yokai in her life, is guarding a school of yokai children. Yeah, Reiku would probably be a better guard than the contingent of yokai that Yasaka had over there. She actually looked really happy to do so. Jin stated. I think she wants to spend time with Kunu. Well, I can't fault her on that. She's just too cute. Jin cooed. I laughed, patting Jin's head. Oh. I paused for a moment. I almost forget. I rummaged through my ring, turning back to Scathach. I wanted to give you something. Oh. She raised an eyebrow as I presented a bracelet to her. It's beautiful. She muttered, taking it into her hand. I matched the color scheme to your hair. I smiled. Thank you, Wilhelm. She said softly, looking it over. And it isn't just a piece of jewelry. Nope. I grinned. It's like my ring, having its own folded space attached to it. But it's also linked up with the house. Jin helped me finesse it a bit. You should be able to grab anything in the storage room. Of which I was going to make sure is stocked with anything we might need. She carefully put it around her wrist, holding it helped to the light. I love it. She said again. He made one for all of us. Jin said happily, holding up a similar, but slightly different variation. Fufu, no wonder you were so happy. She smiled towards the genie. I can see where you found such feelings from. She got up from her seat and walked over to me. You are a very sweet man. She placed a quick kiss on my lips. Shall we head out? She asked. Sure, I'm about ready. What about you, Jin? I'm good to go. She hopped up. I nodded, waving my hand and creating a portal over to Yasaka's compound. Well, talk about perfect timing, they just got here as well. Yasaka's voice reached my ears. She stood there speaking to Arttoria and Mordred. Yo. I waved to both of them. Sup. Mordred said evenly. And I noticed a very familiar sword in her hand. Hello, Wilhelm. Arttoria smiled. Huh, they looked rather comfortable in each other's presence, at least on the surface. I'll have to ask her how her morning went with Mordred. Hello. Jin stepped up. You must be Arttoria's son, I'm Jin. She happily greeted the knight. Why yes. Mordred blinked at the sudden acknowledgement. I guess not many people are so blunt with her parentage. I'm Mordred Pendragon. She said with clear pride in her voice. I could see the little smile make its way onto Arttoria's face. So, weren't you both supposed to be here like, a couple hours ago? I questioned. We were sidetracked. Arttoria coughed. Aha. I gave her a dry look. Let me guess, you stopped for breakfast or something similar. I do not know what you speak about. Arttoria looked away. Mordred seemed surprised by her bashfulness. It was probably a side of Arttoria she wasn't used to seeing or hadn't seen before. Yes, I'm thoroughly convinced. I deadpanned. Have you met Arthur yet? Nah, just got here. Mordred spoke up, playing with the hilt of her sword. Well, he's probably going to get upset when he sees you with Caliban. I laughed. The corners of Mordred's lips curled up. Well, if he has a problem with it, he can try to take it from me, she gave a toothy grin. Well, you're going to need a place to keep it. I flipped my hand over, holding out a bracelet I made specifically for her. What's this? She looked at it, taking it from my hand. It wasn't quite jewelry, more a strap for around her wrist, if a little more elegant than that. I wanted to make sure it matched her personality. Storage bracelet, you know how to manipulate your magical energy, yeah. Use it to feel around the thing, it shouldn't be difficult to use. Mordred looked at it, I felt her magical energy slowly feed into it as her eyes perked up. She then looked at her sword then back to her bracelet, and the sword then disappeared. Fucking awesome. Thanks. No problem. Wanted it to be easier for you to keep your stuff. I smiled, turning towards the others. And don't think I forgot you too. Wilhelm, you didn't have to. Arttoria said, but she exuberated happiness. I do not believe I've ever received jewelry before. She said quietly. It was inlaid with the same green that matched her eyes. She quickly put it on, staring at it around her wrist. Oh, this is lovely. Yasaka also spoke up. And you say it has a pocket space attached to it? Yup, wanted to make it function as well. I chuckled. Oh my, this is simply wonderful. Thank you, Wilhelm. Yasaka admired hers as well. Well, I'm glad they like them. Still had to give the others theirs. I'd probably go see Meridia after I's done here, and spend a bit of time with her. First you protect me from that vicious god, and now this. Yasaka gave me that look, the one I knew when she was teasing. Pardon. Arttoria tilted her head. I let out a sigh. It's the current speculation that apparently, I was defending Yasaka's honor because Susanoo was being aggressive with her. It's better than people knowing you got into a brawl with a god because he wouldn't see his mother. Scat snorted. I can't argue with that. Was he strong? Mordred asked. Yup. I replied. Pretty damn strong, though we weren't really trying to kill each other. At least, I don't think he went all out or whatever. Lady Yasaka. A new voice resounded, one I recognized. Soma. Yasaka greeted him. I have brought him as requested. He bowed as someone walked into the courtyard behind him. Arthur Pendragon looked a bit better since the last time I saw him. Like he had a bit more life behind those eyes of his. He carried himself well, not cowering even as all our eyes landed upon him. He glanced at us, especially Arttoria, and even Mordred. It was clear he had questions, but he held it in. He kneeled before Yasaka. Lady Yasaka. He respectfully greeted. Arthur. Yasaka said curtly. She was obviously still upset with him, and no one could blame her. You have proved a valuable asset, completing every assignment I gave to you to satisfaction. I thank you for your praise. He bowed his head. I am relinquishing you to Arttoria for a bit. You will listen to her orders. Yasaka turned away after giving her blunt orders. Jin, Scathach, why don't I show you both where the training area is? It was an obvious cue that she wished to step away. Scathach and Jin nodded to her as they followed behind. I decided to stay back and see how this played out. Arthur blinked. Did she say scath? The sound of steel meeting steel screeched throughout the area. Arthur held a blade aloft, holding back Mordred, who casual waved Caliban at him. Interesting, Arthur had a way to keep a sword stored away. I felt the spatial fluctuation, and eyes a little interested. Who? Arthur couldn't speak again as Mordred pushed away his blade, knocking Arthur back. Not bad, I guess. Mordred snorted. If he didn't have a good instinct, his head would have been rolling on the ground. Indeed, his skills are admirable for his age. Arttoria nodded. Arthur stood back up, shaking off the sudden blow. Who are you? Why can you wield Caliban? That blade doesn't accept wielders so easily. Mordred snorted, slamming the tip of Caliban into the ground. Shouldn't I be asking you that? Who the fuck you think you are? Using my father's name like it belongs to you. Arthur blinked. Father. You don't deserve to face this sword. She let go, letting it stand there, upright for everyone to see. Her red lightning crackled around her hand as Clarent was summoned. Let's see if you're worthy to call yourself his descendant. Wait. Arthur called out, only to go flying back, blocking a blow from Mordred's Clarent. You call yourself a knight? Mordred scoffed. Does any prissy noble these days get to claim that title? Did you find some lord to pay for it? Are you even a real knight? Mordred walked towards him. Arthur stood back up, dirt covering his face. He seemed to start taking this seriously, his magical power swirled around him, condensing into a form of reinforcement I was unfamiliar with. He held his sword up in a stance, and I noticed a small crack in the blade. Oh, you got some bite to you. Did I piss you off? Why don't you try to take Caliban back from me? Mordred laughed. I glanced at Arttoria, who just calmly looked on, so I wasn't too worried. Arthur moved much faster, his swing sharp as he attacked Mordred this time. Artoria's knight looked pleased that he took the initiative, but she still had a ruthless smile on her face. She held a single arm out to block his full-powered strike, the shockwave pushing back the surrounding dirt. He followed up with a flurry of attacks as Mordred parried or blocked each other. His skill isn't half bad. I commented. You were definitely right there. He's reacting well, and even getting used to her speed and movements as this goes on. Honestly, he probably relied heavily on his weapons in the past. I wouldn't be surprised if it had stunted his growth a bit. Yes, though he lacks power behind each blow, he knows how and when to attack. Arttoria nodded. He has a very solid foundation, though it could use some refinement. I believe he lacks battle with opponents stronger than him who he has to struggle with. Perhaps used to fights he could win easily, or trainers who did not push him far enough. I feel his blade has been a mite sharper since last time, though. He was quick to jump into the fight when his faction attacked. Honestly, he didn't even try to gauge our powers even after showing that we easily dealt with his comrades. Maybe he was a bit inexperienced. If so, then she would be correct, his time doing jobs for Yasaka probably filled out some missing gaps in his abilities. To be honest, I don't know much about the Pendragon family. Are they something you're interested in checking out? I admit I feel a certain responsibility. I remember the words he spoke about his family before, and it does not fill me with joy that my name would be carried on in such a way. I will speak with him more to further understand the details. If need be, I will take a trip there myself and show them the error of their ways. Arttoria said resolutely. Well, you wouldn't be alone. I smiled towards her. I'll definitely be there with you, and Mordred would refuse to stay away. Arttoria let out a small laugh. Yes, Mordred would assuredly show them his displeasure. Is that all you got? Mordred roared, kicking Arthur across the courtyard. If that's it, you'll never be worthy of that name. Arthur scrambled back to his feet, but Mordred gathered her lightning and stomped on the ground, sending a wave of it towards him. He slammed his sword down, trying to shield himself as it washed over him, crackling across his skin as he let out a shout. He growled, standing back up, glaring at Mordred's casual stance. With another roar, he charged at Mordred, gathering a lot of his magical energy onto his sword, slamming it down overhead. Mordred blinked, bring up Clarent to blow with both hands. Actually felt that one. She smirked, both swords struggling against one another. She let out her own shout, swinging Clarent and shattered his already diminished blade. Arthur stepped back, staring at his destroyed weapon. That was a magic sword created by a famous blacksmith. He let out a sigh as the naked hilt fell to the ground. Pfft. Mordred snorted. Like that cheap thing could stand up to my Clarent. She swung her blade onto her shoulder. Arthur looked defeated. I don't doubt he could still keep going for a while, with much more to show for his efforts, but his heart simply didn't seem in it right now. Who are you? She grinned. I'm Mordred Pendragon, true heir to Camelot. She declared without a hint of hesitation. And you, she leveled her blade with him once more, are going to earn the right to call yourself that name, even if I have to beat it into your body. I turned towards Arttoria again, who let out a sigh, though that little smile never left her face. If you want to read 7 chapters ahead or support me, visit my pat.rayon.com/asteriaforone. Chapter 238, Chapter 227. Stop fidgeting. I huffed, my hand engulfed in a golden light as I healed Arthur's shoulder. Mordred stood nearby, crossing her arms and continued to glare at him. It wasn't so much hostile, but it was obvious she still looked down on him. What a fucking disappointment. Maybe you should be called Tristan, you have that same woe-is-me fucking annoying look about you. She snorted his disdain, finally turning away to fetch Caliban. Boo-hoo, I fucked up and have to shoulder the consequences. She threw her hands up. I felt Arthur stiffen in my grasp, but his expression didn't change. I paid attention as Mordred easily pulled Caliban from the ground. I didn't know the exact mechanisms of this Caliban, but I did know it had a similar function to not allow anyone unworthy to wield it. Like most powerful weapons here, it had to accept its wielder. Didn't even have the decency to fucking try either. Mordred continued in annoyance. Your footwork was a complete mess. Did no one teach you not to stay flat-footed? I could have skewered you a dozen times while you just stood there with a stupid look on your face. Mordred. Arttoria gently called her name. Yeah. Mordred calmed down at her call. Little shit needs to get his head pulled out his ass or he's just going to continue being useless. Well, leave it to Mordred to not hold her words back. I don't think any of us would say he wasn't talented, but he really didn't look like he put 100% effort into his little spar. Arthur. Arttoria turned to him. He perked up a little bit at her gaze. I wish to know more about the Pendragon family. He opened his mouth then closed it again before letting out a sigh. What do you want to know? Mordred also listened intently, her attention right on the men who took her father's name. Explain the structure of your family. How it came to exist, and what powers it holds. Arttoria said simply. Arthur rubbed his eyes, shaking off the dirt from his body. We trace our origins back to King Arthur, as specified by our namesake. I admit to not delving too deep in our archives, but it's what I've been told since I was born. And no one I've met seems to dispute this fact. You do not know from whom you have descended? Arttoria questioned. Did King Arthur not have many cousins? How can you be sure you came from him and not his sister? Arthur shrugged. At this point, I don't think anyone cares. The name seemed more important than the honor that should have come with it. Arttoria took a deep breath. Continue. We aren't that different than the noble families in this country. He looked lost for a moment before continuing. We've survived by producing some powerful warriors and magicians over the centuries. And we've made sure to keep ties with certain organizations like the church. The great clans, that's a pretty good comparison. I vaguely knew of them as well, 5 great clans that controlled a good portion of this country's supernatural communities on the human side. They had a strained relationship with the yokai. Yeah, and having a bunch of powerful weapons doesn't hurt either. Mordred added. You speak the truth. Arthur didn't deny. We have many armaments that have been gathered over the years. We'll get to that in a moment. Please continue explaining the family to me. Arttoria ushered him back on. There is not much to say about the family itself, it became tradition to name ourselves after our ancestors. He shook his head. I was named Arthur Pendragon when I was born, and my father took up the name of Uther at that time. So they just call the firstborn Arthur Pendragon? Mordred asked incredulously. That's fucking stupid. What if twins are born? What if only a girl is born? What if multiple children are born? Are they just tossed to the side as unimportant? Mordred raises a good point. What of the other children of the family? I am sure that you are not the only one of the recent generations to exist. No, there are several hundred people in our family. He shook his head. And if someone proves to be more talented, they can claim the name and take the position as head of family in time. I've fought off many attempts to claim it. Form me over the years. How ruthless. Arttoria muttered. They created a system that no longer fosters new generations but pits them against each other to create the strongest. There would be no bonds formed, only the lobbying for more power and authority. I could only trust 2 people in the family. Arthur smiled bitterly. Yes, you mentioned your lover and your sister. Arttoria sighed, rubbed the bridge of her nose. This sounds like a large mess to deal with. What are their forces like? Allies, or other people that would help them? Mordred asked. They have a tentative alliance with the church, though they often butt heads. They have good relations with the Golden Dawn. My father had my sister, Lu Fei, go over to them for her magical studies when she revealed her talent to better foster relations. Arthur explained. Lu Fei. Yes, my sister was given that name when her abilities in magic were revealed. Arthur nodded. She was barely a year old and started being able to push and pull the magic in the air subconsciously. At least, that is what I've been told. Huh, impressive. What is this, Golden Dawn? Arttoria asked. It's a magician association. Arthur rubbed his head. Apologies, I don't know much about them as I never had a talent or inclination to learn more than basic spells. I know a thing or two. I spoke up, drawing their attention. So, the Golden Dawn is a magician's association, obviously. They're one of the most powerful in the world, which is strange since they're relatively new. Though, based on what Arthur said, I'm guessing your family helped prop them up in their formative years. Yes, we have close ties with them. He nodded again. I can't say anything about the numbers they could gather on a whim, but they are fairly popular and probably have ties all over the world. I tapped my chin in thought. They primarily use the modern magic passed on by Merlin. Modern magic. Please explain the meaning. Arttoria asked. I wish to understand the nuance. All right, so devils. I flicked my hand to produce a magic circle. They have something called demonic power that behaves very similarly to magical energy but is also a bit different. Devil magic basically uses imagination instead of more traditional methods of spellcasting, and demonic energy to actualize everything. If a devil wants to create a fireball, they merely have to imagine it and their demonic power shapes everything in a way to make it happen. Arttoria tilted her head. How come you do not do such a thing? Ha. I slumped my shoulders. I have a pitiful amount of demonic power, enough that I couldn't even be detected as a half-devil when I was younger. I basically just use it to ease together the multiple schools of magic I often use to form a coherent whole. If you want to be pedantic about it, I more or less use it as a lubricant so all the moving parts of my other magics work seamlessly. And how does this fit into what is known as modern magic? Arttoria continued to question. Well, I'm getting to that. It requires a little bit of backstory. So, devils were created by Lilith and Lucifer through some means, it's not that important. But what is important, is that the little spark of creation from being something created originally from Big G's hands, Luckfear had certain concepts of creation inside him that were passed on in the process. Add in the corruption of the process to make evil creatures and you have demonic power that basically creates the magic that devils desire. Now, it isn't some omnipotent and almighty thing, otherwise devils would have long overthrown the current stability of the world. I believe I understand now. This demonic power shapes the desires and imagination of the wielder, thus removing a need for more studious thoughts regarding applications. They will it to happen, and their demonic power is drained to facilitate the action. Bingo. I smiled. So that leads us back to modern magic. Merlin, I paused briefly to let the name sink in for them. Created modern magic that most humans use, and based it off devil magic. Instead of using the creation concepts intertwined with their heritage, it instead makes use of calculations to bring about the same phenomenon on a more natural level as opposed to forcing certain things into existence. It was a long-winded explanation, but something they should probably know about for the future. And this was about the extent of my knowledge on the subject as well. Jin probably knew more at this point if her habits on gathering information were anything to go by. Arttoria nodded along in understanding. I see, thank you for explaining it to me. She pondered my words for a few moments. The Church, the Golden Dawn, are there any more allies of significance? Not that I am aware of. I wouldn't be surprised if they had hands in a few more places, but I was not privy to the details before I left. Arthur shook his head. And what about powerful armaments? What would be expected should someone siege them? She furrowed her brow. Originally, they possessed Excalibur ruler. Arthur sighed and I saw Mordred visibly scowl at the mention. I suppose Arttoria told her about them. Caliban was their strongest weapon, and I took it with me when I left. Besides those two, they have Galatine which my father wields. They have both of King Ban's weapons. That's the adulterer's father, right? Mordred interjected. Yes, that was Lancelot's father. King Ban of Benwick was an early ally of King Arthur. I believe there were 2 swords, Courchaus and Coryceus. A holy and a demonic sword of admirable quality. Arttoria stared off with a nostalgic look on her face. I remember that old bastard. Hard to believe the adulterer was related to him. Mordred snorted. What other weapons, Squire? Squire. Arthur blinked. What else do you call someone training to be a proper knight? Mordred scoffed. Arthur just sighed again. Red hilt, the sword of Sir Balin. Arttoria let out a long sigh. That sword is nothing but trouble and should be destroyed. The machinations and schemes of Fae set about upon men for perceived slights. A cursed sword masquerading as a holy weapon. Sounds like a story. I only vaguely remember him from the stories. I commented. It is a tragic tale full of scheming by inhuman minds. Arttoria rubbed the bridge of her nose again. Continue, please. She gestured towards Arthur, who just looked at her in confusion. At this point, Arttoria had slipped up and spoken of things with too much familiarity. I'm sure Arthur was utterly confused, even ignoring Mordred's own proclamations. Gareth's ring, fail not, apologies, those are the only ones I can remember off the top of my head. There are other weapons not from that particular period that they've also gained. And there are also many that we had lost or taken by others. Erendite, for example, is in the hands of the church. And we once had Galahad's sword, rather the sword of David, before it was taken by the church as well. Any fine weapon such as those in a skilled knight's hands is something to be wary of. Arttoria spoke. While I don't think they were particularly threatening to us, I suppose her mindset was one that considers all variables. Really, that's it. Mordred looked at him. I remember the vaults having hundreds of powerful and magical weapons. These idiots call themselves Pendragon, yet they don't even have a fraction of that. Arthur just looked embarrassed at the accusation. Well, there was a very durable sword I remember using as practice when I was younger. But it doesn't really have a famous name. Otherwise, I don't recall anything specific, though I am positive they have more than what I know of. Well, whoop-de-fucking-do. Mordred scowled. Please tell me we're going to kick their asses. I really want to vent right now. I shrugged. That's up to Arttoria and how she wants to handle things. I turned to Arthur. You should be in contact with your sister, right? Yes, I have sent her a message that I am safe and not to worry. Arthur confirmed. That's probably for the best. I pursed my lips. Though, I don't know if Yasaka would be upset if she visited. He has been doing a decent job from what Yasaka said. A reward wasn't something out of reach, but I wouldn't step on her toes in any way. I don't wish her to see me like this. Arthur sighed. She's always looked up to me, I'd rather not shatter that image and hurt her. Fucking coward. Mordred spat out, earning a surprised look from Arthur. What, you want to protect your honor, your pride? You fucking lost any of those when you were involved in kidnapping children. And now you're just pushing away the only family you have, someone that actually cares about you. Mordred looked actually upset. And truth coming from Mordred. She cared in her own way as well. The fact that he was descended from this world's Arthur, I think Mordred also felt a sense of responsibility. Going to be more fucking work than I thought. Mordred grumbled in annoyance. Pardon. Arttoria interrupted. Can you please go back to that sword you mentioned? Arttoria interjected, with a strange look on her face. Arthur blinked in confusion. Which one? The one you mentioned you wielded as a youth, I merely wish to verify. This sword you spoke of, was it shorter than the standard sword, barely more than a dagger, but weighing several times more with being exceedingly durable? Arthur tilted his head. Yes, how did you? And does it possess an amateurish engraving on the flat of it? It does, Welsh, Cledif. I think it means little sword. Arttoria finished. Arttoria. I questioned. She bit her lip, a look of sadness visible in her eyes. When King Arthur was but a small child, he wished to finally wield a true sword, as he was only allowed wooden ones at the time. He begged Sir Ector many moons for the opportunity, but was denied each time. When his name day approached, he tried once more. He asked Sir Ector, told him that even a little sword would do. It was a gift, with the help of Merlin, and Sir Ector carved that engraving himself. Oh, Arttoria. Even with all the differences between worlds, there was bound to be similarities. The names of the weapons passed around are enough evidence of this. Arttoria closed her eyes, taking a deep breath. Thank you for your information, Arthur. She said evenly. I will take into consideration what you have said and decide on our course of action. To decide if we go have a talk with the Pendragon family or not. Well, it was shaping up to be a whole mess, but I didn't think that would deter Arttoria if she got the notion in her head. What are you sitting there with that stupid look for? Mordred kicked him. Go get another sword, you idiot, we're nowhere near done yet. She snorted, making Arthur quickly get to his feet to seek out a new weapon. Mordred glanced over to Arttoria, who still looked a bit lost. And I think this was her own way of supporting her, as she didn't want Arttoria to be seen like this by Arthur. Once Arthur was out of earshot, Mordred spoke again. Father, I'll take care of this dumbass, she said quietly. Arttoria smiled warmly at her son. Thank you, Mordred. I will leave him in your capable hands. She glanced at me and I took that as a cue to follow. She silently reached out and grabbed my hand as we got close. You okay? I asked as we left the courtyard. I am well. I was just taken by surprise, a memory I had not thought about in a long time coming to the surface. She smiled bitterly, shaking her head. I still have no clue what I should do regarding this, Pendragon family. She sighed. You're not obligated to do anything. This isn't your world, Arttoria. I pointed out. I am aware. She sighed. But I wish to do something. Even if it's not truly related to me, it's a legacy my counterpart left on. I don't wish to see it so perverted. I have no desire to rush into matters. I will consider my actions wisely before coming to a decision. Whatever you choose, we'll all be right here with you. I squeezed her hand. Yes. She smiled brightly. Well, wanna go see Scathach beat up Yasaka's guards? I offered. Arttoria let out a laugh at that. I would like that very much. Sorry for no chapter yesterday. There really isn't a good way to tell everyone on this site when I'm not posted outside of a fake chapter, and those just feel worse than no chapter at all, Imo. So, I had a friend who was moving and the moving company cancelled on him last minute, so I was one of several who rushed over to help him. Anyways, if you want to read 7 chapters ahead, visit my pat.rayon.com/asteriaforone. We have a Discord, JBWKDNDT7F. Chapter 239, Interlude 11. Rias Gremory POV. Come on, just a little more. Rias. I just needed to shape it a little bit, feed in my demonic power and force it back into shape. Then. Ha! I shouted, throwing my power of destruction away, destroying a few dozen trees. I let out a long breath, falling to the ground. Rias. I heard a shout behind me. Sona. I blinked. When did you get here? I've been calling your name for 15 minutes, Rias. I couldn't get close because you were throwing around your power of destruction. She looked annoyed. I was training. I huffed, trying to stand up, but my legs were still wobbly. I noticed. She snorted, reaching over and helped me up. Rias, look at you, you're a mess. What? Am I supposed to be clean after doing my training? That's not what I mean and you know it. Sona glared. Look how many cuts you have, and you can barely stand. You're completely exhausted. This can't be healthy to push yourself like this every day. I did just a light workout then practiced my power of destruction, it's not that big a deal. I waved her off. Rias, are you going to fall if I let go? No. She raised an eyebrow and I looked away. A light workout, huh? What's the big deal? We're supposed to push ourselves to get stronger. I started to get feeling back in my legs. Yes, and it's a gradual process. Destroying yourself every day isn't healthy. Look, your calves are swollen. You've been working yourself to exhaustion, then emptying all your demonic power to the point where you have nothing left. How are you supposed to heal properly if you have absolutely no energy after destroying your body? She gestured around us where the area was completely destroyed. It works, I've gotten better. I wasn't able to put out that much power a couple weeks ago. I pointed out. That's not the point. Sona sighed. We're not humans, Rias, we're a fair bit sturdier than them. However, we also have our own limits, and you're completely ignoring them. I certainly don't fault you for trying to get stronger, but you're being reckless about it. I don't see the issue. I hesitantly took a step away from her arms. See, I'm good. Sona pushed her glasses with a look that said she didn't believe me. She raised a finger and shot a ball of water at my forehead. I immediately fell back down and couldn't get back up. Oh, Rias. Sona sighed again, looking at me before sitting down on the ground next to me. Rias, we're friends. It feels like you're about to break up with me. I shot her a smirk. Rias, I'm being serious. I let out another long sigh. I know, Sona. Just say what you want to say. Rias, why do you think I'm here, right now? This is a property your family owns, why would I just show up? She waved her arms around. Your queen, Akino, asked me to talk some sense into you. You've been neglecting your other duties, and as soon as you have free time, you've disappeared to train. Why are people getting upset that I'm training? My parents made a huge deal that I was being lazy, now that I'm not, it's suddenly an issue. I shouted in annoyance. Rias, that's not what everyone's worried about. You constantly come to school covered in bandages, exhausted and sleeping in class. You've pushed your duties off to Akino, and haven't managed the territory at all in a few weeks. I've been busy. I don't have much longer before my marriage is supposed to happen. I scowled. I refuse to marry someone that's not someone I choose. If I have to go through this every day, then I will. After thinking about it, I realized I didn't really hate Riser, mostly. I hate what he represented, the fact that my choice in a husband was taken from me without my consent. I was supposed to be the heir to the family, and I'm being forced to marry someone against my will. Rias, if you want help with training, I'm always here. I saw you practicing your power of destruction, you know I'm better at control and magic than you are. I would have quite a few ways to help you in that regard. Not to mention, Kaneko and Kiba have a better understanding of the physical portions, why aren't you using them? That's a good point, though I could only bite my lip in embarrassment. I just wanted to do it on your own. Sona offered. It sounds stupid when said out loud. I sighed. Rias, what's wrong? Sona asked. Nothing's wrong. I pulled my knees in, curling up. I'm just tired of being treated like I'm weak. You know that Riser sent me a letter. Basically, told me that I might as well just get married now and save myself the hassle. While I didn't hate Riser for his part in my forced marriage, I hate that he's an insufferable ass. Since when do you listen to Riser? We've gone to plenty of parties and different gatherings where he runs his mouth and you usually ignore him. Sona replied. No. You started getting more into your training, but you really started going overboard recently. Is this about Takao, Wilhelm again? It's not. I denied. Rias, why are you so hung up on him? I'm not. Rias. It's just, I don't know. I don't know why his situation made me so annoyed. I felt like I did something wrong. If I was nice to him, and didn't pretend like he wasn't there, do you think he would have still run away? I felt like it was my fault, that I should have done something more. And I was so worried about him. Then, he keeps popping up doing these ridiculous things and it felt like a slap in the face. So your pride was hurt? She looked at me. I can relate in that regard. Don't forget, he blew me up and I will certainly pay him back for that. But you're hung up on him in a different way. No. Maybe. I don't know. I sighed, it was difficult to put into words. I know it's stupid. I felt like, it's not fair. How long had he been training for? He's only been aware of the supernatural for weeks, months. And now, we find out he fought a god and walked away. What the hell have I been doing my whole life? No one could even answer me on how he got so strong. It's like it just happened overnight and they're all confused too. He won't even talk to us at this point, not that I could blame him. I could literally take a bus to where he's staying, but I know I'd be kicked out immediately. It took some work to find out what actually happened with Okita since everyone was trying to keep the rumors from being spread. I only knew that they fought each other, and Wilhelm was the winner. There's even rumors of him using the power of destruction. I buried my head into my arms. The images are blurry, but it looked kinda similar. I said quietly. He wasn't supposed to be able to do that. And if he can even do that, then what am I even worth? Rias. Sona put a hand on my shoulder. I know what you're going to say. I sighed again. I know it's stupid and all that it's just. I feel that way about my sister sometimes. Sona interjected. It seems like no matter how hard I try, she's always so far ahead of me in everything and it looks so easy for her. She prances around dressed up like she does, handles all her duties to my begrudged admiration, and still is so strong that I can't even put it into words. How am I supposed to match up to that? I knew that Sona had some envy toward Serafal, but I didn't realize they extended that far. I want to be better. I muttered. I feel like a joke and I hate it. I used to be so proud of my title, being called the crimson-haired ruin princess, it made me feel special. Now though, it feels like people are laughing at me when it's mentioned. Then let's be better. She smiled. I know what I need to work on. But you need to start using your peerage better. There's no excuse for how much you've ignored them. Ugh, I know. I groaned. Mom and Dad already got after me about that a while ago. I guess I just got so caught up in my own stuff that I never bothered to even care about it. I rubbed the bridge of my nose. How is your family? Sona inquired. Better, I guess. If it could be called that. Brother's not acting weird much anymore. It was strange to see him like that. I think Grafia finally talked some sense into him. Though, it's still a bit of a sore subject around him and he just goes silent whenever it's mentioned. I'm sure the rumors going around aren't helping that. Sona muttered. And it wasn't ever something we could have hidden. At this point, the whole underworld knows about Wilhelm and the fact that he fought Susanoo. A lot of people are asking about him. I can't even browse the devil.net without people talking about him. People asking questions why he wasn't seen around us, why he's never been spotted in the underworld. It wasn't hard to put two and two together. What are we even supposed to say? Sorry, you know that son of the current Lucifer, the one who fought a literal god, yeah we fucked that up and he doesn't like us, sorry. And the old Satan faction was using it as an opportunity to drag us through the mud. It's even more ridiculous considering that they despise half-devils. I've been hounded a few times myself. I ran a hand through my hair, removing some dirt. Sarorg actually asked about him too, wanted to go meet him. Oh Satans, that would only end up badly. What, you think they'd not like each other and fight or something? I asked. No, I think they'd get along well, and then get into a fight for fun. She deadpanned. That musclehead is, admittedly very likable in his bluntness, so I'm sure they'd get along if Wilhelm wasn't so distant. Distant? I guess that's one way to say it. He ran away from us and refused to even respond to any letters. Mom said she sent him one and he's yet to respond, so there's very little hope on that front. No use in thinking about it now. I looked up at the sky, the clouds were starting to get a little dark. I should probably head back. You okay? She asked with concern in her eyes. I can help you if you want. I can walk on my own now. I slowly stood up. Besides, if my peerage saw you carrying me in, they'd just worry even more. I shook my head. Before you go, I did have something to talk about, in regards to being the other overseer of the city. Got a call from Serafal, we're not allowed to leave Kuo for the time being. Besides going back to the underworld, that is. I blinked at that. What? Yeah, she said that it isn't a good time to be interacting with the yokai right now, or rather, anyone under the Shinto umbrella. And I don't have to say to not go over to Kyoto, right? I let out an indignant huff. I'm not stupid. I crossed my arms. Though, I heard Grafia offhandedly say that brother considered that at some point. I'm not going to go over there and start shouting for Wilhelm. I rolled my eyes. It isn't just that. She stated. I'm talking about the political aspect. Wilhelm fought a god, Rius. That isn't something anyone can ignore. He went from some nobody to front and center on the world stage. And from what I've understood, and some hints from Serafal, he's thrown his lot in with the yokai faction. Yeah, I read some stuff about Wilhelm and Yasaka being in a relationship. I thought over what she said. I guess they went from some third-rate faction that needed the backing of the Shinto pantheon to being something we have to keep an eye on. It wasn't really a secret that they weren't very powerful. Their strongest were their two leaders that each ruled over half of Japan's yokai. Yet, neither of them would be a real match against any of our Satans. Throw Wilhelm into that mix, and suddenly they have a lot more weight to throw around. It's not just him either. Sona looked hesitant to say anything. Serafal told me a secret, so don't go spreading it around. There was talk about someone who was supposed to be dead popping up in Kyoto alongside him. Someone supposed to be dead. That isn't really weird, don't we have? No. I mean dead. Not reincarnated or anything like that. As in this person was supposed to have been killed during the Great War, and it was well known. Who? I was a little curious now. She sounded really serious. How good is your Irish mythology? Specifically, the Ulster cycle. I gave her a dry look. Seriously. You need to keep up with other factions more, Rius. You're going to be the head of your family at some point, you can't be ignorant of these powers. One of theirs is in the top 10 strongest in the world, someone who can fight your brother with the possibility of winning. She glared at me. Luff, right. Satans, Altiste, you know that. She sighed. Alright, so who's this mystery person? Scathach, the woman who trained Luff's son, the Irish Hercules. And one of the few people in the world who claimed the title of Godslayer. There was a moment of silence as she waited for my response. I only vaguely remember the name. Damn it, Rius. Sohn facepalmed. Go read when you get back. Fine. I huffed, sticking my tongue out at her. I brushed myself off, even if I still looked like a mess. Can you create a teleport circle for me? I'm kinda out of juice here. I said sheepishly. Sona broke out into a fit of giggles before creating one on the ground. I stepped out into the club room back at school. I saw my peerage all looking at me. Rius. Bucho. Senpai. Several shouts rang out and I realized how much I made them worry. Everyone's here. I gave them a smile. Sona managed to talk some sense into you. Akino crossed her arms with a huff. Yeah. I sighed. We had a talk, and I realized I wasn't going about this the right way. Good. Akino smiled before stepping over and wrapping me up in a hug. It was getting horrible having to deal with all the paperwork. Oh, you're still doing that? I deadpanned. You did such a good job managing everything, think of it as a promotion. I patted her shoulder with a smile. No, Rias. Akino began to cry on my shoulder. There. I'll send you over to Sona for lessons on how to manage everything. She just cried harder, but my smile couldn't be bigger. Tease me, will you? Rias, okay? Kaneko asked, and I had to resist the urge to rub her head. I'm good, just a bit tired. I reassured her before looking at both Issei and Kiba, who were a bit more reserved. Well, I think Issei just didn't know how to react without shouting, and Kiba seemed to be acting as his minder. I let out a sigh before taking some heavy steps over to the sofa. All right everyone, I have some things to talk about. This is mostly for you, Issei, since you're relatively new. I adopted an even smile, even if I felt a little bit anxious talking about it. I have an arranged marriage, and the wedding date is coming up. What? Issei blurted out. Yes. I said dryly. As you might expect, I'm not too happy about it myself. I'll be challenging it, but it'll come down to a rating game. I've been throwing myself at my training since. I paused but let out another sigh. Ever since I saw Wilhelm fight, I couldn't help it, but Sona pulled me out of my slump. Hard to believe that he was sitting in class here not that long ago. Kiba muttered. I even got some inspiration for my sacred gear based on what I saw him doing. Strong. Kaneko said simply. That handsome. I'll get stronger than him, then I'll build my own harem. How dare he take those foxy pay for himself? Issei exclaimed. Of course he'd focus on that. Maybe I shouldn't have given him access to the devil.net. But it was a weird thing to think about, how I technically have a great niece now, even if it wasn't by blood. And it just further added to my depression with how I was so ambivalent towards him before. I'll never be able to pet the cute fox now. So, I decided to carry on. We're going to train, and we're going to win. It'll be our debut, and I want everyone to see how amazing you all are. I turned to Kiba. You have a better grasp of physical training, so I want you to think up a training regime for us in that aspect. Will do, Bucho. Kiba nodded. Akino. I called out. Here, Rias. She stood up straight. You're the best one here when it comes to magic and control. I want you to create a training regime to help all of us better control our demonic power. I'm too used to throwing mine around without a second thought. Issei here is a completely newbie, which is admittedly my fault. Kaneko is too used to using it just to punching things out of existence. We need to learn to use it more efficiently. I'll get started. I clapped my hands. Riser Phoenix, he's the man who's our target. Right now, our biggest weakness is our stamina. The Phoenix clan have the most ridiculous regeneration, so they can simply wait us out. While we can't play that game, we can at least minimize how effective it is while devising strategies. I looked around the room once more. Issei, you have a secondary job. You're going to read up on all the information I give you about raiding games alongside everyone else familiarizing themselves with the public knowledge about Riser and his peerage. I neglected him for too long, I can only hope that these next few months are enough to whip him into fighting shape. Maybe I should see about Kaneko using her true power and Akino using her fallen angel half before the game. And then there's Gasper. So much to do. Still, it felt good. Before, I was barely making progress, even as I collapsed after my training each time. But for some reason, I felt like I had now taken a bigger step forward now. Maybe seeing Wilhelm like that, it was just the kick I needed. If you want to read 7 chapters ahead or support me, visit mypat.rayon.com/asteriaforone. Chapter 240, Chapter 228. I hummed to myself as I walked with a little pep in my step. It had been a rather hectic few days with everyone running around. It had been tiring, but the good kind of tiring since we had gotten so much done. It sucked that we were constantly on the move dealing with things, but it's starting to slow down now. For a bit, it was difficult to get everyone in the same room. However, that's mostly coming to an end now. We cleared out a lot of problems that were plaguing Yasaka. Random idiots roaming around and causing trouble. Some other issues with certain resources that were needed as well. By no means was everything fixed, but the situation was certainly stabilized now. I'd only seen some of the paperwork that Yasaka had to deal with, and I did not envy her having to manage a faction like this. We had enough of a lull in actionable measures that needed to be taken to the point where we could begin planning a bigger operation. And for that, I found myself staring up at the multitude of colors that ran through the colored rooms, Meridia's realm. Odd. I muttered, noticing the distinct lack of Meridia, even as I appeared in the overlapped space that was her throne room that resided within her realm. The throne in of itself served no purpose, as she had almost a complete omnipotent control of her realm, and this wasn't even a centralized location, as it was pretty desolate. I knew that there were beings that resided her, worshippers and such, that pledged themselves to Meridia. Perhaps she allowed audiences from this place. Oh well, I took the seat for myself, a curious thought on how it felt to sit there. And it was surprisingly comfortable. I think Meridia did something to it to make it more pleasant to sit in. It didn't take long for Meridia to pop back over. I don't think there would normally be any indication I could have sensed, yet she appeared with a noticeable sound. Probably for my own benefit. My lips curled up as she raised an eyebrow, obviously looking at me in her throne. This is a nice seat. I think I'll keep it. I sat up straighter. Will you now? She crossed her arms. I declare myself the new ruler. I stated. You may bow before my majesty. Oh, are you? And what commands do you have from your majesty? She said dryly. I cleared my throat. Listen, hear me and obey. Don't you dare. She interrupted me, her face turning bright red. Why, you're not allowed to bring that up anymore. She huffed cutely. Do you have any idea how embarrassed I was? Remembering how I first met Meridia, it always brought a smile to my face. Honestly, I can only remember how cute you were. She let out another indignant huff, turning her head slightly. You always spout the most ridiculous things. She pursed her lips, walking towards me. Now, get your rear out of my throne, you silly man. How about we share? I offered, patting my lap. You will merely use this as an excuse to molest my legs. Yup. You do not even deny it anymore. Your perversions just continue. She sounded against it, but she plopped down in my lap with an almost expectant look on her face. My hands already found her thighs, running up and down their length. You dangle these in front of me and expect me to sit still. I whispered. You still say you didn't seduce me the first time we met, huh? I did no such thing. You just take a perverse enjoyment in teasing me. She huffed, cheeks still maintaining a light red. If it were not so endearing, I would have slapped you out of oblivion by now. She grumbled. How my heart beats faster at your touch, I do not understand. And when you say things like that, it just makes it harder and harder to hold back. My hands made their way up the edge of her dress, pulling it up to reveal a bit more. I could hear a breathing hitch as I brushed against her inner thigh. Oh my, no undergarments, huh? Why would I bother with such a thing? She muttered. There is only one man in existence who is allowed to even approach me in such a way, let alone have the gall to undress me as he wishes. So I can undress you as I wish, I kissed her neck, nudging down the collar of her robes. Cease your lecherous touching. If you continue any further, her voice went very quiet. You came to fetch me, yes. I do not wish for the others to see me in such an embarrassing state after you have thoroughly. She didn't finish, opting to huff and burying her head into my chest. After we've what? I teased her. You're going to make me say it, aren't you? The feeling of her melting in my arms, it was addicting. Something could be said for having such a powerful woman act like this for me. You know me so well. After we make love. She whispered. I wrapped my arms around her instead of my continued groping. I could feel her heartbeat as we enjoyed the moment of silence. Even if I knew this form of hers was created from her own whims, it still was enough for me to feel the affection she gave off. As much as I love doing this, I can feel how much you enjoy this right now as it is pushing against my rear. She deadpanned. We should probably head over. Very well. Though I do not think I am needed. I am unable to bring my full force over there as I cannot leave my realm vacant, otherwise the others would notice. Not to mention, my power being displayed in any capacity may be more trouble than it's worth. Meridia, it's fine. I reached out, rubbing her hand. You just being there means enough to everyone. Fine. She huffed again, something she tended to do to hide her emotions. Let us depart. At that, I scooped her up into my arms and stood up. Don't you dare. She squeaked out. Wilhelm. She had the bright red hue back on her cheeks as I opened a new portal and stepped through. We stepped out into the training area, the sounds of painful whines filled the courtyard. Oh, quit your crying, you little girls. I thought I was training some elite guards, and what did I get? A bunch of chicks barely out of the nest. Scat began to berate them as she kicked a Tengu to the side. She paused in her beatings, training, and looked at us. Her gaze landed on Meridia, who stared back. Scat lips curled up and Meridia huffed, turning to a scowl herself, though her bright red cheeks never dissipated. Are you happy? You once again bring me unbearable embarrassment. She pushed her head into my chest to hide her face. How am I supposed to show my face after such nonsense? I can't help it, teasing you gives me life. You're horrible. Release me. Her words muffled. I wish to walk this world for a few moments. I set her down and she shot me a glare, crossing her arms with a pout. I held my hand out to her and she pursed her lips, letting out another huff before taking it in hers. She'd been here before, but never really looked around. It was her first true time being out of her universe that wasn't at my home. She reached down and touched the grass, just a pure curious action as she gabbed some dirt between her fingers. It feels so similar. That was pathetic. Scathach roared, sending another few Tengu flying away as several more tried to attack her. She is quite relentless. Meridia muttered. That she is. I gave her hand a squeeze, earning back her attention. You know, you're allowed to come here whenever you want. And not just here, anywhere you want. I may make use of that in the future. There are so many things I have yet to discover, which is odd for me. I am very old and for the first time in a very long time, I have something new to explore. She looked up and leaned in, quickly kissing me. Meridia wasn't one for doing stuff like that in person, so it only served to reinforce her intent. You have given me a great gift. Even if I am unable to partake very often, I will enjoy experiencing these new places. As long as she was happy, that's all that really mattered. If you're not going to use your legs properly, then I'll cut them off. Scathach shouted. No, I'm sorry. The Tengu shouted. Be sorry in the corner. She tossed him into the wall. Is this truly an effective training method? Meridia asked. She's actually pointing out their flaws and following it up with a painful reminder. She escalates if they continue to make the same mistakes. I replied. Aya. A painful cry sounded out. And what lesson did that one just learn after getting kneed in the groin? I think he tried to aggressively flirt with her the other day. I tilted my head. Ah, a pivotal lesson then. She nodded in approval. Young lord. I turned my head, seeing Soma fly down before us, respectfully bowing his head. And, Lady Meridia. He said hesitantly. Yes. Meridia picked up on it and confirmed her identity. Lady Yasaka is awaiting you both, shall I lead the way after fetching Lady Scathach? He offered. No need, I am here. Scathach walked over. This lot is already done for the day. She turned back to them. These pitiful excuses for warriors get off early since they can't handle my full training regime. She snorted, before turning back to us. That bad? I asked. Oh no, they are actually doing quite well. But they are an arrogant lot, so any praise would swell their heads. She laughed. Huh. Soma here is one of the best learners of the group. Scathach looked at our escort. Give it a few years, and he would be in what they call ultimate class. You overpraise me, Lady Scathach. He bowed his head. He had a good attitude, makes training him easier. She nodded in approval. That's pretty high praise from her. And ultimate class was nothing to dismiss. Even if the group has such a wide margin that it included gods and random other species inside. I look forward to your lessons tomorrow. He had a small smile on his face. It is a rare privilege to be trained by such an illustrious figure. Scathach let out another laugh. This one will continue to sing my praises even as I plant my foot into his kidneys. She turned to me. Why does my man not treat me the same, Because you're a sadist. I offered. Yes, and it seems you are a masochist for all these beatings you invite. She snorted, sneaking a quick kiss on my cheek. Soma didn't react. I think at this point, most people here knew that Scathach was my woman, along with the others. Though, there were a few troublemakers who didn't seem to quite understand that a few days ago, i.e. the idiot who was still crying on the ground. Meridia, it is good to see you outside. Scathach smiled towards her. Yes, it is hard to escape my duties. But I find myself excited when, outside. She chose her worlds carefully around other people. I can relate. I spent so long performing my own duties that coming outside was almost overwhelming. She let out a content sigh. But I believe I have held us up long enough. I am sure that Arttoria is pacing around impatiently. All right, let's go. I smiled. I shall lead the way. Soma gestured to follow. You're finally here. It was Rin who spoke up first, arms crossed, staring at us as we entered a room in a more secured part of Yasaka's estate. I looked around to see pretty much everyone here, even the two wayward servants had been dragged in. I gave a nod towards them that they reciprocated in kind. My lessons carried on longer than I had anticipated. Scathach replied. Are my men doing good then? Yasaka asked. Their performance has had a noticeable improvement from day to day. I have never trained any yokai before this experience, but I can't help but wonder if they have an inherent adaptation that allows them to facilitate such growth. That's an interesting thought. I rubbed my chin. Perhaps their origins being linked to imagination, and as such lends itself to the ability to go beyond perceived boundaries easier with a bit of pressure. I voiced my thoughts out loud. Wilhelm, you're getting distracted. Meridia lightly poked me. Right. I pushed the distracting thoughts away. Sorry, ignore me. If only we could. Rin said dryly. I blew her raspberry. Everyone is here. Arttoria took our attention. Ryder, Archer, thank you both for participating. She said to the other two servants. Yeah, no problem. Achilles smiled. Sounded pretty interesting anyways, but the pay sounds good too. And we would gladly help. Atlanta rolled her eyes at him. If nothing else, we do owe a debt that should be repaid. Kinda curious what they've been up to since I hadn't heard a peep about them recently. Arttoria gestured to the large table set up in the middle of the room. We have a few pictures of our target. The castle that houses the Pendragon family. She unfurled the large images for everyone to see. Kyrie, who was next to Mordred, let out a whistle. Just from the structural point of view, that looks pretty impressive. It's probably protected by every magical defense under the sun. That is correct. Arthur, who was keeping quiet in the back, spoke up, eyes turning to him. The Pendragon family has close ties to the Golden Dawn, so defenses around the castle are some of the best in the world. How good we talkin'? Mordred asked. Oh, I can probably answer this. Jin perked up. I've been reading over some of the more common magics practiced around here, and from what I've seen and what I've been told, they should be a bit stronger than the Ig Millennia castle you experienced. I did tell her about how well her dust bombs turned out. So, I'll just blast it with my noble phantasm. Mordred crossed her arms. And potentially kill everyone inside. I replied. In another situation, the more direct method would have been the preferred one. Arttoria stated. But as it stands, there are two people we wish to remove from the castle without harm, which takes the priority. Yes, I have confirmed through my sister that they are both within the castle at the moment. However, I did not ask for specifics as I did not know if Luffy was being monitored. Arthur explained. A rescue mission then. Kyrie grunted. Makes things more complicated. Yes, I am confident that many of us could siege the castle by ourselves, but I do not wish to leave anything to chance. I hope for this to be meticulous and quick. I wish them to surrender or be incapacitated in as little time as possible, and perhaps leave as many alive as we can. She added on with a strange look on her face. Yes, and there is the possibility of escalation beyond what you would prefer. Yasaka began to speak. Pushed into a corner, it's possible they call in reinforcements from the church. Aren't the church and them allies, shouldn't they help regardless? Rin asked. Only on the surface. Arthur spoke up again. The church is more likely to fish in troubled waters than help the Pendragon family. Given the opportunity, they would absorb them to empower themselves. So, same old church as usual. Kyrie snorted. Never did like working with exorcists. Worst case scenario, heaven becomes involved and then it becomes a large mess. Yasaka added. If that happens, I don't think I would escape their gazes either due to our relations. I may have to play a few cards to dissuade them from pushing any matters. However, that is very unlikely, but it should be noted as a possibility. And I would hate for the Shinto pantheon to also get involved as a result. Oh, you got card to play against heaven. I quirked an eyebrow. Why yes, thanks to you. That young woman with the blade blacksmith sacred gear. Heaven may be willing to bargain for her either for her identity or her sacred gear. Yasaka replied. Oh, forgot about them. I guess you did still have most of them stashed away. It has been a while since I've been involved in such a military operation. Reiku spoke up for the first time. What are your plans, Arttoria? I wish to attempt negotiations. She sighed. I know it will probably not provide any results, but I cannot simply attack without trying. The look on her face, it really probably grated on her. I could see how much this family was upsetting her by how they operated. But she had her pride as a knight, if words could solve a problem, she would attempt them. Whatever you want, we'll back you up. I answered. Thank you. She muttered. And please remember that part of the reason for this approach is so we can settle this as quietly and quickly as possible. That's right. Yasaka nodded. You all may be able to get up and run around, but you're known to be associated with me and I'm stuck here. So any consequences will fall on me if things become too chaotic. So, got an attack plan. You said the defenses are probably really strong, and we can't just noble phantasm our way through them. So, how we taking down the defenses? I made a little something when Arttoria spoke to me a few days ago. Jin perked up, withdrawing a strange contraption from her storage bracelet. Based on my first dust bombs I made Wilhelm. You made those? Mordred blinked. Those were amazing, can I get some later? Jin giggled. I'd be happy to make you some. Joy. Arttoria muttered under her breath, but didn't interrupt. These are infused with gravity dust. Jin continued on. I have 4 in total and they link up with one another after being activated. They're going to bombard the barriers with different gravitational anomalies at the same time, which should disrupt the defenses. Oh, that's smart. Rin snapped her fingers, distorting the gravity around the area in 4 different ways. I highly doubt their defenses are equipped to manage that. They'll probably be unable to compensate and crumble under the constant shifting. Indeed, their defenses were probably created in mind to withstand a siege, not a fundamental shift in the world around it at different wavelengths all at the same time. As I said, securing the 2 people inside is the priority. Arttoria reiterated. Arthur's sister, for whom we have a picture. She placed it on the table for everyone to see. She wore a cute witch's hat. Had the urge to get her head pats. And made that is of significance to him as well. She placed another picture down. Elaine Westcott. Both are apparently skilled in magic, so be aware of that in case they mistake you for enemies. Alright, can't wait to kick their ass. Mordred smirked. I wouldn't mind seeing their combat abilities as well. Scathach shared a similar look. Tell me where you require me to be, I shall follow your lead. I didn't really feel the need to mention that this would bring attention onto all of them. I'd already blown that open a bit with my whole mess, but they were still relatively unknown. But they're able to make their own decisions, and I wouldn't dissuade them from the paths they chose at this point. One thing's for sure as I glanced at Arttoria. The Pendragon family was in for a rough time. We will move in the morning. Arttoria stated. If you want to read 7 chapters ahead or support me, visit my pat.rayon.com/AsteriaForone. We have a Discord, JBWKDNDT7F. Chapter 241, Chapter 229. It was weirdly tense. Not weird in the sense that everyone was geared up and ready for a fight, but because it was serious for lack of a better word. Hey Mordred. I greeted the knight, leaning on the wall next to her. Sup? She nodded. You all good? She asked. More or less. I said with a small shrug. Made sure to hand out potions to everyone and other things that might be needed. The necromancer wouldn't stop gushing over that bracelet you gave him. Mordred snorted. They're pretty rare back home. You like yours? I asked. She held up her right hand. It's all right, I guess. She said quietly. I'm just glad you didn't make it all sparkly and shit like the others. I'd take that as her liking it. You seem pretty calm, no anticipation. I inquired. She grunted. If I had my way, I'd have just smashed my way in. But I'm used to how Father does things. Even if most of us could probably take the castle by ourselves, he will make sure everyone is as safe as possible. A proper strategy to mitigate any losses. She waved her hand flippantly. With so many servants, and whatever the fuck you are, we don't really have to worry much. Yeah, that does sound like Arttoria. She wouldn't underestimate the enemy when she was commanding people. I blinked for a moment. Wait, the hell you mean, whatever the fuck I am? Father told me what you've been up to. You tell me what you are. She raised an eyebrow. I opened my mouth to closed it. Fuck you. I shot back. Thought so. She looked rather smug. You know what? What, you gonna cry? She smirked. I ignored her attempt at getting to me. You look cute in that outfit. The corners of my lips curled up and I crossed my arms staring right at her. She twitched. Eat a dick. She huffed before pausing and looking back at me. Don't you dare say anything. What, I'm not saying anything. I admit I almost replied instinctively about Arttoria. And well, my dick. You were fucking thinking it. She pointed at me. Damn right I was. Asshole. Bitch. Heh. She let out a laugh with a small smile forming on her face, one I couldn't help but share. I was glad she was looking as happy as she was. She was now spending time with Arttoria and it seemed like many bridges were starting to get mended. Where's Kyrie? I asked. Said something about stirring some coffee in his thingy, now that he can bring it with him. Mentioned that he's had too many missions that turned from quick combat into waiting for days. She shrugged. Don't understand the appeal, don't really like coffee. You're disowned. I deadpanned. Oh fuck off. She rolled her eyes. I shot her a smirk. Anything you need? Nah, I'm pretty good. Well, and I guess Arttoria would like to be the one to supply her with anything she needed. An opportunity to act like a parent, I suppose. After this is over, you consider asking Arttoria to go shopping with you. She could probably do with some more essentials now that she's settling down. You think she'd want to do that? Mordred gave it some thought. I think she'd be absolutely delighted. She just looked thoughtful at the notion and I didn't push it anymore. I pat her shoulder. Going to make some rounds while we wait, holler if you need anything. All right. She nodded, a look of thanks on her face. I took that as a cue and went towards my servant who was being a bit quiet off to the side. Everyone else was more or less occupied, either doing their own things or talking with each other, but Reika looked a bit out of place. Yasaka was happily chatting with Jin about something, the other servants were trading stories and Mordred met back up with Kyrie and they looked to be discussing something as well. Really the only one absent was Meridia, for obvious reasons. Maybe I should surprise her and bring everyone to visit. Hey there. I wrapped her up from behind. Master. Reika smiled, already having seen me approach. You okay? I rested my chin on her shoulder. I am okay, Master. She smiled. I am merely reminiscing about certain things and felt a bout of sadness. It has been a long time since I've participated in something like this. The Grail War was not quite the same. I'm more prone to the blunt force method myself, so this should be interesting. I can't help it that just overbearing force was usually the path of least resistance. Okay, maybe I skewed those decisions. Also, I'm usually the one calling the shots, so to speak, should be a nice change of pace. Well, a change of subject to ease her mind a bit. I'm sure this was bringing back both fond and sad memories. So, how was watching Kunu? She brightened up immediately. She is wonderful. Reika gushed. All the children in her class wouldn't stop fussing over me once I introduced myself. And Kunu just continued to bring me around and made me involved in anything she could. Reiku had taken shifts of guard duty at her school, it's no wonder that she became familiar with everyone there. It also meant that Yasaka's guards had a rotating shift for Skathaka's training. She even calls me Auntie now. Reiku had the brightest smile on her face before shifting to something resembling hesitance. Master, Wilhelm. She used my name, which she doesn't do often. If I asked for something, would you grant your mother her desire? If it's within my ability, I'd do anything to make you happy. I said without hesitation. She bit her lip but looked a bit happier. Your mother is happy. She shifted, kissing me on the cheek. Well, she didn't seem to want to talk about it for the moment, so I wouldn't push. She's my woman, so it's my duty to help her any way I can. I'm happy that you're happy. I mimic her, giving a quick kiss on her cheek. It was only a few moments later that Arttoria and Rin finally came down the stairs, grabbing everyone's attention. Rin was well equipped, in similar stuff she used to adventure in Skyrim, but there were some clear differences. She even noticed my gaze and smirked a little. Really, Schweinorg, checking me out so blatantly. Funny. I said dryly. I like the armor though, I can more or less parse what you did. I rubbed my chin, admiring the gems embedded all around the leather armor. Must have cost a fortune. I almost cried until I saw how much I still had left. She acknowledged. Should keep me pretty safe, with my aura and everything. Yes, the priority is everyone's safety. Arttoria added. I assume everyone has been distributed supplies in case of an emergency. I took care of it. I gave her a smile. Achilles walked over, stretching his arms as he took his steps. Time to head out. I've been looking forward to a little workout. Most jobs so far had been some mindless fodder that mostly terrorized the normal people. Indeed, in the event that negotiations break down, which I suspect they will. She said with a sigh. We will begin our attack. I would like to remind everyone that disabling our foes should be the first priority when engaging. Yeah. Don't kill the idiots, got it? Achilles said nonchalantly. Beyond Achilles' comment, Arttoria seemed to take the silence as a committal. Jin, if you would, please. Alright, I have the dust bombs here for everyone, haven't thought of a name beyond that yet. She had the devices that looked much different than what I had used previously, float in front of her. Kyrie took one, I took another, Arttoria took the third and Jin held the last one. I also have these, for the signal. She passed out 4 similar-looking devices. Red means abort, green means set the bombs off. She tilted her head for a moment. And I guess they technically aren't bombs because they don't explode in the normal way. Thank you, Jin. Arttoria held hers between her fingers. I assumed hers was the one that would send the signal. I expect everyone to behave themselves as befitting of their names and honor. She looked around the room. And one final reminder, they will possess what is known as ultimate class fighters. This should be on the higher end of combat strength available to an organization like this. Oh, sounds exciting. Achilles perked up. Can I call dibs on the idiot who calls himself Uther? Mordred asked. Please do not take my father lightly. Arthur, who was silent and held to the back, spoke up for the first time. He does not rule over the family without being the strongest among us. And his weapon is not one to take lightly as well. I advise that we change the strategy to nighttime where he is weakened. Galatine, I suppose it empowers itself and the wielder with the sun's embrace. It would make sense from a strategic standpoint, but that wasn't what Arttoria was going for in this operation. That will be unneeded. I shall personally handle your father, Arttoria stated. Well, there goes my chance. Mordred huffed. Arthur let out a sigh, knowing he had no real sway. Just be careful. My family has collected many strange and powerful items over the centuries and from all over the world. I don't know what things he had set up in case our castle was ever attacked. Your concerns are acknowledged. She nodded to him. I doubted anyone faulted him here, he didn't quite understand how much power was gathered in this place. Arttoria swept her gaze around the room. Any questions? With no one speaking up, her eyes landed on Yasaka. Then we are ready to proceed. Thank you, Yasaka, for providing the location. It was no trouble. She smiled. I can't join you for the obvious reason. She chuckled. But I wish you all luck. Just in case, I will have things prepared in case of an emergency. She glanced at me. And I'll be keeping Kunu from being suspicious. She'd probably wonder where everyone went since she's been in almost non-stop contact with at least one of us for the past several days. Yeah, better to not make her worry. Then we are ready, Wilhelm, if you would. She looked at me. I waved my hand opening 4 separate portals. Scat smiled, walking straight into hers, leading to the northern end of the castle, out of sight. Following behind her was Mordred and Kyrie. I sent a nod to them as they disappeared. Second was Atlanta and Achilles accompanied by Jin. The latter of which practically jumped through the portal. Oi. I called out to the rider servant. Watch out for her. Achilles looked at me and tapped his fist to his chest before following her along with Atlanta. I don't know why, but I felt the most protective of Jin out of all my girls. I knew it wasn't that rational, considering she's extremely old, and had a vast array of magical knowledge at her disposal, but sometimes these things just aren't rational. I believe it is our turn. Arttoria stated towards Arthur who would be accompanying her. Hey. I reached out to my girlfriend. We're all just a shout away. She smiled brightly, standing up on her toes and lightly kissing me before turning towards her portal. We will most likely meet under conflict. Please look after Rin. She stated before walking through, Arthur following behind. Saber. Rin grumbled. Oh, she just cares about you. I nudged her shoulder. Right, Reiku. I glanced at my servant. The bond you share with your servant is admirable. Her words are those of concern about someone she dares about. Reiku praised, stepping through our portal. Let's go, Arttoria's waiting. I pulled on her arm. Fine. She huffed. Let's get this over with. We stepped through as I closed the portals behind us. The grass beneath our feet indicating we were at a new location. And the target of ours, just in the distance, a large castle that stood upon the horizon. Arttoria Pendragon POV. It had been a long while since I had been to my homeland's countryside. I had lived with Rin at the clock tower for some years, but we had rarely ventured out of the city we resided in. Keep a level head. From what you have spoken, your father will say things to create a reaction out of you. I advised my ward. He reminded me of Mordred in some aspects and Agravain in others. He was usually the sort to be calculative, precise in their actions, yet he still possessed that side of him that could be riled up just as Mordred. Mayhaps that was merely his youthfulness acting up. I am fully aware of my father's tricks. Arthur stated as he fiddled with the hilt of the sword at his waist. I will have to remember to find a sword for him. I am sure we could salvage something of good quality after the fighting had settled. As I had given Mordred Caliban, I felt responsible for providing him with an adequate weapon. While I did not believe his punishment was close being to over, it would be prudent he have something that could keep him alive for his jobs that Yasaka sent him on. I glanced at my ward once more. He said he would keep calm, yet it was clear to my experienced eyes that he was forcibly keeping his nervousness at bay. Tell me of your father's strongest knights. I would see to distract him from his wandering mind. There are 3, and they took up the names of Gawain, Lancelot, and Agravain. Arthur replied. Agravain is responsible for the castle's defenses and usual strategies, and I am unsure of what he's gotten up to over the years. He tends to stay to himself, but I've heard rumors that his skills are only below the other 2. He's always been a bit creepy, if I were to be honest. So I don't know much about him since I've always stayed out of his way. Gawain and Lancelot, what separates them from the remainder of your family? I inquired. Gawain has a sacred gear, Beast Stampede. It isn't one of significance, but it has the ability to allow him to shift his body into various animal parts. The highest level of which is able to mimic a dragon. I nodded along. I had known this information already, but it seemed to calm him down. And Lancelot? Lancelot is a master swordsman as well as having mastered the use of what they call tuki in Japan. Arthur explained. He's the only one able to match my father in pure skills. he added after a moment. Those are just the very top, the family has other strong fighters and some powerful magicians. As we approached further upon the castle, I came to a stop, holding my arm out to stop Arthur from taking another step forward. We are here. The castle is right over there, shouldn't we? It appears that the defenses of the castle are quite powerful. Another foot forward and you would have entered their domain, I stated, sensing the boundary of the first layer of barriers. I could not admit to any expertise in the magical arts, but my ability to sense magical energy was quite good due to my draconic nature. Prepare yourself, I will be drawing their attention. I gave him a moment before placing my hand forward, just enough to enter the established boundary line. With a thought, I flared my magical energy, high enough that I believed Wilhelm and the others would even be able to sense it. Arthur stared in surprise as my magical energy flowed across the barrier, showing it for a brief moment to the naked eye. Another lesson he will be needing to learn. I wondered if Mordred's master would be interested in tutoring Arthur in how to deal with magical defenses and routing mages. He could do with learning from an experienced freelancer, as Kyrie liked to call himself. I believe that Arthur relies too heavily upon being stronger than his foes. Or rather, him having previously wielded powerful weapons to augment himself. I could feel people approach within a few breaths, their presences showing to my senses as they were not hiding. Good, I had thought they would notice my signal as a method of attention-seeking and not a hostile action. Arthur stiffened when they came into view and I could guess the man's identity at the front. He looked well kept, someone who would not be out of place at a noble gathering. Even with the armor he donned, and the cape behind his back, he exuded a feeling of nobility. He was flanked by 2 knights, but I did not believe them to be his strongest allies as their presences were negligible. A show of force or to keep up appearances, either is likely. The men stopped a dozen yards away. He eyes scanning us intently as if to discover any concealed agenda. So the prodigal son returns. The man's deep voice echoed out. Father. Arthur said with some effort. The man, whom was identified as Uther, just grunted in response. You dare call me father after what you've done? I will have you whipped, boy. I didn't react, but I could tell it wasn't an empty threat. The way Arthur shifted in place, I could guess that it was something he had experienced before. Return the swords you stole. He closed his eyes with a sigh. I will only confine you for 5 years and lower your other punishments. This is my only offer at clemency, even if you are my son. I don't have them anymore. Arthur stated. Uther's eyes shot open, a flash of anger appeared for just a moment. That damn Chow Chow. He growled. I should have never listened to that brat and just took his spear when I had the chance. What did you do with my swords, boy? Excalibur ruler is gone, never to be seen again. And Caliban. I had confiscated Caliban from him. I spoke up for the first time. Uther's head snapped to me. And who are you? I am Arttoria Pendragon. I said simply. I don't recognize you. Some bastard that was born outside the family. He muttered. It doesn't matter. You will be rewarded for returning my sword and my traitorous son. I raised an eyebrow. Traitorous? I questioned. What misdeeds has he committed? He disobeyed my orders and ran off with my swords. If not for that stupid brat, Chow Chow, he would have already been hunted down. You have saved me the trouble. He snorted. I will instate your name on our family tree and see to it that you receive compensation. He nodded to himself, pleased with his perceived generosity. If the threat of a whipping was something that so easily left from his mouth, I held no fault for Arthur running off, as he put it. I took a small breath, clearing my mind of the annoyance this man was already submitting me to. I have come to negotiate. I stated. You want something else? Fine. State your desire, if it isn't too outrageous, I'll see it done. He waved me off. You misunderstand. I shook my head. Arthur is now under my protection, he is my ward. I have come to negotiate the release of 2 individuals currently in your castle. He blinked at that. What I thought would turn to fury instead came out as bellows of laughter. It reminded me of the King of Conquerors and his comments about me being a little girl. Let me guess, you want his sister and that maid he fancies. Uther spat out after calming down. Yes. I did not wish to waste more words than necessary on him. I don't think I will. Uther denied. What will happen is that Arthur will be coming with me for a well-deserved punishment. And you will be joining him unless I am handed back my swords immediately. The knight that had silently stood by him put their hands on their swords, a movement done as a threat. The only reason I retained that maid was to keep you from hiding in some hole somewhere. Uther snorted. Now that you're here, I don't need her anymore. She will pay for her crimes as well, helping you run away with our treasures. You. Arthur took a step forward, about to charge at him, but I once again pulled him back. It appears as though negotiations have broken down. I let out a sigh, taking out the devices that Jin had created. I attempted a peaceful end to this perceived grudge. My pride and honor as a knight is satisfied. What are you talking about? Uther narrowed his eyes. I hadn't thought it would work. From the descriptions, Uther appeared to be an individual obsessed with his own power. There was no thought in my mind that he would passively release a hook on Arthur, nor his sister who happened to be a genius at magic. I pressed the button on the device, signaling the others before activating the dust bomb that Jin had also given me. Though from what I understood, it more so used the dust in an implosive way and then directed the effects outward in a semi-controlled manner. Alas, my knowledge in this area was severely lacking for any in-depth knowledge on its mechanisms. Was that supposed to do anything? Uther mocked, looking around for any change. The barrier in front of me fluctuated as the gravity dust collided with it, but it held firm. This one alone? No, it is only one of many. I smiled. As if responding to my words, the ground beneath us shook. The barriers around the castle became completely visible to the naked eye as they vibrated in place, pulsing and straining against an invisible force before utterly shattering. I would admit to finding enjoyment at his shocked expression even if I did not show it outwardly. My armor manifested around me as I put the devices away. My invisible air was gripped into my hands. You no longer have barriers to hide behind. Shall we attempt another negotiation? I offered one last chance. He growled, pulling at the air as a sword was thrust into his hand. I knew not where it came from, but I felt a familiar aura from it. It was too similar to the Galatine I had known. The shape may be different, but the fires that burned around the blade were a familiar warmth, weaker as they might be. I will acknowledge this path you have chosen. I took a stance. I found this man repulsive, but he was a knight and as such, my honor dictated an appropriate response. A duel it shall be then. Sorry for the late chapter, did the thing where I accidentally set my alarm to AM instead of PM when I took a nap after work. Oh well. So, next chapter is like 8K words, which gets through all of this, so don't worry about it being like 5 chapters long. Edit, I misspoke, which might be blamed on how late I put this out after writing the other chapter. So, I basically pumped this arc out over 2 chapters or so with a cleanup the following. The next chapter is like 5K words which I denoted with a part 1 since I was up extremely late writing it last week. The following one is part 2 which is 8K or so words that wraps up the main part with another cleanup afterwards. Otherwise, it'd be like 5 to 6 chapters in all. Anyways, if you want to read 7 chapters ahead or support me, visit mypat.rayon.com/astriaforone. Chapter 242, Chapter 230 Part 1. I looked around at the foliage, it wasn't particularly interesting, but I never liked sitting still. I snapped a leaf off a nearby tree, holding it up close to my face. I had been busy with many things since I left this world, and I truly haven't had the chance to inspect some of its aspects more closely. Flicking the leaf away, I knelt down and scooped up a handful of dirt, placing it in a bag and storing it away. What are you doing? Rin looked at me. Wanted a soil sample. I waved her off. Gramps' garden usually needs some very specific accommodations for the various things he grows. You never know what combination of minerals or esoteric variables would synergize with certain species. Rin just blinked. The old man has a garden. You didn't know. I pursed my lips. No. She huffed. Is it supposed to be a secret? Not really, he doesn't really publicize it, but even I remember a bunch about it. He'd taken people there before, or rather, I did in my memories. It could just be one of those things that has never been brought up. I shrugged. He keeps a lot of species from different worlds or those that have gone extinct, not all of them serve any real purpose, some he just enjoys keeping around. I did want to check out and see if the old man managed to grow a sample of those trees I brought back from the Forever Fall forest back on Remnant. They were such a beautiful shade of red, I would see about planting them on my property. Huh, I'll check that out next time I'm back home. She nodded to herself. I glanced over at Reiku who was standing nearby, protectively. She noticed my gaze and smiled back. Is there something you wish to speak about, Master? She asked through our link. Just admiring the view. I shot her a wink. That bashful look she adopted was all too cute. And I just realized, I can use our link to say all kinds of lewd things to you and no one will ever know. Master. Behave yourself. She puffed up. It's hard to do when you wear such a skin-tight battle suit. Seeing your butt bounce with every step you take. The more I said the brighter red she turned. My son harbors such lecherous desires for me. She spoke with a combination of embarrassment and happiness. Mother will take care of you whenever you want. I was about to speak again, but my attention was drawn away. Flipping my hand over, the device that Jin gave me lit up with the signal. Immediately, Reiku turned more serious and I pushed away my teasing. Rin. I called out, taking the dust bomb from my ring as well. Alright, how's this work? Rin asked, stepping to the side. She looked ready to fight as well. And as Arttoria entrusted Rin's safety to me, she would come to absolutely no harm. I fiddled with the controls real quick, starting the process. Holding it to face the barrier, it began to activate. Jin had made it in mind for those of less magical knowledge to be able to use. My Jin was brilliant, so it worked perfectly. Gravity dust, just as the name describes. It's a crystallization of the conceptual nature of gravity intertwined with the world's mana. Jin created this device to sort of grind it down, and condense it before gathering and redistributing the effects outward in a specific direction. A controlled implosion to propel it out from the front. Though it was nothing more than a firecracker, as the implosion wasn't the true purpose but rather the esoteric effect that was produced as a result. I really need to look into dust more. Rin sighed. I've just been so busy. We watched as the magical barriers around the castle became visible, shaking and shuddering under the bombardment. No rush, just keep moving at your own pace, dust will be here when you're ready to delve into its mysteries. I smiled towards her as the barriers finally shattered and dissipated. Game time. I stated as Rin lit up with her own magics. Without another thought, we burst out of the tree line, having been hidden behind a few bounded fields to obstruct vision. Keep an eye on Rin. Don't interfere unless she's about to be harmed. I stated to Reiku. Rin didn't need her hand held and I was curious to see how much she'd grown. Over or through, Schweinorg? Rin asked as we dashed towards the large castle wall. I looked up, immediately seeing people manning the walls, shouting and pointing at us. Magicians were beginning to form spell circles and archers knocked their arrows. Over. I decided, after mulling it over. I'll give a footing. Alright, I'll handle these mooks. She declared, several emeralds between her fingers. She threw them in the air as spells rained down. Heart. Shield. Shatter. She spoke her aria, actualizing her spell. The emeralds shattered, turning into large ethereal shields that soaked up the oncoming spells until they turned bright. Rin flicked her hand. Origin. She spoke once more and the shields warped and transformed, turning into the spells that were fired into them and shot back at the walls where the magicians were. The wall's parapet cracked and shattered under the returned bombardment as several of the magicians ducked for cover. I think she took the underlining concepts of greater ward and had worked them into her jewel craft. Impressive. The arrows that flew down were intercepted by a crackle of purple lightning from Reiku at my side. With a thought, my swords flew out of my ring, stabbing into places alongside the wall. It wouldn't be hard to jump up with reinforcement on Rin's part, and alongside her aura enhancement, she easily scaled the wall as I followed behind. It might have been easier to just bulldoze the wall, but Arttoria seemed to want to minimize damage. Getting a good look inside, there were quite a few people. Hell, this place was big enough to house their entire clan without feeling claustrophobic. I glanced to the side, seeing Rin connect her palm to a mage, sending him flying away. Nice use of aura. I praised. She flipped her hair back with a smile. Thanks, managed to integrate it with my martial arts. Well, let's see if we can find the targets before the others. And if I were a betting man, I'd guess they were in the main part of the keep. Master, we should leave the walls if we wish to cause less damage. We are in plain view of everyone. Reiku spoke up. Well, stealthy it is. I nodded as we made our way towards the stairs to the nearby tower. Jumping down into the center would just be inviting for a large mob to attack, which we would have to put down at that point. We didn't get very far before I stopped, noticing something a bit peculiar about the architecture. They noticed me stopping and looked at me. Rin, does the layout of this tower, the stones that form the parapet, look like a pentagram to you? She stopped, looking at it inquisitively. Now that you point it out. And the positions of the towers themselves. She turned to look at the layout of the castle. Coincidence? She tilted her head. Now that I got a better look, the towers and the walls formed a large pentagram with each tower having a pentagram within itself. This has the makings of a very large-scale ritual. Master. Reiku tilted her head. We should probably hurry. Maybe if I was alone, I'd be more interested, but I had others to care for at the moment. Even if the force we could bring to bear was ridiculous, I would rather not let my curiosity put Rin and Kyrie, at the very least, in danger. There's more over here. We turned to see a dozen or so knights come running at us very quickly. These lot were much closer to what would be considered elite troops. Using the terms of this world, they would all probably be high in the mid-class range. I sighed, flinging several talismans towards them. Bind. I called out as they morphed into ethereal chains and wrapped around the knights. These ones were not very powerful. Admittedly, I'm much better at killing my foes, so let's hurry, I don't want to waste resources needlessly. And I knew Arttoria would not like me killing these knights for fulfilling any perceived oaths towards the leader here. Finding the stairs wasn't difficult and they led into the greater keep. The castle's decor changed quickly, representing the wealth and prestige of the clan as paintings and statues began to adorn the plan. We continued to meet resistance on the way down, various combatants left in our wake, either beaten into submission or otherwise bound and unable to continue fighting. Rin did well. Her time in Skyrim had apparently given her a fair bit of combat experience as she navigated the whole fight without much trouble. Reiku, as ever, was graceful and domineering in her actions as she routed every foe that came her way. Enough that they began to back away from her as she gave that signature, disgusted look towards them. I lifted up one magician by the collar. "Where's the dungeon?" I held him close to my face. Seemed like the obvious place to check first, and this being a castle, there was no doubt in my mind that there was a dungeon. I don't know," he sputtered out. "That's unfortunate, because my companion will be asking you next." I gestured towards Reiku, who flicked some blood from her blade and scowled towards him. Reiku could honestly pull off the scary look well. Perhaps it was a holdover from when she still had her madness. Regardless, it was kinda sexy. "Please keep her away from me," he squeaked out. "Pull the torch over there," he hesitantly pointed towards one of many torches lighting up the room. "It opens a secret passage." How cliché. I flicked his forehead, watching as his eyes rolled back. "Seriously? Torch and secret passage?" Rin said dryly. "Right." I snorted. "Anyway, here goes nothing." I reached out with some telekinesis and yanked at it. Nearby, the stones groaned and hissed as a wall opened up to reveal some more downward stairs. Okay, it was pretty neat. I should add some secret passages to my own home. I took out the Staff of Magnus, casting a large candlelight spell, lighting up the descending corridor. Immediately, I could see dozens of traps lining the walls. Okay, so not as stupid as I first assumed. Rin muttered. "Not a bad trap, all teased for a first layer of defense." She acknowledged. "Reiku." I turned towards my servant, hand outstretched as it crackled with lightning. "Mind lending me a hand?" I smiled. "Always." She reached out, her own lighting intertwined with mine as we aimed it down the hall and discharged. Our divine lightning scattered in all directions down the empty steps, striking every stone, hissing and jumping along the walls as it shattered and destroyed all the encased magics that filled the area. "That should do it," I hummed, admiring our handiwork. "Let us make haste then." Reika nodded as Rin and I followed her silently. The immediate area had been cleared, and I continued to carry a candlelight with us as we descended further and further into the depths of this place. Though, the further we went down, the more I had an uneasy feeling. "This feels eerie," Rin whispered. "Master, I too feel a strangeness. It reminds me of the spot where we first ascertained the trail of assassin." She spoke. And her comment certainly did not make me feel better. "Go," I said, meeting her eyes. She didn't hesitate to accelerate, bursting forward, weaved in her mana burst. She went towards the end of the hallway that met the stairs we came off of, and didn't even bother to be subtle as she burst right through the door. Rin and I followed right behind her, and we all paled at the sight. There were cages filled with people. And not all of them were adults. The stench of blood filled the room. I could even make out stains of it that had layered the walls. There was equipment thrown about, tool whose only purpose was to bring about pain. This wasn't a mere dungeon, it was a torture chamber. There was a single man looking at us curiously. The only person that wasn't chained up or in a cage. I knew someone would come here. He smiled lightly. There was something off about him. He was gaunt, and almost looking hollow. He had black hair down to his shoulder, but his cheeks looked withered, and the robes he wore looked rather loose. I felt like he would fall over at a mere light breeze. Yet, he also had a certain aura about him that allowed others to recognize him as someone of strength. I felt the barriers go down, so it was only a matter of time. He laughed. "Schweinorg," Rin whispered. "This is giving me flashbacks to something I really don't like remembering." That certainly sounded like something I should ask about later. "Children," Reiku muttered, looking around. "You have children in here." She seethed, staring at the men with clear hatred. "Yes, Uther does so like to make examples. Parents disobey him. Go for their children. His subjects fail a mission. Down into the dungeon they go." He shook his head. "You monster." Reika shouted, lunging after him, sword in hand. A sword slid out of the man's sleeve, and he managed to block the blow with a strained effort. He hissed in pain as Reika pushed down on him, his sword slowly being forced back as he tried his best to hold on. "Reiku," I spoke, grabbing her arm, much to her surprise. "Master," she blurted out, looking at me in confusion. I didn't explain, but I slowly reached towards the bewildered man. He didn't move as I grabbed his wrist, holding it up. He didn't react as I slid his sleeve down, revealing his arm. Jesus fucking Christ. I ignored the attempt of heaven's system to slap me with a sharp pain. My new defenses seemed to be able to mitigate it, so I paid it no heed for now. All down his arm were scars inlaid with curses on top of magical bindings. Reika's eyes widened as she noticed the malevolent energy that pulsed off them. I didn't blame her. I thought the feeling was generated by him, not something that was acting like a noose. I reached forward and tore a piece of his robe off that covered his chest. There too they wrapped around him, like thorns. Curses ravaging his body and so many spells that ate away at him that I couldn't even believe he was alive, much less standing. Who are you? I questioned. He gave a wry smile. I go by Agravane. Why? Reika whispered. As I said, Uther likes to make examples of those who go against him. Atlanta POV. Hello, I believe this is our first time having a proper greeting. The blue woman stated with a bubbly smile on her face. I'm Jin. Hello, Jin. I returned the kind smile. I'm Archer, also known as Atlanta. We had been introduced previously, but it was a quick name and reference, nothing else. Yo, I'm Ryder, also Achilles. Achilles introduced himself with a lazy wave. She seemed like a nice girl. I could not sense any falsehood in the way she presented herself. Do you have any proposal on how we should engage? I asked her. The splitting of our teams was no secret. Jin was to provide us with her ample knowledge in magecraft while Achilles and I would ensure her protection. The King of Knights had enough sense to balance out all sides with enough power and magic ability at each end. Minus her own, but she had her own plans there and I did not care to question it. This was a favor, and a job I was requested to do. Wilhelm had shown us kindness and we wished to reciprocate. The payment was merely an additional boon and I would have done so without any offered reward. Well, you two probably have enough experience in fights that I don't need to try to command you or anything. She shook her head. I'll leave that to you and handle the magic stuff. Sounds like a plan. Achilles grinned. Just point me to any of the strong guys and I'll handle them. It was interesting how easy it was to like this girl after meeting her only for a few moments. She just had the kind of personality that allowed one to feel at ease. I did wonder how Wilhelm was able to attract such a wide array of women into his harem. The servant we had met before, which had turned into a surprisingly pleasant woman after speaking with her recently. The King of Knights who turned out to be a woman. She was a respectable figure and was someone I could see myself befriending. The Queen of the Land of Shadows, another warrior who I could not help but respect. The yokai woman, the nine-tailed fox who ruled over the realm in which we wandered around. She held herself well and was someone not to be ignored. And lastly, the thing that he called Meridia. It reminded me too much of Lady Artemis, yet had a distinctly different feeling. I held my reservations towards that goddess, but I made no comment on it. A group of women, all from different backgrounds, yet all willing to share the same men. It was a strange thing. Oh. Jin perked up, taking out the device she made. It's time, let's get started. Finally. Achilles flicked up his spear that he had been idly dragging around. Here we go. Jin held the device up as something activated. We watched as the barriers fell down and the people upon the walls began scrambling every which way. There was a silent agreement as we all shot forward, my eyes keeping track of Jin to make sure she kept up. And I was a little surprised at the pace she kept with us as she flew behind. I converted my magical energy into arrows and shot them towards the enemies upon the walls. Taking heed of the words from the King of Knights, I struck their hands, piercing through and removing them from the battle. Several more of my arrows penetrated the stone walls of the fortress, giving me a means to traverse the side of the structure. Beacha, sis. Achilles laughed as he was already upon the wall, a pile of bodies next to him. Not all of us are the fastest hero, I rolled my eyes, though his playfulness did tug at my humorous side a bit. Oh, those look like teleportation circles. Jin pointed out. Yup, definitely teleportation circles. She nodded to herself as the magical phenomenon became clear on the ground below. Hundreds of magicians appeared with a burst of magical energy. What a foolish spot to teleport to. They merely present themselves as targets. I readied my bow and unleashed a barrage of arrows below before they noticed us. Though before my arrows could make distance, they were intercepted by another barrage that happened opposite us. I looked up to see a man standing on a roof with a strange harp-like bow in his hands. I'm afraid I'll have to step in. He spoke up. Intruders, surrender and I will speak on your behalf for clemency. I raised an eyebrow and looked towards Achilles. You can have the bow, user. He shrugged. I wouldn't deny that my competitive side did not act up. This man appeared stronger than the ones I had taken out in the last few moments. I raised my bow, eyes locking with him as I believe we both knew what was about to happen. I almost growled in annoyance as I was forced to jump to the side, a wave of fire filling the spot I was just in, turning a part of the stone to slag. Wench! Lay down thy bow and submit to Uther. Your punishment shall be less merciful if you persist. A larger man roared as he leapt across rooftops before landing upon the walls near us. Clad in the armor of these knights, though his sword seemed a bit spectacular in comparison. Oh, what a big one then. Achilles was already walking towards him. Humph, my size is built upon experience and skill. A small brat like you wouldn't understand. He seemed to take Achilles' words as an insult, though I did not believe it was in the way he meant. Well, big or small. Achilles twirled his spear. A fish is just a fish. He grinned. Insolent cur. He roared once more. You stand before Gawain, Knight of the Sun. He swung his flame-coated sword at Achilles once more only for Achilles to sidesteps. Gawain, huh? Achilles chuckled. Nice to meet ya, I'm Achilles. And with a burst of speed, he planted his fist into the knight's chest, distorting the shape of his armor. I couldn't watch any longer as I turned back towards the archer. That idiot, Gawain. A muscle head through and through. The archer threw back his long hair. It doesn't matter, we have many magicians here and... Gravity. Jin shouted as a weight descended upon the world, impacting the mages below. Most of them were forced onto the ground, sprawled about and unable to get up. Ice maelstrom. She held her hands up once more and a cascade of cold air fell down as well, freezing the surroundings that had just been hit by her previous spell. Well then. She was quite capable in the magical aspect. There were a few dozen that were able to escape her attacks, perhaps the more experienced and powerful of the lot, but Jin did not appear to need our help as she looked at them with confidence. I turned back to the archer. You were saying. He looked at the mages then back to me and took a deep breath. He ran his fingers along the strange harp-like bow, plucking its strings. A soft melody echoed out and dozens of arrows made of light appeared in the air and fired off towards me. I pulled back the string of my own bow and met each arrow with ease. He looked surprised at the speed and precision at which I countered him. So you got some skill. He snorted, plucking on the strings more vigorously. The arrows that formed numbers in the hundreds. I was given the name of Tristan, and with fail not in my hands, no archer can match me. He declared. And I took that personally. Scat POV. Come on you bastards. Is that the best you got? The son of Arttoria swung around her blade blowing away the knights of this place by the handful. Her master stood nearby, opting to smoke a cigarette, looking completely unconcerned with the fight. He glanced at me, glowing out puff of smoke. Honestly, it's probably best to let her have this. I cannot fault her actions. This is something personal for her just as it is for Arttoria. I nodded. It was not my place to meddle with such intense feelings. I was here to support my harem sister, I believe was the correct term. A strange term even as I thought about it. Never had I thought it would be one I placed on myself, yet here I am. I glanced to the side where many more knights and mages began flocking to the ruckus we were stirring up. Would you? I gestured to them. Oh, no thanks. By all means. Saber's master stepped back. Yes, he was a magus, he did not fight unless he had to. I smiled lightly as I took a few steps towards them, my favored spear appearing in my hand. Ice Dragon. One of the mages created several spell circles, actualizing and condensing ice into the form of a large creature that resembling a dragon before sending it at me. Passable, I suppose. I yawned, stabbing it several times in quick succession. My magical energy blew through the magical construct, shattering the threads that held it together. For an amateur. I snorted. Absolutely no substance, no weight behind you spell. Inferno. Twister. Lightning Storm. Several more mages cast their spells in quick succession. One thing I could admire in this system of magic was how it was easier to cast certain spells with practice and patience. If one worked hard, regardless of talent, they could rise to a certain standard. I slowly raised my hand and waved my palm through the air, creating a line of runes. 3 spells interwoven into my movement. The fire attack had been met with a waterfall. The burst of blade-like winds had been snuffed out with a spear of earth slamming up into it. Lastly, the lightning just splashed helplessly upon a shield I conjured. My man's lightning was of a much higher degree even before he gained his divinity. I did not even feel the need to shield myself, but I would shamed if I allowed it to land a blow upon my body, regardless of the lack of true damage. I am disappointed. How little training have you undergone? Think about why you have been so easily defeated once you reawaken. I allowed them a moment to digest my words before moving towards them at a higher speed. A few jabs was enough to send their unconscious bodies to the ground. And you require more physical training. Studying magic is no excuse for such poor conditions. I sighed, walking back. I truly despised the waste of talent. While I would enjoy a blood-boiling fight, I was in no rush to seek out such an opponent. This matter was with an objective in mind, not to satiate my own bloodlust. My fair lady. A soft voice reached my ears as I turned around to meet the origin. I was not surprised by his arrival, he didn't mask his presence, but I expected him to attack me, not begin a conversation. Why is such a beautiful flower staining herself with the blood of my family? Might I ask for you to lay down your weapon, then perhaps we can speak of more intimate matters in private. He gave a rather enchanting smile. The man was handsome. I could guess that his smile was able to win the hearts of many women. However, the method of which he tried to flirt with me, it was laughable. I almost wanted to reply, banter with his flirtations and make a fool of him. But I felt repulsion at the idea of even acknowledging his attempts in jest. This scat hack is already claimed. I turned up my nose. Did you say scath? Who's this fop? Mordred cut in, dragging the body of a knight and tossing it to the side as they whined in pain. I do not know. He immediately tried flirting with me and did not give a name. I scoffed. He gives off a slimly feeling. I feel a similar repulsion. I agreed wholeheartedly. The man looked like he was getting annoyed at being ignored. Dreadful manners, interrupting someone like so. He huffed. Interrupting you is what gets you upset. Not breaking your men. Mordred asked. Peasants and ruffians who are of the lowest class. He turned up his nose. Their well-being is of no concern to someone like me. I could not see Mordred's face under her armor, but I believe she was all but murderous. Despite everything, she felt very strongly about these people who used their name. Enemies they were, but to see him toss aside his own allies. What a fucking joke. At least those peasants have faced off against me and didn't try chasing a skirt in the middle of a battle. Letting your men get beaten just because they're lower status. What a piece of a shit. The men scoffed. What a foul mouth. Are you the one that keeps this flower away? He looked at me once more, coming to the wrong conclusions. An uncouth brute is unworthy of such beauty. I shall remedy this situation immediately. He drew the sword that was sitting on his back. You shall have the honor of facing Lancelot, strongest knight of Lord Uther. Mordred went still. I recognized the name and I only had some knowledge of its significance for the lass. Lancelot. Mordred muttered as red lightning began to envelop her. The helmet on her head began to shift as its part slid down to reveal her face. Ain't that some shit? A vicious grin appeared. Well, Lancelot. She brought her blade up, leveled with him. My name is Mordred Pendragon. And I'm going to enjoy this far more than I should. Oh make, you have a certain type. Wilhelm POV. What are you insinuating? I looked at Arttoria. I am insinuating nothing. I am merely pointing out the fact. It is nothing to be ashamed of, Wilhelm. Arttoria replied. From what I have come to understand, many people have a type. Yours just happens to coincide with mature women. I don't have a type. I denied. It's just a coincidence. Besides, are you calling yourself a mature woman? I smirked towards her. My aging may have stopped at this physical state, but make no doubt, Wilhelm. I am many years older than you, even if we do not take into account the year I was born until now. She retorted. I should seduce Rin, just to prove you wrong. Please don't attempt to seduce Rin. As amusing as it would be to see you fail, it would just cause problems. Yeah, I don't want to ruin. I paused. What do you mean, fail? I quirked an eyebrow. I could seduce her if I wanted to. Oh, Wilhelm. Arttoria chuckled, reaching over and gently patting my cheek. Is this the selective blindness I've heard about in men? What's that supposed to mean? It means, have you not seen Rin more interested in the women you bring home as opposed to you? Wait, really? Arttoria shook her head. It doesn't matter, we have arrived. This conversation isn't over. I grumbled. I don't have a type. I simply happened upon some wonderful women who happened to be more mature. I let out a breath as we walked up to the front door. So just knock and introduce ourselves. I believe that is the best course of action. Arttoria nodded. Though, we didn't really need to knock as we just walked straight through he-bounded fields. Before I could even touch the door, it swung open, revealing the occupants inside. Saber. Several voices blurted out, then turned to a young woman who looked exactly like Arttoria behind them. What? The Saber they referred to blurted out in confusion. May we come in? I asked. Well, this is awkward. I said idly as we had been staring at each other for like 10 minutes now. Who are you? I recognized the voice and face of the one who spoke up. The mirror image of a younger Rin Tosaka. Well, I should introduce myself, I guess. I cleared my throat. Wilhelm Henry Schweinorg. Grandson of Kister Zelrich Schweinorg, Wizard Marshal of the Mages Association. Zelrich. Rin exclaimed. Who's Zelrich? The young man that sat between Rin and the alternative version of Arttoria questioned with a confused look on his face. Shiro, you idiot. He's one of the only magicians in existence. We went over this last week. She smacked his shoulder. Shiro Amiya, one of the differences in my main world line. He doesn't exist there, however, I do know quite a bit about him. Not that big of a deal. I said evenly. And I guess I don't have to introduce my companion, considering. It is polite to do so anyways. Arttoria spoke up. I am Arttoria Pendragon, it's a pleasure to meet you all. You are me. The Arttoria opposite of us spoke up. How is this possible? Okay, for convenience sake, how about, put my hand on Arttoria's head. My Arttoria is just Arttoria, yours is Saber. I offered. Makes it easier. Rin grumbled. But I'm with Saber, how? There shouldn't be another Grail to summon a servant. Grandson of Zelrich. Do you think I wouldn't know the same magic? I don't come from this world line, neither does my Arttoria. It's true. She confirmed. I had my own Grail war, similar to your own. Though, the noticeable exception would be the young men in front of me. Would you perhaps introduce yourself? Arttoria asked. Oh. He perked up. Shiro Amiya, guess it's nice to meet you again. He gave a good-natured smile. Arttoria smiled towards him. Yes, likewise. And, Saber meet Arttoria. I grinned. Arttoria turned to me with a little swat at my shoulder. Apologies, he thinks he is humorous at times. So, are you two together? Rin asked. Oh, and I'm Rin Tosaka, by the way. Yes. Arttoria didn't deny it. And we are aware of who you are. Our Rin is a part of our lives, she is even my master. Oh. Rin turned to Shiro. At least I didn't get my servant stolen in a different timeline. Hey, I said I'm sorry. Shiro instantly apologized. Excuse me. Saber interrupted. Did you say you both are together? I did. Arttoria confirmed again. Wilhelm and I have been dating for a while now. She reached out of her own volition, taking my hand. Oh. Saber blinked. You too. She said quietly. Wait, are you and? I gestured towards Shiro. Why yes. Saber was a bit more unfamiliar with those kinds of feelings as she immediately went red. Huh. Well, good for her. Even if she isn't my Arttoria, I'm glad she's happy. Hey kid. I turned to Shiro. Want some advice on how to handle her? I wiggled my eyebrow. Both Arttorias made the same noise of embarrassment. Wilhelm. Sure. Shiro accepted, probably not understanding what I was implying. Shiro. Saber made an almost exact reaction that my Arttoria did. Oh my god, this is great. Rin just had the biggest smile on her face. You know, you both have almost the same hair color too. Weird coincidence. I blinked at that, looking at Shiro's hair, then pulling a strand of mine down to compare. Huh. I turned to Arttoria. What a strange coincidence. Arttoria narrowed her eyes. Are you insinuating something? Oh no, I'm merely pointing out the fact. The corners of my lips curled up. A young man with bright red hair. That is a happenstance and nothing more. I turned back to Shiro. Hey, Shiro. You wouldn't happen to have a fascination with swords, would you? I already knew the answer to that question. Yeah. I like swords, what about it? I turned back to Arttoria. That proves nothing. She stuttered. It's not the same, he has an endless field of swords in his soul. I interjected, much to the surprised exclamations to the hosts. Arttoria could muster an argument. I think someone has a type. I said with as smug a tone as I could muster. Author's note. Okay, I made a little mistake last chapter. It's 2 chapters that covers the majority of this little plot. Last week when I wrote it, I had to split it into 2 parts cause it was too long but I didn't want to drag it out over like 6 chapters. Next one is 8k words and then a cleanup chapter. Added a little omake as an apology for my mistake. Anyways, if you want to read 7 chapters ahead or support me, visit mypat.rayon.com/astriaforone. Chapter 243, Chapter 230 Part 2. I looked between Agravain and the cages again and felt utterly disgusted at what I saw. I took a deep breath and settled myself. Rin, can you please inspect the cages, make sure there are no traps? I asked. I knew Rin was just as repulsed, but this was an important matter that couldn't be ignored. Yeah. She said quietly, going to the nearest one with a child who barely looked conscious. He did not look to be in good shape. She took out a jewel and held it up to her eye, scanning the surroundings intently. Aggravating. I looked at the man again. The cages, he stopped, and his body shook, blood started dripping out his nose as he twitched. I see, you're just as trapped as they are. I muttered, looking at the curses and bindings that were cast on him. Reiku. I called out to my servant. Our priorities have changed. Let the others find who we were looking for, we're on a different rescue duty. I could not in good conscience leave these people to this fate. Yes, master. I am yours to command. Reiku nodded. I know Arttoria would not fault me for this. In fact, she'd probably wholeheartedly agree with my actions. We're good Schweinorg. Rin called out. Though there are some marks left on the cages, they look like runes, but I don't recognize them and they're drawn in blood. Witchcraft isn't my specialty, but it looks similar to it. I walked over to where she pointed out. There were indeed some markings drawn about, hidden and unnoticeable if Rin hadn't been looking over the cages thoroughly. But these things are mystic codes, they're designed to act like shock collars on a bigger scale. She was clearly upset given her own tone and I couldn't fault her. Witchcraft isn't my specialty either. I bit my lip, considering our options. Reiku's Mystery Slayer would probably be able to cut through them, but the issue was any backlash suffered by other people. I drew a string of runes over the curses to isolate the effects as best I could before crushing the magics around the cage and pulled it open. Start healing everyone. I stated, going to another cage. A health potion for everyone and use healing spells too. I began setting them out for use. Alright. Rin nodded, looking over the child. There weren't that many people/children in here, probably only a couple dozen, but it still took some effort to make sure everyone was stable. I don't know if I could acknowledge the effort that went into keeping them all alive. They were certainly not in good shape, but they weren't about to drop dead. I glanced many times at Aggravain to see what he would do, but he didn't make a move. I realized what was going on at this point, but you never knew and I was quite skeptical of everything about this place/on this mission/about this family. Anything you can tell me about the large ritual setup using the castle as a foundation? I decided to try asking him as we settled the problem of the prisoners. You noticed that? He smiled wryly. He twitched again, gritting his teeth. Defense, Uther controls. He managed to grit out between spasms. A defense mechanism that Uther had control of. Master. Reiku put a hand on my shoulder. You look conflicted. I looked around the room once more at the people lying about. Rin was still checking over several, but they would survive. Wondering what I should do. I said honestly, turning back to Aggravain. What can you tell me without? I waved at him. He seemed to understand what I was asking. I'm Aggravain, given the name by Uther. I'm not very strong compared to the other legacies, but my specialty lies in strategy and planning. What happened to you? I asked. Uther likes to make examples of people who go against him. Aggravain said once more. Even if they are his brother. He shook his head. I didn't want to be the head of the family, but I knew that Uther would be ruthless in his leadership. I was unfortunately proven right. I opened my mouth and closed it again. Fucking hell. I rubbed my temples. What a mess this is. I spent years sneaking in little backdoors into all the defenses. But to think you'd just blow right through them. He gave a depressed chuckle. You've been sabotaging them. I blinked in surprise. As much as I could. He didn't seem to care about his sorry state as he smiled brightly. Though, my brother didn't like that I helped his son escape, so he increased the chains on me. You helped Arthur run away. I was surprised by that. He never mentioned anything like that. He didn't know. Aggravain laughed again. Uther would have done something eventually. He's too power-hungry for his own good. Binding his son seemed like the next step for him to take. I don't know if I can do anything about these immediately. I looked him over again. Maybe Avalon could disperse the curses and destroy these chains. But I gave it back to Arttoria a while ago. Well, he shouldn't be in trouble for the time being. Would any healing have a negative effect? Probably. He shrugged. Uther was very systematic he stopped sighing again. You're pretty nonchalant about this whole thing. I eyed him suspiciously. He smiled wide at that. I don't suspect to live beyond today, but if Uther is gone before I am, I would die happily. And knowing this place was never going to exist again, my heart would rest easy. He looked around. I blinked for a moment as I noticed another thing on his body. More so than a curse or magic's binding him, it was carved on his flesh, rather amateurishly. I reached forward, pulling his robe away to inspect it. It was the same symbol that was drawn on the cages in blood. You were mitigating it as much as possible, weren't you? Seeing the matching inscriptions and combining some context clues, it wasn't hard to guess the intent. He was transferring it to himself, shouldering as much as he could. There was only a bitter smile in response. I was never very good at magic, he said quietly. I was about to speak again, but the whole castle started shaking violently. Strange noises echoing out, and I felt like the temperature was increasing. Agravain's eyes widened, he looked frantic. No, he shouted. It's... He couldn't finish the sentence as he clutched his heart. Protect. He looked at me. I slammed my staff of Magnus into the ground and called upon my strongest defensive spell. Shield of Asgard. I cast as quickly as I could as it covered all the unconscious people. I felt the effects assail the barrier. Something was trying to latch onto the people in here. Draining. Agravain raised a shaky hand towards the ceiling and spoke between pants. Family. He finished. A draining effect. I muttered. The ritual is used to drain the magical energy from family members. I tilted my head. That in of itself wasn't that bad. If every person contributed power to a spell, it would support it better. Life force. He corrected. My own eyes widened by the insinuation. Whatever it was, my shield was keeping these people from getting drained, which would definitely kill them in their current state. Schweinorg, any idea what's going on? Rin asked. The large-scale ritual, it's taking in life force to power itself, and that implies some pretty nasty effects. I answered honestly. Magical energy would be one thing, and ignorable as far as morality is concerned. But something like this, that's the dark stuff you don't want to touch. Everything went deathly still for a moment, then a second later, I felt a large presence envelope the area. And a roar reverberated, shaking the foundations of the castle. Achilles POV. Come on, big guy. That all you guy? I taunted him as he stumbled away after taking my fist to his stomach. He reorientated himself quickly, let out a few pants before standing back up straight. Brat. He shouted, gripping his sword. Do you think a sneak attack like that would keep me down? A sneak attack? I blinked at that. I attacked from right in front of you. Humph, you won't get the better of me again. He snorted. Come, face my holy blade, dyrnwyn. Only the worthy can wield this mighty blade. You shall have the honor of face it head on. dyrnwyn, huh? The name was something I knew from the Grail-given knowledge, though it's probably different in this world. Seemed pretty cool, I guess. The fires are hot enough, I can acknowledge that much. Well, it should make it a little interesting. I leveled my spear at him. Arrogant. He shouted, rushing towards me. His body became enveloped in a power I didn't recognize immediately. Was this that Tuki I heard about? It made me grin, thinking there were still things new to me. The wave of his sword sent flames cascading towards me. I tapped my foot against the ground before moving out of the way. Again, a torrent of fire filled the spot I had been in, only for me to be several feet away at the blink of an eye. I looked at him and yawned, holding my spear over my shoulder. Too slow. Rawr. He shouted, bursting towards me with a sudden increase in speed, swinging his sword down. I raised my spear up with one arm to block. A wave of fire pushed against me, but I didn't budge under the flames. No, these fires couldn't touch me through my noble phantasm. Ha! I let out a breath, feeling the hot air fill my lungs. I guess I got excited for nothing. I stomped on the ground, cracking the stones beneath us and putting him off balance. With a flick of my wrist, I knocked his sword back, breaking his guard, and sent my elbow back into his chest. He crumpled under the strain, lifted off his feet and went sailing over the side of the wall, crashing into one of the buildings below. I took the moment to glance over at Jin, the woman that Wilhelm asked me to look after. Don't know why he was so concerned, she was currently handing a collection of magic users their asses. Oh well, I just shrugged and looked at the pile of debris I sent that night in to start moving about as he pushed his way up. The building immediately caught fire as he jumped forward, the flames surrounding him. However, he looked different. His lower body took the form of a lion, no a cheetah. He growled, looking at me as I jumped down off the wall. As soon as my feet touched the ground, he moved much quicker than before, slamming his sword down. That's more like it. I grinned at the increase of speed and power. This was what I was expecting. Is this one of those sacred gears I heard about? My beast stampede allows me to take the form of animals, I can use their advantages for myself. He gloated. I think there's more to it than that, since a regular cheetah wouldn't be able to do something like this, but I didn't really care. He swung his sword precisely as I took a proper stance and went about deflecting each strike with the tip of my spear. I increased my speed slightly and he was able to follow for a few more exchanges. How about this? I laughed, taking it up another notch. With my spear coated in my magical energy, I thrust out a dozen times in a single breath. Blood erupted from the man, as he only managed to handle a few blows before the remainder slipped through his guard. Several large cuts ran along his body, flowing with blood as he fell to the ground. Not very satisfying, the Tuki was interesting, but that was about it. Well, I can buy some drinks with the money I made, so it wasn't a total loss. I wonder how Sis was doing. I looked around to finally see her trading arrows with that other guy. Well, she looks like she's having fun, so I won't interfere. Handled this easily enough, guess I'll go find those two girls we were looking for, they should. Balance breaker, beast stampede, dragon supremacy. I turned back towards the knight as he erupted in a torrent of power. He changed, his body enlarged and scales grew all over him. Wings sprouted on his back and massive draconic limbs replaced his human ones. A dragon is the highest in the animal kingdom, he roared. I am a dragon. Fire escaped his mouth as his proclamation. Oh, now that's pretty good. I admired the pressure he was putting off now. Maybe I was a little hasty in dismissing you. You'll regret making a fool of me. He growled, picking his sword up again. He took a step forward, and the ground shuddered and cracked in every direction. His wings beat and he burst towards me. I brought my spear up to block as he pushed me back, sending me into the stone walls. His blade pushed against the shaft of my spear, his other hand, his claw reached out to rake at me, only to harmlessly run along my skin. What? He spoke in confusion as his now draconic claws couldn't penetrate my noble phantasm. What's wrong, you having a bit of trouble there? I laughed at him. Don't mock me. He roared, pushing my spear back. He reeled back and swung his sword down harder. His speed was impressive for a human, and his power had been significantly increased. His mouth opened up, revealing a lot of sharp teeth, but I only paid attention to the stream of fire that was bellowed outwards. The flames tore into the walls, melting the stone and caused a large portion of it to crumble under the strain. I moved out of the way, fist slamming to the bottom of his jaw, stopping the torrent of fire. That surprisingly didn't slow him down as he continued to attack me, sword in hand. His skill wasn't bad either. The flurry of attacks he unleashed didn't lack the years of practice he must have dedicated. He didn't let this power go to his head and ignore that facet of his skills. Should I get a little serious? I smiled, ducking under another swing. With a flash, I had moved out of his vision. My spear was striking forward toward his head. His eyes widened and he frantically moved his sword to push my spear away, narrowly avoiding me running him through. Impressive reflex and speed, seems like he still had some power he held in reserve. How about kicking it up another notch then? With another burst of speed, the spot I was occupying in a moment prior had become empty, only a wisp of wind indicating I had moved. From the other side of him, my spear was coming again as he moved, once more aiming to pierce through him. He shouted, sword ablaze, swinging at my spear to defend. Again, I moved behind him, spear shooting out. I continued to increase the speed slightly each time he blocked, and continued to aim for his blind spots. He became more frantic and erratic as I got closer and closer to landing a blow on him. The small cuts he barely managed to escape with started to become more numerous and larger as a few breaths progressed. His breathing picked up and his eyes bloodshot. He looked ragged with his fake scales torn apart all over his body. I could admire his endurance, it was certainly able to keep him going through all of this. Taking a few steps away and gaining a bit of distance, I looked him over and nodded to myself. Well, let's end this. I gripped my spear and my feet dug into the ground. The magical energy around me swirled and the air exploded with a movement from myself. One moment I was a few dozen yards away, the next, my spear pushed through him, nailing him to what remained of the wall in this area. His sword went flying off at the impact, his body spasmed under the blow. He looked down, touching my spear that had him impaled to the side of the castle. Who are you? I'm supposed to be Jigawain, how? His scales shattered and fell off him, his wings dispersed into nothingness. His body slowly turned back to normal. Didn't I already say? I'm Achilles, a hero. I pulled my spear out, flicking the blood away. I looked down at him, his eyes relaying he had more to say, but I doubt he could speak anymore. You weren't bad, maybe if you trained a bit more, I'd have had to try harder. I shook my head. Felt like he still had a bunch of potential to get stronger. His sacred gear was interesting and I feel like it could have been used better. What a shame. He should survive, but if he doesn't, not much of a loss. I guess I'll go find those two girls now. Atlanta POV. His melodic tune was followed with a barrage of arrows as I leapt from my perch to another position to dodge the bombardment. With each arrow that was sent my way, I slowly began to scowl deeper. Could he even be called an archer at this point? He wasn't even aiming, it was a magic bow, harp that did everything for him. His arrows, they worked by themselves, arcing and moving in the air to attack his targeted with their own mind. It seems that the strumming of the instrument/weapon was what powered it to both create and have the arrows seek their target. As suspected, no one can match my skills with a bow. And he continues to say stupid things like that. I growled, turning around and fired off arrows to match his. It went against my instincts that I had honed over my life, but I felt the urge to stand forward and face him head on. If Achilles acted like this all the time, I suppose it wouldn't be bad if I followed his example this once. The music continued to play from his magic weapon, hundreds of magical arrows manifested and shot off towards me. I planted my feet firmly and pulled back my string. My magical energy filled up and was released at the same time. The sky was filled with the collision of arrows. I calmly shot down each and every one that came my way. Each of his fake arrows that were shot from his fake bow were destroyed by my own. His arrogant demeanor, that annoying smirk on his face slowly began to disappear with each of his attacks that were stopped by me. Skills with a bow. I mocked him as our battle continued. Tell me when you deem to reveal such a thing. He scowled, pulling back his strings with a renewed fury. The music he created had sped up, and so too did the arrows behind him. I merely raised an eyebrow as I matched him arrow for arrow. His fingers carefully wove each note, and continued to escalate until he stood up looking at me intently. His concentration reached its peak, hundreds of arrows filled the morning sky and they all pointed down at me. I let go of the string of my bow, looking at all of them that hovered above. So you see the inevitable, he declared, with a laugh as he noticed me not continuing the bout. Go ahead, flail around with your bow, it doesn't matter. You'll never be able to reach me anyways. I took a breath and closed my eyes as I saw them start falling towards me. With the smallest motion, I stepped to the side, letting the first one impale the ground I had just been standing. Eyes shooting open, I began to weave through each of them. Jumping back, I avoided several more that came from both sides. Sliding to the right, another dozen passed me by. I burst out running as they sailed through the air towards me. I leapt upwards, bow in hand, and unleashed a few arrows of my own to collide with a couple in particular, creating a gap in the barrage that allowed me to dive through. I fired another pair of arrows, one to shatter the arrows in line, and I sent a second high up into the air as I calculated the distance and anticipated certain steps. The arrows that covered my vision spun around, redirecting and continued coming back towards me. However, their paths were much too predictable. Ducking over some, sidestepping others, and a few arrows fired here or there to open paths. My continued avoidance of his barrage left him annoyed as I could hear his tune change, as if becoming more aggressive. The arrows swirled in the air and instead of coming towards me, instead they surrounded me in a cage. I stopped, staring at him as he looked smug. No more running, little cat. He grinned. I closed my eyes with a sigh. Instead of a melodious tune, it sounded more like a hiss, followed by a shout as I opened my eyes again and the magic arrows shattered and dispersed. I looked at the man, Tristan, as he called himself without much emotion. He shook, eyes locked on the singular arrow that was embedded in his shoulder. The one I had let loose a few moments prior, the one he ignored or didn't bother to question. How? He stuttered out. You revealed the mechanisms behind your weapon. How could I not understand how it worked and its flaws? I shook my head. This person was too green. I jumped off the rooftop I was on and made my way towards the man. He fell to his butt, trying to pull out the arrow, though I believe my aim was very good. His other arm couldn't move with it inside, thus he couldn't play his instrument. Your arrows had no soul, I explained. There was no prediction of my movements, no traps to be laid, no leading me to perform certain actions. You merely created magic arrows and tried to overwhelm me with sheer numbers. I grabbed hold of his uninjured arm. You are no archer. I squeezed my hand, the bone in his arm cracking under my grip. He let out a shrilled cry before I tossed him off the rooftop and confiscated his weapon. He would survive, as per the King of Knight's request. Hopefully, he would stop being so arrogant if he had a future after this. Wasn't even worth more than a single arrow from me. Jin POV. Bitch. One of the magicians shouted. No need for that language. I chided, casting a greater ward to block his spell. It was one of my favorite defensive spells I'd learned thus far. I have, of course, altered it to fit my own preferences, but the underlying concepts were quite intriguing. The teleportation circles were still active, even if most of the magicians were already defeated. I hummed to myself as I looked over at both Achilles and Atlanta, both fighting those who looked a bit stronger than the other knights they had already defeated. I was about to destroy the teleportation circles until they lit up once more. Another few dozen more magicians appeared, wearing similar uniforms. However, there was one man at the front who looked a bit important. They didn't immediately attack. The one on the front rubbed his beard, giving me a look. Aren't you an interesting one? He sounded a bit grandfatherly, though I didn't like the way he leered at me. Are you from the Golden Dawn? I tilted my head. That we are. He laughed. We have a bit of a relationship. With the Pendragon family. I don't know what's going on, but I'd have to ask you to stop now, young lady. It looks like our young uns aren't dead, so I think we can settle this amicably. Sorry. I shook my head. You can leave, I won't attack if you do. I denied him. He looked at me and laughed again. Being young is good. But I must warn you that I will have to make a move due to a contract we have. You shouldn't judge someone based on their looks. I huffed. In a world with gods walking around, why was he assuming I'm a young girl? Perhaps. He stroked his beard. Very well, I shall respond to your arrogance. He snapped his fingers as several of the magicians around him created spell circles. Let our magic do our speaking. I looked at the spell circles, reading them and deducing what attacks they were preparing. Elemental manipulation, the most basic form of magic. I stated. The magic back on Remnant, it was almost entirely derived from elemental destruction, only the more talented being able to stretch it for other uses. I like the magic that I've learned since leaving, the different effects that come from a more neutral source. The older mage raised his hand then lowered it in signal. The mages let loose a barrage of spells. The most basics, though basic doesn't necessarily mean bad. I waved my hands, creating my own magic circles, shaping my magic into my desired ways. Spears of ice came raining down and as they got close, they immediately melted and turned to steam. I gripped towards the air, changing the structure once more, using the knowledge of alteration. I learned from Skyrim and morphed it into a wall of water that split off to connect with the various fire spells that manifested. I raised my left hand up and returned with a spell of my own. Mass paralysis. My magic pulsed out, sweeping up all the magicians in the area. The greenish light enveloped them, stopping them from moving. Interesting. The old magician stated, slamming his staff on the ground, dispersing my spell on his people. It appears as though my students are not your match. Would you be qualified as a high class then? He muttered. Well, it should be a good lesson. I will take you on myself. My name is Albert Froden, I'm a teacher at the Golden Dawn. He introduced. Jin, I'm just a simple magician. I introduced myself. I don't believe there is anything simple about you. He snorted. Are you perhaps a genie? No, just a happenstance and similarity maybe. I suppose it doesn't matter, let us fight. He held his hands up, a massive spell circle appeared above. Flame blade. A large sword made of fire emerged, swinging down at me. Shall I try that new spell I created? I was inspired after seeing Wilhelm's Power of Destruction and Rin's Gander Curse. To create a curse that operates similarly to their destructive ability, however it came out a bit differently. I rolled my fingers in the air as magic circles spun. Curse of Withering. A monochromatic gray light enveloped the large fire sword that brightened the world. It began to eat away at it, devouring the light, the flames as it collided with the magic. The flames only held up for a moment before my spell crept inside and began to eat it from the inside out. Why, you are more impressive than I anticipated. The older mage gulped, preparing himself once more. However, I am a master. I'm known as the Fire King in the Golden Dawn, and I shan't be defeated by you today. He clapped his hands, forming 2 more magic circles that began to expand and multiple before taking to the sky. Behold, my own personally created spell, Meteor Shower. He raised his arms out as the spell circles revolved and shaped into flaming rocks up in the sky. Oh, there are quite a lot of them. I admired the sequences used to create the effects. Admit defeat, and I shall spare you. I admire your talent, why don't you join the Golden Dawn? I can protect you from the Pendragon family's reprisal. Oh, no thank you. I smiled. I just so happen to have something I wish to test. Numbers aren't really an issue for me. I was still connected to Wilhelm's, our home. And the defenses he set up still answered to me and I wished to see them in action before I modified them further. I used the bracelet and summoned the staves he stashed away. Hundreds upon hundreds of magical staves that were held within our home. I raised my hand up, my magical power channeled through each one. Fire. I commanded as they released their spells towards the spells in the sky. The barrage of magic, it was hard to see any individual spell amongst their number. You could even call it a kaleidoscope of color. I silently giggled to myself for the joke. Once the sky was clear, I looked back at the old mage, my magical stave slowly pointing down at him as well. Would you please go home? I asked. I truly did not like killing people if I didn't have to. The younger members that he brought with him were trembling. Okay. He said quietly, quickly activating the teleportation circle and taking his students with him. Well, that's the end of that. I smiled, dispersing the teleportation circle and put my staves back where they belonged. For my first fight, I think it went pretty well. I can't wait to tell Wilhelm how I did. Maybe he'll give me a little reward. Mordred POV. Which fool would name you after the traitor? The supposed Lancelot scoffed in a mocking tone. I don't know, which fool would name you after the adulterer? I rolled my eyes. Hold your tongue, wench. I was bestowed this grace by Lord Uther. He growled. Pretty sure Uther is a cunt too. I laughed at his attempt to be intimidating. So I guess that answers my question. Mordred. Kyrie spoke to me through our link. You got this. Yeah, going to enjoy beating the shit out of him. I answered back. Mind if I go with Scathach to find those two girls? No, that's perfect. Go find them while I deal with this idiot. My master was pretty smart, so I'm sure he'd be fine. Not to mention who would be with him. Well, since they got that priority handled, I could deal with this fool without worry. I shall cut your tongue from your mouth and present you to him for punishment. Lancelot declared. Yeah, sure. I said dryly. Is that before or after I plant my boot up your ass? Your brutish words are grating to my ears. Face my sword, and guard. He drew his sword and leapt at me. Clarent was gripped tight in my hands as I swung it up to meet his sword. The force created a shockwave that erupted in all directions. I was a little surprised at the force he created from his attack. Looking closely, I could see some sort of energy flow around him. I think Arthur said he had mastered Tuki. He dropped to the ground, his sword stabbing towards me. I swung Clarent, knocking it to the side and followed it up with a slash towards his chest. He stepped back, dodging and swung his own sword underneath my own. I stepped forward, letting it scrape against my armor. My pommel slammed down onto him. He grunted, using his arm to block. For a normal human, he was really good. Hell, he'd probably be a match for that berserker servant from the war that I killed. Uncouth barbarian. He snorted, fist coating in that energy, coming at me. My own hand erupted in my lightning as I caught the fist. That it, you pansy. I roared, the lightning enveloped me fully and I stomped on the ground, sending it out in all directions. The fake Lancelot hissed, flying back and bouncing off the ground before regaining his footing. With another grunt, he slashed his sword in the air, sending waves of blades made from that same energy right at me. I deflected them but he continued to swing at me with ease. Each one of his blades sundered the ground, cleaved buildings in half and even slashed through the walls that they struck. He was pretty fast, and his strikes were precise and well-honed with years of experience behind them. Just because I didn't like the guy, it didn't mean I would ignore the effort he put in to reach this point. I pushed against the ground and accelerated, dodging around the blades, lightning crackling in every direction. Clarence swept towards him again as he rose up, he brought his sword up to block. His legs shuddered under the blow, his teeth gritted as he tried to hold on. I lifted my leg up and kicked him in the stomach, watching him tumble across the ground again. Even the real Lancelot wouldn't sit there and take my blows. I snorted. Fucking weakling. That foppish look disappeared as he contorted in rage. How dare you speak ill of my ancestor? So they were related. Bitch, if he was here right now, I'd say it to his face just like I did back then. I raised pointer and middle finger in AV towards him. All the shit he pulled, all the problems he caused cause he couldn't keep his dick in his pants. And now even I'm starting to feel bad that you're his descendant. I moved again, turning into a streak of lightning and slammed into his sword again, his body buckling under the blow. I unleashed a series of slashes and he managed to keep up for the most part. Each one sent a shockwave through him as he struggled to raise his arms. I channeled it into my hand, my lightning gathered as I released it into him with our blades still locked. He let out a scream of pain, sword shaking in his hand. I grabbed Clarent with both hands, and filled it with my magical energy, swinging it at his own sword, shattering it instantly. The fake Lancelot dropped to the ground, panting heavily for breath. How? That sword was custom created by the finest alchemists until I could acquire my true birthright. Like that thing could keep up with my Clarent. I snorted. Kinda a dick move to destroy someone's sword intentionally, did it on that Arthur dumbass just out of anger. But this cunt deserved it outright. He sputtered, looking at my sword. That's impossible, how did you get that sword? Are you working for the church? Do you just like to hear yourself talk and ignore everyone else? I grabbed him by the hair, pulling him up to my eye level. So, listen well, you dumbass. I'm not a reincarnation. I ain't some inheritor of his spirit. And I'm definitely not some stupid cunt that took the name to make myself feel more important. I am Mordred Pendragon, true heir to Camelot. Turning Clarence sideways, I swung it hard at his head, knocking him into the ground, his body twitching but otherwise not moving. Fucking idiot. I spat. At least the real thing was able to match his skills with his utter annoyance. If it weren't for father, it would be his head rolling instead of just being smashed into the ground. But it was pretty satisfying beating his ass. Arttoria Pendragon POV. Uther's blade did give me momentary pause, if just because the nostalgic feeling of seeing something that reminded me so much of my faithful knight's sword. After the initial surprise wore off, I could spot the differences quite easily. It was not the sacred sword of the planet, it was a sword created by something lesser. Whether that be a god or a man, I do not know. However, I did not let my guard down, as it was a legendary blade in this world and I would treat it as such. Taking Arthur's words into account, it would be a powerful weapon for anyone to wield. You want to step into the big league, little girl? Fine. Uther spat. Killing you won't mean anything. I'll get my way in the end. Allow me to assist. Arthur spoke up, stepping forward. Boy, do not make this worse. Uther frowned, glancing at his companions. The two nameless knights didn't speak, but they burst forward towards Arthur. Handle those two, I said calmly, watching him draw his blade and engage them. A cursory glance at the two knights, I did not believe them to be stronger than Arthur. Though the both of them together may prove a challenge, I would allow him to fight them both. He snorted, walking towards me with unabated steps. I'm curious what gives you the confidence to stand against me with no fear. Let's find out. He was fast, I could acknowledge that. His sword, Galatine, swung down at me within a blink of an eye. A single, horizontal slash that threatened to cleave me in two if I made no move. I brought up invisible air, my eyes locking with his own as our two weapons collided, neither budging an inch. An invisible sword? I raised an eyebrow. Petty tricks. The flames that danced around his sword emboldened, the intensity increased and he attempted to push through my guard. I felt the ground under us began to crack at the strain. Ha! I let out a shout, knocking his blade away, earning a shocked look from him. Pivoting on my heels, I gathered momentum and swung my sword overhead. He brought Galatine up to block, knees slightly buckling under the sudden force. If that's all. I activated my mana burst, sliding my sword along his edge, I spun my body, sword seeking his torso. He caught it again with the flat of his blade, but he was unprepared for the increase in force, knocking him off his feet. He tumbled a few times before sliding back onto his feet. His metal greaves dug into the ground before he charged back at me. His blade was quick, swinging countless times in a few breaths. I met each blow with my invisible air, sending shockwaves out at every collision. After a few exchanges, I judged his reaction well enough. With a shift in my stance, I thrust forward in an opening. My sword tore through his armor, cutting his side before he spun away to avoid the worst of it. My opponent looked furious, the flames around him burst out, condensing and returning to wrap around him. To be wounded by a little girl. He spat out. Disgraceful. I will remove this stain from the world. Come, test this little girl's blade. I leveled invisible air against him once more. He was fairly strong for a living human. Not to mention the shimmering flames around him were visibly enhancing his physical abilities. He sneered, swinging his blade upwards, the ground sundering at the motion as I jumped to the side and charged at him. His physical prowess was impressive, I knew I could be wounded if I took such a blow. I ducked under his next slash, and struck true with invisible air, drawing blood from him once more before being forced back. Uther responded by sending another flurry of attacks at me, each one accompanied by searing flames. I raised my gauntlet up, deflecting his sword to the side to slash towards his neck. The flames around him exploded out, covering my vision. The heat wave was kept at bay with my mana burst, only for his sword to cut through the flames. I deflected the sword away with a quick thrust. The surrounding flames seemed to be absorbed by the sword as they rolled around the blade. With another sweep, they were expunged towards me. I gathered my magical energy and swung my sword down, sending a force back at them to avoid the brunt of the heat. The waves of fire burnt away the surroundings, turning the forests behind us to ash. The closer to noon, the stronger I become. You chose poorly in challenging me at this time. Uther declared. Right now, I am a god of fire. He swept his sword every which way, creating and controlling the flames that rolled off it. I only need one of you alive, my idiot son shall suffice. Turn to ashes along with my shame. He roared, swinging his sword down, discharging the flames once more. Then I shall answer in kind. I held invisible air up, and swung it down at the coming torrent of flames. Strike air, hammer of the Wind King. I activated my noble phantasm, the mystic code that had been elevated after becoming a servant. The condensed winds around my true blade had burst out like a hurricane, sweeping up the oncoming flames and dispensing them harmlessly away. A portion of his fire swept to either side of me, turning that area to a wasteland with their passing. Truly, it was a powerful sword, even if I still considered it lesser to the one from my home. Uther's eyes widened as our vision met once more, his flames showing no signs of having even singed my body. Surrender, I declared. You have been proven to be inferior to me. I shall not hold back my blade if you wish to engage again. I could understand Arthur's sentiments. He was certainly a higher level than the younger man, however, I was confident in completely defeating him without much issue. He should become stronger in a few hours as well, but I still had my confidence even then. Why you dare? He roared. I was the one who built this family up from the mess it was before. I made people respect us again. We were nothing but dogs for the church before I took the seat. How dare some no-name child come and demand I surrender? He spoke with a fury, his flames exuberating with his emotions as they pulsed at every raised tone. I just needed more time. I would surpass that monster the church hides. I would be the strongest human in another few decades. Then no one would have been able to challenge us. He growled, which slowly turned into a chuckle. Well, I prepared for such a thing. I thought it would be the church that sought to bring us to heel, not some child from a bastard. He reached towards his own arm guard and tore it away from his right hand. I noticed a tattoo depicting a serpent. Pushing his left hand towards the wound on his side, he gathered blood on his thumb and ran it down the tattoo, which then began to glow. Instantly, the ground shook, rather, the castle began to shake and I felt a very large influx of magical energy that swirled into the surroundings. What are you doing? Cease this foolishness, I declared. Haha, it's already started. He cackled. It'll set me back a few decades, but it's better than losing my place. He held his sword up as the flames gathered. What's going on? I turned to look at Arthur, who was confused as the two knights he was fighting dropped to the ground. Sacrifice yourselves for the family, Uther said coldly. They looked like they were being drained of all their life. My head snapped back to the castle where a very, very large magic circle formed overhead, matching the structure's layout. I will stop this, he didn't respond but swung Galatine towards Arthur, a massive torrent of flames sailing towards the younger men. I grit my teeth and moved to intercept. Can you stop me while protecting the disappointment? He laughed. I've prepared this for years. Finding the right materials to make sure we had a defense for those monsters I couldn't handle yet. Born in a distant land, I give my flames and the life of my kin to bring you back to this realm. The flames he gathered were swept away towards the source of the magic, and the magic circle took on a strange hue as an energy was pulled from the castle. The ashen tree left from your corpse offered to call you back. Uther began a chant. The head of a hydra offered for your new body. The flames of the sun offered as the spark of your resurrection. And the life force of my kin to bind it all together. He shouted towards the magic circle. Return to life, Boitata. There were a few items inside the magical circle that appeared, a tree just as he had spoken of, the head of a serpent creature, a hydra. His flames wrapped around him, and the supposed life force of those he gathered pushed into it as well. A shadow enveloped overhead before its form solidified by absorbing the materials provided. The illusionary form shattered, revealing a massive serpent that floated above the castle. Wreathed in flames, it looked up at the sky and let out a thunderous roar. Wilhelm POV. Arttoria. I quickly landed next to my girlfriend as her eyes still stared at the massive creature. Wilhelm, do you know what manner of creature this is? She asked. He called it Boitata. Boitata. I rubbed my temples. It's a South American. A fire serpent that resurrects or something about hiding in burnt trees. My knowledge on them isn't that in-depth. It's only a step down from being a real dragon. About the same thing as one of those Imugi. Drake spoke in my soul. I'm pretty sure I was the one who killed this thing. Wait, really? Yeah, I think it wanted to try eating me to become a real dragon. Drake snorted. Actually, I remember now, I killed it a few times. It had some annoying ability to resurrect itself kinda like a phoenix. If the right pieces are gathered, well, you can see the results. Bringing it back isn't that difficult, though how long is the question. It's a step below a real dragon. I told Arttoria. Though, based on its temperament, it shouldn't be controllable. I think they're protectors of nature. I might be getting some myths confused. It's too late. I heard a shout coming from a man with a few flames burning around him. Uther, stop this nonsense. Dismiss this creature, return what you took from your family. Arttoria tried to bargain. This will only lead to the destruction of everything. Do you think I would create something I couldn't control? He scoffed. I used the flames of my sword to bring it back. He stated, holding his sword up. At his motion, the massive serpent suddenly jerked its head, staring down at us. Are Rin and the others safe? She asked. Rin's with Reiku. I confirmed. They're fine. But there were some bad things in the dungeon. We chose to handle them opposed to searching elsewhere. Arttoria took a deep breath, closing her eyes for a brief moment. I believe it is time to end this farce for good. Please take Arthur and stand back. Oh. I realized what she was doing. I immediately grabbed Arthur, who let out a surprised noise and flew to the side out of the way. Shouldn't you help her? Arthur questioned. Kid, she doesn't need my help. I laughed. You're in for a treat. You want to know her identity, right? Just keep watching. Uther cackled like a madman as he held the simmering blade in his hand. Devour her, my pet, he declared. The coiled serpent hissed, letting its entire body unfold. If we were using this world's terms, that thing was definitely in the ultimate class and a fair bit higher than this Uther was ranked. Show me your struggle. How will an invisible blade help you against such a beast? Uther smugly spoke. Invisible blade? You seem to misunderstand. Arttoria smiled lightly. Condensed wind, folded so many times that light is reflected. But it is not meant as a weapon, it is merely a sheath, she stated as the wind around her blade slowly unfolded. The shimmering golden light was slow to seep out, but once the wind was gone, the surroundings were suddenly filled with warmth. The phenomenon spread, motes of golden light slowly lifting out of the ground for as far as the eye could see. What is that? Arthur whispered. Arttoria took a step forward, and the gentle light around her erupted in a torrential wave, gathering around her sword. Who are you? Uther managed to force out. Sheathed in the breath of the planet, a torrent of shining life. She held it up overhead. X. No. Uther roared. Finish her. He shouted towards the beast. It hissed, spewing flames with each motion, but complied all the same. The massive serpent reeled back and shot its elongated body towards Arttoria. The flames engulfing its entire length as the creature that dwarfed even the castle, came barreling down towards her. Caliba. She swung her sword down. The waves of light were released. The serpent was consumed by the torrents of light immediately as its hissing disappeared and its flames were removed from sight. A massive pillar of light erupted at the focal point, eradicating any remains of the serpentine creature. Everyone stared in silence as no signs of the creature were left, even as the light began to eventually fade. Arttoria took slow, methodical steps towards Uther, who had fallen to the ground. He stared at her with a mixture of fear and confusion. She placed her sword against his neck. Do you now know who I am? Big chapter out of the way, dealt with most of the stuff so it wouldn't drag on. Anyways, if you want to read 7 chapters ahead or support me, visit mypat.rayon.com/storyforon. Chapter 244, Chapter 231. A tense silence filled the air. There were many eyes on us, on Arttoria as she dragged Uther's body through the castle gates, right into the center of their stronghold. Once the fighting had stopped, the remaining people had come out amidst the remains of the light show that had enveloped the place. They also whispered and pointed when Arthur walked right behind us. I had given her a brief rundown of what my team had run into, and what had happened in the dungeon. Suffice to say, she was very much not pleased with Uther, even more so than before. Arttoria didn't back down from their gazes, almost welcoming them as she tossed Uther into the mud. He squirmed around, bound and gagged to speak. Such a prideful man was left in such a wretched state, and mocked even more by his current situation. She had yet to return Excalibur, to hide it behind her invisible air. Its light still shined, it was a faint glow yet still pulsed out a warm feeling that welcomed all to its embrace. I could tell she was concerned, worried about the ramifications of what Uther did to his own family. Still, she didn't make a move as the remaining people walked out of the ruins. Uther is defeated. Arttoria spoke softly, yet her voice reverberated around the surroundings. If there is any other who wishes to stand by him, speak up now, otherwise I will take your silence as acknowledgement of surrender. She gave it a moment and just closed her eyes, waiting for a response. Very well. She spoke again. Father. A familiar voice came from behind and Mordred came into the courtyard, dragging a knight behind her just like her father had. Mordred. I see your efforts have been rewarded. Arttoria looked at the unconscious body. Called himself Lancelot. She snorted. Saw your noble phantasm and the big snake. Everything ended. Yes, we have taken the castle. She nodded. Wilhelm. She turned to me, then towards everyone else. Please provide healing for anyone who needs it. Yeah, these people, it looked like they had been starving for weeks. They looked extremely haggard and about to fall over. That spell, it drained their lifespan, ate away at their vitality. It would be difficult to heal them up fully, but to at least get them to something comfortable, I could do that. Ooh, let me help. Jin suddenly popped up. Thank you, Jin. Arttoria smiled. Prepare a healing spell, I'll make it so it's distributed over top the castle. I stated. Okay, I'll cast my best healing, she nodded. Well, I believe this was my first time using this particular version of my 9 realms. Withdrawing the staff of Magnus once more, I drew the runes into the air and began casting the spell. The breath of magic, Vanaheim. I called out as a golden spell circle appeared overhead. It was a simple concept to intertwine with the godly realm of Vanaheim. While the Aesir were known as fierce warriors, the Vanir were known for their mastery of the magical arts. So I took the idea of my 5 elements mutual generation and applied it on top of the Norse cosmology that is Vanaheim. At this basic level, it acted as a consistent amplification spell. Though, there were a few kinks to work out, which was why I hadn't used it in combat yet. Jin held up her hands, glowing with a bright golden light. Grand healing. She let it loose towards my spell. The two combined and a bright light enveloped the entirety of the castle, and a rain of healing fell down onto everyone. I watched silently as the various people around looked up, the lights falling on them, healing them. While this kind of healing was not absolute, it was certainly effective at many things. There was a reason that despite healing being so readily available back in Skyrim, that potions were still the go-to means. Suffice to say, healing magic was not omnipotent, unless your name was Avalon. Nice light show. Achilles decided to lazily drag a person of his own on over and tossed him onto the growing pile of unconscious people. Thought you might want this one alive, called himself Gawain. Could transform into a dragon, kinda. One of those sacred gears you've mentioned, I guess. So you slayed a dragon. I quirked an eyebrow. He gave a very dry look towards me, but I didn't press the joke now. It wasn't really the time. Thank you, Ryder. Arttoria said kindly. Ha, don't mention it. He laughed. Wish I could have punched that giant snake though. Next time, I call dibs on the big monster. Ryder, stop being insensitive. Atlanta smacked his shoulder, tossing her own person down. This idiot called himself Tristan, I don't know why, he didn't even wield a bow properly. She snorted, holding up a harp-like bow. Master, we're bringing the ones from below over, just as Reika's words echoed in my head, I saw her and Rin escorting many different people. Mom. Dear. Dad. Cries for various family members rang out as the prisoners ran towards their family members. Children, elders, and young adults. It seems like Uther didn't discriminate in who he had decided to throw into the dungeons. It was heartwarming even knowing what they had went through. I could only say that at least they're still alive. The last person to follow up was Agravain, his tattered clothing bellowing as he took haggard steps forward. He took a few more steps, each one looking more difficult than the last before dropping to his knees in front of her. Your Majesty, he called out. Almost as if on cue, the surrounding crowd began to drop to a knee. Head down, bowed in reverence towards Arttoria. I couldn't blame them, their entire identity was based around her, on her legend. And here she was, standing right in front of them. It might be strange that they believed such a thing without prompt, but there was no lying when she held that sword in her hands. There was no need to declare her name when Excalibur was shining bright for them to clearly see. It was impossible to not acknowledge the sword itself while basking in its light. Rise. Arttoria said softly. Agravain slowly lifted his head up and tried to climb to his feet, but his legs shuddered and he fell back down. Aye. You have suffered. Arttoria walked forward. I was informed of what you have done. She pressed against her chest, another bright light enveloping her as her sheath was revealed. She held it up to him, letting it wrap him up in its warm embrace. The curses that were visible to the naked eye, they were grabbed a hold of and shattered by Avalon's light, and his wounds began to heal. His body had the correct color returned to it, and even though his face still looked gaunt, there was a flicker of fire in his eyes that wasn't there before. He would be quite pleased with you. Arttoria gave a gentle smile. Your namesake, that is. He was a man that rarely showed his emotion, and never told others of what he got up to. But he was a fine knight who handled what needed to be handled and silently carried his own burdens. Your Majesty. Agravain looked up with a strange look on his face. We submit ourselves to you. He bowed his head again. Rise, Agravain. Arttoria replied. Speak on your feet as is worthy of your station. You have made no pledges or oaths to me, there is no need to bow your head. He slowly stood up once more, a renewed vigor in his movements. I. It seemed like Agravain had trouble voicing his thoughts. Arttoria let out a sigh, looking at the surrounding crowd. Let the past be buried. She began speaking again. It is fine to have pride in your heritage, but you have become blinded by the glories of the past. Let this generation be the final one to try and relive the previous era. We will follow your orders. Agravain stated. Please, take Char. No. Arttoria cut him off. I will not be taking any position of authority. Whatever you may perceive about me, know that my past is in the past. She swept her gaze around. My path led me here by chance, not one I specifically chose. I felt a responsibility and acted according to my own honor. With that said, her expression turned hard. You all are hereby put on notice. She took a few steps towards the crowd. Uther had done despicable things, and many of you have paid the price. However, I am sure that there are also many that were complicit and even participated in such actions when they benefited you. Arttoria stopped, turning back towards Agravain. This man is someone I acknowledge. You are now leaderless, so he shall take the leadership. If anyone wishes to voice their dissatisfaction, now is the time. She glared towards the crowd. There were many knights who had participated in the fighting. While I know that many of them were just following orders, or stuck in their positions, I couldn't fault Arttoria in her hesitance to trust everyone without verification. Good. She nodded. I shall say now, I will be confiscating the things I deem this family not worthy to posses as it currently is. Once you have shown yourself capable of acting beyond what Uther had created, you may have your things returned. Well, they couldn't really no. They were conquered. Politely so. But conquered all the same. Oh well, time to loot all their cool toys. It seems we've come right on time. I turned to look at Scathach walking over. I had been wondering what she had gotten up to. Kyrie was right beside her, but there were also two more faces I hadn't met but recognized from pictures. Arthur. A girl in a large witch's hat came running over. Lufay. Arthur accepted the girl into his arms for a hug. Right behind her was a woman in a maid outfit. I could admire Arthur's taste, she was very cute. Elaine. Arthur said quietly. Arthur, I missed you. She looked like she was about to cry. Ahem. Arttoria politely cleared her throat, grabbing their attention. Perhaps you wish this reunion in private. Lufay blurted out. Who are you, what's going on? Is that dad tied up? Lufay. Arthur sighed. Apologized to he blinked. Her Majesty. He chided his sister. I guess he accepted Arttoria's identity. The context clues were all there and he had a bigger picture than the other people. Well, he probably had many questions, but he seemed to understand that now was neither the time nor the place. What? Lei Fei looked around, her eyes landing on Arttoria, then her sword. Her eyes widened as if she understood something. The same explanation that filled her soul as the others. She fidgeted in place. She's a girl. But. Peace, child. There is no harm. Arttoria just chuckled, shaking her head. You do look so similar to her in her youth. She muttered, staring at Lufay. Why you Majesty? Agravain started speaking again. What would you have us do with Uther? He had harmed the people with blatant disregard and performed vile deeds for his own selfish desires. I believe you should know what to do with him. Arttoria said coldly. It is your duty to weed out the individuals who would continue to harm others and the family or deserve of a similar fate. Yes. He sighed. I will see to it that he is executed for his crimes. And I will make sure the heinous ones shortly follow him. There was a sort of relief in his words as he said but, what would you have us do now? What is the point of the family in the first place? You are knights. You are here to foster the next generation, not fight for power or perceived glory in others worshipping you. If there is any honor left in this place, take to the old codes. Remember the oaths that are sworn upon your blades. Society has changed, people have different perceptions of morality. But there are still those who are in need, those who could stand to have an honorable knight by their side. To protect the realm. She finally dismissed Excalibur back into her soul, letting its light fade away. However, heed my final warning. She once more turned to the crowd. Her gaze was heavy, as not many dared to keep their heads up as she passed them by. Do not make me come back in the same capacity, for I will not be nearly as merciful. Wrapping up this little bit of the DxD arc, sorry about no chapter yesterday, I just couldn't do it with how I was feeling. Anyways, if you want to read 7 chapters ahead or support me, visit mypat.rayon.com/astriaforone. Chapter 245, Chapter 232. Based on everything that happened, there was no huge celebration or excitement once we finally got home. Rather, once we arrived at Yasaka's place where we agreed to meet back up at. But at this point, I felt like it could be called an extension of our home considering everything. I was a little worried about Arttoria. While no one could dispute that she was morally in the right with her actions, in what we all did, it had led to several people dying. Of which, there were quite a few that had been completely innocent of what been going on in that place. You're back. Yasaka greeted us immediately, ushering away her guards that were nearby, presumably so we would have some privacy. I'm assuming that everything went well since I see no one harmed. She eyed all of us as we walked through the portal. Indeed. We succeeded in what we had set out to do. Arttoria gave a curt reply without revealing much of the emotions on her face. And you have more people than what you left with. Yasaka mused, I scanning the 2 new people we returned with. Arthur looked a little embarrassed as Lo Fei and Elaine both sort of clung onto him from behind. My sister and my lover, Lady Yasaka. Arthur bowed respectfully. Yasaka tapped her chin, humming as she set her gaze on them for several moments. If they want to stay, we'll have to see about accommodations, I suppose. I want to stay with Big Brother. Lo Fei said quietly. I would also like to stay with Arthur, if it is not too much trouble, Lady Yasaka. Ellen said with a more polite tone as she stepped out from behind Arthur and politely bowed her head. Well, serving the Pendragon family had probably instilled those mannerisms instinctually at this point. Very well. Yasaka said, almost dismissively. Arthur, go take them to see Soma, have him arrange something temporary until we find more suitable, permanent accommodations. Thank you, Lady Yasaka. Arthur dipped his head once more before turning towards Arttoria. Your Majesty. He said quietly as well, lowering his head respectfully towards her as well before leading the others out. Yasaka looked, confused before realization dawned on her. She had a complicated look on her face, almost mirrored by Lo Fei and Elaine, the both of them probably still didn't understand the situation fully Arthur was in. Oh, and Arthur. Yasaka spoke up right as he was about to exit, causing him to stop and turn towards her. I will be speaking with you three at a later time. Be prepared. He opened his mouth then closed it again, nodded his head before leaving. I guess they were going to find out what Arthur had been up to one way or another. I think that was Yasaka taking pity on him and letting him have a chance to explain himself on his own. Well, things would probably be worse if he waited until Yasaka bulldozed over everyone's feelings and relayed the information. Thanks for doing this. I spoke up, grabbing her attention. I took a few steps forward, and took her hand into mine with a practiced ease as I brought it up to give it a kiss. I know you're still not happy about Arthur. She gave a warm smile. That's true, but I don't mind lending a hand to those other girls. She let out a sigh. So, I assumed there was more to the story based on everyone's reactions. I expected laughter and high spirits, not this somber atmosphere. I believe I would find a drink tempting at the moment. Arttoria sighed with a frown. Couldn't agree more. Achilles snorted. You need me for anything, this doesn't really seem like something for me to stick around for. And Achilles could read a room, color me surprised. No. Thank you for your help, it was greatly appreciated. Arttoria shook her head. Anytime. He waved her off. Going to find a nice tavern or whatever they got here now that I got some money to my name. Atlanta sighed. He could have handled that better, but I'll follow along and make sure he doesn't get into trouble. She gave a polite nod towards everyone as she quickly followed after the rider-servant. Scat stretched her arms, letting out a thoughtful hum. I wonder if those people were let off too easily. It is a question I have been asking myself. Arttoria let out another uncharacteristic sigh. It is simply impossible to sift through every person there and figure out who was complicit in Uther's madness. What happened? Yasaka asked. I don't recall hearing anything too absurd from that part of the world or the Pendragon family. Though, they are known for being a bit reclusive. Some shit I really didn't want to see. Rin muttered. Uther thought torturing children was a viable political tool. Yasaka blinked at that, a scowl quickly forming on her face. Did he kidnap his own fucking family? Mordred snorted. Used them and threw them away whenever it suited him. And his top knights weren't that much better. I was scared to ask how many of the women there couldn't say no when that fake Lancelot came strutting around. Fucking slimy bastard. Oh no. Yasaka looked horrified. Tell me they were taken care of. I left them in the hands of Agravain. Arttoria clarified. After subverting the hierarchy of the family, I placed him in charge. He is someone I believe is trustworthy, and he was someone who was willing to suffer to protect his own family. I fully believe he will fix things properly and not let those who sinned escape. Not to mention I confiscated many of their weapons so they will not be getting any ideas in the meantime. Arttoria looked a bit pensive even with the proclamation. However, there was much damage done. Apparently, Uther had a large-scale ritual set up that drained the vitality, the life force of his family members to weave into the casting. He collected several items that conceptually aligned with a certain creature that allowed for its resurrection based on its own myths. I explained. Basically, a big fuck-off flaming serpent that was barely under a traditional dragon in its existence. I noticed the fixtures of it myself, but I did not have time to investigate. After the Golden Dawn magician started teleporting in, I thought it was a lesser priority since it didn't appear active. Jin added. And you did wonderfully. I sneaked up on her, arms wrapping her up from behind. She brightened up quite a bit at that. And honestly, I think she thrived on compliments and acknowledgement. I suppose it wasn't strange considering how she lived before. There is no blame to be had. I do not think any of us would have expected that men to so willingly perform such heinous deeds. Arttoria stated, as if making sure Jin knew she didn't blame the blue genie. Things going awry is pretty damn common. Kyrie crossed his arms. Don't think I've ever been on a job that hadn't had a few surprises and turned everything pear-shaped. All in all, things could have been much worse. Especially if we never interfered in the first place. And we were able to mitigate some of the worst parts. Scathach also spoke up, adding on to Kyrie's statement. The location we had found the two girls at was where many of the non-combatant were hiding amidst our assault. I believe the vast majority of them would have been killed under the actualization of the ritual had we not been there to protect them. That's a good point. I doubted they would teach all the help or lessers of the family the ways of magic or Tuki or what have you. They would have most certainly been drained by the ritual and probably killed. Yeah, and the ones in the dungeon were saved because of us. Rin nudged Arttoria. If we didn't do this, then they would have died. Reika was silent, nodding along as Rin spoke. It was obvious she agreed wholeheartedly. She was very upset at what happened, which was completely understandable. Not to mention she's very protective of children. We did good, father. Mordred said. We had to do something when they were going around calling themselves Pendragon. They should get their shit together now and not be such an embarrassment. Yes, I suppose we did, Mordred. Arttoria gave a warm smile. I am merely feeling regretful due to the ties we shared with them. Her smile slowly turned back to something neutral as she appeared to have another thought. And there is the matter of me acting less than covert in my actions. Please, like anything can top what Schweinord did. Rin snorted. I deny nothing. I grinned. What happened? Yasaka tilted her head. I have yet to hear any noise, granted I don't keep up with much of the happenings on that side of the world. I released my noble phantasm on the creature that was summoned. And I made no effort to conceal it so everyone there is aware of who I am now. Arttoria said truthfully. Oh. Yasaka blinked. Is this bad? Reiku asked. I admit to not knowing much about this world. Maybe. Yasaka replied, as if questioning it herself. Well, from that devilnet thing I had been looking at, it appears my name is on people's lips. I do not see what other problems could arise. Scathach stated. She had been up and about doing things for Yasaka. I can't fault her for using her true name, nor would I ask her not to. And that's still mostly in the realm of rumor. I pointed out. And it's not like most interested parties would come trudging into another pantheon's domain just to verify. Yes, and I believe you are the center of most attention right now. She laughed. I believe I have been regulated to unimportant in the rumors that have been springing up. Ugh, don't remind me. I sighed. Just kick the ass of anyone who tries anything. Mordred crossed her arms. I don't see what the big deal is. Can't we just tell them to fuck off? It's not that simple, Mordred. Kyrie sighed himself. You got literal angels and devils running around here. Yes. Yasaka pursed her lips. And from what I've gleaned thus far, the Arthur from our world was far more involved in heaven's affairs. I remember some stories about him leading the charge with angels at his side against the forces of hell. That's so fucking cool. Mordred practically had stars in her eyes. Arttoria even looked amused by her reactions. Do you think that they will come seek me out and by extension, you? She tilted her head. If what you say is true, then my relationship with Wilhelm may be a point of contention in their eyes. She furrowed her brow. God, it's weird to think that he's a literal devil. Mordred said blindly. Half-devil. I corrected. Same shit. Also a dragon, and part god, or something. And I believe all three of those are hated by the church. Yasaka laughed. Huh. It was all I could say. Yeah, Big G seemed to despise dragons. Fuck him. Drake added. Noted. And they consider all other deities to be complete blasphemy, and I'm a devil on top of all of that. The unholy fucking trifecta. I think one of the big issues would be the fact that the Excalibur here was destroyed. Jin interjected, earning a look of horror from Mordred and one of surprise from us. She looked back with confusion. What? Just because I've been researching other stuff in Skyrim doesn't mean I don't keep track of this place too. She huffed. I'm sorry for doubting you. I held my hands up in surrender. But you also raise a good point. The Excalibur. Yeah, hold the fuck up. Mordred interrupted. Explain, now. Arttoria let out a sigh. It's not worth getting worked up over. It appears that Excalibur in this world had been destroyed and was later reforged into 7 more blades bearing its namesake. Arthur possessed one known as Excalibur Ruler, which could force those to bend their will to the wielder. That's. Mordred seemed at a loss for words. What the hell? Ignoring the fucking sword getting broken, who the fuck thought it was a good idea to add mind control to your sword? What kind of king needs to force others to listen? Mordred threw up her hands in anger. Going to go kick the brat's ass after hearing that shit. Mordred, calm yourself. Arttoria said evenly. The nature of this world's Excalibur is different. Just treat it as another sword altogether. Fuck, I'll try. Mordred scowled. What happened to that trashy knockoff of his? I broke it and scattered its soul to the wind. Arttoria replied. Good. She nodded. If I see those others fakes, I'll do that too. Actually, you may have a chance to do that. Yasaka sounded a bit annoyed as if she just recalled something. A while ago, I believe before I met Wilhelm. She flashed me a smile. The church was running around because several of their Excalibur swords were stolen. Oh. I blinked. I actually remember that too. I stopped at a bar when I got here, wanted to get up to date on some news. Wait. That fucking golden store, how could I forget about them? Bastards. Good job, Schweinorg. Rin deadpanned. Oh fuck off, that was after I just got back from the land of shadows. I wasn't exactly in a good, I cut myself off remembering Scathach was right here. It slipped my mind. I finished. From what I understand, the supposed thieves came all the way to Japan. Though, we have yet to be presented with any conclusive evidence to support that. As such, we denied the church access to do a more thorough sweep of our territory. Yasaka continued. I'm sure they must have been thrilled at that. Kyrie snorted. I think the church hates their authority being checked more than anything blasphemous that they shout about. Yasaka's lips curled up. You won't hear me say anything to the contrary. But, yes, Excalibur pieces are currently missing and it's believed to be the Grigori behind the thefts. The fact that nothing has happened between those two factions leads me to believe that is not the case. Otherwise, I don't keep too close an eye on the Western factions when it does not concern me. I see. Arttoria muttered. It appears I have brought more problems to your home, Yasaka. Oh, none of that. Yasaka playfully dismissed her concerns. If I can handle getting into fistfight with one of Japan's patron deities, I can assure you that this is no issue for me. We are in no way subservient to heaven or the church, if they want to try something. Yasaka developed a vicious grin. Well said. Scathach laughed. I dare them to come cause trouble. They will meet my spear. I feel attacked. I pointed out. But I also agree. At the end of the day, fuck 'em. Damn straight. Mordred grinned. He actually says something good for once, father. No one's touching my sister. Jin floated over, wrapping up Arttoria with a big smile. I have no care for them. I will draw my sword if need be. Reiku added. Oh god, I'm going to hell. Rin deadpanned. Oh Rin. I pat her shoulder. It's actually a pretty popular tourist destination for the supernatural world. You're fucking with me. He's not. Yasaka giggled. Kunu's been trying to get me to take her to Lucifer Land for months now. Rin opened her mouth then closed it several times. I need a drink. Seconded. Kyrie muttered. Want to forget this conversation ever happened. Woo, drinks all around. Jin cheered. You, Missy, are going to go slow this time. I pinched her cheek. You got drunk way too fast last time. But drunk gin is also best gin. Oh, phooey. I wouldn't mind indulging. Reiku said gracefully. Should I remind you all that it's barely noon? Yasaka voiced. We all just paused there. Food. I offered. Shit, I could eat. Mordred agreed. I do enjoy the variety of food in this era. Scathach looked interested. Yeah, I'm kinda hungry. Rin nodded. I could eat. Arttoria smiled warmly, looking around at everyone. I'm sure you could. I snorted, wrapping her up. What are you insinuating? Arttoria stuttered. Nothing at all. Rin said dryly. Hang on, let me go make sure I have enough money to cover the costs. I only had a few 100,000 yen on me last time I check. Rin. Arttoria turned red. Valper Galilei POV. Speak, what was so urgent that it couldn't wait? I was in the middle of my experiment, if it is not important. I narrowed my eyes. You will be among the next test subjects. Yes sir, it's about the stolen Excalibur swords we were watching over. The former exorcist, whose name I didn't care to remember, spoke up. Well, spit it out. I tapped my foot expectantly. The Excalibur swords, something happened. I turned to look at the second man who stood nearby. He pushed his glasses up and looked a fair bit calmer. Yes, at approximately 10:19 a.m., all the Excalibur swords seemed to resonate with another source. Resonate. I furrowed my brow. Explain. I'm afraid we don't know anything specific quite yet. But the swords we had seemed to start glowing and reacted to something. We're currently trying to search for the source. He gestured towards the swords that were still held in their spots. They were shaking violently and some of their abilities were manifesting without a user. Why yes. The more foolish one hurriedly ran over to the table. Excalibur transparency started to become transparent randomly. And Excalibur nightmare, it began to create illusions every so often before they dispersed. Kokabeel should be moving to steal the remainder any time now. I should ask him if he's heard anything similar with the other swords. Interesting, very very interesting. Interlude next chapter. If you want to read 7 chapters ahead or support me, visit my pat.rayon.com/AsteriaForone. Chapter 246, Interlude 12. Sun Wukong POV. You summoned me, Lord Indra. I bowed before the leader of the Indian pantheon. For all his posturing and grumbling about proper demeanor when answering his summons, he sat there in flip-flops and a tacky Hawaiian shirt. And who wears sunglasses indoors? Assholes, that's who. He lorded himself on top his throne. He hadn't always had a throne, but he decided he needed one after visiting other pantheons and seeing that they all had thrones. And because he's Indra, no one's allowed to out-asshole him. About time. Indra scowled, leg kicked over the armrest of his throne, arm propping up his head. You're probably wondering why I summoned you. Well, it's either to boss me around to satiate your inflated ego, or you have a mission. Sometimes both. Do you have a mission for me, Lord Indra? I respectfully asked. He looked down at me, pleased with my subservience. I spent enough time in the celestial bureaucracy to learn how to kiss ass. I do. He said with a pause, not bothering to explain. He was going to make me ask. Fucking stupid power plays. I'm at your disposal, Lord Indra. Tell me what needs to be done and I'll accomplish it to the best of my ability. I wasn't going to give him the pleasure. He grunted with a hint of annoyance. Buddha above, why did he have to act so controlling? It's only me right here, he didn't need to flex his authority over the other gods. It's not like I can rebel or anything, not after the mess I made in the Jade Emperor's court. Well, after the messes I should say. You rampage one too many times, then suddenly everyone wanted your head. He sat up straighter, his demeanor shift told me of how serious the matter was. He usually didn't come to me with such things, but I suppose I might be specifically needed here. The future has changed. Indra growled. I blinked in confusion. I don't understand. Of course you wouldn't. He scoffed. Asshole. I've been tracking the outline of the future and everything was going according to plan, but recently, there was a large shift, and everything is wrong. He slammed his fist on his throne, cracking it. Purple lightning simmered around him. He was a powerful clairvoyant. Probably the strongest now that the biblical god was dead, possibly only matched by Lord Shiva, but I had a feeling that Indra was a tiny bit above him in that regard while the god of destruction was a bit stronger. However, there was a more important matter, did someone mess up his plans right under his nose? Well, it was hard to hold back a smile. I think I owed someone a drink. Lord Indra, I don't understand much of what you're saying. But couldn't you simply look to see who's causing you problems? Merciful Buddha, I hate talking like this. Indra growled again, slumping in his chair. Whatever, whoever is causing this, I can't see them. Well, ain't that some shit? And what is your command for me, Lord Indra? I assume no confidence in something that even you are uncertain of. I was able to pick out some locations. Some things I need you to investigate discreetly. He flipped his own over, revealing a piece of paper. I don't know how relevant some of them are, so just investigate them all. It slowly floated down into my hands. Some of these have times next to them, do I? And be at those places at the specific times that are marked. I was only able to glean very few details, but they should be important. Don't reveal yourself. He interrupted. Well, a little walk around the world wouldn't hurt. I will not fail you, Lo. Don't fail me, monkey. Indra said dismissively. If I was a few years younger, I would have, what did the kids say these days? Throw hands. I thought PHO said that once or twice. Made me nostalgic for the days before my journey, before I converted. I should pay a visit to the Flowers and Fruit Mountain, maybe train the brats for a little bit, see how PHO's doing too. By your leave. Get going. He shooed me off. Unless you want to go clean the divine stables. Dick. Let's see here, this should be the place. It would have helped had he given me any kind of explanation instead of go here for whatever reason. At least this wasn't one of the time-marked ones, which were due in the next few days. Using my transformation spell was quite handy for situations like this. Made infiltration missions easy. Not many people expected the Great Sage equal to heaven to be undercover like this. There's no former Monkey King here, just a dashing young human, looking around. Speaking of, what in the nine hells am I looking for? I could only scratch my head as I stood in front of a partially burned down house. Is something wrong, dearie? I turned my head to see an old woman walk up to me. You were staring at that place for a while now. I hope you didn't know anyone caught up in that dreadful fire. Oh no, Auntie. I smiled. I just got back to town after visiting my grandparents in the country. Was wondering what happened. My acting skills were impeccable. What a shame. She shook her head. I remember a young man used to live here, kept to himself. I don't remember seeing anyone else. And just one day, the house burned down and I haven't seen the young man since. I do hope he's doing okay. Well, since that's literally the only noticeable thing around here, I could assume that was what I came for. I mean, there were some devils on the other side of town. But I think this was their territory or something. Yeah, now I remember, that Satan brat's sister was here. Well, staying the hell away from them. Don't want that freaky devil to come after me. Oh, I really hope the devils had something to do with it. I would give up the peaches of immortality I snuck a few centuries ago if it meant I could see Indra's face if that happened. Do you remember his name by chance? I asked. I think it was Shimoda. Shimoda Takao, she looked thoughtful. Yes, I think that's it. I'm sorry, it's been a long while and he was a quiet child so I didn't speak to him much. That name doesn't sound familiar at all, not that I expected anything. I half thought that Indra just wanted to jerk me around for a while just because he could. Wouldn't be the first time. It's all right, Auntie. I was just curious. I flashed her an innocent smile. My, aren't you a sweet boy? She rubbed my head. Kind of awkward considering I's more than 20 times her age. I have some cookies I made for my grandson, but he didn't come over. How about helping an old woman and take some off my hands? She gave that authentic grandmotherly smile that even someone like me couldn't resist. And I was a sucker for some cookies. Well, the trip hadn't been a complete waste, free cookies. But once again, why am I here? I looked around at the large crowds walking about, the utterly mundane and normal humans, for the most part. It was easy to see through the disguises of the non-humans who were walking around. Not much could escape my fiery golden eyes. Yokai, devil, dryad, vampire, centaur. Why was he under an illusion and pulling a carriage, and wearing leather, with a gag in his mouth? And this was why no one wants to come to America. Alright, let's see, I remember that some large mutant lizard attacked here last month. Which wasn't something worth talking about when mentioning this country. I did have a good laugh when I saw Izanami slap it across the face. It's nice to see that girl getting out of Yomi every once in a while. Last time I saw her, she was super depressed. And there had been a devil with her, the son of one of those Satan brats. And I just came from a part of Japan that was a small part of devil territory. Curious. There were a few connections so far, maybe I should go and visit Izanami. We're not exactly friends, but I didn't think she'd turn me away for a small chat. But there was also that mess that her son caused. That Susanoo raising a ruckus off the coast of Japan, fighting that devil. There were a few connections so far, maybe I should go and visit Izanami. We're not exactly. I blinked in realization, looking back at the paper. The one which told me to investigate some coordinates off the coast of Japan, which sounded suspiciously like the place where Susanoo fought. That's 3 times that devil had been involved. The first time could be hand-waved, just happenstance. The second time was a direct interference, and now the third where that young brat fought Susanoo. I'd have to be a fool, or Indra, to not see the obvious here. Though, that arrogant god usually has his head up his own. I took a deep breath. Amitba. Peace. No need to drag myself down to his level. Well, I read most of this stuff on devil.net. One of the things that kept me entertained these days. I highly doubted Indra would lower himself to use it, so he's probably in the dark. Not to mention if he's this flustered about his future plans being disrupted, he'd probably more focused on that than the real happenings of the world. No, he probably was told that Susanoo got his butt kicked and had a good laugh at that then stopped caring. He looked down on the other lightning-based gods, so he wouldn't even bother acknowledging a devil that fought Susanoo. But that didn't explain how his predictions had all turned to dust. Regardless of this devil's strength, Indra was not a pushover. Especially when it came to looking into the future. As much as I disliked him, he's the only one of 2 who could have even claimed rivalry with the Christian god when it came to divining the future. Last time I heard, this devil was apparently living in Yasaka's domain. I rubbed my currently non-existent beard in contemplation. It had been a while since I'd seen that old bastard Nararihion, and Yasaka was someone I was on decent terms with. I could easily get an audience if I desired without getting those Takamagara gods in a tizzy. The only issue there was that they're closer to the Jade Emperor than Indra, so it might cause a little friction. Gah, why were politics so annoying? I miss the days I just leisurely drank on the mountain and fought when I felt like it. I retired, and here I am still putting up with all this nonsense. And I knew as soon as I told Indra what I found out, he's going to go cause a mess. He's already throwing a fit when his little toy, Chow Chow, died and went to a different afterlife. I didn't have much sympathy for that brat. He was a kid without a guiding hand, so his earlier years and attitude could be excused, but he still became, somewhat, a man and still had those stupid ideas. He wanted to slaughter anything non-human to prove himself or something equally ridiculous. To prove that humans were stronger or something. And the fact that he was using one of the biblical gods' toys, his strongest one in fact, didn't seem to register on his mind. Well, Buddha was merciful. I hoped his next reincarnation was better. Maybe that was why Indra was ticked off. Losing his toy was one thing, but that spear disappearing was a whole other issue. Indra had some of his own toys that could match or beat it, but it was still a prize worth having even if to keep it as nothing more than a bauble. I'm sure he'd love to keep it and lord it over the angels just to get a reaction. Well, I may as well finish up this list, otherwise he'd throw a fit. I got a couple days before this next one and the food here was always good. Buddha is merciful, I'm sure it'd be fine to taste a bit of the local cuisine. England, huh? Been a long time since I'd been here. Hadn't really had a reason to come back in about 600 years or so. Thankfully I didn't spread any new legends when I had a bit of fun at the time. Let's see, a castle in the middle of nowhere. Seems about right for how Indra's been sending me to places. I think I knew this place, something about a family here. Oh, that Pendragon family. Descendants of that one kid a few centuries ago. I remembered him, feisty little guy, learned Tuki all by himself and got pretty dang good at it. He was one of the Heaven faction's heavy hitters outside of their realm. I transformed into a bird, flying over the walls undetected. I silently clicked my non-existent tongue at their lackadaisical attitude until I noticed the destruction all around. This place had been through quite the battle, lots of damage every. The faintest smell of fire and snake filled the air. I detected no signs of such things, yet they still persisted. Not only that. I felt a strange sense of peace sitting here. Like I could harmonize with this place and meditate fairly easily. A strange thing indeed for a place that had seen such a battle recently. Now my curiosity was piqued. I flew around for a few minutes, looking for a good target to follow. And wouldn't you know it, a group of people from the Catholic Church had arrived in a burst of light. I guess I couldn't talk bad about Indra's timing. Something was certainly going on here, whether it's anything noteworthy for us was a different matter entirely. Oh well, should stave off my boredom. Changing into a fly was as easy as breathing as I landed on a priest's robe. I didn't think he'd notice me considering he probably couldn't even see his feet with that gut hanging out. They walked with a purpose, everyone making way for them. I wasn't quite familiar with the relationships or factions here, being a bit out of my purview and a bit low on the totem pole for me. However, it was odd to see these outsiders run all over this supposed noble family for these humans. They pushed open doors and shuffled inside to a group of waiting men. One sat at the forefront who had a look of confidence on his face. Oh, this should be entertaining. I could tell he wasn't going to take any crap from these pompous buffoons. I scanned around the room and landed on something very interesting. There was a bug hiding in the corner, blending in with the stone. I recognized a similar method of concealment, if different in application and origin. What did they call it? A glamour. My eyes pierced the veil. I saw what laid underneath, its true nature. A fae. Annoying. No one liked dealing with them, it always ends up being more trouble than it's worth. Well, just as I saw through it, it looked at me and saw my true nature as well. Typical, hard to hide or cheat in front of one of those things. They give devils a run for their money when it came to contracts and agreements as well. Since neither of us made a move, it became a silent agreement to not do anything as we both were apparently here for the same reason. Where's Uther? The fat priest shouted as I flew off his body and onto the nearby wall. Uther is no longer the head of the family. The men sitting down explained calmly. I'm Agravain, and you will be dealing with me from now on. The fat priest huffed and pulled out a chair, falling into it with a creak. We had agreements, acknowledgements of. You had agreements. Agravain cut him off. As Uther's head had been removed from his body, those agreements too are being reconsidered. That old bastard's dead. The priest blinked. Did you think he would willingly give up his spot? Agravain raised an eyebrow. The priest scoffed. So you usurped his position. A coup then. He ran his eyes up and down on Agravain, who didn't react. I think he mentioned you. His decrepit and talentless brother. The priest spat out. Uther was executed for the crimes he committed. Agravain said calmly. Now, Father Pierre. What about the contracts we had? What about them? Agravain replied instantly. We were told. We were told we would receive help. We would receive reinforcements and aid in the event of an attack. Agravain's voice was stern. Before you should speak of what we should be providing you in the future due to these arrangements, how about we discuss your absence when our home was under siege? We were preoccupied. The priest scowled. Really? The entirety of the church was preoccupied and couldn't answer our call for aid. Agravain snorted. What do you care? The priest slammed his hand down on the table. Your little coup won you the head seat. While that's technically true, it's also very far from the truth. Agravain closed his eyes with a sigh. I did not ask for this, but I suppose it makes little difference. Regardless, you violated the terms of our contract. Why should we honor the agreements between our two factions if you aren't going to do the same? Why you're going to rip of the agreements we've had between us for the last 500 years? The priest looked surprised. Do you have any idea what that means? It means we will no longer be allies after today. Agravain leaned back in his seat. We will be closing ourselves off for a few years to reevaluate our purpose. Do you think we'd just let you walk away with so many of our treasures in your vaults? We let you keep them because you did what you were told. Agravain let out a laugh. Feel free to check our vaults, we have no treasures to speak of. What? We were attacked. We were defeated. Do you think that the defeated side would get to keep anything of importance? I told you, I didn't ask for this, it was thrust upon me. Agravain snorted with laughter. The sword I'm using right now is barely better than something mundane. Where? Who? That's none of your business. Agravain smiled. As we're no longer deciding to pursue our original relationship, I will classify that as a secret not worth sharing. Do you think the church will accept this? We're the ones who made you what you were. Do you have any idea how many resources we spent on your family over the years to keep it going? How many times we stopped you all from dying out just because of your ancestor? And this is how you repay us. The priest stood up, slamming the table. This is blasphemy. You're defying the will of heaven. Let's agree to disagree. Rah. The priest slammed the table again. What gives you the confidence? He growled. Did you find help in those abominations, or maybe a false pagan god? Our family is faithful to our roots. We find no shelter in others but those of our blood. Agravain had a cocky smirk on his face. Little brat was definitely hiding something. Now that we established your actual feelings, how about we talk about the real reason you're here? Because it certainly wasn't to help us. Unless the church is that incompetent that it took several days to finally get our message. Agravain added. I liked his style. The priest was red in the face. I thought he might pop if he gets any redder. Then listen well, brat. I'm here on a holy mission from God. He spread his arms out. We detected a very large burst of holy power here, and we're investigating if that's classified. Agravain shut him down. Excuse me. Classified. Family secrets. Agravain leaned back. Anything else, or shall I walk you to the door? Why you? He held his hand up in disbelief. Did you not hear what I said? I'm on a mission personally given by an angel. A mission from God himself. You dare deny me? Yes. Agravain said pointedly. Heathen. Are you done? Agravain said with a bored tone. This isn't the end of anything. All our sensors went haywire. Ever since the Excalibur swords had been stolen, we've been looking for them. Then suddenly there's a massive buildup of holy power that can match an archangel at the very least. And our sensors are telling us the Excaliburs were used here. We graciously allowed you to keep one of them. But there's no way that kind of response was only from one being used. The church demands an explanation. This was getting pretty interesting. Those Excalibur toys looked fun to play with, even if they couldn't match the complete sword from back in the day. What happened? There's been not a peep and a battle clearly occurred. If you don't give us a sufficient reply, you'll do what? Agravain tilted his head. I said before, we are without any treasures anymore. We're destitute. He punctuated. Are you going to call it crusade? He said mockingly. How comical that you're threatening us when you couldn't even spare any of your people when we were in danger. I can say under an oath, under the truthful eyes of an angel, heaven being my witness. There were none of those Excalibur shards present that day. The priest growled under his breath. Lies, and twisted truths. After suffering such mockery, do you think heaven will stay silent? Hellfire awaits you, brimstone and damnation. How bold of you to speak on God's behalf. Tell me, Father Pierre, when did you become an angel? Agravain snorted. Insolent. Agravain suddenly shot up, slamming his hands on the table, shattering his end. I should be the one saying that. He roared. How dare you come into my home and act like we owe you any kind of answer or explanation? You bastards didn't even show up when called, you get no right to demand anything of us. The church wants an answer. How about I publicly ask for an answer from the church? How many other smaller factions will look at us and think, what if we're in trouble too? Why you wouldn't dare? Try me. Agravain glared. Fine. The priest sniffed. I can see I'm not wanted here. I'll report back about your lack of cooperation. Let the higher-ups deal with this vermin-filled castle and its decrepit family. This isn't over. We'll find out one way or another. The priest snorted, snapping at his guards as they quickly shuffled out of the room. Agravain fell back to his seat. Went better than expected. He let out a long breath. Was it wise to provoke them like that, my lord? A knight standing to the side spoke up. I had to shift the conversation several times away from, well you know. Taunting him to lead him into a verbal trap where we could buy ourselves some more time. Threaten them with the only thing we could hold over their heads, their lack of aid as stipulated. To give the church a public slap would do more harm than any of our swords could at the moment. Even if they would have aided Uther and doomed us even further, they still promised that aid regardless. Ho, what a cheeky brat he was. The church cared too much about their reputation to not take that threat seriously. Even if we bought time, they could still easily destroy us. The knight said quietly. Maybe. Agravain sighed. We don't have any of our strongest weapons anymore. The years Uther spent building up our defenses are gone, fuck him even still. We have nothing but the strength of our own arms now. So yes, we would find ourselves wanting should we fight. But, you forget who said they would be here should we call. But, after how church abandoned us when it was convenient, do you think? You saw the look on her face. The words she spoke with conviction as she promised aid should we stay true to our honor. Agravain sent him a glare. You saw her sword. He added on in but a whisper. After seeing the real Excalibur wielded in her hands on our behalf, can you truly doubt her? I'm sorry, my lord. The knight bowed his head. It's all right. He stood up, patting the knight on the shoulder. I can understand your hesitance more than anyone. The knight stood up straight and slammed his fist against his chest. Long live the king. He said resolutely. Agravain let out a laugh. Long live the king. He echoed back. Well, wasn't that certainly something? I glanced back at the fairy who seemed just as interested in what I had learned. I had a feeling the world was going to get a bit more fun in the coming years. Wanted to do an interlude that peeked at several other things happening while also showing some side effects of the whole Pendragon fiasco. Anyways, if you want to read 7 chapters ahead or support me, visit mypat.rayon.com/AstriaForone. Chapter 247, Chapter 233. Step forward, slash down. Left. Right. My sword moved rhythmically. Having done these motions so many times, it had been ingrained deep into my subconscious to the points where it's practically instinct. It was soothing. Being able to push any stray thoughts away and just focus on swinging my sword. To feel my arms begin to get sore, and sweat drip down my brow. It was difficult finding a way to work my body as it was now. That is to say, now that I've gained divinity and gone through a metamorphosis of sorts. I stood atop a magic circle that I constantly channeled magical energy into. It was reminiscent of the room I created back at the College of Winterhold, if applied in a more sloppy fashion. It anchored a bounded field around me that constantly changed the gravitational pull at different intervals and in different ways. I then forced myself to keep steady and perform the same strike perfectly each time. It was mentally exhausting and even grated on me physically. I let out a breath as my sword came down to my side and with a thought, I turned off the magic circle. While the application of the whole thing was magical in nature, the outcome was more of a natural phenomenon, so my magic resistance wasn't hindering my training. I was wondering where you had gotten off to. I saw Scathach approach from the side. My student snuck away to train and didn't even have the decency to tell me. Should I be offended? She gave a little grin. I blinked in realization. I didn't mean to offend. I did choose a rather isolated place located within Yasaka's Kyoto. It wasn't only a city that existed here. There were forests and otherwise undeveloped areas. The more permanent residents would probably get too stir-crazy if there wasn't a more complete setting in this small dimension. Oh hush. She laughed. I'm merely jesting. Taking some time alone for yourself is no crime. I pursed my lips. I don't want to be neglectful. I could have maybe. She flicked her finger, a small compression of air shot forward and smacked into my aura. I blinked again in response at her action. None of that. She chided. None of us are young maidens that require your presence at every moment. We all have things we're busy with, and honest effort and sincere affection is all we desire from you. That warm smile she flashed, it always made my heart melt. And just like that, you know how to cheer me up. I stretched my back. Speaking of effort. I have a date with Yasaka planned for the upcoming festival she's preparing for. I'm going to surprise Jin with a date too, maybe take her to the beach since I don't think she's ever been. I'm going to surprise Meridia and see what she wants to do. Yeah, Meridia's the hardest to plan things with. It's best to not try to surprise her with anything that would take too much focus away from her duties. Arttoria, I don't think she's in the mindset right now for a date with both Mordred and the Pendragon family still being things she's fretting over. That being said, I was still going to be there to support her as her boyfriend. Honestly, that whole thing was still a big mess. She'd been talking with Agravain the past few days, being kept abreast of the situation, but it's still slow going. Even Mordred took a second trip over there to check things out in person. There's that strange feeling in the air like we're all waiting for the second shoe to drop. And Reiku? Scat asked. I didn't forget about her. I chuckled. I sorta had a plan, but I was going to ask for an opinion. I thought maybe taking her to get some family photos made. I know she has a strange mindset about our relationship. But I wanted to show her that she really means a lot to me, so I was going to get some pictures of us together and set them up alongside the one I have with my mom. Some mom and son pictures I thought would make her elated. My student. Scat said softly. What? Bad. Should I go with something else? She walked up and pulled me into a huge, my face pressed into her ample cleavage. I should say it's surprising that you are able to act as sweet as you do in relation to the foolish things you often partake in. However, I've discovered that this is a normal occurrence since I've been returned to your side. She smelled nice. I tilted my head up, eyes meeting her as I moved in for a kiss, only for her finger to press against my lips. You wish to claim this scat as lips? Are you not forgetting something before taking such a prize from me? Perhaps a woman whom you had yet to mention. She quirked an eyebrow. Nope. I gave her a cheeky smile. Seeing her puff up was extremely cute. You are bold to tease this old woman. It does not matter how much stronger you become, you will always be Scat student. She gave my forehead a little flick. Does my Scat want a date? A romantic evening. A candlelight dinner. Holding hands as we take a stroll under the moonlight. I rattled off, as I noticed her complexion grow increasingly more red. It even made me pause in my teasing. Are you blushing? Oh, of course not. She scoffed. Do you think the immortal witch of Dun Scaith would blush at such a thing? I'm not some inexperienced girl. Cute. I poked her cheek, ignoring her indignations. You are asking for a beating. She huffed, turning away. Maybe I am. I smirked. Perhaps I have been too lenient on you. She removed her arms, taking a step back. Though she sported a bright smile as she took out her spear. Well, I've been wanting to test a few things. I hummed, hefting my sword up. Fufu, I've also been wanting to test a few things of yours as well. That bloodthirsty smile adorned her face. I was racking my brain trying to figure out what Scat would want in a date. But, this would probably satisfy her for a while. She took a slow step forward, her spear swung down and thrust it at me from several different positions. Each one of them was a blow that would leave me wounded if I allowed the strike to connect with my body but not outright kill me. I planted my feet firmly, and swung my sword, matching her strikes as sparks flew with the collision of our weapons. Scat twirled her spear in hand, and then her grip slid down her spear as it was launched forward with a sudden, bursting, speed. With an almost nonchalant movement, her spear had turned into a red blur as it was thrust towards my heart. The combination of thrust it forward, and letting it jerk out of her grip slightly had momentarily made me surprised at the distorted movement. However, I never lost track of that deadly tip. My Mirage flashed out, the tip colliding with her spear. And with a flick of my wrist, Mirage tilted slightly, deflecting it away from me harmlessly. I guess you haven't been lazing around after all. She laughed, pulling her spear back. She spun it in place a few times, never moving from her spot. Without any words, her spear lashed out once more. A straightforward stab right for my neck. It was an easy deflection, but she immediately followed up by sliding down to her knee and swiped the shaft of her spear at my legs. I slammed my sword into the ground, blocking it, but she just spun on the spot, regaining her momentum as the spear arched back towards my other side. It was like a hurricane as she was relentless in her attacks, a continuous barrage that didn't allow me a moment's respite. As soon as I blocked or deflected one attack, another was on the opposite side coming right at me. She continued to speed up until the point where her spear tip became nothing more than a red streak of light, almost as if it was attacking me simultaneously from every angle. This dance continued, neither of us moving from the spot we were in as we each tried to win this spontaneous game that came about. No, it only came to a head when her spear slipped through my guard, flying by my face and tore apart a small opening in my aura. I let out a breath, my sword went slack in my hand and a sigh escaped from my lips. Point to you then. She smiled, pulling her spear back, the butt of it slamming into the ground. She lightly leaned on it, looking all too smug. Foo-foo. My precious student, where did your bravado go, Her little giggle turned into outright laughter. Yeah. I rolled my eyes. I'm not ashamed to admit you still got me beat on the skill side of things. Yeah, as far as pure skills went, she still outclasses me. It felt a bit like tennis, where your opponent continuously pulled you more and more to each corner of the court until you just can't respond in time. Except, with deadly weapons, and a sadist teacher. Don't get depressed, boyo. She stood back up straight, spinning her spear again, almost out of habit. Not many people can match my skills. You have come far since I first taught you. Her words a genuine praise. It's nice to hear you say that. I nodded. But I have a retort. I snapped my fingers, a bolt of lightning dropped from the sky on top of her. The kick-up of dirt did nothing to hide the look of utter annoyance on her face. Not at my sudden attack, mind you. No, it was the fact that her face was now covered and dirty. She wiped her hand down her face, brushing it off. You play a dangerous game. She looked at me intently. I gripped my sword and smiled towards her. Bring it, bitch. That maniac grin appeared again as her center of gravity slowly moved towards the ground. Her spear erupted in bloodlust, taking a familiar position. With pleasure. Like a coiled spring that was finally let loose, she shot forward. Her magical energy enveloped her in a thick hue, a palpable bloodlust that rolled off her in every direction. That deadly spear sailed right towards me as I took a step to the side, pushed my feet into the ground and swung up at the bottom of it, pushing it to the side. With a quick spin of her spear, her feet were already planted into the ground, the butt of her weapon aimed towards my temple. I ducked under it, the sheer force managing to make my aura flare up as it passed overhead. She followed up with her foot flying towards my stomach. I gathered my aura into my hand and met her kick. An explosion of energy erupted at the focal point, blowing us both a few meters back. This is the aura you spoke of then. She laughed. I can see its utility and strengths. I am quite impressed. I rolled my neck before I started walking forward, an action matched by her. Her predatory steps looked as intimidating as ever, however I was not that same person from back then. I had come a long way from the land of shadows and I had quite a few tricks she hadn't seen yet. With a wave of my hand, one of my other swords appeared next to me. She looked a bit more serious as she eyed the blade spinning around me protectively. With a flick of her hand, her gi-bog stabbed into the ground, flinging up large swathes of dirt. I noticed immediately that she had runes within the cloud of dirt as the spells actualized and began to bombard me. I didn't move from my spot, my sword of destruction igniting with my power of destruction and shot forward in a straight line through all the magical power coming at me. Her eyes widened as she was forced to jump out of the way. She eyed it warily as it curved in air and came back towards her. I could see her fingers around her spear tighten as she drew upon a large amount of magical energy and met my sword head-on. The explosive power of hers managed to send my sword hurling away. How do you like my bloodline ability? I grinned. What a frightening power. She acknowledged, turning back towards me. I would be forced to divert my attention to make sure I keep it at bay. The concept of destruction. I explained. I'm still exploring its uses. It was a bit straightforward in application. We will need train with it more in the future. She decided. I imagine that it has shifted since your new additions. Yeah. I scratched my head. Bit stronger, and it felt like it, opened up more if that makes sense. I needed to fully develop it now. Good. I would be upset if you didn't acknowledge your immature use of it. She smiled but leapt up into the air without warning. As fast as she ascended, she was shooting towards me once more. Damn it, give a guy some warning. I grunted, her spear meeting the flat of my blade. Our faces were only a foot apart at this point. Here is a warning. She raised one hand off her spear, drawing a rune. I do enjoy your face, I hope you will not be too hurt. It wasn't just a normal string of runes, there was a primordial rune mixed in. Fuss. I shouted out at her. Her eyes narrowed as the invisible force rippled. It wasn't the full shout, but it would be enough to push her way, or so I thought. Instead, runes appeared behind her, actualizing and offset the attack I used. The string of runes she created in front of me finalized and came together as they turned extremely bright. Just as they gathered into a ball of light and erupted into a beam of pure destruction, bursting towards me, I fed aura into my semblance. The parts of me that were hit turned into lightning, crackling around the spell's destructive properties instead of fighting it. It was large enough that a good portion of my body turned completely into lightning to avoid it. Theme. I whispered out in my lightning form. The first part of the become ethereal shout in the dragon language. It had a strange reaction with my semblance. Instead of becoming ethereal, to become a spirit that existed on a different plane of existence, I instead turned completely into my element and entered the same plane. I jetted around and slammed back down a few dozen feet away, returning to my complete shape. She paused, looking at the spot I had been in, then back at me. She opened her mouth then closed it, clearly contemplating what she just saw. My semblance. I grinned. I can burn my aura to turn myself into lightning. The more of my body I turn, the more it costs. And with my new divinity, it's turned into divine lightning. I used a shout to make myself ethereal and ease into the complete element transformation since I'm still working it all out. Hadn't had much time to really train all this new stuff. With Scathach with me now, though. She knew about the dragon language. It was something I used a little bit back in the Land of Shadows as I had picked up a couple words before leaving Skyrim for the first time. Impressive. She looked very intrigued. Now that I've seen it, I will do my own research. I believe Jin will have ample resources for me to peruse as I understand it clearly. Both this aura and semblance are things I have too small of a foundation to better help you. Well, add it to the list of things I would love your help training with. Asking me for more training. She raised an eyebrow. Your flirting has certainly improved. Well, I know how much you enjoy beating me up. I snorted with a small laugh. I will not deny it. Sadist. Masochist. She shot back without hesitation. That smug look of hers, she knew it made me groan. The truth is hard to hear, my student. She laughed. You know what? I clicked my tongue. I have one more thing I want to show you. She smiled again, looking ready for battle. Show me everything you have, my student. The way she said it sounded almost sensual. Was this foreplay for her? I gripped Mirage tightly, pulling it back with a thrusting motion. I had this idea after my fight with Susanoo in the other world. The technique I used to finish him off with. You can consider it a variation of that. Oh. She looked excited. Don't die. I added with a stern tone. The kaleidoscope rolled in front of me. The possibilities that existed from the point I was standing, and every action I could take towards Scathach. The influx of information, the infinite extensions of myself that filled my vision. It was a single, slow thrust into the air towards her. One possibility of me that simply thrust forward. Another that stepped to the side and did the same. Another that went in the opposite direction. A third that jumped into the air and stabbed downwards. They continued as I grabbed all of them and then anchored them all onto my singular attack. Scathach's eyes widened. It was an almost instantaneous reaction on her part as runes lit up and she jumped backwards, spinning in the air before landing on the ground. There were now an uncountable number of gouges taken out of the ground around her. With my myriad sword strike, it held all those possibilities onto my blade, and slashes to a single slash. With this technique, all of the possibilities were released for lack of a better word. Whereas my birds were me layering myself onto my singular slash many, many times, this technique differs further from that as it allowed for a different set of outcomes than just the slash from where I stood. Scathach shook a little as she roused herself back to her feet. She lifted her head up, her breathing was a bit uneven. Her clothes were cut up and there was blood seeping from several cuts all over her body. I was worried for a moment that she was hurt until I noticed the flush on her face and the sultry look she gave me. It threw me off that I didn't even contemplate the method by which she avoided the majority of my attack. She sauntered towards me ignoring her injuries. She literally jumped into my arms as I caught her, her lips pushed against mine with a forceful motion, her tongue invading my mouth. Take me home. She growled, pulling away. I blinked in realization of what she wanted. Not wasting any words, I quickly opened a new portal right to my bedroom. Sorry for late chapter, didn't like the chapter 1 wrote for P at Rion, so I rewrote it after I basically finished it. Things are settling down a little bit after the Pendragon family, getting some training in and Scathach getting a lewd next chapter. If you want to read 7 chapters ahead or support me, visit mypat.rayon.com/storyforum. Chapter 248, Chapter 234. Lewd warning below, Scathach. Scathach clung to me as we burst into the bedroom. Her soft lips parted ever so slightly as her tongue pushed into my mouth, intertwining with my own. Her fingers ran through my hair, grabbing hold as she refused to let go. We practically dropped onto the bed as soon as we walked in, her legs wrapped around me. I could feel her breath tickling my face between movements, her cheeks flushed with a needy look in her eyes. "You've neglected your duties, my student." She breathed out as we were forced to finally break the kiss to breath once more. I propped myself up as I sat atop of her. She practically squirmed underneath me, an inviting smile adorning her face as her hands started roaming my chest. And what duties were those? I couldn't help but kiss her again, slowly moving down to her neck. She tilted her head back, hands grasping around my head as she let out a small noise. "You play coy." She spoke in bated breaths. "This scat hack has waited since those bygone days. You have teased me long enough. You claimed me as your woman, it is time for you to make it true." She decided, leaving absolutely no room for argument. Not that I would do so. I wanted her just as much as she wanted me. And frankly, I didn't know why I was hesitating as much as I was. I finally escaped her hands, standing up enough to overlook her. That skin-tight suit she wore, it hugged her in the best ways possible while also covering her up enough to not be obscene. She watched my eyes trail down, examining every inch of her body. I reached out, giving her leg a nice squeeze, earning an amused giggle from her. Though it was only for a moment before I was fixated on her bouncing chest in front of me. Do you have any idea how hard it is to focus on fighting when these are bouncing in my face? I let out a small growl as I finally took those soft mounds into my hands. They were heavy, my fingers sinking into the soft flesh. She didn't say anything to dissuade me from playing with her boobs. If anything, her breathing picked up as I fondled them. Her nipples begun to poke out from the thin fabric that made up her battle suit. "You love this scat hacker's bosom so much. Then I shall take care of you this way." Scat hack breathed out with a gentle smile on her face. With a flick of her finger, she cut her suit and tore it open, allowing her breasts to bounce free from their confines. I didn't have time to admire her as her hands already began working on my belt and let my erect cock spring free into her grasp. "Yes." She licked her hand and ran her hand along my length, making me gasp a little bit. "This is the cock I've been waiting for." Her hand mixed with her own saliva as she meticulously made sure I was hard and ready. I positioned myself, placing my member between those two breasts. Scat hack immediately used her hands to push them together, wrapping them around me. She slowly moved them up and down as I thrust forward, setting a rhythm that sent the pleasure coursing through my body. I moved my hips back and forth, the head of my cock poking out every so often as she leaned up and opened her mouth. Her tongue greeted me at each thrust in anticipation. "Do you like my tits, student? They aren't as big as some of the others, but they are large enough to milk this big spear of yours." She started picking up the pace. "HNN." She let out a content noise. "You can be more aggressive. This scat hacker's chest is here for your exclusive use. Fuck them as hard as you wish, I will take it all." I groaned, speeding up the movement of my hips. She squeezed her boobs together firmly, as she realized what was coming. I didn't try to hold it back, grabbing hold of her arms to steady myself, and the bed shook under our weight. "Scat hack." I breathed out with another groan. "I'm coming." The words were forced out through haggard breaths as I made no effort to hold it back. I paused in my movements, feeling it building up to climax. She took the reins, hand grasped over my member and jerked it firmly to finish me off. "Ooh." She let out a surprise sound as the first bit spurred onto her face. She held her mouth open, catching more onto her tongue. I felt the jolt of pleasure run through me as she continued to move her hand, making sure it all flowed out. With each twitch, her breasts and face became covered in my seed. I leaned back slightly, her hand continued to pump a few more times, making sure I was fully relieved. She smiled rather smugly, her tongue flicked a corner of her lips to lick away what was within reach. "Tasty." She giggled. Jin was correct. She added, wiping away the excess that spilled down her face. "Of course she'd tell you." I snorted, letting out a breath of ecstasy. "Foo-foo, did you think she wouldn't?" Scat hack laughed. "And I do hope you are not finished, otherwise I will be very disappointed." As if to respond, I felt my dick twitch in her grasp. "You were saying?" I replied, looking down at her with a smile of my own. I was still hard and that wasn't changing anytime soon. Oh my student does have some stamina after all. Perhaps he isn't as useless with his spear as I thought. She licked her lips, staring at my cock. I knew what she was doing, but I still felt a bit of competitive spirit come over me at the implication. I reached back my hand, finding her stomach as I slowly ran it down to between her legs. "I can feel how wet you are even through your clothes." That caused her to blush a bit more vigorously. It wasn't the mere arousal that flushed her, but a hint of embarrassment that covered those cheeks. "Don't act so prideful. It has merely been a long time for me." She turned her gaze away. I lightly began to run my fingers up and down her inner thighs. Without prompt, her clothing, her battle gear, turned to motes of light and disappeared. I hope you won't run away from my naked body this time. She tried to sound sharp and prickly like usual, but it fell flat between her bated breaths and flushed face. This time, I moved off her body, sliding down to between her legs. You're mine. So I'm going to enjoy every inch of you. Ha. She made another little noise halfway between surprise and pleasure as I brushed her clit with my tongue. A little tease just to get her react. She was beautiful, every part of her. That little bit of hair she had only accentuated her beauty down below. I began to run my tongue along the outside, gently nibbling all around the outer lips. I could feel her rocking her hips back and forth, a small moan escaping her mouth as I worked all around her. HNNN. She muffled out a moan, her fingers finding my hair again. Her legs tensed up, almost kicking in the air as she continued to make sounds of pleasure. I went in a bit deeper and was able to taste her arousal. The juices of hers wouldn't stop flowing and she only seemed to try and aggressively push me deeper between her legs as I continued to explore her entrance, experiencing every inch of her pussy. Wilhelm, she let out a whine I hadn't heard from her before. Her own look of ecstasy flashing across her face as she shuddered. Student. She breathed out with a content sign. I want your cock inside of me. She said with her usual bluntness even if it was mired with her needy undertone. She released me enough to stand up. She bit her lip as her legs spread a bit wider, looking at me. I quickly took off the remainder of my clothes, tossing them to the side without a second thought. She was dripping wet and I was still just as hard as I was before. Good. Come to me. She reached her hands down, spreading herself visibly for me. I failed to teach you this lesson properly before. I was not your first, but I shall make sure to teach you everything I know. Seeing her like that, how could I possibly hold back? I lined myself up with her entrance, my tip prodding her opening as I slowly pushed inside. It was nice and slippery, even with a tightness that gripped me I was able to slowly push my way forward. I could see her tense up with the first penetration. That look of satisfaction that filled her was one I could never forget. The slow movements to begin with got her used to me. To spread her insides to accept the shape of my cock that would be taking her many more times in the future. Ah. She let out a soft moan, eyes closing with a very happy expression. Yes. She exclaimed as my cock went further inside. Gently, good. She let out another content sign as my hips started to move back and forth, setting into a normalized repetition. HNN. You, are adequate. Only adequate, huh? I snorted. Then should I stop, maybe practice a bit more on someone else? So this was how she wanted to play it, huh? I brushed up against her clit again with my hand, looking down at her entrance where I had just been previously, watching her wiggle her hips expectantly. She let out a small whine as I only rubbed my cock against her leaking pussy, not going any further. Don't bully your teacher. She gave a cute little mewl. Your teacher needs this. Then how about you tell me what you want? Teasing her like this was too adorable. Fuck me, she huffed. Take your cock, and thrust it inside of this scat-hacker's cunt. I am prepared, I wish to experience all the desire you keep in your heart for me. Well, how could I deny that honest plea? I lined back up again and with a swift motion, I thrusted back inside of her. Her back arched as I pulled out again, repeating the same motion again. She started to let out heavier moans as I began to pick up the pace. Harder. She moaned out again, gripping the sheets of the bed. Make this scat hack yours. She began pushing her hips forward as best she could in her position, trying to match my movements. Her sopping wet pussy was clenching tight around me as we got lost in the act. With every thrust, I watched her breasts bounce up and down. Her face was locked in a look of pleasure and contentment. Her mouth hung open as moans escaped past her lips. Fuck. I groaned out as she clenched tighter than before. Her folds contorting around me as she quivered under my movements. My hands grasped below, sinking into that large, round ass of hers as I lifted her up just a little bit for a better angle. So far, I only had Meridia to compare to. It felt noticeably different, yet, it was still inexplicably pleasurable. With the way she wrapped around me, how her folds clenched down every time I pushed inside, I couldn't last much longer. Are you going to come again? She managed to get out between moans. Her arms opened up, grabbing and pulling me into her embrace. I welcome you wholeheartedly, my student, my lover. Fill this womb with your seed and I will happily accept any consequences. She whispered into my ear. That was enough to push me over the edge. With a few more thrusts, I felt it build up again to the breaking point. I could feel it spurt out into her deepest parts, my thrusts becoming slower and more methodical as I focused on draining everything I had inside of her. Scat Hacka's hips continued to rock back and forth, doing her best to milk every last bit of come out of me. I let myself breathe out a sign of relief, my head rested between her boobs. I could feel her hand rubbing along my back, a surprisingly soothing motion after I had just finished emptying myself inside of her. My student. She whispered. I do hope you're not all spent. I am still unsatisfied after all. She adjusted herself slightly after I felt my cock twitch again. Fufu, I'll take that as another no, then. She let me go as I rolled off of her, my member sliding out from inside her wet hole. It seemed like something changed. That slight bashfulness she had before was gone. That loving and delicate scat-hack who tried to hold back her moans with an embarrassed face was now nowhere to be seen. She now looked at me with hungry eyes, an intense desire burning in them. She slowly moved up and down towards my semi-erect cock. I will get you back up in no time. She tucked her hair back, and opened her mouth. Her eyes locking with mine as she lowered herself down and took me inside. Oh. I breathed out, still sensitive from my previous orgasm. She began to bob her head up and down, tongue exploring every inch of my cock. She ignored the fact that I was covered in both of our juices as she went about sucking me off. Her hand gripped at my base, gently squeezing and pump as her tongue twirled around, massaging all of my sensitive places. Adjusting herself, she slowly began to take me further down. Gulg. She made a strange noise as my cock disappeared down her throat. Gulg, gulg. She forced herself to keep it there, moving only slightly to massage my entire manhood with her throat. I regained my full erection within moments as she relinquished me with an audible pop. Ha. She let out a few gasps, chest bouncing up and down as she regained her breath. Looks like I still got it. She looked back up again, hand gripping me tight as she made sure I continued to stay full mast. She slowly positioned herself over me, her dripping sex only an inch above my tip before dropping herself down, fully impaling herself upon my manhood. Be prepared, my student. I'm not through training you. I will make sure this spear of yours is properly taught, even if it requires all day. Her lascivious smile might have been intimidating in any other circumstances. But at this moment, I could only feel myself quiver under her folds once more as she began bouncing up and down on my cock. It's not a matter of if I'm prepared or not. I grabbed at her hips, watching her eyes roll back a little as I pulled her down in one motion and thrust upwards. She let out throaty moan, which quickly turned into uncontrollable mewls. But can you handle me? I wasn't entirely sure I could run out of stamina anymore. But I was sure going to find out. Lude over. My, you have a good look on your face. What's gotten you in such a good mood? Yasaka eyed me as I walked, portaled, into her office. Had a good training session with Scat-Hack. I hummed, stretching my arms. It had been a very pleasant several hours. The cuddling was nice too, but I could only do it for so long since it was still in the middle of the day. I started my training in the early morning and we exercised past noon. Scat-Hack was still resting when I finally got up. Did she finally get the banging she wanted? Yasaka asked. I almost choked at her blunt response. Was I that obvious? No, no. She waved me off with an eye rolls. You were very subtle. A small giggle escaped her. And I can still smell her on you. Huh, I guess a simple shower wasn't enough for her nose. Well, I didn't mean to come off as. I didn't know the correct word to use. You didn't. She laughed again. But she mentioned some things, so it was more obvious to me. She did. I blinked at that. Was I being a bit too neglectful? I hoped not, cause I didn't want them to think I was just interested in the sex, which admittedly made me hold back a tiny bit. We do have girl talk every now and then. Yasaka said coyly. Scary. Oh, huh. She waved her tail at me, flippantly. Now, to what do I owe the pleasure? I hope that there isn't another family that needs a reminder anytime soon. Oh gods no. I sighed. Still, I feel like the next shoe is going to drop any moment now after the Pendragon family. Which reminds me, have you heard any news? No. She pursed her lips. It's been eerily quiet recently. And I also have the same feeling. I've put my feelers out, checked in with some people I know, but everything has been remarkably quiet, relatively speaking. The church has been making noise, but they always seem to be. Maybe it has something to do with how large their institution is. She shrugged. I guess quiet is good. I shared her look. Well, it gives me time to get things done without running around like a headless chicken. That reminds me, I was planning out my time and making sure I spent it with everyone. Dates and such, you mentioned a festival. Yasaka brightened up immediately. I'm happy you remembered. Yes, we have a celebration once a year to commemorate the founding of this place. This home of ours that lays atop the human world. She swung her arms around. That sounds exciting. So when is it, so I can plan better? I asked. A week, maybe. She tilted her head in thought. Maybe. Shouldn't it be more rigid? Yasaka let out a laugh. We basically just celebrate in the month at some point. It's never really a set day as the creation didn't just happen all at once. I'm pushing it back a bit due to, well, the obvious. Yeah, the attack and all the cleaning up. That's convenient. So, need help with setting anything up? I'm always here to lend a hand. And your help is greatly appreciated. She said with a warm smile. We're still working out the larger details. However, I may have some things you can help with in the coming days. She paused, a look of hesitance on her face. What? I questioned, poking her forehead. You're holding something back. It's nothing too bad. She sighed. Yasaka. Are you using the tone I use on Kunu? She snorted with a little bit of laughter. My, are you going to punish me if I misbehave? Don't test me. I rubbed her fluffy ears. Scathach just found out how ridiculous my stamina is now that I'm a campione, dragon, half-devil. And it felt just as ridiculous as it was to say what I was out loud. Her cheeks turned a little red. Oh my. She whispered. I'll have to get the details out of her later. She shook her head, letting out a deep breath. The festival, it's not just the celebration of our founding, but a celebration of our gods too. Without them, this place wouldn't exist. They were the ones who helped create it in the first place. It made sense, I just never gave that much thought. And what's the issue? Every year, I make sure to send my plans upwards. To make sure nothing is insulting or to make sure everyone upstairs is happy. I never receive a response, so I take that as an assumption that I'm ignored enough that they don't care or I'm doing something correct. At the very least, they are not upset, otherwise that would be made obvious. I see. I nodded along at her explanation. And I assume something changed. Well, there have certainly been a number of things that changed recently. She said dryly. And I could easily catch her meaning. I was sure my little scuffle with Susanoo did that no favors either. But I received word the other day that Lady Amaterasu is going to appear before me in a couple days. She is a stickler for proper decorum, so she usually has her subordinates give word of her impending arrival. Oh, that sounds not good. It's not as bad as it sounds. Yasaka let out another sigh. Though there was one stipulation. I suppose it has become known that you and I are, well, together. The message I received requested you be present as well. Request, you mean demand? I quirked an eyebrow. You know the sort well enough to know the answer to that question. She snorted. But yes, it was implied that she expects you to be present. I know that. Okay. I said simply. She blinked. Okay. Did you think I would deny you? I tilted my head. I have no desire to meet Amaterasu, but I'll always help you whenever I can. If you told me to go fight her because you were in danger, I'd go storm Takamagara without a second thought. Why you? She went a little bit redder, lips twitching. Don't say things like that. She said quietly. You never know who's listening. But. Her tail waved in front of her face, almost to hide her bashfulness. Thank you. She added. And besides, you could always tell Izzy that Amaterasu is bullying you. I grinned. Yasaka's expression shifted quickly as a fit of giggles overcame her. Yes, I'm sure that'll go over well. If I tell my patron goddess onto her mother. All right, tell me what I need to do to get ready for this meeting. I sat down next to her, feeling her tail wrap around me in the way I've come to expect and anticipate. Oh, be prepared. I said she's a stickler for proper decorum, and I mean it. That means, impeccable, traditional clothing. Hair properly done, and the correct speech when addressing her. Let's just go with the Izzy plan. Oh, hush, she slapped me with one of her tails, the fluffy appendage smushing against my face. We can keep that as a backup. She added with a little mischievous smile. Yesterday's chapter, next one coming in a minute. Chapter 249, Chapter 235. Fluffy tails in my lap, they always brought a smile to my face. Even as I sat here doing paperwork of all things, I couldn't help but grin like an idiot as I ran my hand through the soft fur. Okay, I have another one. Yasaka spoke up. What do you do if Lady Amaterasu greets you? She asked, writing some things on her own documents. She had been giving me an impromptu lesson on etiquette. I cleared my throat. Sup bitch? I said with a straight face. Yasaka turned to me, giving the drying look she could possibly give before one of her tails left my grasp, swaying back to her side. That's another one you lose. I was down to 3 now. What did I say wrong? I gave her a shocked look. She tilted her head towards me, eyes drooping. A look that said, "Are you serious?" She held it for only a moment before breaking out into giggles. Please don't say that to her. Yasaka dropped her face into her palms. It's the greeting of my people. To not use it would be culturally insensitive too. I'm well aware that the term was popularized on the internet. She deadpanned. Hey, when I was younger, I was a shut-in. I said defensively. Most of my social interaction was through my computer. Kind of sad I burned it along with the house. Well, besides when I had club stuff. I do kind of miss the theater. I should make some time to go see some of the big productions around the world. Don't meme at my goddess. One of the tails in my grasp was pulled up before lightly fluffing me across the cheek. She probably won't even realize what you're doing, yet it could turn out terrible than if she was offended at your tone or vernacular. I have to remind myself that not all gods here are like Izzy. I nodded. I was kidding, obviously. She knew that, of course. I would never jeopardize Yasaka's relationship with her patron like that. It's kind of funny. What? That Izzy, the mother of Japan, mother of the current reigning gods, is more culturally aware than her children. Yasaka blinked before chortling. When you put it that way. I quickly scribbled what I needed to slap this last few pages onto a stack I had already completed. Done. I threw my hands up. Already. What's your secret? I just drew dicks on all of them. I said proudly. She narrowed her eyes, reaching over and grabbing a random document. She scanned it before puffing with, her tail began to bombard me with fluffy attacks to my face. You mean it? She huffed cutely. I don't know why I believed that even for a second. I of course had a laugh at her expense. Now to kick back and relax. I leaned back in my chair, arms behind my head for added effect. Now you're just rubbing it in. Yup. I grinned. Well, I see how it is. She sniffed, retracting her tails. I wouldn't want to interrupt your relaxation, so I'll just keep out of your way then. I just realized I can never win because you can just do that every time. I snorted. I take it back, gimme that fluffy tail. I reached over taking it back. The fox yokai giggled with a smug look on her face. Have I ever said I adore how much you play with my tails? She shifted into a warm smile. You know, they are intimate parts for us kitsune. Outside of Kunu, you're the only one allowed to do this. Would it be weird if I asked to brush them sometime? I asked. She blinked and actually blushed a little. That's even more of an intimate gesture. It's usually only done by parents to their children or mates. Oh, I didn't mean to overstep. Just forward, while we were certainly in a relationship at this point, I didn't know how far of a step forward that meant to her. The idea of a mate is something a bit more than what we probably had right now. Despite everything we had between us, some things still couldn't be rushed. It's not like I was ready to get down on a knee and propose. Who knows if this was something in that same vein? Hush. She pushed a finger to my lips. I just wanted you to understand the significance. That doesn't mean I'm against you doing it. If anything, I would very much enjoy having you do it. The usual flirty and mischievous Yasaka sported a noticeable red hue on her cheeks as she said that. Oh, I'd love to, if you wouldn't be against it. And now I could feel my cheeks heating up. Just got done fucking scat hack, yet now I'm sitting here blushing. However, I feel like I got a little bit closer to Yasaka now. Well, this became awkward. Yasaka quickly shifted from the bashfulness. Now to change the subject. Have you considered the letter from Lady Gremory yet? I let out a groan, letting my head fall to the table. I'll take that as a no. I've given it some thought. I admitted. Perhaps not as much as I should. And I just keep finding excuses to put it off. I don't want to pressure you about it. But I also know it's going to eat at you until you finally decide. She lightly poked my shoulder. I know. I groaned. Hell, my semblance, the aspect of myself manifested from having my aura unlocked. It's an expression of my desire to avoid confrontation with things I don't like. I couldn't help but laugh at the irony. How fucking ridiculous. We all deal with things in different ways. She scooted over, pressing against me. I'm not judging or condemning you. I just want you to deal with it in a healthy way. All right. I let out a sigh. I'll reply and set up a time and place to meet her. I resolved myself to this course of action. While I don't have the same anger I had originally, I do still have some resentment. Whether I'm unfairly projecting it onto the other people of that family, I don't know. However, I never cared to find out at this point. I would have been fine to just forget about it, but it seems like I need to finally deal with it head on. I willingly went to fight a god, and now I'm hesitating over meeting my grandmother. I already had a few things planned in the next few days, along with the meeting with you in Amaterasu, so it'll be after that. As long as you no longer keep it bottled up. Yasaka smiled. And you should tell the others. Yeah. I pursed my lips, letting out another sigh. I feel like Arttoria would probably get upset with herself if she finds out I kept my troubles to myself. Some weird logic that she should have also not brought anyone else into her own matters and dealt with them personally. Good, that's settled. What are your plans, exactly? She asked curiously. Going to do anything fun? Well, I wanted to go visit Izzy, maybe right after this. I think it's been long enough to not be awkward after. I trailed off. You beat up her son? Yes, that. I deadpanned. Thankfully, she didn't seem completely angry, but just mildly upset. Though. I paused, biting my lip. What? Did something happen? I don't know. I said quietly. I was a bit surprised. I glanced at her as she looked at me expecting an explanation. She sorta kissed me on the cheek. Oh, is that it? What do you mean, is that it? Oh sweetie. She kissed my cheek herself with a giggle. You're so cute when you're clueless like that. Don't dwell on it if you don't want to. She said simply. Now, what are your plans? I'm curious. I mean, they're not really anything intricate. I wanted to see Izzy, make sure to clear any air, to properly apologize for what I did. Then I was going to stop over to Remnant, check up on some people. I have a few friends there I hadn't seen and I kinda miss them. How long will you be there? I don't know. I shrugged. But I can time it well enough that I'm not gone more than a day from this world's perspective. Hell, I might swing by a few places on my way back just to check up on things. It'll only take a few hours from my perspective even. That's convenient. She nodded in approval. At least you won't feel rushed into anything then. Maybe I should have a book written up on etiquette for you to study while you're away. Oh my, look at the time. I abruptly stood up. I should really get going. You silly men. She laughed. Come here. If you're heading out, I want my goodbye kiss. She didn't wait before pulling me in. That familiar flavor I associated with her quickly filled my mouth. There was a part of me that didn't want to leave, but that was pretty normal with any of my girls. So, I was wanting to offer to unlock your aura. I spoke after breaking the kiss. You spring that up on me right as you're leaving. She said dryly. Well, obviously I'm not going to do it now. I rolled my eyes. But I wanted you to think about it. And, I wanted Jin's opinion before I tried it on you, if you accepted that is. It's never been done on a yokai, so I don't know what would happen. From what I understand, there shouldn't really be any issues. So I don't exactly have a reason to not accept it. Getting stronger is always a plus. I felt that I've hit a plateau in recent years with my own training to the point where I haven't been taking it that seriously. An all-around physical boost, as well as a nice protective shield that can take a good amount of damage. Not to mention gaining a semblance. Alright. I'm convinced. She kissed my forehead. I'll bring it up with Jin next I see her. You go make sure Izanami isn't upset. Takamagara above, we don't need that when Lady Amaterasu comes down. And you'll be happy to know that Susanoo returned home, so you don't have to be wary of him either. I ever tell you how amazing you are? I wrapped her up. Yes. But you should do it more often. She gave that mischievous smile of hers. You look like you're walking to your funeral, Drake commented. Well, I kinda messed up and I know she was upset. I let out a sigh. It all worked out. I still beat up her son. Well, I think she didn't care as much about that as the act of doing it. I basically went behind her back and took matters into my own hands. I wasn't oblivious to the potential lines I crossed. Think she forgave you then? No idea. But that's what I got the flowers for. I held up the bouquet that I picked up before coming over. Apparently lilies are supposed to be interpreted as an apology flower in some aspects. I walked up to her house, and I was a little surprised when the door didn't swing open upon my arrival. Instead, I had to knock on it a couple times and wait there for a few moments. It's possible she isn't home. And right on cue, the door swung open. Izzy stood there in the threshold, arms crossed, staring at me. Wilhelm. She said evenly. She was amicable last time, even if she was upset, probably because she wasn't mother mode with Susanoo around. I don't have the benefit of that anymore. Izzy, I paused looking at her expression. Izanami. I corrected. She frowned at that. Since when do you call me that? She snorted, stepping out of the way. Well, are you going to come in? I perked up a little as she gestured inside. I guess it was still good that I could still call her that. Maybe I was imagining how upset she actually was. Regardless, she was owed an apology and I would give it to her. She slammed the door behind us as I walked inside. She eyed me and the flowers in my hands. I'll go get a vase. She still didn't say much as she went the kitchen. I only heard a few cupboards open and closing, some things being moved around and the water running before she came back out. She unceremoniously grabbed them, but it was almost gentle as she carefully placed them inside the vase. Honestly, I think she quirked a smile as she arranged them in a way that pleased her. Now, are you going to speak, or just keep standing there in silence? She looked up at me. I'm sorry. I finally blurted out. Oh, and what are you sorry about? She crossed her arms again, staring at me expectantly. I opened my mouth and closed it again. I wanted to make sure I properly voiced my thoughts. Are you perhaps apologizing for beating up my son? She raised an eyebrow. No. I shook my head. Honestly, I don't think you even care about that part. He's a god, he was healed in no time after the fight. The only thing that was harmed was his ego. Wilhelm, this isn't a good apology. She said dryly. I'm not done. I said awkwardly. I'm not apologizing for that. I'm apologizing for taking it upon myself to try and fix it. For shoving my nose where it didn't belong. I had no business taking matters into my own hands, yet I did so anyways. But most of all, I'm sorry for putting you in that position. Between me and your son. I forgive you. I blinked, staring at her. Just like that. Did you expect me to kick you out or get angry? Izzy huffed. You acknowledged what you did was wrong. You gave me a genuine apology. I won't hold on to any sort of grudge or anger since nothing unfortunate happened. She stated. I forgive you, Wilhelm. Oh, I didn't expect it to be that easy. You came back. She muttered. That means more to me than you can understand. Ah, I can see how that's a tender spot for her. I'm sorry. I repeated. I know. And I'm glad you're back. She smiled gently. And thank you for the flowers. I don't believe anyone has ever given me flowers before. I couldn't help but chuckle. My mom jokingly told me when I was young. If I ever upset a girl I care about, I should bring her flowers when I apologize. Your mother was a smart woman. Izzy praised. I suspect you brought her many flowers when you were younger. The first time I got in trouble after hearing that. I ran outside and found a dandelion a few houses down. I was so excited that I ran back and didn't even realize the little bits already scattered as I gave it to her. She looked so confused when I handed her basically a stem with a shit-eating grin on my face. And it seems your foolishness hasn't changed much, only the scale. Yeah, I deserve that one. I couldn't really argue with that. So, bringing your children back up. Apparently, Amaterasu is going to make an appearance before Yasaka for the first time in forever. And my presence was requested. I made sure to add that last bit in air quotes. Wilhelm, don't beat up my daughter. Do you really have to ask me that? Do I need to bring up Susanoo? It was one time. Yes, it was only one time you beat up my son. We shared a look before both laughing at the absurdity of it all. I promise, I'll try my darndest to not do anything. I said with all honesty. Good. Don't even bring me up if you can help it. Though, I suspect it'll be mentioned regardless, since it's easy to guess why she's descended in the first place. Izzy sighed. Just, tread carefully. Yeah, I got it. Yasaka's patron goddess, your daughter. Lots of intertangled relationships all about. I'm content to sit back and let Yasaka do the talking. I knew this already, but I wanted her to know too. I felt like she at least deserved to know that I would be talking to her daughter. Thank you for telling me. There isn't much I can do with that information, but I am appreciative of it nonetheless. Now, tell me what you've been up to. You look exhausted, have you been causing more problems? She inquired. It wasn't me this time. I let out a sigh. So, you hear anything about the Pendragon family? That Western family, no. But now that you mention it, I assume something occurred. She tilted her head. Well, it's interesting that even Izzy hasn't heard any news about it. Arttoria wanted to pay them a visit. Show them the error of their ways after she heard some unsavory details. Oh, yes. I can imagine how that went. Most families like that have quite a few skeletons in their closets. Tell me about it. Fucking kids in cages. We somehow took the conversation to the couch without even noticing. I leaned my head on her shoulder as I let out a yawn and continued. I may as well start from the beginning. Small interlude, Azazel POV. I don't understand why you won't let me go. Damn it, Valley, I told you already. Do the words, political shitstorm, mean nothing to you? I sighed for the 10th time in the past 10 minutes. Nope. He said shamelessly. Why do I gotta worry about all that crap? I just wanna go fight the red bastard. Besides our relationship. I snorted. You're a prominent member of the Grigori, so your actions reflect on us. How the hell do you think they'd take it if you waltz on over and pick a fight with someone who went toe-to-toe with Susanoo? Don't know, don't care. He shrugged. I'm white, he's red, it shouldn't matter about all that crap. Damn it, Valley. I pinched the bridge of my nose. You don't even know if it was the boosted gear. It was red, and on his arm. Even Albion said it looked like the boosted gear. Do you have any idea how many red gauntlet sacred gears there are? Like 2. Boosted gear and twice critical. So I got a 50/50th chance at the very least. And even if I'm wrong, he's pretty strong, so it'd be a good fight. Nope. I shook my head. You're dead wrong there, kiddo. What? The hell I am. Let me put it this way, what exactly is a twice critical? That shitty sacred gear that mimics Draeg's boosting ability. And where do you think that comes from? The boosted gear houses Draeg's soul. What powers the twice critical? Valley blinked, looking thoughtful. I'll give you a hint. What do you think happened to the heavenly dragon's bodies? Wait, seriously? Yup. Pops took their bodies and experimented with them early on. Tried to make something useful out of them. Now Albion's throwing a fit. He wants to know if there are any sacred gears with his ability floating around like the twice critical. Well, now he's saying it's not fair that only twice critical is no and not a variation of his ability. Those two dragons, always so competitive. There aren't any based on Albion's divine dividing ability. First, dear old dad went through most of your stuff trying to perfect the transfer and make sure it stuck onto a physical form. Yours was much harder to manage due to the nature of dividing something else as opposed to Draeg's ability to double the owner's own power. By the time he managed to get some headway, there wasn't much left of you to work with. Valley groaned, holding his head. Albion's now gloating that he was too strong to be copied like Draeg. Of course that's his takeaway. Whatever. Anyways. So, Dad had pretty much all of Draeg to work with, so he just made like a couple hundred twice critical. I shrugged. I got a storeroom in my lab with a couple dozen of them. I spent a few years picking them apart, finding any differences. There are some stronger than others. I think there's one in particular that's the cream of the crop, but I don't know where that one is. Otherwise, the others are just mediocre tools not even qualified to be mentioned with other sacred gears. I clapped my hands. So, no need to go over there. I still want to go. Damn it, Valley, I said no. Fuck you, I'm going. I'll ground you. Buffed, try it, bitch. I'll go tell Lavinia you're causing trouble. Fuck you. Valley spat out, seething, but he wouldn't push it again. There were many things Valley could handle, Lavinia scolding him was not one of them. He'd never admit it, but she was basically his older sister. I can't even go find Biko for a fight cause that old monkey called him back for some shit. The fuck am I supposed to do now? I'll tell you what, why don't I go over there and meet with Yasaka? I might be able to get a few answers if I approach with something good. Maybe then we can figure this out, and if he's the wielder of the boosted gear, maybe we can set up a fight or something. He wouldn't drop it, even if he relented for now. May as well make sure he doesn't cause any trouble when it finally happens. Really? He eyed me skeptically. Valley, would I lie to you? Without a second fucking thought. Hurtful. I clutched my heart. I admit, I do want to see about getting my hands on those sacred gears she has. She denied me last time, but after the attack they suffered, they're probably hurting for resources. Well, I doubt she can deny my generosity this time. Chapter number 2. Due to my mistake, my beta wasn't able to go over this one, so sorry for the fact that this one probably has more mistakes than usual. If you want to read 7 chapters ahead or support me, visit my pat.rayon.com/asteriaforone. Chapter 250, Chapter 236. Author's note. In light of the update, know that I do cross-post on fanfiction.net. You ready? I asked Reiku as she fixed her hair. I believe so, but I'm unsure of what I am supposed to be ready for. She looked at me as she adjusted her blouse. She looked quite beautiful, an elegance to her that was hard to put into words. It's a surprise. I smiled. Your mother is curious now. She shared my smile. Whatever it is, I'm happy to spend time with you. However, I have told Yasaka that I would be available later today. It's fine, it won't take all day. Just, treat this as a date, a few hours just for us. My son is taking me out for a date. Reika fidgeted in place, looking very excited. Your mother has never been on a date before. I know, that's why I wanted to do something for you. I reached out and grabbed her hand. I admit that I had trouble finding something that would be special, but I think I found something a little interesting. Oh. You didn't need to go through the effort. I am your servant, I'm here to help you in any way. You don't need to worry about me. Don't be silly. I poked her shoulder. You're also my woman, so I'm going to make sure you're happy. Now, shall we go? I would be delighted, she preened as I opened a portal to our destination. It was not in a supernatural part of the world. I wanted this to be a rather normal experience. Though, what was mundane for me would be something utterly new for her, so I hoped this worked out. Reiku eyed everything around us. Even as we walked out of the secluded spot I dropped us in, she curiously gazed at everything as we walked down the street. Master, what are we doing? She still seemed confused as I led her around the winding roads of the city. Right here. I lightly tugged on her hand. I reserved it for a few hours. She tilted her head, looking at the building. I wasn't surprised that she was confused, as it probably wasn't something obvious to her or part of the modern knowledge deposited by the Grail. How many holes were there in the information that was given? I pushed the door open. The studio we walked into wasn't very large, but it had a good atmosphere. Hi, can I help you? A woman at the counter asked. I have an appointment, Schweinorg. I replied. Oh, great. We just got everything set up. Let me run back and tell the boss you're here. She smiled, before excusing herself. Master. Reiku said quietly. You know, it's a normal thing these days for families to have photos decorating their homes. I thought it appropriate for us to get some mom-son pictures taken. Mother and son pictures. She repeated. Yup. All the photos you could want, as many as you want, however you want to show off. Just the two of us. I grinned. Your son wants to show everyone his amazing mom. I squeezed her hand. She made some very cute noises. I don't quite think she knew how to react. Your mother is very happy. She finally settled on. A face half about to cry and half smiling so brightly. I knew her view as my mother was something very important to her. So, I wanted to spoil her a bit, let her have her way. It's not like we had a normal kind of relationship, so what was the harm in doing something like this? To accept the role she had thrust upon herself, and allowed her to act as my mom for certain periods of time. I wanted her happy. Mr. Schweinorg, we're ready for you. The woman came back out, gesturing for us. Reiku practically skipped forward as we walked back to the studio portion of the building. It was about what you would expect, a bunch of different backgrounds, a bunch of cameras and equipment for this sort of thing. So, how do you two want to do this? We have a number of options available. There was a second woman behind the camera, looking at us. What are the common ones that parents their children get together? I asked. Well, she only stared at us for a moment before answering. I guess it was strange, considering Reiku didn't look that much older than me. I have some samples here if you're interested. Oh, yes. I would love to see some. Reiku perked up. Wonderful. She stood up, walking towards some cabinets and rummaged through them a bit. Here we are, some past work I've done. She laid them out for us to see. Granted, they were mostly done for infants or children, but Reiku didn't seem to care. Oh, do you have this background? What about this coloring? We do, the photographer just smiled at Reiku's eagerness. But how about this color right here? I think it'll match the darker color of your hair well, which contrasts your son's red hair. I took a back seat, letting Reiku choose everything. While some concepts and things were still foreign to her, she was able to pick up the gist of it all pretty easily. She spoke with the photographer for what felt like hours finding the right things, the perfect setups. I didn't speak up, just intent on watching her have fun with it. That look of utter joy on her face the entire time, it certainly made my heart beat faster. Time really did fly by when you had fun. While I wouldn't consider this something particularly enthralling, it was easy to get swept up into Reiku's enthusiasm. We eventually got seated and started on the pictures. How about a silly one to start off? The photographer asked. Oh, like this. Reiku giggled, smushed our faces together as she stuck out her tongue. I reached out and pulled on her cheek, earning another giggle from her as the camera flashed. That's good. How about we transition into some subtle ones? Wilhelm, why don't you lock arms with Reiku? Like this. I asked, scooting a little so we were a bit closer and taking her arm in mine. Good, and Reiku, how about you put your hand on his and tilt your chin up just a little bit? The photographer adjusted a few things on her camera. Good, good. Wilhelm, don't slouch. Got it. I made sure to straighten my back. Perfect, now don't move. She stated, the camera flashed some more. Oh, these are going to turn out well. Why don't you both come and take a look, see what you're working with? Yes, please. Reiku shot up and hastily walked over. I couldn't help but chuckle and follow after. Oh, it's wonderful. She exclaimed. Look, look, she pulled me over. My son is so handsome. Huh, they were pretty well done. I mean, I would hope so, she's pretty expensive. Not that money was really an issue for me, but it's a matter of principle. I love them. However, can we try some without the space between us? I feel like it detracts a little bit. How about instead of locked arms, we try putting ourselves, shoulder to shoulder? The photographer rubbed her chin. I can see that. Yeah, let's give that a try too. Yes, let's try everything. Reiku nodded happily. Well, I booked us for several hours, so everything it'll be. Reiku clung tightly to me as we went back home. The sheer joy she showed on her face was something to behold. So, you want to hang these up? I offered. I would love to. She beamed even more. Do you have a preference where? She asked. Nope, put them up however you want. I gave her free rein to show them off. Usually, it'd take several hours to get everything sorted, pictures developed and edit or what have you. However, money can often make things run much quicker. Throw a stack of money on the table and ask for them to be quick about it, and I had the stuff in my hand within an hour. And it was good quality too. They even framed them and everything. Well, I did probably pay the rent for their building for the next couple years. Oh, I like this one right here. She set it on the mantel in the living room. Right next to the one with us standing next to each other. Perfect. She exclaimed. And I like this one with my head on your shoulder, she giggled to herself. Definitely worth any effort if I could see her like this. Hey, Reiku. I reached out, tugging on her sleeve. Yes, master. I got something I want to add. I took out one of my most precious items. It was the only thing I took from that house when I burned it down. I think this would go good right next to the ones of us. Is that? It's me and my mom. I said quietly. It's the only picture I have of her. Personally, I think it looks great right here, what do you think? Reiku reached out, gently rubbing her fingers along it. I very much agree. Thank you, master. Thank you for treating me as someone important enough to be placed next to her. Reiku. I brushed her hair back a little bit. You are important to me, please don't think otherwise. Master. I could see her quiver again. Well, if there was ever a moment. I slowly stepped forward and moved my head in as I gently placed my lips to hers. I could feel the instant reciprocation as she deepened the kiss, her arms grabbing hold of me. She sort of pouted as she finally pulled away. Her little kaleidophone buzzed. Gotta go? I asked. We had been gone for a while, probably more than intended. Yes. She muttered, fiddling with it as she apparently worked it out at some point. You going to take the extra copies with you to show off? She replied without a hint of shame. Yup, that's my Reiku. Boo. I popped up behind Jin as she worked in my workshop. She practically jumped up. Will. She exclaimed. Too cute. I laughed, wrapping her up. You always do that. She pouted. What if I was working on something important? Well, I wouldn't have done it. I nuzzled her neck. You think I'd really sabotage you? She let out the cute huff of hers. No. How you been? I asked. Good. I was finally able to test my spells on those magicians from that organization, so it gave me some data to correct and change some things. She perked up the way she always done when talking about magic. I'm curious to see it. I heard the way you took how all those magicians by yourself. They were mediocre. She shrugged. I don't think that Magicians Association wanted to send anyone worthwhile. I guess that teacher that came along was decent, but he was just so straightforward I didn't really have to try. Oh well. I'm sure you'll get the opportunity to test things more thoroughly in the future. Well, things like that keep happening, so that's a foregone conclusion. She laughed. But, I haven't seen Arttoria in a couple days, admittedly I've been cooped up in here. But is she doing okay? About as well as expected. Rin's been sticking close too, and giving me updates that way. She's the sort of person who focuses intently on things and tends to push others to the side. Mordred's used to dealing with this, so she'd been helping as well. I wanted to give her some time to settle everything without any major distractions. Obviously, I did check in and everything, but I wouldn't pull her attention away too much. At least, I'd give it until I got back from Remnant to make sure she's good. That whole thing was a mess. Jin sighed. I've seen enough things like that in Remnant, but to also see it in person is disgusting. I hope those poor people can recover. It'll take time, but we've got the stuff to fix them. I reassured her. And speaking of Remnant, I was going to pop over for a little bit. Are you asking me to come with? Not so much asking, as just informing you what I had planned. I didn't want to assume anything, but of course the offer is open. I see. She looked down, appearing deep in thought. I'm still a little scared to go back. Can I stay here? Of course, you can, you silly girl. I kissed her forehead. I'm not going to force you into things like that. Thank you. She whispered. Anything you want me to pick up or that you need from there while I'm over? More dust, probably. Not that we're running out, but it's good to have lots. She looked contemplative. Are you going over to see Salem again? Maybe, is that something you're against? Maybe. She repeated. I don't know, it's weird I guess. I never thought I'd be in a situation where I have a lover. And here I am, the spirit of knowledge with a man to call my own. I thought I would exist solely to give knowledge to hopefuls that Ozma brought with him to wage war on her. She let out a groan as she paused in what she was saying, rubbing her head. These stupid restrictions, still annoying. At the very least, it'd probably be beneficial for Remnant if she was more concerned about you flirting with her than whatever else it is she does. Jin added. Vague words to get around her restrictions, but I could read between the lines. I also want to see my friends, or Altiste call them. Well, Roman and the others, it's probably best that I still lay low, but I want to hear from Pyrrha again. Pyrrha's a nice girl, you do need to talk to her some more. Jin nodded in approval. It's fun to tease her too. I grinned. You're bad. She huffed, slapping my shoulder. That poor girl. And you need to tell me what's happened since I've left. I'm way too curious about how your whole situation ended up. Are you still a wanted criminal? Are you called the Dildo Warrior? There's so many questions I need answers to. I couldn't help but laugh, remembering how I took that bullhead out. I'll make sure to bring you an update. There was a question I wanted to ask you. I thought about just springing it as a surprise, but I thought you'd rather have a heads up. Well, I wanted to take you out on a date, and I thought going to the beach would be fun. I figured you've never seen one in person before. Oh. She blinked. Oh. Yes. She exclaimed. I'd absolutely love that. She squealed, wrapping her arms around me. I've never been to the ocean, nor had a date. Yup, she probably would enjoy planning things out properly. How about we do that when I get back? Kia. You're the best. She hastily pressed her lips to mine, giving me a sloppy kiss. I can't wait. Jin's excitement was interrupted as the door opened up. Scat stood there, looking at us. I heard screaming. She said simply. Whoops, got a little too excited. Jin said bashfully. Hey, glad you're here. I looked towards my teacher even with Jin still in my arms. I was going to pop over to Remnant, you want or need anything while I'm there? The world Jin hails from that is besieged by those monsters. Scat asked. Yup. If it is no trouble, I would actually wish to travel along there as well. Scat replied. You want to come to Remnant? I was surprised by her decision. I wanted to roam around and slay some beasts. I was feeling a bout of nostalgia, and I did not wish to bring more trouble if I searched out foes upon this world for the moment. I merely desired to journey for a few days without any consequences. Oh please, feel free to kill as many Grimm as you want, it would definitely help. Jin said immediately. I will kill many for you then. Scat laughed. Do we have a departure time? I was just about to head out. You need me to wait for anything? Should you inform the others? She questioned. I wasn't going to be away that long. I figured we could more or less be back within a day of this world's timeline with some good calculations. Very well. I do wish to stretch these old muscles of mine. I have a soreness between my legs that will persist unless I move around. She shot me a little smirk. Oh, I want details when you get back. Jin understand the subtext immediately. Foo, I will gladly give them. Scat adopted that amused smile on her face as she eyed me. Shall we go then, my student? I will not get in the way of any business you wish to take care of. While I would never consider her in the way, I could take that as her just wanted to roam around without any direction. Sure, let's go. I flicked my hand, creating a link to the world line of Remnant. Well, there wasn't much to think about. Should I feel bad for the Grimm about to be on the receiving end of her spear? Even in the worst-case scenario, what could possibly happen that worsens things there even more? Some slice of life stuff between everything that's been going on. Also, if you don't see it, I'm uploading a side story as well. Be on the lookout. If you want to read 7 chapters ahead or support me, visit my pat.rayon.com/Arttoria.